Bekir van Baskerville, who was wrongly framed by his family and father even though he was loyal to them, was sentenced to death by guillotine. Bekir, at the moment of his death, thought to himself that if he were to ever live again, he would hunt down his prey no longer as a hound again. An unsettling scene is introduced to Bekir as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. Feeling that his body was heavy and in an unknown setting to him, he thought that he was in hell. In the grand estate of the Baskerville family, babies are seen in their cribs, crying and making noises. A man is introduced as the patriarch of the Baskerville family. He comments that the babies were insignificant. He walks through the room, commenting that the babies gathered this time were trash. As he walks he notices Bekir being silent as compared to the other babies. He orders the servants to bring the babies to the Cradle of Swords. The servants obey. Bekir recognizes the man as the main culprit behind his death in his previous life, Hugo le Baskerville. Seeing Hugo's younger appearance, the MC concludes that he had regressed to back when he was a baby. Recalling his past life, he was a hound, born from an illegitimate family, while receiving training in a poor environment. Hounds must be devoted to missions that include assassination, intelligence, ambush, and others. A hound simply takes care of dirty work. This was so that the Baskerville could remain the best amongst the 7 families. The MC remained loyal because he wanted to be acknowledged by the family and Hugo. However, 10 years after the gate to the demonic gate was opened, even with the victory of the humans against the demons, the reward our MC was given, was being put down like a simple dog. The main reason behind his execution was that he knew too much. MC clenches his fist, swearing to never live that life again. MC wanted to take revenge immediately but was unable due to his baby's body. He rolls around angrily. He realizes that he needs to become stronger and that the Cradle of Swords was the perfect opportunity. The Cradle of Swords was a trial that every child in the Baskerville family must go through. Children are thrown into a maze of swords, where they need to reach the Styx River to be assessed for their talent. The Styx River was a legendary river that turns children's bodies into iron but is limited to the number of children it can affect. The MC recalls that the fastest route to the river was a straight path out of the helix-shaped wall of blades. The MC crawls past the swords, remembering that in his past life, he could not receive the effect of the river, making sure that this time was different. For men are watching, as the MC dunks himself into the river, wanting to keep it all to himself as long as possible. The MC begins to sink into the river. The water seeps into his wounds, being first had its advantages. The MC covers his mouth to endure as long as he can regardless of the pain. 2 servants are shouting to the MC to come up of the water else he dies. Hugo simply laughs. He asks Barrymore, the head butler, how much time has passed. Barrymore replied that around 7 minutes have passed. Hugo is amused at the fact stating that the MC might die since 7 minutes have passed. Hugo calls out to the MC, asking him to come out. The MC ignores his calls and continues to absorb the power of the river with all his might. He loses control, and with his eyes gone white, he continues to endure the pain before blacking out. Hugo holds the MC by the foot, stating that staying in the river was enough for the baby and that he even drank its water. Hugo notices that the MC had already grown his teeth. Hugo asks Barrymore what the child's name was. Bekir van Baskerville. Barrymore replied. Hugo with a smile on his face speaks the MC's name Bekir, stating a very greedy son had been born. While being upside down, the MC continues to plot his revenge against Hugo, waiting to sharpen his canines for the time when he can rip his head off, making the Baskerville family disappear into history. Bekir van Baskerville was known to be a genius at the age of 8 but was considered normal in his family. At 20 years old, he took on the assassination, espionage, and conquest-type missions. At 29 years old, he felt the limits of his swordsmanship compared to the others in the direct lineage of the family. At 30 years old, the demonic realm gate was opened, marking the beginning of the Demon's Clan invasion. At 35 years old, he endured the era of destruction, slaughtering monsters left and right. At 39 years old, the war came to an end with human victory. At 40 years old, Bekir was finally rewarded for his loyalty. The reward is defamation, false accusation, and the guillotine's blade. Vikir opens his eyes, looking at the ceiling, realizing it was a nursery. He flips over in excitement as this meant that he had successfully absorbed the power of the Styx River. A servant approaches and places a box in the crib of Vikir, saying why the madam would give such a thing. Vikir notices and wonders why anyone would give him a gift. The box opens slowly. Vikir is taken back, as a long dark figure slithers out of the box. The Vikir recognizes it as vipers called bloody mambas, thinking that the madam sent those here to kill him. Knowing who madam was, as few were called that in the family. The vipers hissed at the Vikir. Vikir quickly grabs both vipers by the throat while smiling widely like a blood-driven hound, as he expected such treatment from the Baskervilles. He strangles the vipers with force, thinking to bring down the family with his own 2 hands. Blood stains are seen on the bedsheet of the crib. The next day, the servants are shocked, seeing the Vikir sleeping soundly whilst surrounded by the dead bodies of the vipers. Orders were given to execute the nannies after being tortured, who was on shift the night the vipers came, but the reason for their appearance remained unknown. Only Vikir knew the truth. 8 years later, Vikir is sitting in class, listening to a lecture. The teacher talks about the different levels of swordsmanship. Sword beginners are those unable to use mana. Sword experts were those who could use even a little bit of mana. Sword graduators were those that could emit mana in a liquid-like aura form. The final level, where aura is solid and its form freely changeable, is called the Sword Master. He noted that the strongest member of the Baskervilles, Sir Hugo, was at the Sword Master level. The children are in awe of this fact. Vikir thought to himself that he needed to regain his strength just like in his previous life before his coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher notices Vikir being lost in thoughts and highlights his achievements. Having a strong body due to diving in the Styx River for 7 minutes. And that teaching him one thing would lead him to understand 100 things, being more talented than the others, knowing the Patriarch would be happy with this. While Vikir thought of how long it would take to kill Hugo at the age of 8, a set of triplets grins widely as they stare at him. A hand shoves Vikir as he is called Garbage Van. It was the triplets. Having heard the weird rumors about Vikir being in the river for 7 minutes and strangling 2 vipers when he was a baby, they approached him. Vikir remains silent as he recalls his memories of these 3, knowing that they were the ones to stab him when he was running away due to the defamation in his previous life. They were called the Hugo Look Baskerville Trident. We'll simply call them High, Middle, and Low. They shouted at Vikir to stop lying, stating that they didn't like him. Knowing they'll be troublesome in the future, Vikir decides to put them in their place now. High points a knife at Vikir, stating that his body was like steel since he was in the river for so long, making him immune to injuries from blades. High asked if he could test it. High calls Low. Low covers Vikir's mouth to stop him from breathing, stating he would eat his hand if Vikir endures for 3 minutes. Vikir decides to play along with their scheme. 1 minute passes, as High and Middle believe that the rumor was fake. 3 minutes pass, and they realize Vikir was good. 10 minutes passes, and they were too stunned to speak. They decide to let Vikir go. A crunching sound is heard as Low looks at his hand, and blood appears. Vikir spits as Low screams in pain. High and Middle shout at Vikir, asking what he was doing. Vikir, with bright red eyes, as he wiped the blood off his smile, repeated that they said they would eat their hand. High and Middle refute back by saying they weren't scared of Vikir, but Low was afraid as he held his bleeding hand. High and Middle stare at Low in disbelief. They attempt to leave to find a priest to fix Low's hand, but the Vikir stops them. In anger, High stabs Vikir in the stomach, stating they were older than him. To his surprise, the knife didn't cut him. Vikir reminds them that being in Baskerville meant that power and talent are greater than age. High screams in pain, as Vikir twists his hand. Vikir, in Hound mode, grins widely and tells them to play till the end with him. High, in pain, shouts that the rumors were true as Vikir lets go of his hand, giving him a punch straight to the face. Middle and Low are shocked as High falls to the ground with his teeth broken and nose bleeding. Middle attempts to fight, but Vikir simply kicks him to the side with no effort. Get wrecked, son. Low stumbles onto the ground, shocked at what had happened. Vikir tells him to not be afraid as he'll get better in no time once treated, but warns him as he picks the knife off the floor, that he won't be leaving the room, and that they had to live with the discomfort of their own bodies at this rate. Bakir offers one of them a chance to leave the room, as he stares at the knife in his hand. Lo asks which of them could leave, as the other two brothers hold their wounds. The knife is tossed to them as Bakir tells them to decide amongst themselves. Bakir slowly exits the room and mentions he can't wait too long and that it should be decided quickly. With blood-red eyes and a grin on his face, Bakir turns to them as the door closes, saying at least one of them should live. As the door closes, the triplets are left in shock, but soon stared at one another. Sounds of fighting and yelling could be heard behind the doors as Bakir stands to listen while smiling. The Triton of Baskerville have began to split. Barrymore reports to Hugo that another bloody situation have occurred with the Morg clan in regards to the ruby mines, with the Morg clan stating that it was theirs. Hugo says an opportunity in the future will allow them to discuss it properly and wonders what else was there to report. Barrymore reports that Bakir had scored the highest in the Titan exam. Hugo smiles happily at that fact and wonders when the practical exam will happen. In 5 days, Guardian Knights have left to prepare. Barrymore replies, making the fortress vacant now. Barrymore further reports about the fight between the young masters, stating that there were no deaths but that High's teeth were completely damaged, Middle's jaw was smashed in and Low's left index finger was amputated. They had recovered from their physical injuries but their mental state was damaged. Hugo is surprised to hear that the triplets were fighting amongst themselves as they were close with one another. Barrymore states that Bakir was involved, causing Hugo to be alarmed. Bakir is seen standing before Hugo and Barrymore. He greets Hugo as the patriarch. Hugo tells Bakir about how he disabled the triplets. Bakir replies that they had received the proper medical treatment since then. Hugo states that their hearts were disabled. The triplets were no longer eating or talking together anymore, making their combination technique completely torn apart. Bakir smiles in silence. Hugo asks if it was wrong that Bakir turned his brothers into a total mess. Bakir replies he was simply stronger and wonders if the stronger person is ever wrong. Hugo shares that his brothers had came before and forgiven him. Bakir recalls a past memory, where the youngest daughter of the family that Baskerville ruined paid Hugo a visit. She had become a nun and told Hugo she forgave him and offered him a mass. Hugo's response was as Bakir speaks it out loud that forgiveness is just an excuse made by the weak who cannot seek revenge due to their lack of strength. Bakir's eyes glow red as he spoke those words. Hugo is elated at what was said as he smiles widely. Hugo recites the family motto, "Only the strong will reign supreme, weakness is a sin." Hugo rewards Bakir by allowing him to take any snack from the food storage. Just enough for him to carry. Bakir is happy and asks for chocolate as he thanks the patriarch for the reward. As he turns to leave, Hugo calls him his son and to do well on the interim evaluation, not to lose to direct descendants. Bakir is disgusted at what he hears but replies yes my lord anyways. Barrymore introduces the infamous chocolate enjoyed by the gourmands of the Morg clan, saying it's the highest quality which was hard to get. Bakir declines it, saying he needs cacao beans that have a rich aroma. Barrymore and the chefs were confused at the request. Cacao beans colored purple called bloody beans were given to Bakir, each bean being able to produce 100 liters of chocolate. Bakir tastes them and is appalled by their taste. Barrymore wonders to himself, that Bakir must really like chocolate to eat such bitter beans on their own and that he was brilliant for finding a way to get chocolate even with the restrictions placed by the patriarch. The chef asks if he wants to process the beans, Bakir declines and takes them as is. Barrymore wonders if Bakir had such peculiar taste. However, Bakir did not get the chocolate to eat but to use them in the practical exam 5 days later. Up in the mountains, Bakir stands, grinning widely knowing that a huge catastrophe would occur that has never happened in the clan before. Children of the Baskerville family are put through strenuous events and early education from a young age. Being able to take their first steps meant they had to run up a steep mountain, never allowed to lie down or be on their stomachs. Time to sleep is only ever with a monster corpse to adjust to tough environments. When completed, they turn 8 years old, starting their deadly evaluation, bringing us to the practical evaluation, which is a survival exam. The young masters are gathered in a territory far end of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Pavlov, the instructor of the exam, instructs the masters on what needs to be done. Survive for 1 month while hunting large and strong monsters. 10 points were given for surviving. 30 if they survive without being disabled. Failing others and surviving 50 points. Surviving after beating a monster, 70 points. If all conditions mentioned were done, 90 points. Stealing badges from others make their points yours. Dying results in 0 points. 100 points do not exist. Pavlov reminds them of Hugo's lesson that a swordsman dies when they become arrogant. He advises them not to leave the designated area as the mountain contains many undiscovered things. During the exam, shadow dogs will hide and grade them. Gossip spreads amongst the candidates as they talk of the rumors about Bakir, wondering if he was going to be good at the practical as well. Bakir smiles as he remembers the mountain. The triplets avoid looking at him. Pavlov rings the bell, marking the start of the exam, and praying for their fortune. The young masters instantly vanished, each with a plan of their own. The triplets argue with one another. The killing was not prohibited as it resulted in deducting points. Pavlov smokes a cigarette knowing that the shadow dogs will keep casualties to a minimum. A shadow dog is seen following Bakir. Wondering where he was going, looking forward to Bakir's skills due to his previous achievements since young. Bakir arrives at a huge tree, noting that the soft ground is best. He decides to live and take a break here as the shadow dog watches him. Shadow dog is shocked at him taking a break. Bakir gathers wood and is building things like in Minecraft as the others fight amongst themselves. The shadow dog is in disbelief as Bakir simply was gathering resources and wonders if he plans to just hide here. He decides to leave. Bakir takes note that he had left while reminiscing about the past. Before, a subordinate had told Bakir that cacao beans make fish less smelly and that bloody beans were the best. Bakir stares into flames and smoke knowing he had finished preparing, deciding to start hunting as pits of spears are seen surrounding him. A few days have gone by as Bakir walks into the restricted area. Back when he was a scout, he could walk around here causally. He notes a burning smell and finds burning poop. Yes, poop is on fire in this world, meaning only one monster has that kind of poop in this area. Bakir is happy to find what he was looking for. A beast with flames in its mouth stands above Bakir. It was a hellhound. The hellhound was a beast that swallowed the hellfires of the oil world, causing its body to become one with flames. Bakir was barely able to defeat one at the age of 18 in his past life. Being 8 years old now, it was impossible for him to defeat it now. However, Bakir, thanks to his past life, he knew a way to beat it. He dashes towards the hellhound, knowing that one of its weaknesses was moving in straight lines only, making it hard to change directions but easy to dodge. The hellhound is stunned that Bakir dodged. Bakir opens a bottle with water, spraying it across the ground as it was another weakness for hellhounds. They could not step across any volume of volume. This causes the hellhound to avoid the water on the ground as it runs towards Bakir. Thanks to the water, it exposes another weakness that all canines have, opening its mouth while running. Bakir takes a step back as the hellhound lunges at him with its mouth open, the exact moment Bakir waited for. Bakir flicks something into its mouth, and causally dodges the hellhound as it tries to circle back to Bakir. However, the hellhound feels something was wrong and stumbles to the ground whimpering. Bakir reveals that chocolate was poison to canines, and since one bloody bean could make 100 liters of chocolate, it was the ultimate poison for it. The hellhound lays on the ground whimpering, unable to move. Bakir walks towards it drawing his sword, looking for where the ribs aren't present to target its kidney. The hellhound whimpers in pain as the sword pierces its body. Bakir does the final blow and a blue essence forms from the body. It was called XP or Karma, created when you catch monsters after energy accumulates in their body making them stronger. Bakir absorbs it, making the short sword he wields lighter. Bakir is happy as he'll be able to catch up to his regression state before he is of age. He wonders what Hugo's face would make when finding out that an 8-year-old brought back a monster whose rate is B+. With this monster, Bakir secures first place in the practical test and has decided on what reward to get. The reward is a book that only he knew its true worth. Bakir proceeds to decapitate the head of the hellhound but senses a presence behind him. He turns to see 4 more hellhounds. He wonders if they came because of its cries and that they wanted to avenge it. Bakir chops off the head of the dead hellhound, excited at the thought of fighting more of the hellhounds as he had more beans left. However, a bigger presence is felt by the hellhounds, and Bakir notices. Believing the hellhounds to be afraid of his bloodthirst, the hellhounds bow their heads in fear. But hellhounds never submit even if they were to die. Bakir realizes something and turns around to see a 3-headed figure, a Cerberus. Bakir is alarmed as it has a rating of A+, but it was supposed to be at the 7th ridge. Why was it here, Bakir thought. Bakir notices wounds and blood dripping from its body. Multiple arrows with other injuries were inflicted upon the beast upon closer inspection. Bakir concluded that it was because of the barbarian tribes across the mountain as it was their territory and that it came all this way because of being chased by them. Bakir saw the chance of a lifetime. To hunt an injured A+ beast. He must kill it no matter what. Bakir had been hiding his power, having mastered the 3rd Baskerville technique and being at a high level as a sword expert. But he had already reached a level that no other hounds have reached when they had become adults. Bakir covers his blade in aura and dashes to the injured Cerberus. He attempts to slice one of its heads but was interfered with by its other head. He slices it in reaction. Upon slicing it, he realizes that killing it was possible. Due to the war with demons, Bakir was able to polish his swordsmanship and there was no sign of unnecessary movements to his techniques. Add on his strengthened body from the river Styx. All weapons Bakir worked against the Cerberus. But that was what he thought. Reality hits him hard, as the Cerberus lands a deadly blow on Bakir, smashing his sword to bits. Bakir lets his guard down for a moment, resulting in a deadly blow from its claws. Bakir is flung straight into a tree. He coughs blood as his eyes turn white from the impact.
He suddenly awakens thinking if he had lost consciousness after the direct hit that was dealt to him by the Cerberus as it walks towards him. He feels the pain in his left arm, making him think that his arm had been ripped out. He checks to see and is surprised to see his arm still intact. Bakir thanks the river Styx effect for keeping his arm. The Cerberus is ready for another attack. It charges towards him, smashing the tree that was behind into bits. Bakir leaves out of the way before it could harm him. He thought to himself, even though his arm was still there, the damage still remained and he wouldn't be able to take a second hit. The Cerberus turns around, with the odds against him. He thought of the situation as a journey that every experienced hunter must find a way out of. Bakir thinks of the best possible action to take, and decides to simply just run away as fast as possible. The Cerberus was alarmed seeing him running away. It chases after him. Bakir thinks that he was lucky that the Cerberus was injured, else he would have been torn apart by now, as he continues to run away from it. He just has to make it past the iron fence, making him exit the restricted area. Bakir jumps over the iron fence and get ready to reach the place he had prepared beforehand, as the Cerberus reaches the iron fence as well. If he was caught before reaching that place, it would be the end for him. The Cerberus rips apart the iron fence with its face, roaring loudly as it continues its chase, dashing through the trees. He looks around to spot the area. Bakir notices a pile of wood in front of the tree, making it the area where he was supposed to be. He runs with all his might, just a little bit further, he thought to himself, a bit more he screams, as the Cerberus chases right behind him. Realizing it was the perfect moment, he leaps into the air just as the Cerberus opens its mouth to attack. A single step forward onto a marking causes it to sink into the ground. Bakir lands on his back, safe from its attack, breathing heavily, while the Cerberus was met with many spears hidden in the ground below. He welcomes it to the cradle of swords, wiping the sweat off his face. He was happy that the traps he made for hellhounds were useful against the Cerberus. Bloody beans were spread onto the spears that were in the ground. Being the same species as the hellhounds, the Cerberus was poisoned easily as its 2 heads cough, vomit, and are in pain. Its middle head notices Bakir growling at him as he holds a spear aimed at it, and throws it with all his might. The spear bounces off its body as it growls loudly toward Vikir. He starts to count down from 7. With each step the Cerberus took, a second passed. It slowly reaches Vikir, as the countdown reaches 0. Once it reached 0, it simply fell to the ground. Vikir lets out a sigh of relief as the Cerberus falls to the ground just before him, happy to know that the rumors were true about the 7 steps. He explains that the spear he threw was different, that it was laced with the poison of the bloody mamba's venomous fang from when he was a baby. He goes on to absorb the mana from the Cerberus, meaning that it was fully dead this time. Vikir stares at its corpse, thinking about how he should bring it back, but before that, he had something else to do. He knew that the presence of a Cerberus meant one thing: dungeon. Since its gatekeeper was dead, the dungeon was free to be explored. Vikir proceeds to cover himself in dried soil, rotten leaves, and moist roots. Looking at its footprints and drools, he backtracks it. He walks to an opening, saying he found it. He enters the cave, recalling that the cave was meant to be discovered in a few years' time. He stares deep into the cave, feeling its mana underneath the rotten surface, knowing that it has not been discovered yet. No light was given out, making the cave seem deeper than he thought. He smiles happily, excited at what treasures are laid within the dungeon. As he walks further deep into the dungeon, he notices red veins of ruby minerals throughout the area, feeling that they were connected to the Red Mountain. He notices light appearing before him, indicating that it was the entrance to the dungeon. The light shines brightly at him, making him cover his face with his hand. He enters a large room, and at the center of it was a floating red stone, realizing that the dungeon's interior was bright due to the mana imbued into the ruby. As he approaches the floating ruby, he notices something behind it, a skeleton with a note, showing that someone had been here before him. He inspects the skeleton, seeing its injuries caused by stabbings and that there were dried brown blood stains. As he picks up the note on the ground, a long time has passed for the skeleton. Vikir reads the note and recognizes it as a Baskerville member's writing. The note reads that the writer did not want to reveal his name and asks to be called Cain. The reason behind the note was to prevent other generations from doing what he did, further explaining that the stone chamber was talked about in the family as a legend. His brother Abel and he had coincidentally come across this place, raiding the dungeon and its countless trials. They had killed many monsters before arriving at the chamber to find the final assignment to the place. The final assignment tied their feet here for a very long time, 3 years to be exact. Vikir can't believe that they stayed for 3 years, hinting that the brothers really wanted the treasure and that the final assignment was somewhere in the chamber. He looks at the stand of the floating ruby and sees some writing. When entering it's 1 but once inside it's 2, when leaving it's 1 was the riddle written on the stand. The note continues with the brothers contemplating the ominous text forever until they came to a conclusion. The fact that they were twins meant that they were once 1 in their mother's womb, but when given birth, they became 2, meaning to get the treasure, they had to become 1 again, and only one of them could leave with the treasure. After a fierce battle, Cain killed his brother, and there was only 1 left in the stone chamber. But there was no change at all. Cain wonders why the treasure did not appear even after killing his own brother. He starts screaming. He decides to leave, wanting to tell others that found this place to leave immediately, and that there was nothing to obtain in this devil's den that only serves to taunt humans. Vikir concludes that the brothers had done all sorts of things, only to leave empty-handed, knowing that he had no twin. He believes that the brothers had misinterpreted the text as he looks at the ruby, thinking of the riddle once again. He thinks hard, knowing that no dungeon cannot be beaten. Upon looking at the skeleton again, an idea comes to mind. Vikir figured it out, stating that the brothers were unlucky due to being twins, and that idea had they fixed to it. He mentions that the answer lies in the dungeon as he reaches for the ruby, saying that when he entered the dungeon he was 1, but as soon as the ruby light was cast upon him, he was 2 due to his shadow. He smashes the ruby into pieces, knowing that without its light, darkness re-enters, making the stone chamber open its final stage. The riddle answer was shadow. Pieces of the ruby that fell to the ground started to rise up, and energy from the rubies opens the passageway in front of the Vikir. He smiles happily as the final stage opens, revealing a sword, the relic of this devil's den, the cause of the brothers' death. The sword glows red with an evil aura. The text below it states that only those with Baskerville's blood can wield Beelzebub. He was shocked to find that the sword was Beelzebub as he stands in front of it. He recalls reading a picture book during his childhood about the gluttonous fly Beelzebub, who was an unprecedented great monster that invaded the lands in the old legends as part of the devil's holy constellation called the Seven Calamities. To stand up against the Seven Calamities, the heads of each of the seven families took one each. The first patriarch of the Baskerville fought against Beelzebub. Remnants of Beelzebub were stored in the lands of the Baskerville. Its demonic energy was set to lure monsters, an old legend that no one believes now, but the legend was true, as the sword was taken by the demon clans, resulting in countless deaths among the humans on the battlefield. Vikir grabs the sword in excitement, saying that it won't happen again as the sword was now his. As he holds onto the sword, it lets out a ferocious energy, as if it was howling. He grunts loudly as the sword seems to be absorbed by his hand. The sword places itself into his hand before appearing as a blade from his arm. He mentions that he was lucky to have a blade made from a devil's holy constellation, as the blade exudes a murderous aura. His red eyes glow similar to the blade as he raises it to his face, wondering how much stronger he'll be in this life. Looking around, he realizes that there was nothing else for him to take and prepares to leave. But he feels something was wrong with his body. He stumbles onto the ground, wondering what was wrong. Was he dizzy? No, he was hungry. The blade makes noise and Vikir wonders if it wants to eat something. He leaves the dungeon holding his stomach in hunger. Hunger was ringing inside his stomach, noting that his sense of smell had improved as he smelled something delicious. The sword pulls him along, much to his surprise, wondering if there was something to eat in the direction it was pulling him to. He reaches the corpse of the hellhound he had killed before the blade shoots out a tube into the corpse. As it absorbs the blood, Vikir feels his inside were getting back to normal, guessing he was starving for a long time. He hoped that the mountain's dried condition was not due to the sword's hunger, and wondered how long it takes to feed it. Beelzebub makes a happy sound as it had eaten well and has absorbed the hellhound's ability hemorrhage. Vikir wonders if this was Beelzebub's inherent ability. Beelzebub was the glutton of flies and was said to possess the power to absorb its enemies' skills as its own. Since its absorption amount was close to infinite, many people lost their abilities and became obsolete. But due to its hazard, he could absorb 3 skills only for now. He describes the hellhound's ability as a skill that constantly pumps out the blood of its opponent even through its smallest wounds. Realizing he could steal abilities, he looks at the Cerberus corpse. Beelzebub grows excited at the thought of feeding on it. Vikir is alarmed and asks it to wait. He explains to it that it can't eat all of it. If it was too damaged, he couldn't explain it during the autopsy. He thinks silently as Beelzebub makes constant noises as it consumes the corpse. He slaps Beelzebub, saying he had enough. Beelzebub was upset but had gotten 2 new skills. He had even absorbed the power of the sewer rat underneath the Cerberus. Vikir picks up the rat, happy that he had absorbed many powerful skills this time. He decides to wait at the practical exam site as he was done preparing the monster. The young hounds had gathered back together, each covered in various injuries. They would receive a shield, sword, or necklace as their reward based on the parts produced from the monsters they hunted during the practical exam. As monster parts are laid on the table, the senior members are astonished to see what Vikir had hunted. Hugo is alarmed to hear the news. Barrymore reports that Vikir during the practical exam had accidentally crossed over to the restricted area, allowing him to hunt an A+ Cerberus. He further reports that it was wounded by the barbarian clan and that Vikir had applied poison to his wooden spear. As Hugo mentions that a Cerberus was something that even the family's guardians would avoid, Hugo further asks what kind of poison could kill a Cerberus, and where Vikir had gotten it. Barrymore mentions that the report did not include such details and wanted to ask Vikir, but Vikir had returned to the dorm as he was too tired. Hugo compliments Vikir, saying he was so sly already, and that information was power, and that power is your worth. Barrymore was shocked that a master named Van and not Law or La had this much talent. Hugo replies that he was unlike the previous leaders. He didn't discriminate against the Hound based on its bloodline when raising them, as long as it had enough talent and spite. Adding on that there were many that came from the royal bloodlines. Hugo asks if Barrymore understood him. Barrymore is concerned as he ponders whether Hugo was thinking about his second son, who was preparing for isolation training. As he apologizes to Hugo, Hugo says it's alright and asks for Vikir to be summoned. Vikir stands in front of them with a smile on his face. Hugo asks how he caught the Cerberus during the exam. Vikir says that he placed the chocolate on his wooden spear, saying that it was lethal to canine monsters. Hugo asks if that was the reason why he asked for chocolate before, and Vikir says yes. Barrymore thought to himself, if this is how fathers and sons usually talk to one another. As they didn't greet each other, Hugo further questions Vikir on why he did not respond, and the butler asked him about the hunt. He wasn't my master, Vikir replied. Who is your master? Hugo asks. The master of the clan, since he belonged to the clan, Vikir responds. Hugo is happy with the reply. He rewards Vikir with the corpse of the monster, and grants him a wish. Vikir wishes to be granted access to the 10,000 Epistle Library. The 10,000 Epistle Library was one of the largest libraries in the Empire, and resided deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo ponders, asking if he knew that only the Patriarch and second-in-command along with their direct descendants were allowed to enter. Vikir says that if it was not permitted, he would give up on it, thinking that he needs to sneak in instead. Hugo grants him access, much to Vikir's surprise. He asks him to read the 6th technique of the family located within the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. Vikir is stunned as he was just given permission to learn a technique that an illegitimate child was not allowed to. Recalling that Hugo's current level was the 7th technique, and that in his past life, Hugo had reached the 9th. Remembering the discrimination he faced in his past life, Vikir promises that in this life, he will surpass Hugo. As he will obtain the greatest essence of Baskerville, a textbook containing the teachings of the first patriarch who subjugated the 7 great disasters. Hugo stares at the Vikir, looking forward to his progress and wishes him luck. He bows his head, thanking Hugo and saying he'll surpass his expectations. 2 guards stand in front of a large door. Vikir enters the room leading to the library. He stands there, saying it was the first time he came in person. He searches through the books, seeing the names of the books that he had wanted to learn in his past life. Knowing that any illegitimate child could not learn any of the advanced techniques to ensure that they do not bare their teeth towards their master. This was a defense mechanism the Baskerville family had created. A book is locked with a chain, and he wonders if this was the book. Vikir takes out a key, not believing that Hugo would offer him the book on the 6th technique, an opportunity that was never given in his previous life. As he reads the book, Vikir recalls that due to his past life, he had memorized the theory behind the first of the 4th techniques till he was sick of it. He did it so that he could deduce and speculate the theory behind the 5th technique, believing that he needed to stop the flow of mana after drawing the 4th tooth. He wonders if that was the reason he could not make the 5th tooth. According to the Baskerville swordsmanship, 1 tooth represents the 1st technique, and the 2nd tooth represents the 2nd technique, and so on. When drawing a tooth, a red sword energy appears. Vikir flips through the book, stating he didn't care about the 6th technique and that the real reason he came here was different. He returns to the guards who were surprised to see him come out of the library already. They asked him if he had left something outside and that they were getting it for him, as well as that there were more books about swordsmanship deep within the library. He tells them that he had finished what he came here for. The guard asks if he wants to stay longer, but he declines and wants to read other books. He suggests they do what they need to do. In the meantime, as Vikir walks to the spiral staircase, the guards whisper to each other, saying that the place he was going to only had miscellaneous books and that, if they were Vikir, they would be busy reading the books deep within the library. They wonder if Vikir didn't know the worth of the books, but Vikir chooses to leave them to their thoughts, knowing that they did not realize the true value of the books in the miscellaneous section. He reaches the next floor and looks around the books, noticing one that stood out. He found it the book called A Lurking Ambush. Vikir is happy to find it. He opens it and saw that some pages were ripped, which makes it worthless. He smiles crazily as he is the only one who knows its worth. Recalling a memory before his regression, he belongs to a squad of Hound. They found a mysterious page in a dungeon. It belongs to a swordsmanship book. Only Hugo found this remarkable. He ordered everyone to search through the library that matched the page. The same one that Vikir was holding. The book contained the 10th technique that the ancestors had written. Further recalling that Hugo had gone crazy for the 10th technique and released the hounds to find the remaining 6 pages that contained the technique. Hugo realized that the pages were hidden in the 7 great families, declaring war on them and sending hounds to those that refused. After sacrificing many hounds, all pages were given to Hugo. The reward for doing so was Vikir's death. Vikir grew angry as he recalled those unpleasant memories. As he holds the book, knowing that once Hugo achieved the 9th technique, it resulted in piles of hound corpses and blood, he makes sure that it won't happen in this life. The pages that Hugo got were all given by Vikir, allowing him to remember the content that was written on each page, and that the reason he could not go past the 4th technique was the lack of access to the original book. Vikir reads the book, realizing that without the other pages, the book made no sense, but the moment you had all the pages, the book would turn into a masterpiece. He reminds himself of his past strengths as he reads the book, knowing that before he turned 15, he had to reclaim the power he had before his regression. Night turns day, as Vikir immerses himself in reading the book. He closes the book, having read enough, wondering if he had read the whole day. But thanks to that, he was able to memorize the book's contents from start to finish. He looks around and does not feel the presence of the guardian knights. He closes his eyes and imagines a figure standing before him. His arm glows with a red aura. He opens his eyes and strikes the figure before him using the 1st technique, continuing the strikes and moving on from the 1st to the 2nd technique and more. He grits his teeth as he thinks of his past self as pathetic. He worked hard to reach the highest level of but was unsuitable to learn a proper sword technique, making the direct bloodline hostile to him. The main reason was that he was an illegitimate child. He dashes to the side of the figure once again, asking if they thought he would live the same way again. As he approaches the figure, it transforms into the older version of Hugo. Vikir slices Hugo relentlessly and exits the imaginary space, breathing hard. He looks at his hand, thinking he was still weak and if he actually drew out the 5th tooth. He clenches both his fists in victory at the feat he had just done, and felt happy to the point that he almost cried. He continues to look around, wondering if a sword was nearby to test the 5th technique again, breaking records in Baskerville history. A young hound's canine teeth bared towards his master were growing. Finally succeeding in drawing the 5th tooth, Vikir believes that he could reach the level he was at as long as his mana could support it. Smiling happily, he notes that his mana capacity had increased and reached another level. A red liquid aura covers his hand, showing signs of a graduator. Vikir had gone from a high-class sword expert to a low-class graduator, a point that had taken him 30 years to reach, but he reached it at 8 years old now. Graduators are on a whole different level compared to sword experts, as their aura turns from solid to liquid. Density increases and allows for it to be used more freely. Knowing his swordsmanship was better now and that he could reach the 10th technique meant endless possibilities. Piercing Falm was what he learned before, which was able to make him stronger in a short period of time but had limitations. However, the lurking ambush was the perfect sword technique that could transition between offense and defense with no growth limitations. Vikir places the book near the window, thinking that he could challenge a mid-class graduator and has a 100% chance of assassination and about 50% if they faced head-on. The only problem he had now was how much to show Hugo. He couldn't show too much, or too little of his strength, as he takes out an object from his pocket. He places it in front of the book, using the sunlight to make a small fire on the book itself. Vikir grins to himself at what he just did. The book is set aflame as he makes it impossible for others to reach the 10th technique, and that he was the only one who knew. This time the Guardian Knights appear behind him, asking what the smell was. They questioned Vikir, and he replied that he accidentally left the magnifying glass around and burnt the book. The guards are relieved to hear that only a useless book was damaged. Vikir asked the guards if they should bother with such a small thing since there were bigger problems to handle. The guards agrees to keep it a secret if Vikir agrees. Vikir proceeds to leave. The guards are happy and think of him as a nice person deserving their respect as he walks away with a smile. Vikir appears before Hugo and Barrymore once again. Hugo asks if he had reached enlightenment. He replies sort of. Hugo asks what he had learned and Vikir mentions that he felt something warm and sharp yet soft and vicious. Both Barrymore and Hugo are alarmed at hearing this. Barrymore wonders if it was an aura. Aura was something that only 15-year-olds could obtain after years of training. Hugo thinks to himself about why he was getting excited for over an 8-year-old, and asks Vikir to show him. He accepts happily. An arena is showcased. Many young masters are confused as Vikir is seen standing with the sword. Barrymore asks Hugo how he intends to test his skills. Hugo replies that a monster will be released. The gate opens, and a huge orc appeared tied with chains all over its body. It growls loudly with menacing red eyes. Other young masters in the stand are shocked to see it. They wonder if an 8-year-old could take on an orc by himself. Vikir and the orc are standing face to face. Hugo waves his hand, signaling to the knight to remove the orc's chains. It screams out powerfully and rushes towards Vikir. He takes a prepared stance as it comes towards him with a calm expression. He slices the orc's arm off with a single swing. Everyone was shocked at what happened. The orc is stunned seeing at its wound. Vikir strikes again and slices its leg. The orc remains confused at what happened to it. Vikir looks back and sees that the orc was confused about why it was bleeding for the first time and that its regenerative skill won't activate. It was due to the skill of the bloodhound. It overpowered the orc's ability. People in the stands are wondering how he was that strong. Hugo stares, thinking deeply. Vikir looks at him, knowing he was trying to determine what he learned in the library, and proceeds to show him what he wants. Hugo and Barrymore looked alarmed. Vikir had revealed Aura Blade as his sword is covered in a strong red aura. The orc tries to get up but senses a red presence approaching it. Its head was smashed to bits as Vikir slashes through it like butter with a quick dash, and his sword was covered in the aura. Hugo is shocked from his seat from seeing that red aura from Vikir. Barrymore congratulates Hugo on witnessing the birth of a genius, making Hugo wonder if that was it. Barrymore further states he had not seen this kind of talent from the other families. Hugo stops him, noting that something was wrong with the orc, seeing its blood not stopping even though orcs were famous for its regeneration. He pushes Vikir's victory as a result of the orc being weakened while Barrymore wonders why he can't express his happiness. He tells his father to wait, asking with a smile if there was anything stronger than an orc. This shocks the crowd. He thinks that it would be better to show off his power to a certain degree, hoping that his progress will allow him to be separated from Hugo. Hugo agrees with Vikir and asks for a creature that they captured from the barbarian raid to be released. The beast was starving since then. The crowd is shocked once again. But Vikir looks happy. A troll was his new opponent. It growls at him. Vikir asks Hugo if he could start right away. Hugo says he may. He rushes to the troll. The troll attacks Vakir with a mighty punch. He dodges and is annoyed and decides to back away from the troll. The crowd is confused by his actions as it was the perfect moment to attack. Hugo agrees with his actions and that it was the right move due to the troll's regen powers. Vakir continues to dodge its attacks. The troll begins to breathe heavily. The crowd calls Vakir a genius at 8 years old, and that his plan was to tire the troll out first. Vakir thinks that it's too slow and that he needed to act but is unable to unleash his full power as it would make it troublesome for him. Instead, he decides to use the troll's power against itself as he slices its arm. The troll falls to the ground, holding its bleeding shoulder. The crowd praises Vakir for what he has done. Vakir thinks that the first technique was not enough to slice the troll's thick skin. Hugo asks him to stop as it could become dangerous, but Vakir tells him he was almost done. He realizes that he was getting an epiphany, and that he'll give up if he can't kill it in the next attack. The troll growls in anger. He releases his red aura, preparing for an attack. The troll yells at him as he stood still. But it realizes something from him. A deadly aura and image were seen as from Vakir. In the next moment, the troll was sliced in half by Vakir as he unleashed the Hound's aura. Everyone is stunned at what happened. Even Vakir was shocked at what he just did. He laughs, saying he did it. Hugo and everyone in the arena could not believe what they just saw. A week later in the dining room, Vakir is upset over the food. He turns to look around, realizing that everyone has been avoiding him since the day of the arena battle. But he was happy to see Hugo's stunned face and that he had only shown a small part of his power to them but was actually more powerful. He had also gained the super speed regeneration skill from the troll. He thinks about the fact that he has been eating more with Beelzebub as the triplets appeared behind him. He readies himself. Vakir asks the triplets if last time was not enough, but they claimed that it was not what he was thinking. They wanted to tell him he was cool when he defeated the monsters, causing Vakir to spit out his food. The triplets ask if he was okay, as Vakir thinks it was some sort of scheme. Just as he was feeling goosebumps at what they said, Butler Barrymore appears, telling him he needs to go to the Patriarch room. Back at the mansion of the Baskerville family, Hugo is seen chatting with the Morg clan proxy patriarch, Adolf Morg. They talk about the annual training event between the families, hoping no accidents would happen. Hugo tells Adolf that it was just a scratch and that the Morg's children were dramatic. Adolf said it was because they were noble and dignified. The renowned mage clan, the Morgs, and the iron-blooded sword clan, the Baskervilles. They were not always on bad terms. The Emperor said that magic and swords were a pair. Because of those words, the two families would have annual joint training as a sign of good faith between them. However, a ruby mine between the two families' land was discovered, causing a problem of who owns it. Adolf asks if there was a supernova in the Baskerville family that was born with great blessings and skill, and Hugo brushes it off, saying it's not a big deal. Adolf is surprised to see Hugo reacting to a compliment of a child. He then tells him that the Morg family also had a genius. He calls for Camus to come in. The doors open, and a little girl walks in. Hugo looks at her. Adolf introduces her as his sister's Respine's daughter, Camus. He tells her to greet Hugo, but she remains silent. Instead of greeting, she calls him a thief that stole the ruby mine and that he should give it back. Hugo was angry to hear the word thief. Adolf is surprised at her words, and she told him that it was what he said in the carriage and that the annoying Chin Beard stole the ruby mine. The words, "annoying Chin Beard," further annoys Hugo. Adolf says it was a misunderstanding, and Hugo agrees, saying she was just a child. But Camus shouts at Hugo to give back the rubies as she doesn't have enough to do research. "Enough," Hugo says as he holds back his anger. Adolf holds Camus tightly, asking what Hugo plans to do to the child as Hugo states that the Morgs didn't teach manners at all. Adolf asks if he was threatening an 8-year-old girl. "I guess the Morgs didn't teach their children to not envy what is others," said by Vakir as he enters the room. Adolf wonders if Vakir was the supernova and realizes that Camus was missing. Camus appears in front of Vakir, asking what he just said. Vakir hears her name and recalls her as the Morg's clan iron-blooded empress, Camus Morg. She was known as the genius among the genius even in the Morg clan that raised countless mages. At her peak, she killed all monsters and barbarians in the Lenoir mountain by herself, burning them to death on spears, creating her legend. Vikir also remembered that her beauty was captivating. Camus yells at him, saying that the ruby mines were hers and not his. You sure came a long way just to throw a tantrum, Vikir replies. The leaders notice something. Flames erupt from Camus due to the word tantrum. She tells him that he'll explain why the ruby mines belong to her so that a stupid dog could understand. Vikir simply smiles, saying that would be fun. A replica of ice is made. Everyone in the room was surprised by this. Camus says she'll explain it. Vikir was upset as he expected them to fight. She explains that the ruby mine was located in the area between the Morg and Baskerville called the Joint Security Area, and that the problem was that the entrance was located in the Morg area but the mine runs underneath the Baskerville area. Adolf was happy while Hugo became upset due to the explanation. Vikir adds on saying that the Baskerville doesn't need to mine the rubies as they were meant for magic ingredients. But he calls her an idiot as no one would allow someone to enter their lands based on a few pennies. Hearing this made Camus angry. She points to the sculpture pointing to which side belongs to each family. She moves her arm across both areas, asking whose arm is this then? Vikir repeats her question back to her, and grabs her arm. Mine, of course, Vikir says, making Camus blush. She's startled, wondering why she was his. Vikir tells her who said you're mine, much to her surprise. He grabs the knife, shocking Adolf and Barrymore. He smiles while showing the knife, saying that only her arm belongs to him. Both Hugo and Camus are shocked at what he said. Vikir holds her arm high, ready to cut it with the knife. Camus tears up and screams for her uncle to help. Adolf appears behind Vikir in an angry state, telling him to get away from his niece now. He lets go of her arm, allowing her to run to her uncle and hug him. Adolf yells at Hugo, saying what the hell is this matter? Hugo remains silent and turns to Vikir. He tells him that he has gone too far with his joke. Vikir apologizes, saying it was a common joke in the family and that the knife was fake. Adolf was shocked to see that toy knives were given to children as Vikir bows down to him, saying he was sorry. Hugo tells Adolf that he was getting too involved in the children's play and that he had some ideas regarding to the ruby mines that he should hear. He tells them that they should compete in friendly duels first, as Camus tells Vikir that he better watch out, and she won't forget this. Vikir simply smiles and nods. The friendly duels between the Baskervilles and Morgs had begun. It was an occasion where children ages 8 to 15 gather and battle it out. However, everyone's attention was headed somewhere else this year. It was the Morgs clan, Camus Morg, against the Baskerville clan, Vikir van Baskerville. Using practical training rules was to showcase a duel between the two geniuses of the clans. The bells ring, announcing the start of the duel. Camus tells him she won't hold back and begins to cast a spell. Everyone was stunned at this. She was doing quadra casting. Adolf smiles at Hugo as the crowd was amazed that Camus was doing something that was difficult for a 15-year-old. Camus unleashes her attacks. But Vikir dodges them with ease. He tells her she should focus on one spell, but she calls him an idiot who doesn't understand magic. She summons a stone wall just as Vikir reaches her. He simply smashes through the wall. Camus was shocked to see this, wondering if this was the power of the Baskerville Bast in the river Styx. She closes her eyes and opens them again and sees Vikir with his hand out. He flicks her straight in the head, sending her flying. Adolf was surprised to see a flick while Hugo chuckles. Camus asks him why he flicked her and wonders if he was going easy on her. He points to his forehead, saying hers might hurt and that they should end things before it gets out of hand, but she ignores him and summons 2 stone walls. She laughs at him behind the 2 walls as Vikir wonders if he should just go around it. He decides to play along and smashes through the wall with just his bare hands. Camus is startled to see his hand come from the wall. Vikir now asks her whose arm it was that crossed the wall and tells her as he flicks her forehead, the stronger individual. He smiles as Camus falls down again from the flick with a huge red bump on her forehead. Camus holds it and growls at him. She yells at him, saying she'll kill him as Vikir dodges the fire spell and wonders that dealing with children is much harder. He continues to dodge her attacks, wondering what he should do to calm her down. Vikir looks behind, wondering if he should let others handle the problem. Another duel was happening right behind them. It was a pair of idiots that keep casting fire magic and a swordsman that slices magic. He believes that they might be useful as Camus shouts out why he wasn't getting hit. She walks to him, asking him not to turn away and to face her. The idiot mage behind begins chanting a magic spell, giving Vikir the perfect moment. He calls out to Camus, telling her that she better have a defensive spell ready as a huge fireball appears behind him. Camus couldn't believe what was in front of her. Adolf shouts no, as a huge explosion is seen. Everyone gathers around the scene of the explosion. They all call out to Camus, shouting her name. Camus hears her uncle's voice in the dust and smoke. She thinks about what to do as she managed to defend against the attack, but something else had happened. The flame spell had burned all her clothes. She knows that everyone can't see her because of the smoke, but once it clears up, she'll be the laughing stock of everyone. She calls out in her mind for someone to help her, and soon a jacket lands on top of her head. Camus was surprised to see Vikir as he tells her to put on his jacket. Covering herself with the jacket, she asks him why he wants to help her. Vikir says he just wants to. She thinks to herself why this idiot would help, but notices something. Vikir had been cut by that idiot swordsman's attack, which still has some aura on it. The people enter the smoke and notice something. Vikir and Camus were together. Adolf was relieved that Camus was fine, while Hugo remained silent. The crowd realizes that Camus was on the floor while Vikir was bleeding, and then he was extremely fit based on the muscles on his body, which shows the amount of training he had done. Adolf hugs Camus as she remains silent as she stares at him. Back at the mansion, Hugo asks Vikir how the battle was against the lady of the Morg clan. He tells him that he had understood the reason behind the event once again, while Hugo tells him that a battle between a mage and swordsman are different. He further asks why he didn't go for a clear blow, but Vikir tells him that he had no idea on how to deal with the lady. Hugo tells him that he had let his guard down and that the wound on his arm was a lesson. Vikir was shocked to hear that Hugo was worried about him. He remembered from his past that Hugo was so cold, so strict, and so brutal because he had lost his first wife and eldest daughter. But he thinks it's not his problem as Hugo asks him what they should do with the ruby mines. He tells him that they should give it away. Hugo asks why. Vikir explains that the main purpose of the Baskerville clan was to grow its territories and that the monsters and barbarians near the ruby mines are a problem. They should utilize the Morg clan well to deal with those problems, which helps to minimize their losses with the expansion into that region. Hugo tells him that he was right. Vikir further explains that once the Morg clan claims the ruby mines, all they need was to push the monsters and barbarians into that region, allowing for them to take care of all the problems at once. Hugo likes the idea that the rubies will be bathed in the blood of their enemies, and that the Morg clan will think twice before entering their area. He rubs Vikir's head, telling him that his idea was 90% aligned with his. As Vikir thought to himself, the idea was originally Hugo's idea from the past. Vikir tells him that they needed to keep an eye on the Morg's movement. Hugo tells him he had increased the number of hounds scouting the area. As they walk further, they encounter Adolf and Camus waiting for them. Adolf asks if they could talk once again before they return, as Camus blushes while hiding behind Adolf. Back at the room, Hugo asks what they wanted to talk about. Adolf tells him he needs to mention one thing. He wanted to discuss other ways to resolve the issues of the ruby mines other than paying for it. Adolf suggests an engagement between the Morg and Baskerville clan. Hugo asks which child did he have in mind. Adolf proposes the eldest son of the Baskerville and the eldest daughter of the Morg clan, Camus. He praises her, saying she was the best. Hugo tells him that the eldest son was 25, and about the age gap. Adolf tells him the 17-year gap is not too big of an issue, but Camus speaks out, saying she will not marry anyone weaker than her mother. Adolf tells her that she might remain single all her life due to her condition, but she remains absolute about it. Hugo tells her that this wasn't a buffet of her choosing. She tells him firmly that she has no intention of playing around either and looks in a certain direction. Both Hugo and Adolf look in the same direction. It was Vikir. Adolf couldn't believe what he was seeing. He whispers to Camus, telling her not to think about Vikir, as he was just a small fish in a big pond and only had the Van surname. Hugo hears it and is slightly pissed off. He speaks out, saying that an engagement should involve the people's thinking, asking Vikir what he thought. Camus simply stared at each other in silence. He opens his mouth slowly and tells them that he accepts. Adolf is confused and angry at the bastard Vikir. Camus is happy to hear that the engagement was not rejected. Hugo tells Adolf that just because Vikir did not have the name Lou, he assures him that he was a talented child. Adolf stands in front of Vikir, judging him. Vikir recounts his memories of Adolf, the Morg. He was a sixth circle master and one of the strongest in the Morg clan and a great supporter of his niece. Adolf tells Vikir that not just anyone can be the husband of Camus. He grabs Vikir's shoulder, wondering why he wasn't responding and why his body was so sturdy. Vikir tells him that he wasn't listening to what Adolf had said. This surprises Camus and made Hugo chuckle lightly. Adolf laughs and asks Hugo if he could have a deeper conversation with Vikir. Hugo wonders if the mage of the Empire was going to scold an 8-year-old child. Adolf replies that this was a request as an uncle while Camus tells him he doesn't have to do this. He gives a bombastic side-eye to Camus, telling her she better stay still and that this was bound to happen to someone else eventually. He then asks Hugo for the chance, and Hugo agrees. Back at the training arena, Hugo and Camus were standing at the side while Adolf and Vikir are in the arena. Adolf tells him that they will be testing Vikir and wants to see everything he is capable of. Vikir agrees while thinking if he did show everything, Adolf might faint. Adolf casts a spell, telling Vikir he will give him a handicap. A pot was being created from a combination of spells. This amazes Camus, as Adolf was casting fire, earth, and water magic perfectly. He tells Vikir that they would duel with a pot of water on his head and that if a single drop falls, it would be his victory. Vikir remains silent, thinking that this chance was a great way to experience the power of Adolf and what he's capable of. He looks at Hugo, knowing what he thought was the same reason why Hugo accepted this. Adolf calls out to Vikir to start the duel, making Vikir rush out. He closes into Adolf, ready to strike with his sword. Camus is surprised at his action and yells out that he can't run straight towards his uncle as a bright light appears on his face. Shield was cast to block the swing of his sword. Adolf calls out to his niece, asking why she told him that, and that shield magic was best used against swordsmen. Vikir steps back annoyed. Fireballs are created in the air behind Adolf as he prepares to go on the offense. He sends out the flame magic towards Vikir, making him leap back. Camus calls and tells him that it was unfair. He didn't use that magic against her in their duels, while Adolf wonders which side she was on. Hugo thinks of the attack as not something impossible to dodge and decides not to stop them. Vikir thinks that by using his past knowledge and skills, he may cause Adolf to let his guard down, and that he might even be able to kill him. He strikes hard once again against the shield magic and continues hitting it again and again. Adolf tells him that it'll be the same no matter how many times he hits it, as his sword will never pierce through his shield. But Vikir ignores Adolf's words, striking the same place over and over again. Cracks begin to form, making Adolf realize that Vikir's swordsmanship and machine-like movement were impressive, but his sword was chipping away as well. A final swing causes the sword to shatter into pieces. Adolf reminds him that he should have considered the durability of his sword and his shield, and that it's good to focus on a single goal, but that depends on the opponent. While those words were said, Hugo and Camus were shocked by something. Adolf continues to say that Vikir was too weak, but before he could finish the sentence, he notices something as well. A piece of the sword is pierced, the pot on his head causing water to flow down everywhere. Adolf was stunned to see a piece of the sword. Vikir flexes on the old man and is in fashion. Camus falls for Vikir even harder. She wonders if the victory against his uncle meant their marriage. Hugo was happy to see that Vikir had won. He looks at the Vikir van Baskerville, wondering if he had raised a stronger hound than he thought. 7 years later at the Baskerville training grounds, a huge furry beast with horns is growling wildly. It roars out loud, shaking the air around it, but the hound stood still, unafraid of it. It rushes towards them, making the hounds leap in the air, striking the monster. The hounds surround the beast as the beast strikes all of them. Staffordshire Baskerville was the shadow hound looking upon them. He shouts out commands and tips on how to kill the beast. When all of a sudden, 3 hounds dash forward past everyone. It was the triplets. They strike the beast easily. They smile happily at what they did. The instructor was amazed at their skills and dark crimson aura, which was suited to the Baskerville family, as the monster stood in a daze from their attacks. Hounds see the chance and prepare to kill it. Blood is splattered all over the ground. The instructor praises them, telling them that they had become low-rank sword experts, and that this marks the end of their 7-year training. He warns that while this monster was caged, even he cannot handle the older ones that were more tenacious, and that the monster they face today will be incomparable to the ones they will face in real life, and that death occurs much more easily than they think. He gave them one final advice: use their bloodline to overcome it or build experience to survive. He salutes them, congratulating them on their graduation, and wishes them good luck in the future. The graduates discuss among themselves on which order of the Baskerville they wanted to join, as the family had 7. Each of the orders represented a different job, from watching, searching, guarding, assassinating, suppressing, all-out warfare, and others. But they soon wonder about a certain someone, and what he would join. It was Victor van Baskerville. Victor notices that others were looking at him, hearing the rumors that he had killed the larger oxbear than the one they faced and that he was already a high-rank sword expert. He ignores the gossip and thinks that it took longer than he thought. His current level was an intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique, but only considering swordsmanship, he had surpassed his past self. But he still thinks his progress was too slow, as Barrymore appears, telling him that the Patriarch was looking for him. Barrymore tells him that his assignment had been decided. Back at Hugo's room, Victor greets him. He asks how he had been. Victor notices a scar on his nose and asks what had happened. Hugo tells him he got it from subjugating the barbarians on the mountains, and that one of the archers got the better of him. Victor asks if he had captured them, but Hugo tells him no, instead he gave a similar scar her face. Hugo congratulates Victor as he wonders if he was going to talk about the assignment. He recalls his past life, that there was part of the Pitbull Order and was sent away for 21 months on the Lenore Mountain, constantly in battle, and that children in the family were split apart. Expendable ones were sent to die in battle while the important ones were taught about politics and administration. That was why the 5th technique exists. It allows for the elite members to catch up to the expendable ones in terms of swordsmanship. Hugo calls out to Victor, telling him to try the lower house of Parliament, which surprises him. Hugo explains that the lower house was to teach him about the politics and business of the Baskerville family. Victor couldn't believe that Hugo wanted him to take the elite course. He praises Victor for his achievements, and that he was a genius, and then his position will be the deputy council of the underdog city, as both consul and deputy consul positions were vacant. He asks if Victor will accept. Victor accepts but says he has to mention one thing. Victor talks about the incident with the Morg clan over the ruby mines, and so he requests to borrow something as part of his reward. This shocks Barrymore. He tells Hugo that if his request was too much, he could deny it, but Hugo allows it, saying he trusts him and that he would not do anything foolish. Victor tells him that he won't do anything to worry him, still not comfortable with him calling Victor a son. As Barrymore and Victor leave the room, Barrymore tells something to Victor. Hugo treasures him deeply, and that was why he did not dispatch him into battle immediately, and that this was a form of kinship between them. But Victor tells him that only happens if he does a good job. He recalls his past memories where he was betrayed and killed by Hugo, feeling the sensation of when his head had rolled off the guillotine, with deep hatred in his eyes. Victor promises that Hugo will experience the same sensation in this life. At the Baskerville territory called Underdog, we arrive at a beautiful mansion. A bald man is telling a pair of servants that the mansion in the area has to be squeaky clean by tomorrow, as the new deputy consultant from the Baskerville family will be coming. A servant wonders what kind of person the new deputy would be, in hopes that the person would be experienced in business. The servants continue to talk as Victor walks by, catching their attention. The servant grabs Victor's shoulder, wondering whose kid this belongs to, while telling Victor this was a place you can't just enter. Victor looks at him and tells him to remove his hand in an instant. He reveals a piece of paper to the servants, making them realize that he was the new deputy. Victor tells them to prepare women and drinks to have a party right now as he enters the building. The servants looked at him confused about the party. Drinks and food are seen along with various people drinking and laughing. A man is staring at this scene in disbelief. His name is Chihuahua Baskerville. He was the general secretary of the city of Underdog and was very upset right now. He stares out the window, wondering how ridiculous Victor was to drink and party on the first day of his assigned job. This was because of the previous deputy who caused him to have a hard time due to the bribes, and now he's holding a party at the workplace. He finally shouts out that Vikir was a troublemaker, and that only once the city was in ruins, he will get it together. But Vikir appears behind him, asking if he was the general secretary. Chihuahua wonders when Vikir entered the room as they both introduce themselves to one another. Vikir notices something about Chihuahua's name, that he had no middle name. Chihuahua was stunned, as he knows that a lack of a middle name signifies that he was outside the family, and he was discriminated against because of this. But Vikir tells him that it was nice. This confuses him. Vikir tells him that he had researched him beforehand and knew that he came from Underdog, making him know all the ins and outs of the city. He tells Chihuahua that he knows how hard people like him had worked and that he wouldn't interfere in his work and trusted him to do a good job. Chihuahua wonders if this was a new form of harassment, and why Vikir was here when he had asked for a party. Vikir closes the book, stating that the personal law had no issue, but the judicial system had a lot of flaws. This shocked Chihuahua as Vikir read the book extremely fast. He speaks out about the problem, that Underdog had many illegal business owners who were successful, making the underground hold power above the law. But stopping the illegal businesses itself won't solve the problem. Heads of the underground businesses need to be removed. Hearing this, Chihuahua just remains silent. Vikir continues on as he stares out the window, saying that the job of the deputy council is to make laws and execute them, and then he respects the laws already in place but wanted to add a new law. Chihuahua asks him why he needed a new law, and Vikir replies that he will destroy the underground economy in a week and needed a cause to make and execute this law. Since he was still young and a newly appointed deputy council, he needs a certain type of performance to make it more convincing. To put it differently, I will lay out the poop for the flies. Chihuahua stares at him, wondering what he plans to do in the city. The next day at the Underdog's downtown Dort Smile Street, a crowd was gathered as Vikir stands in front of them, dressed well. The servants and Chihuahua stand behind him, wondering what Vikir was planning to do as he had been standing there since the crack of dawn. Vikir announces himself to the crowd as the newly appointed deputy council as the crowd wonders what a cute young kid can do. He tells them about the notice behind him and that the laws have been in place for a while, and that even if the deputy changes, the laws will continue to be upheld. The crowd doesn't believe him, thinking that the higher-ups won't do anything and that he was going to be lobbied pretty soon. Chihuahua yells out at them to mind their manners, as Vikir was from the main Baskerville family. Vikir remains silent as the crowd continues to mock him. He grips the stick hard in his hand and raises it up high, grabbing the attention of the crowd. He slams the stick straight into the ground with tremendous power. Everyone around couldn't believe what they saw. He lets go of the stick and announces a special with the authority of the Deputy Council, Vikir Special Law, Section 1, Class 1. He will reward 100 million gold to whoever removes the stick. Everyone around was still too stunned to speak. They all shout, "What?" into the air as the stick remains in the ground, the new law that Vikir had created. Chihuahua and the servants remained silent, whereas the crowd was talking about the reward. Vikir calls out to them, asking if there was no one that wants to get the money, but still, no one came out. So he increased the money amount. He tells them of the increased amount of reward, but someone laughs as he speaks. A man from the crowd calls it ridiculous, and that Vikir wanted to make fun of them. The crowd agrees with the man and tells Vikir to stop messing around and go to sleep. Chihuahua wonders why they were the ones embarrassed instead as Vikir remains silent at their remarks. He asks them if there was still no one and then decides to increase the amount of reward once again, telling them that whoever pulls up the stick they will get the new reward. He looks at them, wondering if there is still no one. The crowd wonders what the hell was going on and if this was a joke. They talk among themselves, wondering if they should do it, but they see a sword on Vikir's waist and wonder if they would get executed if he thinks they were being too greedy. They continue to wonder about the stick, if it was too heavy or if there was a trick. Vikir is disappointed that there was still no one, while Chihuahua whispers to him that the city didn't have that amount of money. A hand was raised in the crowd. A little girl with snot on her nose, carrying a basket of flowers, asks if she could try. A man tells her not to do it, as she could be killed, but she tells him that her mother was sick and that she had to try something. She laughs and smiles, telling the crowd that if something happens to her, they should take good care of her mother. The old man had no words to say. She stands in front of Vikir and the stick. She thinks that Vikir might not kill her, and that they would reward her with a few coins, as she was volunteering to make herself a fool. Vikir tells her to pull it out, as she hopes to be paid for a basket full of flowers. She bends down and holds the stick tightly, pulling with all her might. A surprised look came to her face as the stick came out. The crowd was surprised to see that it was done. The little girl holds the stick and looks up, wondering why she pulled it out easily. As Vikir releases a red aura and appears to be reaching for his sword, she tears up and closes her eyes, thinking that she would be executed, wondering what the reason was for her execution and who was going to look after her mother. But a bag appears in front of her. Vikir kneels in front of her and tells her to take the bag of reward money. She holds the bag of money, confused, and so is the crowd. He looks back at Chihuahua while asking her where her home was, and that the rest of the money will be sent along with a guard to protect it. He rubs her head while saying that the law must always be obeyed. Everyone was once again shocked to see this, as the bag reveals a bunch of gold coins. Knowing that the laws will be upheld with the new deputy, the citizens were happy. Even crime rates were halved. Vikir praises the handwriting of Chihuahua's as he wrote the Eastern language. Chihuahua tells him that he has never been touched since the past 20 years that he had worked here, as Vikir tells him that the stick was the idea to grab the attention of the citizens and to leave a lasting impression. Chihuahua vows to follow Vikir for the rest of his days, as Vikir tells him to calm down. But the truth was Camus was supposed to do this act in the future, but because of fear, the citizens never liked her. Vikir rolls out a map, saying that the problems are only just the beginning, and since they used up their money for the reward, they needed a way to get it back. He marks out spots that held the legal groups and where they might hide in the future, so as to confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua looks at the map, wondering how he knew where the criminal businesses was. Vikir tells him that he could smell it, but it was acute because of his regression. Chihuahua thinks of him as a flawless man for investigating this much already. As a man opens the door, the man informs them that the Young Autonomy Association has requested a meeting, which was what Vikir had expected. Chihuahua explained to Vikir that the group was made up of several clans but was just a social club, that the young masters were above the law and had something to say about the Vikir special law. Vikir tells them that the dung flies have started to smell like shit. He shows a grin and tells them if they should start to annihilate the pests that are eating away at the city, a club that was located within the high-end hotel in the underdog city called Burning Suspension. There was a party at a VVIP lounge that cost 10 million gold for a 6-hour rental service. The people in the club were the 7 crucial members of the Youth Autonomy Association. They were the second and third generation of the 7 families located within the Baskerville territory. The blonde guy tells the servant to drink everything that's spilled on the table, and they thank him for being able to enjoy this precious drink. He tells the others that no matter how much he spend, the money will keep replenishing thanks to the Baskervilles. A man raises a glass, saying it was easy to kidnap barbarians to sell, as the demand for slaves continues to grow, as the Baskerville only care about territorial expansion. They talk about how this club was better than the ones in the capital and that even the Baskervilles were protecting them as their personal hunting dogs. The blonde man calls the Baskervilles as idiots with swords, as they had caused them to take the blame, as they destroyed a loyal clan called the Messamidinaro clan, and thanks to that incident, there were only 7 clans now. They continue to talk about the new deputy. The blonde man asks if they had heard of his name before, and that he had caused the scene when he first arrived at the age of 15. He thinks they should have some fun and teach Vikir a lesson. They think about bringing Vikir here and having a huge and expensive party, and once it's over they will make him pay for everything. But say it was a joke, so he won't bother them ever again. A servant appears in the room, bringing out the female escorts. But one of them notices Vikir and wonders if someone had ordered a male escort. The servant grabs his hair, asking him what he thinks he was doing here, as Vikir looks at him with murder in his eyes. A loud snapping sound was heard in the room. The servant was confused, as his arm was in a weird shape. He screams in pain as the members wonder what happened. Vikir introduces himself to them, and they realize who he was. They asked what the deputy was doing here, and Vikir tells them they called them here. They greeted him in a nervous manner as they whisper to each other, wondering if they should do the plan now. Vikir places his hand on the table, telling them to stop the pointless chatter. He releases a red aura, grabbing the attention of the members. Glasses shake all around, the tower of drinks vibrate, and finally it exploded. They realize that he used mana manipulation to force the champagne tower to explode by touching the table, making him a graduator class. They continue to whisper among themselves, shocked to find out that he was graduate or class at 15 years old. Vikir calls out to one of them and grabs his shoulder, as he tells Vikir that they were going to pay for the drinks. But Vikir leans into him, telling him that they should pay for their drinks, and wonder if they were planning to force him to pay for it. The rest of them try to calm Vikir down, saying they wouldn't make him do such a thing and that they were just testing him, as the city was a corrupt place. But Vikir strikes them in the stomach with his fingers deep inside the body as it bleeds. He tells them that a dog should never trust their owner no matter the situation, and that they act this way because they have never seen something truly frightening before. As he throws the guy onto the floor, he steps on his face, asking the others if they knew why he did this to him, and they tell him that they knew why he did this. But Vikir continues to step on his head and tells him that they would understand what he wants to do next as he smashes the guy's head to pieces. They all stand up asking Vikir if he thinks that he will get away from this while calling him a bastard. Vikir leans face to face to another guy as he knew they wouldn't understand. He lists up their crimes: abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, insulting Baskerville, and a bunch of other crimes. He smacks the guy in the face, saying that animals don't learn until you teach them. He looks at them with a sadistic smile as his eyes glow, telling them that they are going to see what he can do to teach a disobedient creature. Deep in the underground dungeon, Vikir and Chihuahua are looking at something in disgust. A hand is seen on the bars, telling Vikir if he thought he would survive after pulling such a stunt, and then he would tell his father everything. It was the blonde man. He tells Vikir that he will get out of here and kill him. Chihuahua asks Vikir why he had them beaten so much. Vikir asks him if he thinks this was too much. Chihuahua said that he can't turn people into a meat bag, but Vikir tells him that he hasn't even started yet. He walks towards them, explaining that the village hall was supposed to manage wicked civil servants and educate the regional society, but they have turned into a hideous organization that even overlooks the authority of the Baskerville clan. He also tells Chihuahua that based on their arrogant expressions, they still lack proper education. Vikir tells them that once the sun sets, he will execute all of them, shocking the blonde man. Chihuahua asks Vikir if he was serious, while Vikir said he will bury those that associate with them. He can't believe what Vikir said. Hearing Vikir's, all the prisoners started to beg for their life. They offer to give Vikir all the money they possess. Chihuahua advises him not to do it, as their family may be cowardly but will fight back. As fight back, what he means was that they will not sponsor anything that Vikir do anything going forward. Vikir tells him not to worry, as their crimes are tied to the criminal organization of Underdog City, and also, he had his ways to deal with them. This confuses Chihuahua while Vikir thought in his mind that if he can't find evidence, he will just make some by himself. The world will soon experience a sudden change, and Vikir will most likely be dispatched in the battle very soon. Even if that's not the case, Vikir will have to leave this place once I enroll at the academy. After a while, Vikir looks at the prisoners and informs them of their charges: human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault through a third party, and murder. The blonde man tells him that they didn't do those crimes. If there is evidence, they will gladly be punished for it. Vikir asks if they would accept punishment if there was evidence. This causes the man to stutter. Looking at them hard, he tells them they look like they did the crime but have no proof. Vikir thinks deeply about what to do as a man enters carrying a bag. The bag was covered in blood and had a knife sticking out. The man tells Vikir that his custom order was ready. Vikir tells him great timing, and he did a good job. The bag revealed a bunch of tools covered in blood. The man asks Vikir where he got the ideas for the tools. Because for the past 30 years of torturing people he had never seen such a scary tool. Vikir tells him that he didn't invent them himself. They were common tools from where he came from. The man asks if Vikir came from hell and also offers him if he would like to learn. The man politely declines, saying he would vomit when he sees the work with those tools. Vikir looks at the tools, telling he misses them. He used to use those in the era of destruction. Those tools are so handy that even the demon clan's prisoners of war spat out everything. And not only that, but these tools were also evolved significantly by torturing the demons. He removes his jacket saying where their expression is that said they won't admit anything no matter what. Vikir starts to roll up his sleeves with a killer expression in his face, telling them not to say anything so he could cherish memories of his past for once. Rumors spread throughout the town of the 7 members' arrest. The people discuss the arrest, thinking that the deputy would let them go. Some think that he was going to execute them, but others believe that he would not as it would cause trouble. They believe that the situation was just a political play between the new politician and native authorities. As the citizens predicted, the Mont Blanc clan, Lovi clan, Channel clan, Faragama clan, Hermes clan and the Pradar clan sent an apology to the new deputy consul. The local powerhouses had bent their wills to fight by sending gold bars, making it possible for the prisoners to be released. And the new deputy consul to be punished by the patriarch. This is what everyone expected. But something else happened. The 7 heads were hung in the middle of the center square. The heads were preserved with salt, displaying expressions of agony as if they experienced excruciating pain until their last breaths. A public notice was hung above the heads, explaining the crimes of the heads and their execution in details. The citizens of Underdog City were speechless upon seeing the heads. Vikir tells Chihuahua that this was expected because of the laws, and now, new change will come to the city. Seeing this will soon cause a bloodbath in Underdog City. Vikir tells Chihuahua to brace himself. Chihuahua was confused about how he would play a part. In the next scene, as Chihuahua was wearing a mask, he turns around towards Vikir, whispering if this was the right strategy. A figure asks if he didn't trust him, but he still wondered if this was the right plan. As the deputy counsel was trapped in the cage with people in masks all around the place and people in chains, and not that he was going to be sold as a slave for the strategy, they were somewhere on the outskirts of Underdog City. The plan was to sell Vikir as a slave in the auction, so that they can infiltrate the enemy base. They were somewhere in the outskirt in the Underdog City. The slave auction was being conducted, which was an unlawful event that had not been reported to the Baskerville family. In a huge tent that's set up in the middle of nowhere, luxurious carriages started to gather. The products were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, commoners. A man welcomes everyone to the circus. He was surprised to see people from the Mont Blanc clan. Reading the note, he sees that they were sellers, and Chihuahua assures him that they were selling. He questions Chihuahua if he was not happy with the slaves from before, as the Mont Blanc clan always bought large amounts of slaves. But seeing Vikir's red eyes and black hair, he assures Chihuahua that he will take responsibility and sell him at a good price. He hopes that Chihuahua has a good time at the circus. The auction begins as night falls. The people discuss about the slaves that were popular and what they wanted to buy. Some of them just wants their slave to be cute, while other wishes to get a fallen or kidnapped noble as their slave. The clown man tells them that an item was secretly embezzled by the Baskerville family's knights. It was an A-rank monster that is said to have 19 hearts. The Merciel is the name of that monster. From its leather, meat, bones, and intestines, nothing goes to waste. The price starts at 100 million gold. The price increases 140, 200 until the product was sold for 250 million gold. The auction continues as the people bid and buy things. A male slave was sold for 20, where a female slave for 100 million gold. As he was going to continue for the next product, a man approaches the clown mask showing a new slave. He was surprised that they were going to sell something like that. Clown Mask told his coworker not to blame him if that slave end up selling in low price. Then he announces to everyone that something special has arrived, a rare item that was picked up by the slave merchant in a place deep within the jungle from a warrior tribe in the Le Rouge et Lenoir Mountains jungles. It was the barbarian of Balak tribe. He tells them they would get a different feeling when they tame a wild slave, and it would be the perfect chance to test their slave training techniques. But he wonders why they had decided to sell this thing. He calls out for a bid, but no one responds. He then decides to lower the bid from 5 to 1 million, but still, the people were not interested. He tells the black masked man to get rid of it as no one wanted it, and bring the products that will be interesting. But the slave struggles to free itself, so the black masked man punches her hard, making her unconscious, and took her back inside. He apologizes for the disturbance. As an apology, he decides to bring out the best product that they had today. Vikir walks in, catching the attention of everyone. He was wearing long false hair as a disguise. The clown mask introduces him as a rare item with black hair and red eyes that only needs minimum efforts to tame, and looks for a high price. The people bid heavily among themselves. A lady starts from 600 million gold, which surpassed what the clown mask was looking for. A man bids 800 million golds for Vikir. They argue among themselves as women asks him why he have to buy a boy slave when he is a man. The man tells that he will use Vikir as a gladiator. The bid kept on increasing to 900 million, but number 99 raised the bid to 6 billion. This amount stuns everyone in the room. They can't believe who have that amount of money. One of them recognized him as Baron Gambino from the granary, and that he had taken over the underground, allowing him to gain immense wealth and power. The lady beside asks him if he was spending too much on a mere slave, but he tells her he can sell him at a higher price in the capital. But she tells him that 6 billion was too much, and he tells her to be quiet. He scolds her for talking back and for trying arrogantly to bite the hand that feeds her, so she remains silent. The masked clown asked if there was anyone else that wanted, but no one replied. Hence, Vikir went to Baron Gambino. Baron Gambino looks at Vikir, thinking that he looked better up close. He tells him not to be nervous, as he wasn't a bad man. As he pants heavily, telling him that he has thought of many ways to play with Vikir. Vikir raised his arms and pulls the chain hard, breaking the chains in a swift manner, shocking Cindy, Wendy, and Baron Gambino. He lifts his foot up and smashes the ground to the point Baron Gambino flew up like a little ant. He lands hard onto the ground. Vikir grabs his back, asking if he wanted to play shield and spear, squeezing hard till he bleeds. Vikir tells him that he should be the shield to see if he can endure. Baron Gambino screams in pain, telling Cindy to get the security, but more blood gushed out, stunning her. Vikir made him faint as he removes his fake wig. Cindy realizes who he was. He was Vikir van Baskerville. Seeing him shocked, everyone in the crowd. Vikir tells him that the name circus fits this place, and tells everyone that they won't return in one piece. Vikir reveals himself to everyone attending the circus. Clown Mask couldn't believe that he was here. He tells the guards to kill him as he had no weapon with him, but Vikir had Beelzebub's sword. He cuts down the guards easily. Clown Mask notices the red and horrific aura. The huge man swings a weapon as Vikir rushes towards him. The weapon comes close to Vikir's face, but he simply smiles at it. The guard is surprised at this as blood is seen. Vikir cuts through the weapon and the huge man as he was a graduator. The huge man wonders how someone at that age was a graduator level. The Clown Mask knew that the graduators were the ultimate weapons and that they had no chance. Chihuahua was also surprised at Vikir's strength, but he notices something. Clown Mask shouts at Vikir to look over here. He tells Vikir to drop his weapon and surrender so that Chihuahua does not lose his life. But Vikir remains silent, so Clown Mask asks him if he could not understand what he was saying. Chihuahua struggles but yells out to Vikir that he was all right and to look after himself. Clown Mask tells him to stop struggling, but Chihuahua continues to speak out, telling Vikir that things like injustice and compromise do not exist for him, and that he would rather die than be a burden to his superior. Vikir laughs at this, saying his loyalty was great. He tells him not to worry because he had received a trump card from the Patriarch, showing them a whistle. This is given to him by Hugo as a reward for the matter of Ruby Mine. Vikir takes a deep breath and blows hard into the whistle. The sound of the whistle stuns everyone in the room due to the sharp, wild and loud noise. Vikir stops blowing and stares at them. Clown Mask soon chuckles nervously as nothing had happened. He tells him that even a graduator can't do anything here. But something enters his throat as he looks down. A figure appears behind him as he falls. Chihuahua screams as the man sheaths his blade. A man asks who the figure was as he tries to attack him, but the figure slices the man in 3 pieces like chicken. Blood flies everywhere as the crowd screams, but Vikir simply smiles. Soon a bunch of men enters the room, wearing hoods and swords. Their very presence silences the room. They stare with an intense look. The guards and Cindy see them and slowly begin to realize who they were. The Empire's most brutal night order known as the Annihilation Experts, who were all graduators. Cindy knew them as the Baskerville clan's Pitbull Night Order, just as one of them came from behind her. She turns and sees him, thinking that she can't die in a place like this. But Vikir appears, telling the man to leave her alone. He obeys and leaps back to kneel as Vikir tells them to rip the rest of shreds and kill the ones not lying down obediently. The man obeys Vikir's command and disappears. Vikir recalled that Hugo was sensitive about military power and was relieved he could use the pit bulls without trouble. The pit bulls continue to slaughter the people. One of them thinks to get on the floor and run away once the situation quiets down, but a pit bull knight sees him. He tells the knight he would wear the handcuffs, but the knight tells him that they don't carry handcuffs. Instead, they slice off the legs of those they capture. A cigar is lit as the man says that those who are to be executed won't need their legs. A man wearing sunglasses appears beside Vikir. He asks Vikir how it felt to command the Pitbull Knights. Vikir is satisfied with this. The man was the commander of the Pitbull Knights, Boss the Terrier Le Baskerville. He looks at Vikir and sees why his brother Hugo was so interested in him, as Vikir was already fierce and cruel at the age of 15. So, he rubs his head, telling him to come to the Pitbull Knights so he can raise him properly. Vikir tells him he would think about it. Vikir shrugs him off, telling him he had something urgent to attend. This makes Boston want Vikir even more. And Vikir thinks of him as burdensome. He enters a room filled with various cages, thinking that what he wanted was around here. He looks at a safe, knowing that it contained the money that the nobles paid for their products, which will be given to the city hall to be taxed, and soon notices a certain cage. He pulls out the cover and sees something, a voice for moaning in pain. It was the female barbarian that was being auctioned. She moans in pain as tears fall from her face. Vikir took a closer look at the barbarian girl, seeing that she was tormented before being dragged here, which makes him angry. He tells her she was lucky as he reveals a red and blue potion on his waist, and that he was giving it to her out of kindness. Vikir pours red potion on her mouth. She drinks the potion, and its effects are seen on her body. All of a sudden, she awakens and dashes to the back of the cage as Vikir asks her why she was so surprised. She looks at him and wonders all her wounds have healed. Vikir tells her to go in her language. She slowly comes up the cage as Vikir points to the exit while still telling her to run away in her language, as he knew the basics of her language from fighting the barbarians countless times in the past. But she yells out a bunch of words that Vikir couldn't understand as he was not that fluent. But before she left the place, she turns to Vikir and spoke something in her language. Vikir believes that she was thanking her and began to look for what he came here for and found it. It was the Merciel's corpse that was being auctioned before. Beelzebub suddenly became active. It screams out loudly as it has been a while that it had feasted on an A-rank monster, so Vikir tells it to quickly consume the corpse before the Pitbull order arrives. Beelzebub was happy. Soon rumors of what happened at the circus spread in the town, and that nobles and participants were taken to the underdog city prison with their limbs torn off. On that day, the building burned, and the entire club of Burning Suspension burnt down and disappeared, with the heads of the club's VIPs put on display, which created more awareness towards criminal acts. The 7 families who lost their children sent letters of protests to the administrative office, but the reply they received was firm, that the death penalty was given to the criminals involved with the imperial families, the most forbidden act, the legal slave trading, and that the bank drafts, ledger books, and other evidence were found by the Baskerville family and will be reported to the imperial family. Soon, the patriarchs of each of the 7 families came. They knelt down and apologized, which was unprecedented as they were begging their enemy who killed their sons. However, Vikir's reply was simply that due to the investigation, the 7 families' assets would be confiscated, and on the charge of treason, 3 generations would be destroyed. Soon the floor of the execution ground was filled with the dirty blood of the city's corrupt vermin. This resulted in love for Vikir from the citizens, as crime rate become low and employment rates higher, making the welfare of Underdog City restored. The next day, Chihuahua tells Vikir he had brought him coffee with a smile on his face. Vikir tells him to do his job and not bring coffee, but Chihuahua tells him that it was a sign of thanks for saving him from Clown Mask. Vikir tells him he was being stingy by bringing him just coffee, but Chihuahua assures him he also placed 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and a little bit of water. He then asks Vikir how his transcribing training was going, so Vikir asks him to check his progress. Chihuahua was impressed with Vikir's writing as he was very good, but Vakir tells him that he still has a long way to catch up. Thinking deeply, Chihuahua was amazed by Vakir's acts of being able to create new laws from the words he learned and was able to comprehend knowledge of law easily. He thinks that if Vakir stayed here, Underdog City would develop even more. Night arrives as the moonlight reaches between the bars. A person is handcuffed. Vakir tells Cindy Wendyson Rose that he was sorry for not visiting her sooner, as he was busy with things lately. He asks her if her real name was Cindy Wendyson Rose, but she asks him why he let her live. He removes the blindfold, telling her that he wants to ask her a few questions. She stares at him, asking if questions were why he let her live. Vakir turns away, asking her if she was the reason why Baron Gambino was able to grow his power so quickly, but she remains silent. He pulls out a chair, telling her that her ability to earn money was impressive, and had she grown her talent in other places, she would have become a great merchant or banker. Then he promises her that once she answers his questions, he will let her go, but if she doesn't, she will regret her actions today. She agrees to answer, so Vakir asks her if she thinks he has been enforcing the law well. He tells her to answer seriously, or he won't keep his promise. This makes her upset. She tells him that he was doing well. The reply makes Vakir grin widely. He walks over to her slowly, grabbing her attention as he slowly raises his hand towards her, lifting her face close to us as he looks her straight in the eyes and asks her what the reason was. Vakir was staring intensely. She trembled with fear, sweat drips down her face as he slowly lets go of her face. He walks back to the chair, wanting to hear from her what he was doing wrongly. She grits her teeth, hesitating to answer, but she explains anyway, that a consul's important factor was virtue and that even though his laws had reduced crime, many citizens would soon die and suffer from those laws. In the long term, it will cause hatred and rage from the people. Furthermore, the Baskerville family will also not welcome him, as he is gaining too much power than the clan leader in Underdog City. Vakir adds on, saying that eventually he will be hated by the people and even become a threat targeted by the Baskervilles. So he looks at her and asks her what he should do. She tells him to return all the power and achievements to the clan leader, and that he needed to stop getting attention by going to the Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain or the Academy in the Empire to hide his powers and wash his identity. And when the time comes, the Baskerville clan leader will be the one to suffer in his stead. Vakir hears this and remains silent, but soon she felt an immense pressure as Vakir asks her that what she said means that she wants the hunting dog to bite off his owner's neck, as Hound shadows emerges in front of her. He stares at her with immense power, but she does not relent easily. She further tells him that as a hunting dog, this was the only way for him to avoid hatred, bringing a smile to Vakir's lips. He tells her that he would keep that in mind, surprising her. Vakir takes out a key, telling her it was good advice and was almost identical to his own idea. He removes the handcuff, telling her she was free, but she was hesitant. But Vakir assures her he always keeps promises. She turns to leave, telling him she hopes that the day he regrets what happened today never comes. But before she leaves, Vakir asks her if she knew the clan Mesamidinaro, which stops her in her tracks. He goes on to tell her that the clan were merchants who were rich, and were once the 8th clan, but an unfortunate event caused the clan to end. Hearing this made her grip her fist tight. Vakir recalls the history that the young master of the Mesamidinaro clan wanted to show off his sword skills in his birthday celebration. The demo started, and the people couldn't believe what they were seeing. The young boy was showing off the secret Baskerville sword techniques that only members knew. This later reached the ears of the leader of the Baskerville family, confirming that top-secret information had been leaked, releasing the hunting dogs of the family, causing the Mesamidinaro clan to go extinct. But the truth was it was the young demons of the 7 families that made the young master learn the stolen techniques. Cindy smiles awkwardly, asking Vakir what that story had to do with her. Vakir continues the story, saying that there was a survivor from the clan that the 7 idiots had sneaked out, a 1-year-old girl from the devastation, all because the girl was beautiful. She went through cruel and unusual torture, acts so horrible that even Vakir couldn't talk about it. Hearing this made Cindy grit her teeth hard. She turns to leave, telling Vakir she doesn't want to hear anymore, but Vakir tells her there was more to the story. And time passed, and a new deputy came to the city, managing to drag out the old problems out of the city and punish them, as the trigger for everything was the 7 idiots, and that the new deputy made sure that the 7 idiots were tortured properly, and they admitted their crimes as they met their end, making them say their last words. "I am sorry for committing such a heinous crime," until their death. Hearing this made Cindy tear up as she turns to look at Vikir. She yells at him, wondering who the hell they were saying sorry towards, and Vikir tells her that the sorry was meant for the young girl using the fake name Cindy Wendyson Rose, the sole survivor of the Mesamidinaro clan. But Cindy could not believe him, telling Vikir how she was supposed to believe him when he tortured them. Vikir grabs a torch, telling her that it would be easier for her to see with her own eyes. They reached a certain cell where he told her to take a look. Tears fall from her eyes as she was alarmed from what she saw. Bodies and walls were covered in blood everywhere in the cell. She looked in, words were written on the floor with blood as the 7 idiots confessed, saying they were sorry and begged for forgiveness. The scene before her made Cindy throw up. Vikir walks towards her, saying there was still one clan left to hate, and tells her to hate the Baskerville clan. She had more than enough rights to do so. She wipes her mouth, staring at him. She asks him why he was helping her even though he was part of the Baskerville clan. But Vikir tells her she was asking the wrong question. She pauses for a moment, then tells him she understands what he was trying to say. She stands up, telling him that she will repay this debt. As she makes her exit, she tells him that whatever he does for the rest of his life, he will never have to worry about money ever again. This brings a smile to Vikir's face as he tells her that he will remind her of this promise in the future. The next day back at the mansion, Chihuahua greets Vikir good morning, but was shocked to see blood and dead bodies in the room. Vikir wakes up, rubbing his eyes and saying good morning to Chihuahua. Chihuahua asks him what was with the bodies and blood. Vikir tells him that he killed them in his sleep. They continued the talk as Chihuahua asks Vikir what his childhood was like. But Vikir tells him that a lot of inconveniences were happening in his way lately. There were poison arrows, poison drinks, acid snipers, getting run over by a cart, and many more. Vikir wonders if this meant he was getting more attention, as Chihuahua calls him insane. But it was thanks to his 3 skills that he was able to survive all these attacks. And thanks to the river of sticks and tough life enhancing his body, graduator's class assassin couldn't pierce his skin. Vikir thinks of all this as annoying and wants to look into it. Chihuahua tells him it was a wise decision. A carriage carrying the Baskerville flag appeared in front of them. Vikir recognizes them as that was sent by the main family. The carriage door opens, and a pair of feet appears. It was Barrymore, the butler. He greets Vikir, saying it has been a long time. Vikir tells Barrymore that he looks better now. They continue to talk as Chihuahua looks at Barrymore in disbelief. Barrymore was famous for being able to survive in the main family, as a single mistake could cost them their life, and then he was the head butler for 4 generations. Chihuahua was happy to see the role model of servants in front of him. Vikir asks Barrymore if the reason he came was for that. Barrymore agrees, saying that Hugo was happy with his results, and wants him back at the main residence. Vikir thinks of Hugo, not believing that his face meant being happy. Hugo is seen reading about Vikir in the paper, and that he had achieved first place as the most beloved figure of Underdog City. He reads a quote out loud to Vikir that states, "The Baskervilles are only good at using weapons and not their brains, but with Vikir's achievements, they could get rid of that image." Hugo praises Vikir, but Vikir tells him he was doing what he was supposed to, still thinking if Hugo's face is his actually happy face. Hugo then tells him that one must reward and punish according to the situation. He informs Vikir that he was the one to go to the academy this year, as Vikir expected. The best academy, Colosio, was where the Empire's elites gathered. It was the perfect opportunity for Vikir to grow stronger without Hugo's attention. Hugo asks Vikir if he wanted any other siblings to go to the attend with him. Vikir tells him that he was close to the triplets, but was actually thinking of using them as sandbags. Hugo tells him he would send them with him and asks if he remembers the plan he thought of when he was 8 years old. Vikir remembers the plan regarding the ruby mines with the Morg clan to use them to get rid of the barbarians. Hugo smiles, telling him that the plan had worked. Vikir asks what he meant by that, and Hugo explained, saying that the Morg suggested a joint raid and were humble about it. And Vikir should inspect the territory before going to the academy to see if the laws he had altered were being upheld. Vikir bows down, and tells Hugo he will follow his orders. Back at Underdog City, Chihuahua waves a cloth in the air, calling out to Vikir. He tells him to take care and that he will do his best with all the work in the meantime. Vikir turns back in silence, thinking that he will soon part ways with Chihuahua. As he continues the march, Vikir speaks out loud, telling someone to show himself. Vikir asks him if Uncle Boston Terrier was doing well, and Staffordshire tells him that he wanted Vikir to join the pit bulls after the slave auctions. Vikir thinks of his uncle as someone who makes him uncomfortable. They soon reach a mountain. Looking at the mountain, they wonder if this was the region they led to the Morg clan. Vikir looks around, noticing that nobody was breaking the laws. Staffordshire tells Vikir that a team was sent to inspect before, but Vikir knew that they were really meant to get rid of the barbarians. He informs Vikir that the Morg clan had formed a huge group, showing that they were serious. On the other hand, the Baskervilles had only sent a small group with Vikir, but Vikir thinks it was a good idea by Hugo to see the barbarians' lifestyle. A fortress is seen deep in the mountain. Skeletons were seen with spikes coming out of it. Vikir sees it as a mage's warning to the barbarians, a very scary message. The act reminds Vikir of the little girl from the Morg's clan. 3 figures stand on top of the fortress. They shout, "Who goes there?" catching the attention of Vikir and Stafford. They were girl triplets who tell them that no one can pass without their permission. Vikir knew who they were. They were the Morg clan's 3 flowers, the triplets High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis. It looks like our author is so lazy in naming character. Back to the story, each of them was insane. Combined together their insanity could reach the heavens. Vikir tells them that they were the envoy team from Baskerville. He explains to them that they came to inspect the area and to open the gates. But they wave him off, saying they had to report to the person in charge and that a reply will come tomorrow. Vikir asks them what rights they had to stop him from entering the land he owns. But the triplets look down on him, asking if he was looking down on them because they were paying rent. The triplets ask Vikir if he knew about the tenants' law, which was his family's law, causing Vikir to have a headache. A red aura glows from his hands as Stafford notices. Vikir tells them that he made changes to that law so that he could chase tenants he didn't like. "I'll say for the last time," Vikir said, as the triplets begin to look nervous. "Open the gates," Vikir said, with intense pressure, as he stares at them with murderous eyes. The triplets all cower in fear from his words alone. One of them grits her teeth, casting a spell, saying they heard a psycho kid took charge of Underdog City, unleashing the spell towards Vikir, saying they had dealt with such kids before. The spell lands near Vikir, scaring his horse. The triplets yell at Vikir for being a stupid swordsman and that he can't enter the Moor's land without permission, pissing Vikir off even more. Staffordshire reaches for his sword, telling Vikir that this can't be resolved with words. Vikir agrees with him, but 3 hooded figures from the back shout back, saying what absurdity coming from girls who don't even know their place. This alarmed Vikir. He turns around, recognizing a voice. Sweat drips down his face. The girl shouts at them, saying they were mere underlings and if they think their ranks were higher than theirs. The 3 hooded figures jump in front of Vikir, saying, "Not us!" They remove their hoods, revealing themselves as the triplets of the Baskerville family with the same names as the girls. They point to Vikir as the symbol of the Baskerville family. They look at Vikir, winking and showing thumbs up, telling him to leave the girls to them. Vikir gives them a certain look, like what actually is going on here. Vikir was already annoyed by the triplets from Morg clan, now other triplets are trying to get on his nerve. Vikir found himself puzzled, questioning the identity and intentions of the individuals standing before him. Their peculiar behavior left him bewildered and curious, seeking to understand the situation before him. Highborg glanced back at Vikir, expressing his gratitude for recommending them to the academy. He signaled to Vikir that he should leave this situation in their capable hands, implying that they were capable of handling it themselves. It became clear that the group's actions were driven by their affiliation with the academy. However, Vikir couldn't help but see them as mere sandbags, lacking independent judgment but able to effectively carry out orders. Aware of the triplets' future as skilled warriors, Vikir believed that with his training, they could become valuable assets. With a smile, he expressed his intention to trust the triplets affectionately, referring to them as his older brothers. Upon receiving Vikir's affirmation, the Baskerville triplets displayed signs of joy and satisfaction. Morg's 3 flowers, who had observed this exchange, expressed disdain for the close bond among the Baskerville triplets, labeling them as ignorant fools who relied solely on each other. Unfazed by the taunts, the Baskerville triplets responded differently, raising their middle fingers in a cheeky manner, asserting that it was Morg's 3 flowers who were the true fools. The tension escalated as Morg's 3 flowers, fueled by anger, vowed to discipline the Baskerville triplets for their insolence. Vakir's thoughts shifted as he recalled his past knowledge. Before his regression, he had known the Morg triplets as powerful mages with water, earth, and nature attributes. The combined magic abilities exponentially enhanced the effects of their spells, earning them the title of the Morg's 3 flowers. As the Morg's 3 flowers merged their magical abilities, a colossal vine made of soil and plants emerged, creating a formidable barrier. Isis, standing on top of the wall, burst into laughter, mocking the Baskerville triplets with her taunts. Undeterred, Heiberg, ready to charge towards them, dismissed the plant barrier as insignificant. With precision and skill, Heiberg executed the Baskerville first technique, effortlessly slicing through the massive vines. Staffordshire marveled at his flawless execution. However, before Heiberg could fully recover, he sensed an incoming attack. He managed to block a whip-like strike from the vines with his sword, though the force pushed him backward. Middelburg and Loborg called out in worry as they witnessed Heiberg's predicament. Lotus wore a smug expression, mocking the Baskerville triplets and asserting that their swords were incapable of reaching them. The Baskerville triplets responded with intense anger, their expressions resembling hounds ready to hunt their prey. Staffordshire turned to Vakir, asking if he found the situation enjoyable. Perplexed, Vakir questioned what Staffordshire was referring to. Staffordshire explained the ongoing clash between magic and swordsmanship, highlighting the long-standing debate about which was stronger. Magic used surrounding mana to amplify and reproduce elemental powers, while swordsmanship channeled the user's energy and mana for explosive and enduring strength. Staffordshire found pleasure in observing the potential and talents of the clans of mages and swordsmen who would shape the future. Vakir acknowledged his involvement, stating that if viewed from that perspective, he was indeed part of the ongoing conflict. Staffordshire commented that Vakir had already surpassed others his age in terms of skill. Vakir, uninterested in the ongoing fight, expressed his frustration and wished for all of them to perish. He considered it a waste of time, as he had important tasks to attend to, having recently found a supervisor burdened with a significant workload. Suddenly, a figure arrived at the scene, casting a fiery spell and angrily questioning what they were doing in front of their territory. Heiberg took the opportunity to attack Isis, believing he had the upper hand. However, the situation quickly changed as they noticed a massive fire approaching them. The unexpected turn of events left them taken aback and shock. A tremendous explosion of fire engulfed the area, causing tension in Staffordshire but eliciting a smile from Vakir, who wondered if everyone had perished. To Vakir's annoyance, he realized that the Baskerville triplets had survived the attack. He looked at them with a displeased expression, making a disapproving sound. Heiberg, in a state of shock, questioned the sudden appearance of fire magic. Middelburg shouted at the figures behind the smoke wall, expressing frustration at the near-death experience they had just encountered. Behind the dissipating smoke, the 3 flowers of the Morg clan were in tears. Vakir looked up at the figure who had unleashed the attack. It was Camus Morg, standing on the top of the castle gate wall, flames still burning in her hands. Camus looked down and declared her inability to forgive anyone who caused trouble within her managed territory. As she landed in front of Morg's 3 flowers, Middlesis tried to explain that their intention was to stop the invader, while Losis added that the fight had been initiated by the other party. Camus cast a cold gaze upon them and questioned their informal way of addressing hers, Camus emphasizing her position as the vice head of the fortress. Middlesis couldn't help but shudder in fear, denying any disrespect and quickly correcting herself, addressing Camus with the appropriate honorific. Camus then pointed towards the treetops where dead skeletons hung, warning them to be cautious if they wished to avoid a similar fate. Middlesis let out a frightened cry and apologized for their actions. Camus noticed Vakir and her eyes widened in shock. She approached him and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, recalling that it had been 7 years. Vakir smiled and acknowledged that it had indeed been a while, greeting her as calling her name. Vakir couldn't help but wonder if Camus' more mature appearance was the reason for her increased attractiveness. He mused about the beauty of Morg, who had captivated the hearts of many men in high society. In his previous life, there had been scandals and rumors surrounding her, as she allured even married men. However, he found it strange that there were no such rumors in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he brushed off those thoughts. Vikir straightforwardly requested Camus to open the door, stating that words wouldn't work on the triplets. Camus was taken aback by his blunt words. She looked angry and questioned if that was all he had to say after such a long time. Vikir gazed at her with curiosity, and inquired about what he should say instead. Camus' anger flared, and she exclaimed in frustration. Staffordshire observed Camus' escalating anger and wondered if the next fight would be between the superstars of the two clans. Camus pointed her finger at Vikir, her eyes filled with angry tears, and declared that he scored 0 points. She accused him of having a disrespectful attitude towards his future wife, giving him a score of 0 out of 100. The Morg's 3 flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikir, and Staffordshire all looked at Camus Morg with the side-eye look. Camus averted her gaze to the side, her face blushing, and muttered a huff. Everyone present was left with the same question in their minds: whose wife? Vikir and Camus rode their horses together, making their way toward the fortress. As they traveled, Camus commented on the Baskerville clan's lack of knowledge about the barbarians. Vikir confidently responded, assuring her that they were well acquainted with the barbarians and frequently fought against them. He claimed that their knowledge surpassed that of the Morgs. Camus questioned Baskerville to send the Baskerville triplets as they are so foolish and too young for a hunt. Vikir explained that they are here to monitor and support while it had been agreed with the Morg clan to position the main force on the other side of the mountain range. He wondered why Camus was asking about something she already knew. Camus smiled mischievously and playfully told him that she was trying to prank him and make fool out of Vikir, but Vikir already know everything. Vikir retorted that as the person in charge of the delegation, he naturally possessed extensive information. Then Camus told Vikir that he might be quite trusted in the family, as he knows all the information. Camus then went on to ask him which of the tribes were the most annoying, as Vikir thinks that she just keeps on asking questions. Vikir answered her by stating it was the warrior tribe Balak and the sorcerer tribe Rococo, as the strength of Balak's bowmanship was on a completely different level to the Empire, and its principles isn't well known either. Camus teasingly acknowledged his confidence in his well-informed answer about the ecology of the barbaric tribes and awarded him 8 points out of 100 in her unique scoring system. Puzzled by the points, Vikir questioned their purpose. Camus simply replied that it was because he had answered well. Vikir looked at her with curiosity, intrigued by her unusual scoring system. Continued her evaluation of Vikir, expressing her dislike for overly intelligent men and stating her preference for a little foolishness. According to Camus, men are interesting when they are stupid. She playfully critiqued Vikir's choice of a large horse, considering it ill-suited for his shorter stature, and deducted 6 points. Moving on to fashion, she expressed disappointment with his lackluster clothing choices and assigned him a mere 4 points. When she noticed Vikir ignoring her, she playfully gave him just 1 point for his mannerisms. Camus then smiled and awarded his face 99 points. However, due to his poor control over his facial expressions, she playfully deducted 1 point. Growing frustrated, Vikir urged Camus to stop the useless evaluation. Camus questioned why it was useless, asserting that she needed to be stern with her future husband. Perplexed, Vikir asked why he was considered her future husband. Camus reminded him of a test he had passed 7 years ago, when he dueled Camus' uncle to assess his suitability as a potential husband. Camus expressed her dissatisfaction with her uncle's decision and how it had hindered her path to marriage. Reluctantly acknowledging the promise that had been made, she decided to follow through with it resentfully. While Camus ended her frustrations, Vikir observed her and acknowledged her prowess as a great fire mage. Interrupting her, Vikir declared that he had forgotten about what happened that day and wished to make it as if it never occurred. Camus' face flushed red, and she threw a jacket at Vikir, exclaiming that he couldn't simply reverse something that had happened, and called him a dummy. She boasted about her genius intellect, claiming that once she witnessed something, she never forgot it. Vikir examined the jacket, and jokingly wondered if she had returned it without washing it. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus informed Vikir that the barbarians had ambushed the ruby mine, plundering either the indigenous slaves or the crops. She explained that they took slaves to sell elsewhere. Pointing to a wall built by earth and iron mages over the course of a month, she proudly showcased the skill of the Morg mages. Vikir was impressed and acknowledged their talent. He said it would have taken several hundred regular people around the year to achieve the same result. Camus affirmed his observation with pride. Vikir noticed some large holes in the wall and asked if they were caused by the arrows shot by the Balax. Camus confirmed that the arrows carried a strong aura and had caused numerous casualties during nighttime guard duty. She mentioned that the arrows were capable of breaking through walls 2 to 3 meters thick, emphasizing the exceptional archery skills of the Balax. She revealed that her uncle had suffered a severe chest injury from one of these arrows but had luckily survived. His pride was hurt by this. Recalling a similar experience from his own clan, Vikir mentioned that his patriarch had injured his nose bridge. Curious, Vikir inquired about the talented individuals among the barbarians, and Camus responded that she believed there was a skilled female among them. Due to their black painted faces, it was challenging to discern their physical traits. As they turned around, a mage approached them, addressing Camus as the vice-head of a fortress. The mage reported that a recon member of the barbarians had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Curious and concerned, Camus and Vikir followed the mage to a tent where a captive barbarian was being held. Vikir observed the barbarian and identified him as a member of the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus inquired if any information had been extracted from him. The mage informed them that the barbarian remained uncooperative and resistant to psychic magic due to his strong sorcery, making it impossible to read his mind. Camus then questioned the barbarian about the recent ambush on the Morg clan's fortress, specifically asking about her cousin Rose, who had been kidnapped. The barbarian responded with a smile and spoke in his native barbarian language. Camus turned to the mage, requesting a translator to learn about the whereabouts of the barbarian who rebelled. The mage reported that when the barbarians attacked, everyone at the fortress had either died or been taken away. He informed her that at that moment, there was no one available to translate the barbarian's words. Suddenly, Vikir spoke up, revealing that he knew a little of the Rococo language. Surprised, Camus questioned what Vikir didn't know how to do. Vikir clarified that he was not fluent, and only had a basic understanding of the vocabulary. Camus requested Vikir to ask the barbarian about the whereabouts of her kidnapped sixth cousin, describing her as a 12-year-old girl with red eyes, red hair, and white skin. Vikir posed the question to the barbarian in the barbarian language, and the barbarian responded with an evil smile and gave him a short reply. Closing his eyes for a moment, Vikir relayed the grim news to Camus: her cousin was dead. Anger filled Camus' face. Upon hearing this devastating information, she declared that since the senator of the audience hall was currently being treated and the senator of the temple was away on inspection, the decision would be made by her, Camus Morg, a member of the middle house and the vice-head of the fortress. She announced the verdict: immediate execution. A spike pierced the barbarian's body, and soon he was consumed by fire. As the barbarian burned, he uttered something, but Camus dismissed his words, stating that after the war, the language he spoke would only be used in hell. The barbarian's companion watched in horror as he met his fiery demise. Filled with anger, Camus turned around and urged Vikir to follow her, leaving him silently observing her departing figure. Exiting the tent, he was greeted by the sight of Camus crying out loud. He walked towards her, recognizing that despite her tough exterior, she was still only 15 years old. Vikir asked her about her close relationship with her cousin, and Camus confirmed that they were indeed very close. She described her cousin as a pure child who didn't fit into the cold-hearted Morg clan. Vikir tried to console her, saying that he believed her cousin had left this world comfortably. However, Camus looked at him and expressed her doubts, stating that she was a genius and understood a little of what was said. She asked him to tell her honestly if what she heard was true. Vikir felt tense and wondered if she had understood the barbarian's words correctly. What the barbarian had said previously was, "We ate her." Tears once again flooded Camus' eyes, and she felt her knees apologizing for not being able to protect her younger cousin. Vikir witnessed her anguish and initially extended his hand to comfort her. However, he hesitated and retracted his hand back. Camus' cries filled the air, leaving Vikir standing there pondering the situation a while. Camus managed to compose herself, wiping away the tears that stained her cheeks. She made it clear that she didn't want any half-hearted sympathy, stating that she would have killed anyone who offered it. Looking at Vikir, she declared that it wasn't the time to mourn and that she needed to regain her composure quickly to seek revenge. Vikir admired Camus' strength and determination, acknowledging that heroines were indeed different. He reached out his hand towards her, agreeing with her sentiments. However, just as Camus was about to take his hand, a loud sound echoed through the air, resembling the ringing of a bell. Curious about the source of the sound, Vikir questioned its origin. Camus stood up and explained that it was a signal notifying them of a barbarian attack. Vikir commented that her time for revenge had come rather quickly. Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat top of white wolves, armed with bows and arrows. Their leader, a skilled archer, notched an arrow and shot it towards the guard station on the fortress walls. Caught off guard, the guards had no time to react as the arrow exploded near them, causing devastation. The barbarian girl signaled her companions to begin the attack. With their wolves, they engaged in a fierce battle against the soldiers of the Morg clan. The wolves fought ferociously while the barbarians slashed at their enemies. They skillfully used ropes to incapacitate the soldiers, tightening them around their necks. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Vikir arrived and witnessed the gruesome sight. He wondered if he had arrived too quickly, observing the intense battle between the Morg soldiers and the barbarians. Suddenly, a rope flew towards Vikir and wrapped tightly around his neck. Confused, he looked ahead and realized that two barbarian girls had skillfully used ropes to capture him. They spoke in a native language, mentioning something about catching a good catch and their successful hunt for husbands. Understanding their intentions, Vikir contemplated the barbarians' plan to capture people and make them suitors, aiming to create a superior tribe. He quickly seized hold of the rope and swung it, sending the girls flying through the air. With a grin, he informed them that he couldn't be their husband and jokingly added that he might already be engaged. As the two barbarian girls crashed onto the ground, the male barbarians watched in shock, uncertain of Vikir's affiliation. They readied their arrows, preparing for an attack. One of them asked his companion if Vikir belonged to the enemy forces. Undeterred by the situation, Vikir didn't back down. He bravely moved forward, marching straight towards the incoming arrows. In his mind, he remembered Hugo's request to avoid initiating a battle until joining up with the main force. He pondered whether he should wait or take action. With unwavering determination, Vikir unsheathed his sword and deftly cut down the incoming arrows with precise strikes, showcasing his impressive skill and agility. The barbarians were astonished by Vikir's display of prowess and expressed their disbelief. However, their surprise was short-lived as a sudden burst of fire engulfed them, causing cries of pain. Camus, who had cast the fire spell, emerged from behind Vikir, expressing her anger towards the barbarians and declaring their imminent demise. Vikir stared at Camus in awe, realizing that she had turned the entire area into a blazing inferno. Camus questioned Vikir, asking if he had used liquid aura, indicating that she recognized his abilities as a graduator. She stated that she knew he was the only man she could acknowledge. Vikir confirmed that he had received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battles until regrouping with the main force. Unfazed by the situation, Camus began casting multiple spells and inquired if there was an order from Baskerville's Patriarch. She asserted that a Baskerville should refrain from intervening, as she intended to eliminate all the barbarians. Camus unleashed a series of powerful attacks, engulfing a vast area in front of them with scorching flames. Vikir watched in shock, recognizing the spell as burn. He also noticed that she employed a quad casting technique for her burning spells, increasing their lethality. Driven by her desire to avenge her younger cousin, Camus continued to cast spells resolute and requested revenge. Suddenly, a barbarian used a blow dart and shot a needle that landed on Camus' neck. Feeling the sting, she realized she had been poisoned. Camus noticed a barbarian riding on the back of a wolf responsible for the attack. Unable to move due to the numbing poison, Camus fell to the ground. Vikir observed her condition and thought to himself that she was quite a handful. The barbarian then threw a rope towards Camus, but Vikir swiftly caught it before it could reach her. Camus acknowledged his catch and complimented him. Looking at her, Vikir suggested that it would be better for them to retreat. Camus questioned what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Vikir replied that it would be wiser to avoid engaging in battles until the main force from Baskerville arrived. Refusing to retreat, Camus was determined to avenge her cousin who had been taken by the barbarians. Vikir gazed at her, and urged her to make a rational decision. However, in the next moment, Vikir sensed an arrow attack coming from behind his head. With quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the arrow just in time. Vikir observed the barbarian girl who had launched the arrow and wondered if this was the destructive power Camus had mentioned earlier. Lost in his thoughts, he was caught off guard as a barbarian approached from behind and swiftly took Camus away. Desperate, Camus called out Vikir's name, pleading for his help. Frustrated by the unfolding scene, Vikir contemplated the situation. He recalled a past incident when Camus Morg, still in adolescence, had been held captive but returned after annihilating the barbarians. Despite her reputation as the queen of La Rouge et Le Noir, Vikir realized that he needed to take action. Suddenly, the barbarian girl launched an attack on Vikir. With remarkable agility, he evaded her strike, his senses heightened. To his surprise, he noticed that she had used a bow to attack him. The barbarian girl then attempted to speak in his language. "You, me, we meet again," she said. Vikir looked at her and recognized her as the barbarian girl he had freed during the slave auctions. In his mind, he couldn't help but label her as a troublemaker. Vikir notices who the barbarian was. He recalls seeing her at the slave auction as the one that he had let go. Vikir asks her if she was repaying his kindness with revenge, but she tells him that she was a slave and needed to take revenge for her capture, and that it has nothing to do with him. She is here just for the Morg family only. She leaps onto her pet wolf as she turns to leave with her group. She tells Vikir that she had repaid what she got and that they had taken the next leader of the Morg family, Camus. If he wanted her back, he needed to follow them. Vikir thinks about revealing his power here, but Uncle Adolf had arrived. He was shouting after Camus while bringing the reinforcement. Vikir sees him and thinks that he had run all the way here after hearing about the ambush. Just as Adolf prepares a blue spell in his Hound, he calls the barbarians bastards. He unleashes the spell into the group, sending shock waves that appear to chase after the barbarians as he shouts at them to return his niece back to him. But the barbarians were unaffected by the shock waves from the ground as they easily rode their wolves, dodging the attack and making a swift exit. They leaped through the rubble that the spell had caused and slowly disappeared from the base Tahi jungle. Vikir and Adolf, along with the reinforcements, could only curse and stare at the barbarians as they easily left them behind. Vikir thinks about the Balak's ambush, seeing that they had finished the ambush just 3 minutes after the warning bell had been rung. Things became worse because it overlapped with Camus' carelessness and lack of practical experience. Vikir notices that a subordinate was telling Adolf that they believed that the Balaks had run off to the restricted area of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Adolf couldn't believe that the Balaks had gone into the restricted area of the mountain with Camus. Adolf thinks about the restricted area, knowing that it was undiscovered and a dangerous place. Heading there at night was going to be too dangerous. He thinks about Camus and wonders if there was nothing he could do now. But Vikir joins in their talk, telling them that they could still pursue the Balaks. Catching Adolf's and his men's attention, he tells them that he had been in the dense forest before in his childhood, but deep down in his thoughts, Vikir knew about the forest because of his past regression and that he had reconnaissance and subjugation experience as he went through most of the dense forest. Adolf grabs Vikir's shoulder because of what he just said, asking Vikir if he was actually serious. The man behind that often informs him that going into the mountain itself was a suicide mission, but Adolf tells him that he will only bring those that want to go, and wouldn't make an issue out of it later. As Vikir nervously looks at Adolf's Hound on his shoulder, Adolf thought to himself that he already knew that Vikir was extraordinary but had no other choice to rely on him. The moonlight pierces the skies as Adolf tells Vikir that he will leave it to him to save his niece, Camus. A metal fence is seen with a skull sign. It was the beauty of the dense forest on the mountain, residing on the Baskerville territory. Inside the dense forest, there were many creatures such as the bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and other dangerous creatures. A normal human being would never last for more than an hour in there, which was why it was called the life-engulfing forest. Something bounces off a tree branch. Adolf and his men are seen following a red streak of light bouncing side to side. Adolf asks Staffordshire if all the kids from the Baskerville clan were like Vikir. But he tells him, of course not. As the triplets follow them from behind, yellow hornets with red glowing eyes appear. Vikir grabs onto his sword, preparing himself. Just as Staffordshire tells Adolf that Vikir was special, Vikir easily slices the yellow hornets into pieces. The triplets stare at him in amazement. All of them were thinking about how cool Vikir was. Vikir peeks out from his cover, sending a signal to everyone else, catching Adolf's and Staffordshire's attention. A bright orange glow is seen in the distance as Vikir tells them that he doesn't think that the barbarians have gotten far. He tells them of a rumor he heard that the Balak hunter would scatter dry leaves to hear the sound of their chasers. He warns them that they needed to be more careful from here onwards. Adolf approaches Vikir and casts a spell called Silence. He explains to him that this magic would prevent him from making noise as he walks. Adolf tells Vikir to let him take over from here and that he won't forget this, calling him nephew-in-law. Vikir grows nervous at the thought of this nephew-in-law. A campfire is lit, showing that the barbarians were all gathered around the fire with their wolves on standby. Camus was tied to a string, shouting at them, calling them names, and that once she was free, she will burn them all to death. She continues to yell at them, telling them that she'll show them the horror of her special fireball, and that they should prepare themselves. But they ignored her. Two females were talking about how they liked the guy they saw before and that they failed in husband hunting. Camus began to breathe heavily from all the shouting. Her sweat drips down her face. She thinks about how they weren't even listening to her, and that they've been talking about husband and wife hunting since earlier. She wonders if that was why they kept ambushing them. But a foot appears near her. A male barbarian appears, stroking his chin, saying that since they captured Camus, all the males within the tribe would want her. Camus yells at him, calling him a perverted bastard, asking what he was planning to do to her, and that they should kill her instead. But the man cleaned his ears, saying he doesn't understand what she was saying. He grabs her face instead, knowing that she was talking back because of the look in her eyes. He licks an arrow as he stares at Camus' face, telling her that an arrogant slave should be disciplined. But Ayan interrupts them. She calls him a Hun, and tells him to get away from her slave. A Hun talks back to Ayan, saying that he was the one who captured Camus. But Ayan tells him that it was Ayan, and to keep his voice down. But a Hun continues to argue, saying he was the one that shot the paralyzing arrow and set up the trap. But Ayan tells him that she made it possible because she stopped Vikir, who was good with the sword, or else he would be dead. Camus stares at them arguing and wonders if an internal argument was breaking out. She looks at Ayan and assumes she was the commander. She thinks deeply about how Ayan had the skill to go against Vikir, who was a low-ranking graduator, and that if she wanted to escape, Camus needed to do something about Ayan first. A Hun continues to shout at Ayan, telling her that he won't let her stubbornness slide just because she was the commander. But Ayan's hand began to glow blue. She lets out an intense glare at a Hun, revealing a horrifying blue aura as she tells him that if he was angry, he could come at her anytime, and she would turn him into a bloody mess. Seeing Ayan in this way sends an overwhelming sense of fear into a Hun. He then decides to give up and back off, as Ayan continues to stare at him intensely. Camus sees a Hun leaving angrily, and thought that Ayan had one eye and praises Camus' eyes and physique as she came from a good bloodline. But she kicks Camus' shoulder hard, telling Camus that in the past she was captured by the Morg clan bastards and sold into slavery. As Camus lets out a painful grunt, Ayan recalls her meeting with Vikir and that she was lucky to receive some kindness that allowed for her to escape from the fate of a slave. But her eyes were filled with anger as she tells Camus that she won't be as lucky, and she'll take her time to tame Camus so much that she would feel it in her bones and soul, making licking the spaces between her toes a daily routine for Camus. But an explosion erupts all of a sudden behind Ayan. Ayan turns around, and both she and Camus were shocked to see the explosion. The barbarians shouted out that it was an ambush as some of them were set on fire, screaming in pain. Footsteps are seen walking through the fire. Adolf appears among the flames, calling out to the barbarians that he had come to repay them for what they did. Camus was happy to recognize that voice. She sees that it was her uncle with fire in his hand. Adolf shouts to them to return his niece back to him this instant. The barbarians could only stare as everything was set ablaze in front of them. They see that the Morg and Baskerville clan members were easily killing each of the barbarians. Vikir was sitting on a branch of a tree, witnessing how everything was unfolding. He looks at the scene before him, thinking that something was strange. He wondered why the Balak, who ambushed them before so perfectly, was now panicking this easily from an attack. The barbarians turned to run away from the attack on their wolves, calling the Morg and Baskerville clans crazy bastards for causing such an uproar inside the forest in the middle of the night. But Adolf shouts at his members, telling them not to let a single barbarian run away alive. Just as 2 Morg members chased after the barbarians, Camus laughs at the barbarians and tells them they were getting what they deserved. But a sound rustled behind her, causing her to sit upright. Her face grew nervous as she slowly turns around to see what it was. It was Vikir. He signals to her to be quiet as she yells out his name. He cuts the ropes that were tying Camus to the tree with ease. Camus was happy to see him as he lifts her up, asking if he came to save her. Vikir replies back to her if she doesn't understand what hand gesture was used for keeping quiet. But their chat was cut off as Ayan appears before them, telling Vikir that she knew that the boy who uses knives well would come. She tells him that his strong physique that made it possible to cover a long distance within a short period of time and his level hard-headedness that made it possible for him to get through the darkness of the forest, adding on his passionate and pure love that made him put his life on the line for his girl, all those conditions were perfect. As Ayan tells Vikir that she won't ask about his past and that he had passed, Vikir looks at her and wonders what he had passed. But Camus and Ayan send lightning stares at one another, as they both know what each of them wanted Vikir as their husband. Vikir is a ladies' man, charming ladies here and there with his handsome face like a playbill. Vikir pulls Camus closer to him, causing her to blush slightly as he thinks about not being able to hide his powers in this situation, and that he couldn't recall anything about Ayan from his past life. Ayan seemed pissed that Camus was close to Vikir as he wonders if she was the one that gave the nose bridge scar to Hugo's face, and if she was the Black Archer, Night Fox. But he changes his thought as he realizes that she was too young and unskilled to be the Night Fox, but was probably someone who had the same bloodline. But as they were talking, a blow dart is seen pointing at them. Vikir sees the attack going to Camus and easily blocks it with his hand. Ahun was shocked to see this and wondered how Vikir knew as he was hiding in the bushes. Vikir decides to pick up Camus, causing her to scream a bit as he realized that things had become bothersome. He tells Camus to bear it with him for a little and that he will return her to his uncle. Camus agrees shyly, thinking that he was still out of it as he was using formal language, which might be because of the poison. Vikir and Camus quickly leave away, leaving Ayan to stand alone in silence. She scratches her head, saying that she wanted Vikir to return with her obediently. As Vikir and Camus escape, he asks her if she was severely poisoned. Camus replies shyly while blushing that she thinks so. All of a sudden, 2 barbarians appear and shoot arrows at them. Vikir manages to block their attacks with his sword as Camus shrieks from fear. Ayan then prepares her arrow, lightly releasing a blue aura that covered the arrow. She stretches the bowstring and prepares her shot with her arrow glowing blue intensely. Her gaze filled with focus as she prepares to get rid of Camus. She lets go of the arrow, which unleashes a powerful blue streak of light. The arrow soon reaches the back of Vikir as he carries Camus. He turns his head in a swift motion and sees the powerful arrow reaching them. Camus turns as well due to Vikir and sees the arrow just inches away from her eye. Huge pillars of ice suddenly erupt throughout the forest following the attack of the arrow. Sweat drips down Camus' face as she spots the arrow standing still just inches from her face. Adolf appears and had used ice magic to freeze the arrow from attacking Vikir and Camus. He shouts at Camus, asking if she was alright. Camus was glad to see her uncle arrive. Adolf casts Cure Poison to heal Camus. He holds Camus dearly and mentions that the poison was really severe and numbing, which was difficult for him to remove, and tells her that they needed to visit the divine Quo Vadis when they return. But Camus pushes his hand away, asking him to let her go for a moment. Instead, she runs towards Vikir and hugs him with all her might, telling him that he had saved her again. Seeing that shocked Adolf. Tears filled his eyes, and he tries to tell her that he too also tried his best. But Camus was not happy with him. She yells at him, wondering why he had only come now and that she was going to tell her mother everything. Just as Camus was yelling at Adolf, a rope appears around Vikir's face. The rope tightly wraps itself around Vikir's neck as Ayan appears behind him, holding the rope tightly and surprising Vikir. She tries her best to pull Vikir but couldn't. She wondered why he was so strong and why he wasn't moving backward. She tells Vikir to be obedient and to let himself be captured as she was running out of time. Vikir easily snaps the rope into pieces, thinking why there was no time. Camus yells at her, saying it was you again. Vikir thought deeply about the reason why the Balak were in a hurry. Soon enough, a demonic being's gaze was felt, an ominous, deadly aura was felt throughout the forest. Ayan trembles in fear as she gazes at the sky, saying did it finally notice. Even Vikir's weapon, Beelzebub, was activating on its own and causes a buzz. Vikir looks at it, wondering why the Beelzebub in his veins was giving him an intense warning. He knew that it meant that something was coming. Ayan tells him that she was coming as sweat drips down her face. Fear overtook her as she spoke its name, Madame Eight Legs. As she looked up, a sudden pillar appears, though it pierced through the forest and was aiming for the skies. Everyone looked at it. The barbarians and even its wolves were terrified at its appearance, saying that the madam was here. Vikir and Camus looked up and wondered why a pillar had appeared. The pillar was releasing a scary-looking purple aura and soon split into various legs. The legs attack various places throughout the forest as Adolf covers Camus, and Vikir recalls what the monster was and didn't expect to see it in a place like this. If Vikir's memory was right, it was Madame Eight Legs, who had an S-rank rating. Madame Eight Legs lets out a horrifying shriek of madness that was heard throughout the forest. As the three of them stare in horror, Camus tries to shout out what that was. Vikir quickly covers her mouth, telling her that she can't make loud noises. He explains to her that even though Madame Leg has poor sight, it has sensitive touch and hearing. Vikir recalls an old native prior to his regression about the incident seen and heard about at the mountain. The legend the elder told seemed like a horror story. It was a horror story about the Madam with 8 legs, which inhabited in the depths of the forest. According to the Empire's Monster Dictionary, which was finalized after 7 revisions, there were written records of Madame 8 Legs. Its risk ranking was S and was a monster capable of destroying a nation within a single day, making it a disaster rank. Madame 8 Legs lets out a horrible shriek, causing green slime to spread all around from its mouth. The green slime melts the branches of the tree. Vikir dodges the green slime with ease, while Adolf protects Camus from the slime using a spell shield. But Ahan lets out a scream like a little girl. He shouts out as Madame's poison has landed on his hair. The hair covered with poison was quickly cut off. Ayan whispers while cutting his hair, he was an idiot for screaming in front of the madam. Just as Ahan kneels down on the ground, Ayan couldn't believe what happened and looked up. She sees that Madame 8 Legs was looking right at her. She tells Ahan that she would have killed him, but he was lucky that he was the grandchild of the shaman. She whispers to the others to quickly retreat. On the other side, Vikir and others were making a run for it too, as Adolf whispers to them that they needed to get away. But Madame Legs had spotted both groups and slowly senses their movements. With her, "Well, I don't know what should I call this. Damn bro, is this a tongue? Comment below what you think this part is." Madame 8 Legs had spotted the 2 groups who were retreating differently. The ball acts were running away in small groups, just like the blue dots, whereas the Morgs and Baskerville members were running away in a large group, just like the red dots. There was a slight difference in how the 2 groups retreated, but it made the madam decide who to chase after. It decided to chase Vikir and the others. Adolf asked why it was coming their way. A member of the Morg clan tells Adolf to leave it to him, as he knew that a bug's weakness was a fire attack. He conjures a huge fireball and sends it flying towards the madam. It lands and causes a huge explosion in its face. The members saw the explosion and believed that the fireball attack had worked. The man asked Adolf if he had seen that but was interrupted when one of Madame's legs pierced through the man beside him into the air. The man could only stare. His blood flew all over from its attack. Blood was spilled on his face as tears began to form. He looks at the madam and realized that the fireball attack had done nothing. Adolf was panicking as he was running away, wondering what the hell was that, but Vikir was deep in thought. He decided that this was it. As the others continued to run away, Vikir had turned around, surprising them. Staffordshire sees this and asks what Vikir was doing. Vikir tells him that at the rate they were all going to be killed, so one of them is needed to tie down the monster's legs. Staffordshire then offers to do it, but Vikir cuts him off, telling him that his skills were not enough to tie down the monster's leg. Everyone could only stare at Vikir in silence as he explained to them that they couldn't afford to bring the monster back into the territory with them. In the current situation, the best person had to tie its leg down, which was Vikir. As he holds his sword closely, he tells Adolf that there was no time, and a decision was left in him. But Camus was shocked to see what Vikir was doing. Adolf hesitated at the idea of leaving behind Vikir alone, but Vikir tells him to hurry and run away. Adolf then decides to leave Vikir, telling the others to not let his nephew-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. Tears form in Camus' eyes as she calls out to Vikir while Adolf pulls her away from him. Camus' voice could be heard telling Vikir to return, but Adolf tells her not to move as Vikir holds his sword tightly. Then he lets out a deep breath and lets go of his sword. He looks ahead and thinks that he has no intention of the destruction of the Baskerville territory, and that the Allied forces could not stop the madam who was still growing. However, this was a good opportunity for Vikir, as he plans to fake his death in order to get away from Hugo to buy enough time for him to learn the 10th technique in his head. He decides to return to the clan only when he was skilled enough to not be pushed around by Hugo, or when he had perfect control over his skill. Being able to hide and control it was when he will return. Vikir unleashes the full power of Beelzebub in his arm, revealing its demonic energy blade. Knowing that if he doesn't go all out, he would die. Madam Leg stare at Vikir as Vikir stares back at it, preparing himself for his hardest fight yet. The Baskervilles and Beelzebub's demonic energy surround Vikir's body as he slowly unleashes all his skills. The large amount of mana he received from the River Styx's blessing, the aura that was more worldly, and used for high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques, and finally the demonic sword Beelzebub. Vikir's eyes were filled with intense focus as he tells the monster that he was going to use everything he has to attack it. Vikir charges forward with crazy speed in a zigzag motion and leaps through all the trees in the forest into the night sky. The red aura follows him as he makes his way into the clouds. His demonic sword glowed red as he sees Madam Eight Legs right in front of him. Madam Eight Legs lets out a shriek as it spots the cure in the air. Vikir gives it a bombastic side-eye while raising his sword up in the air, unleashing an immensely powerful attack that turned the pages black and white and the drawer colorblind. It revealed a bright red attack from him that strikes Madam Eight Legs head-on. It was the Baskerville's 5th technique, fear raised in Vikir's face as he attacks with all his strength. Madam Eight Legs soon began to tremble from the power of Vikir's strike, causing it to slam into Mother Earth. The attack caused a bright red glow to appear in the forest, which began to shine like a diamond in the sky. Soon, a huge crimson-red glow appears in the forest and reaches for the sky. Just as Adolf and the others made it out of the forest, Camus sees the intense glow unveiling right before her eyes. Tears fall from her face as she witnesses what happens next. The red glow slowly begins to die down as Camus screams out for Vikir. With this the part ends. Just joking, before we continue, let me know in the comment if Vikir is going to survive or not. Vikir was seen his neck tied to a guillotine, waiting for his death, as 2 bloodhound guards stood by his sides, holding their swords up high. Vikir wore an expressionless face as he thinks about his final moments, but even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with an intense red glow as he stares at something in front of him. Hugo was standing proud and tall as the moonlight casts light on him, with a platoon of bloodhounds stood behind him. Hugo slowly raises his hand in the air while his eyes glowed bright red in the night. His eyes released an intense glow and glare as he pushes his hand in a downward motion. The sound of a sharp blade meeting flesh and bone was heard in the night, as blood was seen splattered in the sky. Vikir's vision of Hugo and the others were now at a low viewpoint as everything started to look hazy. Blood soon filled his vision as he looks at the numerous red stares from his once former family members. Hugo slowly walks away from Vikir's vision, almost filled with blood, but his eyes were still focused on Hugo's head as he left Vikir alone. Vikir then slowly opens his eyes after awakening from his dream. He stares at the ceiling and saw that he was in some sort of cottage. Bandages covered his face and body as he lay on a bed made of something, while his neck was tied to a rope. He wonders what this place is. He thinks about how he didn't know how many days had passed or how he had survived the battle against Madam Eight Legs. He recalls back to the moment when he had unleashed his most powerful attack on Madame Eight-Leg, realizing that during that crucial moment, if Madame hadn't stopped in her tracks upon receiving a shock from the explosion's light, Vikir would have lost his life. Vikir slowly sits upright while holding his injured shoulder. He thinks about how his muscles, veins, and even bones were all injured. There wasn't a place in his body where he felt uninjured. Vikir didn't think this would be the extent of his injuries after receiving a hit head-on. He realizes that he had misjudged Madame's attack power so badly that he could even feel it in his bones. Vikir then holds onto the rope around his neck, wondering if it was because of this that caused him to have a neck ache that he was feeling now after the battle against Madame. But it was because of it that he was saved. Vikir started to think about the others and wondered if he could consider it as going according to plan. His plan of escaping Hugo's watch was a success. Besides Adolf and Camus, many other witnesses could prove his death, allowing Vikir to not worry about his death being proven. Vikir exits the cottage tent and notices something. He sees barbarians of different ages and genders walking around. He recognizes it as the Balak camp, called Bulak, and he wonders if he was being held captive in their camp. Vikir thinks about how he was in the midst of the camp that belongs to the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, which was bad for him as he couldn't run away with his ruined body. A voice shouts out saying, "Hurry up, walk!" Just as a group of prisoners appeared behind Vikir with their hands bound together. A female barbarian was holding the rope attached to 4 of the men's necks as prisoners while shouting at them that if they don't move quickly, they would die from a wolf's bite. Vikir watches them from a distance, and was surprised as he recognizes their faces as people who were soldiers from the Baskerville and Morg clans. He watches them leave, thinking about why he was not being executed. A foot appears behind him, saying that he was up. Vikir looks back and sees a punk rock hairstyle barbarian male asking him if he could speak Balak. Vikir recognizes the barbarian as a Hun, the barbarian holding the dart blower who tried to attack him from the bushes a few days ago. A Hun tells Vikir that he should be thankful that he wasn't going to end up with the same fate as the prisoners he had just seen. A Hun then smirks right in the face of Vikir, asking him how he felt watching his comrades walk towards their death, and then he must be in despair since he could not do anything with that crippled body. With an evil smile on his face, a Hun tells Vikir that if he weren't the commander's pet dog, he would have boiled Vikir right away. Hearing the words, "pet dog," triggered something deep within Vikir's soul. He visualizes Hugo's face with his hands filled with chains and a dark aura. The chains were slowly suffocating Vikir as his body was slowly being covered by the chains and dark aura. A Hun suddenly felt an immense pressure, wondering what it was. He looks at Vikir and sees that his eyes were filled with murderous intent and that his aura was extremely strong. A Hun responded with a punch to Vikir's face, calling him an arrogant bastard. Vikir slowly got up and looked at a Hun walking away. His eyes were filled with revenge as he had memorized the Hun's face, and swore to get his revenge once his body recovers. Vikir walks past a few more cottage tents in the camp. He slowly pulls onto the rope inch by inches, making his way out of the camp, wondering how the rope was this long. He walks a bit further but soon notices that he had walked quite a fair bit but still couldn't see the end of the rope, which causes him to wonder if his owner was actually at the end of the rope. All of a sudden, a rope tightens itself. Vikir notices that the rope was being pulled in a certain direction. He sees that the end of the rope was leading into a pool of water, where Ayan was seen submerged inside. She was holding on to the end of the rope but remained silent. Vikir and Ayan were soon entering an awkward staring contest with one another as Vikir stood on land while Ayan was submerged in the waters. She gives him a wide smile before telling him to lie down. Vikir was suddenly pulled forward by her, as his head was pulled forward by Ayan, a certain object that went through the spot where his head was originally an arrow that lands on a tree. Ayan came out of the water and shouted at a group of children, calling them brats and telling them to go practice somewhere else. Meanwhile, Vikir was just lying on the ground, motionless. Ayan then turns to him to thank him for setting her free at the slave auction. She points a finger at Vikir, telling him that she was the kind to return kindness twofold, while returning tenfold when it comes to revenge. And since he had saved her once before, she had now saved him twice. Vikir wondered where the twice came from. She explains to him that she had gone back for him after his fight with Madame Legs, and if she didn't do that, he would have died. So, he needed to be thankful that she was tenacious. Vikir then asked her if she was the one who had set up the rope attached to his neck, but Ayan simply smiled at him as he asks her another question about the reason why she was keeping him alive. The rope tightens around his neck, which catches Vikir's attention, while Ayan informs him that she noticed that Vikir seemed to be in a high position within his party. While pulling his rope, she tells him now she wonders how much his party would pay for him. Vikir starts to grow nervous as he thought that he was in trouble. He knew that if the barbarians started hostage negotiations with the Baskerville clan, his original plan of escaping Hugo's watch would have become meaningless. He thinks deeply about what he should do in this situation. Ayan flashes a smile. She asks Vikir about what he was thinking and if he had felt a sense of hope. But Ayan tells Vikir that unfortunately, he wasn't going back to his party, as she pulls him closer while slowly taking out a blade. She cuts the long rope while telling Vikir that he was going to be her slave. But Vikir was actually glad to hear that. Ayan then points her blade towards Vikir, telling him that they should decide on their titles first, and that Vikir should call her master. But Vikir doesn't respond at all and just remains silent. Ayan laughs and tells him that she likes his rebellious eyes and that it would be fun taming him. Ayan then sheathes her blade back into its cover. She looks forward and tells Vikir that before they get into the taming, they had to go somewhere else first. Vikir then asks her where they were going. Ayan smiles happily as the sunlight brightens her face. She tells Vikir that it was obvious. Vikir had to give his greetings when he stepped into someone else's land. A cottage tent is seen with skulls hung around, and on top of it, an arrow is pierced through the thick skull of a dead crocodile. Ayan informs Vikir that they will be visiting the village head, which is the matriarch, just as a fierce mommy-looking barbarian woman is seen sitting on top and around the dead bodies of animals who had their skulls pierced by a single arrow. Vikir and Ayan were now walking back through the camp of the Balak together. Ayan explains to Vikir that if he didn't have a place to sleep, he could just sleep on your friend's hammock, and if he was ever hungry, he could get food from someone who was more affluent. Ayan tells him that this was how the Balaks were living. She turns to Vikir and informs him that their way of life may mean nothing to outsiders, but to the people who lived here, it was a very holy place, and that it would be good for Vikir to get used to their way of living. But Vikir commented that he noticed that the Balaks had no regard for private assets. Ayan then informs Vikir that they had arrived at the matriarch's house, which was the cottage tent covered with skulls shown before. Ayan entered the house first, and informs her mother that they were here. As Vikir entered the house, he catches the word mother. Ayan's mother stood up, saying, "You're here." She takes note that Ayan had brought back the imperial boy that she was talking about every day. Hearing this made Ayan fluster, as she tells her mother that she didn't talk about Vikir every day. Vikir connected the dots in his head after seeing that Ayan was the matriarch's daughter of the Balak tribe, which might be that her mother was the Night Fox. The Night Fox was the female Balak warrior who had scarred Hugo's nose bridge, and was the reason behind why Vikir could not cross the mountain's landscape. Vikir thinks about his past self, and wondered what would happen to his past version if he had gone up against her. He started to experiment in his head about his chances if he were to fight her in head-on combat, which ended up in 0%. He then thought of his chances of winning if he went through the assassination route but realized that it was still at 0%. Vikir gulps nervously as a sweat drop drips down from his face after imagining those situations in his head. Seeing the Night Fox's intense deadly aura up close made him realize that, if he had run away, his chances were only a mere 20%, but the 20 would only be referring to his survival rate. The Night Fox takes a look at Vikir's face and tells him that she had seen his face before. Vikir wondered nervously if she had realized that he was from the same bloodline as Hugo by instinct, but the Night Fox brushes it off by saying that most Imperial men look the same. She asks Ayan about what she was planning on doing to Vikir as he was no different from a cripple. But Ayan tells her that Vikir would be useful once he receives good treatment, as he was the one who attacked Madame Eight Legs after all. But her mother warns her that taking action without knowing your place might come back to bite her. The Night Fox brushes off Ayan's initial intentions as it didn't matter to her whether Vikir's body was destroyed or not. She only cared about whether his seed was fine. Ayan became flustered and told her mother that it was not about that. Vikir begins to inspect certain objects in the house while the mother and daughter continue to argue. Ayan tells her mother that she was going to use Vikir as a slave, but her mother was surprised to hear that as she was talking about doing something else to Vikir. Before her mother could complete her sentence, Ayan yells at her that she just needed Vikir as a slave to support her during hunts. The night fox soon pats Ayan's head, which causes her to blush as she tells her that it is up to the owner to do what they want to do with their slave. Ayan then takes a peek and sees Vikir checking out the main pillar of the house. They soon left the house and went to walk back to the forest. As they walked together, Vikir tells Ayan that he had a question. He asks her what her name was, causing Ayan to yell at him about suddenly asking a question all of a sudden, and how he dared to ask questions as a slave. But Vikir informs her that he does not intend to call her master, which is why he asked what her name was. Ayan rubs her head before telling Vikir that her name was Ayan. Vikir then introduces himself as Vikir and asks her what she wanted him to do by her name. Ayan was flustered at Vikir calling her by her name, and told him how dare a slave call her by her name. She then decides to give Vikir his first order. Ayan points her finger at him, and shouts out that his first order was to build a house that he will be living in from now on. Ayan thinks mischievously about how Vikir was acting too arrogant as a slave and that there was no way an imperial bastard like him would know how to build a house. She continues to think that ordering a slave around was part of a master's competency, and that she needed to use this chance to rebalance the hierarchy between them. Meanwhile, Vikir was thinking about the first order of building a house. He smiles and says that this was going to be fun. After some time, we see Ayan standing still with her hands behind her back, wearing a stunned expression on her face. Vikir points to a makeshift tent and tells her that he had carried out her order. She looks at the tent that Vikir built, and wondered why he was so good at building tents. She thought that he would have struggled to build a house because of his injured body. Ayan turns around to look at the building materials that she brought over. She thinks that since he managed to build the house, there was no use for the items that she had brought with her. Vikir was happy with the house he built as he thought that it had been a while. He recalls his past memories during the time of destruction when swordsmen were only good at wielding swords, which was why they couldn't survive. So, in order to survive in extreme situations, one would need to learn a variety of survival skills. Ayan inspects the drains that Vikir had dug out, and commented that they were perfect too. Vikir informs her that the matriarch's tent looked unstable. This catches Ayan's attention as it was about her mother. Vikir explained to her in detail in regard to her mother's tent problems, stating that in its current state during the rainy seasons, the ground around the central pillar will shake, which might cause water to leak through. If she orders him to, Vikir was willing to mix slimy dirt and gravel on the opposite hill to create bricks, which he will reinforce the bricks by spreading oil and burning it. Hearing the long explanation made Ayan order Vikir to do what he said as she was thinking the same thing. Vikir then went on to gather the materials to create the bricks as Ayan watched him from behind a tree. He then started to roast the brick mixture to form the actual bricks while Ayan watched closely by his side. They soon met up with the matriarch once again, with Vikir carrying a wagon filled with the bricks he had made. The night fox was surprised to learn about her house problems from them. After a while, Vikir had created a solution made up of bricks to help resolve the issues the matriarch's house was having. The matriarch tells them that she was frustrated because of the numerous amounts of time she had tried to repair the roof. Water would still be leaked through. She now realizes that the main problem was the main pillar. She tells Vikir that he had done a good job while informing her daughter that she had picked up quite a useful mail. She then instructs Vikir to go around the barracks to take care of tedious matters such as this. Ayan remained silent while looking concerned at Vikir. He nods his head upon hearing her mother's command. Vikir was seen washing the rags at a nearby river when Ayan calls out to him, catching his attention. She asks him if it was exhausting to just slave away and wonders if he wants to be an official member of their tribe. Vikir continues to wash the rags while answering her that slaving away wasn't too bad. He thinks about how it was much more peaceful being a slave here than being part of the Baskervilles or living in the underdog city. Ayan was surprised to hear that kind of reply from Vikir. She stated that from the way Vikir spoke, he had been disciplined well, and that from a slave's perspective, it would be hard to complain. Vikir continued to tell her that it really was not that bad. Ayan replies, saying there was no way it wasn't when he was doing tough and tedious work. Vikir ignores her and continues to do his work. Ayan follows behind him and tells him to not be silent and to follow her, as she would be able to help him in terms of surviving and adjusting in the Balak tribe. Ayan informs him that if he does a good job, she will remove the rope around his neck. This offer catches Vikir's attention, and he turns around to tell her that that offer sounded appealing. He then asks her about what he should do. Ayan smiles and tells him that he was now being honest. She tells Vikir that he needed to go on a hunt and capture a huge prey. She explained that the tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch prey large enough, making the growing children unable to eat meat for a while. In other words, Vikir needed to bring in a huge prey so that changing his title from slave to commoner wouldn't be a pipe dream. Ayan then smacks the back of Vikir's heart, causing him to flinch with a smile on her face. She tells Vikir that he had no problem moving light objects, and that all he needed to do was just assist her. Vikir was showing an annoyed expression after being smacked on the back just as Ayan tells him about how lucky he was to be the slave of the Balak's hunting commander. Vikir thought about the job of hunting for a moment, and then agreed to join Ayan in hunting. Hearing this brought joy to Ayan as she smiles widely while blushing a bit. She tells Vikir that they would be leaving tomorrow, but Vikir was curious about why she was smiling like that. Ayan tells him she wasn't. Just as a foot appears behind a tree, a Hun was glaring angrily upon hearing the conversation between Ayan and Vikir. He sees how close Vikir was getting to Ayan and calls him a disgusting bastard. An arm covered in bandages is seen placing his hand inside a jar. When the hand is removed from the jar, some sort of grayish mud is seen coming out of the jar. A man wearing a skull headpiece with crazy eyes brows tells the hunters that it's time to gather around, and it was time to start the hazing ceremony. His hand is covered in the mud that was in the jar. This was a human, the Balak shaman. A human is seen sitting down on a tree stump with a hunter kneeling before him and with other hunters forming a line to see him. He tells the hunter that was kneeling to take his blessing. If he doesn't take it, it would mean that the hunter would have a hard time later on. Ayan explains to Vikir that the Balaks feel guilty when they kill their prey, so before they kill, they spread charcoal on their faces to hide themselves from the god of death. Vikir, after hearing the explanation from Ayan, thought about how even the Balaks, which was a warrior tribe, had a shaman as well. The hunters in front of him were complaining about the fact that a human, the shaman, was nagging again. The male hunter tells the female hunter to let a human be as he was a shaman that needed to establish his position in the tribe as well. Looking at a human spreading his blessing and writing on the faces of the hunters with charcoal made the hunters question the fact that the shaman's blessings usually fail a lot, and that the hunters were only just seeking his blessings whenever there was an occasion. Vikir overheard the hunters talking and thought about if it meant that a human's position as a shaman was meaningless, and realized that the Balak tribe place was not that much different from other places. Ayan had received the blessing from a human, and her face was covered in charcoal markings. She kinda looks like a joke. Vikir points to her and tells her that it was quite a sight to see. Ayan attempts to wipe off the charcoal markings on her face, telling Vikir to shut up and that her markings were funny as she didn't get along with the shaman. While blushing hard, she hands over a collar that has spikes all over it, and tells Vikir to wear it. Vikir takes the collar with spikes and recognizes it as a dog collar. Ayan wears a similar one, and tells him that the hunters wear them on the neck so that they won't get bitten by their prey. Vikir holds onto the rope around his neck while staring at the dog collar in his hand. He thinks silently for a moment before deciding to put it on as he thought about how he was already here and that it would be better for him to adapt to this place. A white wolf with yellow eyes is seen panting heavily with its tongue hanging out of its mouth. Vikir and Ayan are seen riding on its back. She turns around to Vikir asking him if he was really going to be okay. If she had told him to hold on to her waist, but Vikir assures her that he was going to be okay. Ayan then tells him that they were going to leave now, but Vikir suddenly sways heavily to the back. Ayan smiles as she looked behind after hearing a loud sound. She saw Vikir falling and tells him that he should have grabbed onto her waist, and then he would fall if he kept that up. Vikir has fallen flat on his back and onto the ground. He stayed flat on the ground thinking about whether he could even get up when his body was in such a horrible state. A shadow is cast over him which piques his attention as he looks up to see what it was. A Hun had once again appeared before Ayan and Vikir with his pet wolf behind him. Ayan gets down from her pet wolf and calls out to a Hun. He informs her that it seems like she was very free as she was busy playing around with her slave. He continues to tell her that he was going to catch a bigger prey this time so that in the next joint hunt, He would become the captain of the hunting group. He was even going to place his grandfather's honor on the line. Ian questions him about why he was willing to put his grandfather's honor on the line when his grandfather only knew about shamanism. Just after Vakir had sat up to see what Ian and Ahun were talking about, he sees something fast approaching his face. Ahun went on to kick Vakir directly onto the side of his head. This action surprises Ian, who was shocked to see what Ahun was doing to Vakir. She calls him a bastard and asked what he was doing. Ahun smiles after kicking Vakir, which sent him flying backward onto the ground. He commented about the fact that Ian had given Vakir the dog collar, which was a protective piece meant for hunters but was used on Vakir, who was a slave. As he continues to berate and question Ian about how she was going to use an injured male such as Vakir as hunting assistant, he tells her to get a hold of herself, that she was a commander, and that Vakir was only going to be a burden. But Ian notices something. She shows a smile and wonders if Ahun actually believed that Vakir was just an injured male. She informs him to take a look at his waistband before saying those things. Ahun takes note of her words and looks at his waistband, which showed signs of being torn apart. This shocks him. Vakir spits out some blood after being kicked by Ahun. He shows a smile and was holding onto a quiver with few arrows. He informs Ahun that he should grab hold of his weapons as he would hold his lover. Ahun was still stunned as to what had just happened. Vakir then tells him that his quiver and arrows were taken away. Ian covers her mouth to muffle the sound of her laughter. Ahun continued to look annoyed and stunned while turning to look at Vakir. Ahun finally broke out of his stunned state and rushed over to beat up Vakir even more, as he calls Vakir an arrogant slave bastard. But a bow grabs onto his arm just before he lands a punch on Vakir. Ian tells him that it was enough. She had used her bow to hold on to Ahun to prevent him from attacking Vakir even further. She asks him about whose slave he thought he was going to punish on his own accord. Ahun shouts at her that Vakir was a slave and that he dared to insult the Balak warrior. Ian replies back to him that he was being pathetic in front of Vakir, but Ahun continued to explain that Vakir was just a slave and questions why she was defending him so much. He then yells at her asking if she had come to like the slave that was Vakir. Ian remained silent upon hearing that from Ahun and didn't reply back. After a brief moment, she touches her head and tells Ahun that a slave was a slave, and, since Vakir did something wrong, he should be punished. Ahun agrees with what Ian was saying and explained that it was what he was saying as well, but Ian informs him that Vakir was her slave and that he does not have the right to punish him. Vakir then looks curious at what was happening. Ian had given the one punch straight into his face as blood was splattered out. More blood could be seen splattered onto the nearby grass. Ahun was shocked and stunned once again to see what Ian had done to Vakir as she continues to beat the crap out of Vakir's punishment. Ian had finally stopped her punishment as Vakir falls onto the ground with a heavy sound. She then looks at Ahun with her eyes glowing brightly while Vakir lies flat out on the ground in front of them. She asks Ahun if he was happy now. She tells Ahun that she knew that he was upset as he was not able to catch a maiden for himself previously during the ambush with the Morg clan. As her fist was covered with the cursed blood that was enough to drip down from her hand, her rage explodes in a mad fury, as she tells Ahun that she would beat him up once he did the same to her slave again with her eyes glowing brightly while her hand was still covered in Vakir's blood. Ahun was too stunned to speak as Ian asked if he got it. He tells her that he got it as Vakir continued to lie on the ground without even a single muscle moving. Some time passed after the incident with Ahun. Ian peeks behind with a sad and nervous look on her face. Vakir was behind her with injuries covering his face. They moved slowly through the forest on the back of Ian's pet wolf. She then asks Vakir for punishment at hurt, and if he was angry, but Vakir remained silent and did not respond to any of her questions. She then explains to Vakir that she needed to have him punished as Ahun was a petty and stubborn guy, and that beating up Vakir as a punishment was the only way to stop his petty retaliations. Vakir remains silent even after Ian explained her actions. She then asks him about why he was not replying to her. After a while, Vakir finally replies to Ian and states that it was because her punishment hurts. Ian's eyes open wide as she hears his words. Ian instantly does a headstand to spin around in the air as Vakir looks at her. She grabs onto Vakir's face quickly, asking a bunch of questions. She asks him if it hurts a lot or if it was bad and whether his life was in danger. With his mouth being squeezed by Ayan's hand, he slowly tells her that it hurts to talk. He explains to her that he had these types of injuries a lot, but Ayan moves her face close to us, which stops his sentence halfway. Licking sounds could be heard in the forest. Ayan was blushing heavily as she touches her mouth while facing Vikir. She then quickly turns around, her face away from Vikir. Her ears are shown to be intensely red as she tells Vikir that she knew that she was right about him, and that even though he was an imperial bastard, Vikir had shown promise. Vikir wipes his face with the back of his hand, wondering if the barbarians usually lick each other's injuries and that licking an injury like how Ayan just did was dangerous as it might spread an infection. She turns around shyly and asks Vikir if he needed something from her, and then even if it was one thing, he should tell her because if it was something that Ayan could do, she would do anything for him. Vikir then asks if he could really ask for anything. This startles Ayan, as she jolts up while telling Vikir that a Balak warrior does not go back on their word. Vikir then takes a moment to think deeply about what he wanted. Ayan's heart began to beat hard and loud. She blushes and sweats hard about what he was thinking about so hard. She wonders if Vikir wanted to actually do the deed. Vikir then tells her that if he could do anything, then what he wanted was good. Ayan's heart continued to beat hard and fast in anticipation of what Vikir wanted. Vikir then tells her that he wanted her to teach him how to shoot arrows. Ayan was extremely disappointed in hearing his request, and tells him that since it's about arrows, it was fine. They continued to travel through the forest on the back of Ayan's pet wolf as she raises her arm, telling Vikir that from tomorrow onwards they would be doing special training. Vikir agrees with her suggestion. A bunch of arrows are seen stuck into a tree. Ayan comments to Vikir that it looked like her slave has no talent in the bow and arrow, and that she had told him to aim at the arrow that was already stuck in the tree. Vikir was drawing the string of the bow with sweat dripping down his face as he calls out to Ayan. He asks her if it was all right to teach him how to shoot a bow in such a position as Ayan could be seen holding on to Vikir with her legs wrapped around his. She smirks upon hearing Vikir's question and informs him that he was the one that asked her to teach him how to use the bow and that this was the way how young Balak warriors were taught. She continues to instruct Vikir that he should bend his back a little more while explaining that he won't be able to use the sword for a long time because of his body. He needed to learn how to use the bow well as Vikir needed to capture a large prey for the sake of his reputation, after all. Vikir struggles to get into position based on Ayan's instructions as he notes that his bones were at their limits. The sudden appearance of Ayan's pet wolf appearing in the bushes behind them because Ayan to press a little too hard on the curse back as a loud cracking sound is heard. She calls out to her pet wolf, called Bakira, asking if he had found something. But Bakira barks in response as Vikir is seen kneeling on the ground, trembling in pain over Ayan's touch on his back. His face turns purple as he struggles with the pain while Ayan calls him a slave and tells him to get up. She smiles widely at him and informs him that from here onwards they would be moving quickly. A long stream of water is seen moving rapidly as large spikes of rocks are located at the end. Ayan explains to Vikir that this is the area where the river and ocean connect so that both the ocean's water and animals could occupy this area. Ayan informs him that her grandmother told her about this, that a salmon believes that if it successfully swims up the waterfall, it could evolve into a huge beast. As large numbers of salmon fishes could be seen swimming in the waters and jumping into the air. However, Ayan continues her story about how most salmons fail to rise above the waterfall and fall. Eventually, they would be punished when they fall onto the sharp rocks and that the fish that falls onto the sharp rocks would become good food for an ox bear. A huge bear with horns on its head is seen standing over a salmon that had failed to escape the waterfall and instead had been impaled by a sharp rock. Vikir asks if what they were seeing was an ox bear as it looked like a completely different species. It was totally different level compared to the ones that he had seen. Ayan tells Vikir that the ox bear in front of them was not an ordinary one. As they continue to hide behind the bushes, she explains that it was an ox bearer that was born from a superior bloodline and has survived countless pandemonium. Vikir looks over to Ayan nervously and asks if she was telling him to capture that bear version of Godzilla. Ayan tells him that there was no way, as she didn't tell her pet wolf Bakura to find her a strong female to hunt. A claw-brown foot appears while Ayan tells Vikir that their prey was the male bear that comes to court the female bear. Just as a huge number of male ox bears appear beside the female ox bear, the female and male ox bears were soon engaged in an intense eye-staring contest. The female ox bear soon slaps the male ox bear straight into his face. Seeing this situation caused Vikir to be shocked. The female ox bear continues to slap each of the male ox bears one by one easily with each of her claws. Vikir commented that the female ox bear keeps rejecting the proposal of the male ox bears. He soon wonders about how strong of a male ox bear she was looking for, as the male ox bear continued to leave the female ox bear one by one. Ayan turns to Vikir and informs him that he had the wrong way of thinking about it, as it was the opposite. She finally tells him that the female ox bear was not looking for a strong male ox bear, just as a pink-looking male ox bear appears in front of the female ox bear. Both the male and female ox bears soon touches noses with each other. Vikir was stunned to see that the strong, female ox bear had chosen the weakest-looking male ox bear, but Ayan seemed happy as she explains that the female ox bear was looking for a mate that she could boss around. She explains to Vikir that when a strong male ox bear gets excited, there were situations where it kills its partner, which made them not popular among the ox bears, which was why the female ox bears would look for weaker and smaller partners. This was similar to how the Balak warriors would select their partners. She then asks Vikir if he knew what kind of spouses were the most popularly chosen. She answers her own question by saying it was a young entity that possessed excellent DNA, and it would be even better if they were weakened due to an injury. Here DNA means little white tadpole. Vikir remained silent upon hearing Ayan's explanation and thought about how Ayan was basically saying that as long as she gets the DNA, then everything would be fine. The female and male ox bears soon left together, as Ayan tells Vikir that they were going to wait, as the female ox bear will suppress the male ox bear's strength completely. Deep in the forest, a mix of roaring and growl and sexual sounds could be heard throughout the forest. Vikir was seen standing still with a dull expression on his face as he continues to hear the sexual roars and moans of the ox bears. He was standing silently in front of a cave entrance, as the growling noises became louder. Food made up of berries, fish, and fruits are seen piled on top of leaves. It had been 4 days since Vikir had to listen to the ox bear's moans, which soon made Vikir unaware of what he was doing right now. Ayan soon appears and asks him if he had left any food for the ox bears. He tells her that he did as he returns to their campsite where a shelter and campfire had been made. Vikir has been giving the hungry ox bears food over the past 4 days so that they could continue their mating. Ayan picks up a pinkish berry in her hand and explains to him that the fruit has an effect where it boosts one's strength temporarily, but in the end, it was harmful as it consumes one's lifespan instead. She further explains that the female, who was more intelligent, would understand their intentions and that the male would understand as well, but in order to handle the female, he had no choice but to eat it. Vikir thought of the scenario where the male ox bear was attempting to escape from the female ox bear. He now understood the reason why Ayan had chosen a big and strong female as their target. Her plan was to deplete the male's strength. 2 bowls of soup are seen on the ground, which Ayan had made. She tells Vikir to eat up so he could heal. Vikir accepts the meal and commented that the ox bears were really mating like crazy. Isn't that normal? Ayan tells Vikir, which causes him to spit out the bowl of soup. She giggles at Vikir's reaction and tells him that all male Balaks were like that, but guessed that imperial males like Vikir weren't, and then she guessed that since he came from a geeky country, it meant that Vikir couldn't mate as the crazy ox bears could. Ayan continues to taunt Vikir, asking him if he could do it like the ox bears as he wipes the soup off his face. She leans closer to Vikir, playfully teasing him and asking if he could. A fierce loud roar soon catches Ayan's attention. Vikir was alarmed to see Ayan's reaction as she quickly grabs onto her bow, telling Vikir to get ready as the fierce roar continues to be heard. She noted that the female ox beard had finally been impregnated, as the female ox bear is seen towering over the collapsed body of the male ox bear. The female oxbeard lets out one more loud and fierce roar into the air that causes it to shake. The fierce roar causes the male ox bear to run away from the cave in a hurry. Vikir and Ayan are seen sitting on the branches of the tree. Vikir then asks Ayan about why the female ox bear was chasing the male ox bear away. She explains that an ox bear that has finished mating is no different from a competitive predator who has intruded a territory, and that it was a warning to the male ox bear to never come back. Vikir understands and commented that the female ox bear wants to sleep since she had used her strength, and has not slept for the past 4 days. As he looks at Ayan, she also looks at Vikir and tells him that the male ox bear would hide himself in a safe and remote place, and that from here onwards they would find his traces and chase after her quietly. As Ayan prepares her bow and arrow, she tells Vikir that once the male ox bear starts to go to sleep, that was when they would start their hunt. Up in the snowy mountains, Vikir and Ayan are riding Bakira through the mountains. They are crossing between 2 large pillars of stone. Vikir said that the male ox bear would be tired but is moving so far away. Ayan tells him that he was finding a place that has the least number of threats that the forest possesses, and that the place where there was cold, making sure that mosquitoes that suck bones or blood could not live here. Vikir then asks Ayan if the male ox bear knew about those facts, and came here knowing that. Ayan tells him that the male ox beard's intelligence is quite high, and that its acquired knowledge is better than its instincts. As they continue to follow the trail of the male ox bear, Vikir could start to feel the coldness of the area due to his body's condition. As he covers his body with his arms, Ayan turns around to ask if Vikir was feeling cold, and that if he was, he could put his body closer to hers. But Vikir tells her that he was fine, warns him that his body temperature could decrease, making his body become stiff, and when his body becomes stiff, it might get in their way when they start hunting. She then asks if he plans on getting in her way. Vikir thinks deeply about the facts Ayan had stated, thinking that it was a rational reason, and wonders if she was capable of making such rational decisions. He soon agrees and hugs tightly onto Ayan's body, causing her to jolt up and blush heavily. Ayan soon grew nervous and thought to herself that she was only doing this because she was concerned for her slave's health, and that it was the duty of a master to look after their slave. The pet wolf Bakira soon notices something up ahead. He lets out a fierce growl, which catches both Ayan's and Vikir's attention. They soon notice that the male ox bear footprints on the ground soon disappeared halfway. Ayan shouted out that the male ox bear's trace had disappeared. She turns to look around and wondered where the male ox bear had disappeared to, just as a pair of red eyes appear in the shadows right behind Ayan. Something fast was approaching Ayan at a high speed. She soon realizes it and turns to see what it was. It was the male ox bear. He launches straight towards Ayan at full speed with his claws close to Ayan while letting out a devastating roar. A group of hunters was seen, looking happy and amazed at something. They exclaimed with joy and shouted as they gathered around the boar that had been tied onto a wagon. They commented that with the amount of meat they could get from the boar, the whole tribe would be able to eat their fill. A female hunter tells the Hun who caught the boar that she had only managed to catch 3 rabbits, while another male hunter guessed that the hunter who caught the boar was the best hunter among them. Now they asked the man who was the hunter that caught the boar if it was true that he was the best hunter. He smiled in front of the prey that he had caught. A Hun continued to smile and bask in the compliments that the other hunters were giving him. The hunters asked them if it meant that he was going to be the hunting commander from here on out, and the other hunters agreed with that comment. Based on the rules, even Commander Ayan could not hunt as well as him, since there was a limit to what she could hunt by herself. But another hunter wondered about the fact that Ayan had brought a slave out with her to hunt. Hearing this, a Hun chuckled as he informed them that the slave bastard she brought along with was just going to be a burden to her instead of being any help. A Hun tells other hunters that Ayan will return without having even caught a single rabbit. The scene shifts to the moment when the male ox bear launches an ambush attack on Ayan from the shadows. Ayan's face was filled with shock and surprise as she saw the clawed hand approaching fast through her face, but a hand appeared on her body in an instant. Vikir just barely pulled her away from the path of the attack of the male ox bear. Pieces of her hair were blasted away as a nervous sweat drop dripped down her face. Both Vikir and Ayan fell to the ground with a heavy sound, which surprised Bakira, which is Ayan's her pet wolf even more. Vikir growled fiercely at the male ox bear that had ambushed its master. Bakira let out one final wolf and leaped under the male ox bear. Vikir and Ayan continued to lie on the ground as Vikir holds Ayan with both of his arms on her body. He asks her if she is okay. Ayan tells him that she managed to survive thanks to him and thanks Vikir for saving her. As Bakira continues to fight the male ox bear head on by itself, Vikir asks Ayan if the male ox bear was luring them instead of running away. He commented that the male ox bear had a cunning intellect that surpasses other monsters. Vikir now understood why the picky female would choose the male ox bear. He continues to Ayan that they could not avoid a head-on battle, while Ayan fought to herself about the fact that she had gotten help from the slave, making her dignity as his master drop. She then calls out to Vikir, her slave, and tells him to rest idly behind her, which catches his attention. She prepares her bow and arrow with a determined look on her face, and tells Vikir that she was going to show him the dignity of his master sometime. Vikir is seen with a dull expression on his face. He looks up to see that Ayan and her pet wolf were both leaping between the two walls of ice. Seeing this, he questioned himself that he was a slave who was lazing around while the master was working. Then which type of master and slave relation is this? He was impressed with the way of the Balak's slave rules, as they were quite unique. As Ayan could be seen sending 2 arrows towards the male ox-bearer, her attacks were successful. More arrows could be seen on the back of the male ox-bear as it tries its best to run away from her, with its mouth dripping with saliva and heavy breathing. Ayan shouts towards the male ox-bear to get her revenge because he made her act indecent in front of her slave. She chases after the ox-bear. Just as she was about to send another arrow towards the male ox-bear, it retreats into the stone wall. But Ayan's eyes were still filled with focus as she tells the male ox-bear that if it thinks it will be able to avoid her attack by hiding behind an object. She draws the string of her bow. Ayan's arrow begins to flash bright blue with an intense aura. A good arrow would pierce through steel, but if it doesn't want to pierce through anything, it wouldn't even pierce through a leaf, she says. She unleashes her attack towards the boulder, but the arrow deflects upon hitting it. But the aura that was inside of the arrow was able to pierce through the boulder, and through the ox-bear that had gone inside the hide. It coughs out blood as the aura hits its body. Vikir was alarmed to see that the ox-bear that was hiding behind the rock was actually attacked by Ayan's arrow. He speculates that the wave of aura from the arrow had passed through the boulder precisely and pierced through its target. He stares at the back of Ayan while thinking about the archery skills that you could call an art form and the hunting skills that can strangle one's prey without any flaws. Vikir continues to comment that Ayan, when judged by her skills, she might surpass Morg. Just as Ayan turns around with a smile on her face asking Vikir if he had seen what she had done, a massive amount of blood is seen dripping onto the ground, causing a pool of blood to appear. The ox-bear continues to breathe heavily with blood still dripping from its mouth. The male ox-bear decides to come out from its hiding place and rushes fiercely towards Ayan and Vikir in a mad frenzy. But Ayan simply sends even more arrows straight into its face. With one of its eyes pierced by Ayan's arrow, it still continues to charge towards Ayan without stopping. Ayan tells it that if it thinks whether it could go up against her arrows. Ayan then pulls back the string of her bow with an arrow filled with her aura. She tells the male ox-bear that an arrow filled with her sincerity could even break a castle wall, she says, as her blue aura filled everything from her body to her arrow. She finally unleashes the strongest arrow with all her aura included in it. The male ox-bear finally stood still with fear on its face as Ayan's bright light is shown on its face. But with its remaining strength still filled with determination to kill Ayan, it bends its head to dodge Ayan's powerful arrow attack. Ayan was too stunned to speak after witnessing the Oxford dodge the attack. Ox-bear slams hard enough Ayan and Bakira, causing both of them to be flown up high in the air. After being smashed by the ox-bear, Ayan rolls and tumbles away on the ground. She lays flat on the ground for a moment without an inch of muscle even moving. But she soon awakes and opens her eyes while thinking. She recalls a memory of her mother who told her that when a beast with dull senses nears death, they can sense the killing intent of a person. Ayan thought about how she was careless, thinking that she had cornered it perfectly but didn't expect that the last arrow she shot with all her might was dodged that easily. Ayan grunts hard as she tries to pull herself off from the ground. But it's already too late. The oxbird she tried to kill was right in front of her face with its only remaining eye glowing a deep red aura. It growls out loud and shows its fierce sharp fangs while salivating over the fact that it was going to eat Ayan. She could only close her eyes right before the attack as she knew that she was the prey now. "Are you done showing me what a master's dignity is like?" said Vikir. Ayan opens her eyes upon hearing him as a teardrop appears in her eye. Vikir finally appears with his arms stretched out as he covers her from the impending ox-bear attack. Vikir shouts to ox-bear saying this is his time to show off, with his one eye glowing bright red just like the male ox-bear. His right arm starts to change from white to a bright red color, as he aims it directly towards the inside of the ox-beard's mouth with his hand covered in bandages and a red aura. It slowly rips apart as his sword skill Beelzebub reveals itself along with the tattoo. Vikir lets out a huge scale of flames that toast the male ox bear right in its face. Even Ian was surprised to see that Vikir had managed to use a fire skill. Ox bear was totally knocked out as it lets out a quiet growl after being toasted from Vikir's hot flames. Bandages could be seen burning apart in the air. Vikir's bandages that wrapped around his face and body were slowly burned away from his body. Vikir is now back in his old form. Ian could only blush upon seeing Vikir's glorious body that was hidden by the bandages. But Vikir spoke out that he knew it. Using that skill was too much for his body. As a dizzy and hazy feeling came over his body, his eyes turned white. He falls forward, flat on the ground, which shocks Ian. While the male ox bear was also laying on the ground completely toasted. Ian shouts, calling Vikir's name with concern after seeing him drop flat on the ground. A big campfire could be seen lighting the Balak's campsite with ease. The members of the tribe were celebrating by singing out loud and dancing around the campfire. The spoils of the hunting event could be seen everywhere, especially the male ox bear that Vikir had helped Ian to capture from before. A giant pot of food is seen being lit by a fire as the member of the tribe hands out bowls of food to the others. Vikir and Ian both wear a weird tribal mask with teeth. Ian explains him that it is a symbol of villagers' respect and admiration for bringing the largest prey. Ian asks Vikir about how he felt about becoming the hunting hero. Vikir takes a look at the mask and tells her that it was nothing much. Hearing that comment made Ian and tell Vikir that as a slave, his issue was his half-assed reactions. As they continue to talk, Ian explains to him that the ox bear they hunt wasn't just strong and fierce, but was also highly intelligent, making it an honorable catch. Those were the reasons why they were chosen as the main figures of this pillaging ceremony. She looks up with a smile on her face as she tells him that it was different from a boar that was sluggish, scared, and poops whenever it runs away. She then asks Ahun if he agrees, as he was seen standing beside Vikir with a disgruntled look on his face as he had no choice but to agree with what Ian had said. "Here, this is your slave," Ahun said to Vikir. He hands him a bowl of stew. Vikir looks at the bowl of food that was handed to him, asking what it was, which causes Ahun to shout at him about what he meant. Vikir then asks him why he couldn't get lots of meat, but Ahun assures him that it was because the little amount of meat in the soup represented the worth of his honor. Ian explains to Vikir that it was a tradition of the Balaks. The one who contributes the most in the hunt gets the least amount of meat and gains that much honor in return. Ahun leaves angrily and shouts at Vikir that he too wanted to give him lots of meat. Vikir thought deeply about how being more honorable meant having less meat. He wonders what use was some useless honor over having lots of meat instead. Ian giggles to herself because of Ahun seeing his sour expression meant that he was really pissed. Vikir continues to think to himself that the meat wasn't what he really wanted to obtain in the hunt. It was the 600 kilogram stability, which stems from Beelzebub. After catching the ox bear, he looks at his hand with his Beelzebub skill activated. His first slot contained a flame Cerberus skill, rank A+, while his second slot was filled with the 600 kilogram stability, ox bear rank A, with his last slot filled with durable life Merciel, rank A. He wonders if the ox bear skill would allow him to increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath, as he ate the bowl of food given by Ahun. Vikir notices that after Beelzebub absorbed the ox bear, his body had recovered a lot. Ian called him as she presents to Vikir a bowl. The bowl contained things so nasty that the artist himself had to censor. Ian blushes slightly while asking Vikir if the bowl of food he had wasn't enough, and that the bowl she was giving him was taken away from the shaman who wanted this particular meat. But instead she had taken it to give it to Vikir as it was his hunter's right. Vikir brushes her off by telling her that he had already gotten a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestines. Ian shouts at him that he has to eat what she was giving him. She continues to scold Vikir by saying that if his eyes were bad, he should eat the eyes, and that if his heart was weak, he should eat the heart, and if he had weak limbs, he should eat the legs. As Ian continues to scold him, Vikir thought about how the long purple sensor thing was the intestine, and if it meant that his insides were weak. 3 female barbarians appear behind Ian. They booed her together and stated that they knew what she was planning on doing to Vikir and could see through her motives. Ian hears their shouts and seems and tells them to shut up. Vikir takes a bite of the censored food and thought about how it was very chewy. He soon swallows the food down his throat, which Ayan spots and smiles happily. She continues to smile and giggle while telling Vikir that since he ate the food, he would be able to fulfill his duty. Vikir continues to chew on the food while thinking about how he was done with his part of the hunt, and wondered what else she wanted from him. The sun shines brightly in the morning. Vikir takes a few steps before stopping in front of a massive stump. Smoke was coming out of it, along with a long scratch mark. Vikir continues to stare at the smoke as he thought about what Ayan had told him yesterday was true. A flashback is seen where large amounts of meat are piled on top of each other. Vikir asks why Ayan was placing so much good meat over here. He tells her that the village was going through a food shortage, but Ayan tells him that they were doing this as an offering, as a sacrifice to Madame Eight Legs, to whom the Balak tribes were asking for permission to live in the dense forest. Vikir thought about how Madame Eight Legs was the horror of the dense forest where you couldn't survive after running into it. A flashback to when Vikir unleashed his most powerful attack on Madame Eight Legs' body runs through his mind. He knew that after seeing the Balak villagers' behavior towards the Madame, he understood how reckless his actions were. Vikir then tells her that Madame Eight Legs was an annoying monster. Scene shifts to the back at the tribe. Nobody could be seen around there. Vikir walks past a certain tent before noticing something. He stares at a long line that extends all the way outside of the chief's house, made up of the members of the tribe. Vikir wonders if there was still another ceremony or something. The members of the tribe queuing outside the tribe chief's house were talking about how some of them had been in line since dawn. Others were glad to be at the front end of the line, while another stated that they had stayed awake the entire night. The female members talked amongst themselves about based on the results of yesterday's pillage. There was a high possibility that Vikir might be able to become a commoner. Another member commented that they were sure that a woman from the village will become his wife, while the last one commented that if he was strong enough to hunt an ox bear, it would mean that Vikir was really strong. Ayan shouted, which startled the ladies who were talking about Vikir. Ayan had appeared with a deer that she had just hunted. She tells them that she had given Vikir that specific stew yesterday, and yet she sees that someone else was trying to take her property away. The girls continued to argue with Ayan over the fact that she should have left some of the stew for them as well and that she was being so stingy for keeping it all to herself. Hearing their complaints made Ayan throw down the prey to the ground. She tells them that if they felt that it was unfair, then they should set up a trap to catch one for themselves. The girls tell her that they had gone out there so many times already. They even shouted at Ayan that they had gone to the Empire's order, but there was no one there like Vikir. Hearing those words made Ayan upset as her face turned into a cold-blooded killer's look. She readies her fist and warns them that there might be some in hell as her aura turned black all over. Seeing this caused the girls to scream out in fear and to run away from her. Ayan was glad that it was over with the girls as she touches her head. She spoke out loud about how she was waiting for Vikir to recover and that those cunning girls might take him away. Add on to the fact that she had fed him with the ox bear's pepe in order to get Vikir to carry out his manly duties. But Ayan was unaware that Vikir had overheard what she was saying out loud. As she turns around, Ayan asks him nervously if he had seen or heard everything from before. Vikir gave out a mean face as he realized what part of the animal's meat was in the stew that he ate yesterday. Ayan quickly changes the topic and mentions to him that last night she had heard that her mother had called a meeting among the elders and that Vikir would be able to request something from her mother, as the honorable hunter of the pillage. She blushes once again before telling Vikir that when her mother calls for him, she had already thought about what he should ask her. What she tells Vikir to ask her mother catches his attention as his ears perk up upon hearing it. The long line outside of the chief's hut was gone now. The elders and other members of the tribe were gathered inside. Vikir is seen holding a kneeling position on the ground with his head lowered in a serious manner. He greets the matriarch, who is seen sitting on her throne with a calm expression on her face, with the eagle above her. She asks Vikir if he was the one that had caught the ox bear, as it allowed her to eat good meat. Vikir tells her that he just did what he needed to do. She tells Vikir not to be modest as he had done well. She also noted that it seemed like he had recovered a fair bit too, which was fascinating, as she didn't expect his recovery rate to be this quick. Vikir grew nervous upon hearing those compliments, but assures her that it was all due to her care. He also thought about how he had felt this way before, which was interesting. The Night Fox Akia was a genius archer who scares the people of the Empire. Despite having led the Ballot tribe that had less than 300 members, she was as dignified as Hugo but was warm and soft like a buttery croissant. Akia then tells Vikir that she should reward him for his contributions yesterday, and was willing to change his status. She informs Vikir that he is no longer a slave but a part of their family. Hearing those words caused the shaman to cough a bit. Vikir notices this reaction and recalls that Ayan had mentioned to him that the elders were dissatisfied about his status change. He looks at the shaman and recognizes him as the old man who smeared ashes on the hunters' faces. He is called a human, who was also a Hun's grandfather. Akia slowly stood up from her throne while asking Vikir to tell her what he wanted, as he is now officially a member of the Balak. She offers him her hand and tells him that since he is part of the family, even though she did not give birth or raise him, she is willing to accept his request. Akia tells him that if he wants a beautiful village maiden, then she would give him and his partner a blessing. Or if he doesn't want a partner, a slave would be fine too. Ayan could be seen giving some hand signs towards Vikir, which translates that you didn't forget what I told you, right? Vikir could see her actions and takes a moment to close his eyes. He then tells Akia that he does have one request. She then tells Vikir to tell her comfortably, while looking at Ayan as she noticed that she was signaling to Vikir like crazy and wondered if she really wanted him that badly. Vikir had a darkened expression on his face as he hesitated to ask what he wanted. But with the determined look on his face, he tells Akia that he would like to bathe in the hero's spring. The elders and other members, including a Hun, were shocked to hear about what Vikir was requesting from their leader, while Ayan was smiling from ear to ear. Hearing this, Akia with a serious look on her face asked Vikir if he is aware of what he is requesting. Silence filled the room after Vikir had told his request to the leader. "You bastard," shouted the shaman, who asked Vikir if he knew in whose presence he was in to display such arrogance. The shaman complained to the matriarch that the people who were able to bath in the hero's spring are high-ranked warriors and that there was no need to listen to the trash who known as Vikir's request. A Hun agrees with what his grandfather is saying. He added on that only heroes who have proved their incredible strength can enter the hero's spring, making Vikir an ignorant bastard for asking such a question that was not in his place. But Ayan disagrees with the Hun and his grandfather. She argued that Vikir had already proved his strength by catching the ox bear at the pillaging ceremony. Akia, the matriarch, takes note of their worries and arguments. She then looks at Vikir and asks if he even knew that the hero's spring is. Vikir just looked straight at her and told her that he knew what the hero's spring is. The hero's spring is the Balak shrine where only the strongest Balak warriors are submerged in. It's also a hot spring where both internal and external injuries recover just by bathing in it. Vikir knew some other facts from what Ayan told him. It takes a long time for the water in the hero's spring to accumulate, and only warriors who have made a special contribution can go there. Akia continues to stare at Vikir in silence. Another elder spoke out. He tells Akia that they couldn't send an outsider who just became a commoner to the shrine. An elder dressed like a mage beside him spoke out as well. He notes that Vikir has a promising future, and that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to send him to the hero's spring to motivate him. Another elder burst out in anger, wondering when was the hero's spring a water hole that anyone can enter. One of them states that since Vikir's body was in a rough shape and also a part of the family, then they should treat him well too. Akia overhears the various arguments and statements made about whether Vikir should be allowed into the hero's spring. Deep in her thoughts, she wanted to agree with Vikir's request, but it's also true that there wasn't a good enough reason to, and that it can't be helped since the shaman guards were so against it. But a constant bell ringing soon catches her attention. The ringing noise can be heard throughout the Balak's camp. Vikir notices the sound as well and wonders if the bell meant it was time for war. Ayan tells him that it was a signal that meant that the tribe has a guest, and that there was no way any insane bastard would pick a fight with the Balaks in the forest. Akia begins to leave the tent first, but before leaving, she tells Vikir that they would discuss this matter another time, and that everyone should return to their duties. The shamans and elders continued to remain silent and seated as Akia left the tent. But a human's face was filled with anger and disgust as his eyes began to glow bright blue. Members of the Balak tribe could be seen gathering in huge numbers. Vikir and Ayan had arrived on the scene. Vikir asked Ayan if that was their guest, to which she says yes. Human beings were everywhere, carrying crates of goods with horses bringing more into the tribe area. Ayan explains to Vikir that these humans were merchants that brings a lot of trade products for Balaks that couldn't be found in the forest. The Balaks anticipate and count down the days until the merchants come. Vikir was not listening to what Ayan was saying as his attention was drawn to a certain symbol. He recognizes it as one of the 7 merchant families called the bourgeois family. Vikir thought deeply about how the bourgeois family had come here from the imperial capital, which meant that they had to cross either the Baskerville or Morg family's territory. But how did they get here was the question that stuck in his mind, as Vikir knew that there was no way either of those families would permit their crossing. Vikir then thought that the bourgeois family had smuggled themselves in. A man with a huge mustache addressed everyone in the tribe that the 5-day market has arrived. He tells the tribe members that if there was anything they wished to barter, then please bring it here. The tribe members could be seen happily bringing over various things to barter with. A market is made with merchants calling out to the tribe members. The merchants introduce cosmetics and even a glass orb that makes you have sweet dreams when placed on your bed, as well as grains. Vikir continues to hang back and monitor the situation that is unfolding in front of him. He could see that the merchants had brought food and daily necessities that are distributed throughout the empire. But he wondered what the tribe members were bartering rare items that come from the dense forest for those measly things. Vikir knew that the merchants had no way of not knowing the value of the items the Balaks were trading with. He continues to question if the merchants were using the Balaks who were ignorant about the current market prices. Vikir turns around from this sight and continues to think that this was something the Balaks had to figure out themselves, as things will get annoying for Vikir if he steps in and someone recognizes him. Ayan could be seen shouting at the top of her lungs, stating that the deal was unfair as she holds onto a piece of corn. Vikir watches from the background as Ayan continues to argue with the merchant that it made no sense for her to trade a single diamond for a corn. Vikir was relieved to see that there was at least one normal person in the Balak tribe, but Ayan destroys his thoughts by shouting that she at least deserved to get 2 coins for 1 diamond. She then poses in a victory stance as if she had won a battle. She doesn't know that what she did the worst trade in history. Vikir could only stare away as he thought of Ayan as being hopeless. After seeing her trade, 3 other tribe members could be seen arguing with the merchants. They complained about how the barter value of a pearl clam for today's radish isn't equal, and that they should get at least 2 radishes, while other yells at them for claiming something as a cabbage. The last member wouldn't give the merchants another deer antler. The leader of merchant shows a face of a fake defeated person, and he tells the 3 members that he couldn't go against the Balak warriors and would give them what they wanted. The 3 members celebrated over their victory with a victory pose as well. The merchant smiles to himself as he thought of the Balaks as stupid bastards for celebrating since they didn't even know the value of the items they were offering. Just then, a little girl calls out to the merchant, asking him if she could please have 1 glass orb. The merchant tells her that he had brought many with him, but asks about what she could give in return. The sweet little girl opens her hands and reveals a sun dung beetle larva. She explains to him that they were rare, yummy, and nutritious. But the merchant responded with a disgusted look on his face. He immediately swipes the precious sun dung beetle larva that the little girl had brought off her hands. A sad look grows on her face as she watches it fall to the ground. The merchant leaves her and thinks about how pretty she looked for a stupid barbarian. As the little girl begins to cry over her little dung beetle, while the merchant thoughts out loud that she could be sold in good price as a slave. A hand soon appears and pats her on her head. A voice calls out to the merchant. Vikir had finally decided to step in but looked a bit different. He tells the merchant that the trade with the Balaks was invalid. Ayan stares at Vikir and wonders what he was wearing, while the merchant grows nervous. He was surprised to see that a barbarian could speak the imperial language. He tells Vikir that there was a misunderstanding regarding what he said just now, but Vikir repeats the merchant's words of selling a Balak child as a slave. The merchant tried to cover up what he said, but Vikir tells him that that's not what's important right now. Vikir wanted the merchant to cancel all of today's unfair trades. Hearing the words unfair trade made the merchant angry as he asks Vikir about what was unfair. Vikir explains to him that the merchant had been marking these items at a price completely different from the current market price. He looks at the merchant straight in the face. The merchant grew nervous as he thinks about how Vikir was the only one who knew how to speak the imperial language. He then attempts to intimidate Vikir by telling him that he talked as if he knew the retail price. The merchant quickly announces that this was a sacred trade that's been permitted by the Balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, and that it was something a little boy like Vikir shouldn't interfere in. Vikir slowly raises his hand and points at something. Vikir starts giving an astonishing lecture to the merchant. He tells the merchant that the corn he brought was worth 100 gold each, but the diamond he received goes for about 2 million gold. The merchant was alarmed to know that Vikir knew the exact market prices. Vikir continues his lecture by saying that when he grinds an ox bear horn into a billiard ball, it would be worth about 1 million, the same price as the goblin mushroom, which was a new medicine. Horror and shock were written all over the merchant's face as he wonders how Vikir knew the exact market prices. Vikir then picks up the glass orb in his hand. He tells the merchant that the glass orb that gives the users sweet dreams when placed next to a user meant that they would certainly be drugged and only dream of sweet dreams. Vikir goes on to explain that on the surface of the glass orb, there are small holes and drugs fall out of them. The drug inside it is a cheap drug that harms upon long-term use. Vikir knew that it's illegal to use it in the Empire, but the merchants had distributed this. Vikir smashes the glass orb with his hand, letting out the pieces of the broken glass orb along with its hidden goods, which shocked the merchant. Another member of the merchant group whispers to the mustache man about what was wrong, and he tells him that Vikir had found out about them. Ayan quickly asks Vikir if he mentioned the words drug or body harm. Vikir hesitates for a moment before telling her yes. She began to rage as she realized the main cause behind why so many of her people's health was deteriorating. The merchant gives off a faint smile and tells her that there seems to be a misunderstanding while thinking of leaving the Balak tribe for now. But something fast and quick pierces the shoulder of the merchant in an instant. He looks at it in horror before letting out a little scream. Ayan had taken a bow and arrow from a fellow tribe member and shot the merchant with it. Members of the merchant group rallied around their leader to comfort him. Just as Ayan calls them bastards, she claims that the merchants have fearlessly fooled the Balaks. The rest of the Balak members soon realized what was going on as some of them started to inspect the goods. A dreaded feeling started to overcome the merchant upon being discovered by Ayan. He yells at his underlings to take their things and run. The entire merchant group began to flee on the backs of their horses. Vikir questions Ayan about why she was letting them go since merchants were known for not returning a loss. But Ayan assures him that there was no way she would let them go. She explains to him that for beasts that live in large packs, injuring them and letting them go is also a hunting technique. The merchant leader could be seen holding on to his injured shoulder while cursing at the Balak tribe members. Ayan continues her explanation about how they had the tendency to return to their pack when injured. A campfire is seen, just as the merchant group finally slowed their pace. He shouts at a group of mercenaries, decked out with weapons, about how the Balak bastards had stolen their products. He then tells everyone to get ready for battle. Night soon arrives as a campfire is seen being lit in the middle of the forest. A bird is seen flying high in the air. It soon lands upon somebody's arm. They messed with the Balaks. There's only one way to take care of them. Vikir listens closely. It's slaughter time, said Ayan like Avenger Assemble, as the eagle rested on her arm. She is about to rip these guys to shreds. Vikir's eyes were showing that deadly red glow like some hound is preparing to hunt its prey. The group of mercenaries could be seen walking together through the forest, lit by the moonlight. A mercenary with an eye patch tells the merchant leader that he must have been shocked that the Balak bastard looted him. He continues to tell the merchant leader that words don't work on those barbarians, and that he needed to kill them and turn them all into slaves. The merchant leader tells the mercenary that, since it was his first time in the deep forest, he wouldn't know well about how defeating the Balaks in combat was not that easy. The mercenary still felt confident about his skills. He asked the merchant leader about how he felt being scared and if that was the reason why he brought the mercenaries. He continues to question the merchant leader about how he was going to turn the tables if he got caught. The mercenary lights a match, saying that the merchant group and mercenaries had decided to split the gross earnings in exchange for being their escorts. He chose evil smug grin on his face with a cigarette between his lips. He tells the merchant that if it comes to looting, then the mercenaries could treat everything as theirs. The merchant leader was nervous and silent upon hearing the disgusting words the mercenaries spoke. But he soon turns forward and tells the mercenaries to do as they please. The mercenary was happy to hear that and asks a question. He wonders if the Baloks were really that special since they wanted to exploit nighttime. The group wanted to ambush the Baloks while setting them on fire, and finally to slaughter them, making them done for. The eye-patch mercenary continued to talk while two other members could be seen fighting over the lit match. One of them grabs the member holding the lit match and tells him not to blow out the match since he needed to use it too. The guy holding the match decides to hand it over, but he tells the other guy that it was a rule that only 2 people can use a match and asks them if he'd rather on the battlefield that 3 people aren't supposed to share one match as it could bring bad luck on them. But the friend didn't listen to him. He continues to light his cigarette with a lit match, telling the other member that he didn't believe in such superstitions. Lucky for him, he gets to meet God straight away as an arrow fly directly into his skull just before he could blow one puff of his cigarette. The mercenary with the eye patch continues to talk to the merchant leader about his history and how he caught barbarians and sold them as slaves. But the man didn't even realize that his party was being sniped one by one. Even an arrow reached inches from his face. The merchant leader could only look in shock as blood spilled everywhere from the mercenaries being sniped by arrows. The group of mercenaries began to cover themselves with their shields, but they were still getting sniped by the Baloks. The merchant leader yells at them to extinguish their cigarettes, as the Baloks had found them. On the other hand, Ayan and Balak members had appeared with their bows drawn and ready to fire. She commands her troops that she wouldn't allow any of them to hit the mercenaries and merchants anywhere else but their heads. She tells the Baloks that it's time to show them how scary the Baloks are. Vikir stares in amazement, and wonders if the light from the cigarettes was all the Balak warriors needed to shoot their arrows so accurately. Another member of the tribe appears while carrying 2 barrels. He calls Vikir a slave and tells him that they had finished preparing what he asked for. Vikir reminds him that he was a commoner, and no longer a slave. The tribe member laughs and tells Vikir that he was being timid for fussing over something like that. The group of mercenaries could be seen cowering behind their shields to block the hail of arrows coming from the Baloks. A bald man orders mages to gather up to block the arrows with the shields while the aura users prepare to counterattack. An arrow covered in blue aura is seen flying through the air with a rope attached to it. The mercenaries could only stare as the arrows landed on the trees above them, carrying between the 2 arrows a barrel. More arrows attached with ropes are set flying into the trees. The space above the mercenary group was soon filled with barrels hanging above them. The bald man was alarmed to see that the Balak had launched alcohol barrels. He looks at the barrels that began to leak a dark fluid and mutters the words "no way." Flaming arrows were then sent flying into the alcohol barrels in the trees, causing an explosion in front of the mercenaries, which lit the whole place. The merchant leader had hidden himself behind a tree. He watches the mercenaries being burned alive and hears their screams of pain. They shouted that the Baloks had started a fire. The merchant leader continues to watch the flames engulf the mercenaries, thinking about how the Baloks had tied ropes to arrows and launched oil barrels. This was something that was unheard of. As he continues to wonder about how the Baloks had gotten that intelligent, oblivious to him, Vikir was walking towards him from the shadows. He sneaks up to the merchant leader. Vikir finally lets out a heavy footstep, which catches the attention of the merchant leader. He recognizes Vikir as the meddlesome bastard. Vikir appears with arrows on his back with his eyes turned red. It's time for the bloodhound to hunt. The merchant leader tells him that he would regret it if he killed him. He then reveals a piece of paper stating that this was the exploration permit he had received from the underdog city. It was the official seal from the newly appointed deputy council, meaning that if Vikir kills the merchant leader, the Baskerville family will come for him. Vikir then asks the merchant leader if the deputy council he was referring to was named Vikir. The merchant leader immediately tells him that he was right, it was that infamous Vikir. Vikir said that it is strange, he doesn't remember permitting that. Flames grew around him, his disguise was removed, and his eyes turned a bloody red. The merchant leader was horrified to see that Vikir's skin looked different from before, but he soon realizes something. "You're really Vikir," was the merchant leader's last words before an arrow struck him straight in the head. Vikir had fired the arrows that had slain the merchant leader. He tells him that those who forge the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Ayan soon appears behind him on her pet wolf Bakira. She still calls Vikir a slave and tells him that they need to run away. Vikir looks at her and reminds her that he is no longer a slave. Multiple arrows could be seen stuck onto various shields. The mercenaries soon realized that the hail of arrow attacks from the Baloks had come to a stop. They rejoiced in joy and shouted out to one another that the Baloks were retreating. They stated that the fact that the Baloks attacked with fire meant that they were not confident. The mercenary group decides to chase after them right away. A member of the mercenary group shouted that if he catches the barbaric bastards, he will butcher them straight away. But just as he was yelling, a familiar pillar of death covered in a purple aura appeared behind him. It's Madame Eight-Leg. She appears and starts to rain down pain onto the mercenary group. Vikir could hear the screams of the mercenaries as they yelled out that there was a monster. Ayan praises Vikir for calculating Madame's appearance and for thinking of using fire as a tactic. She states that Vikir had become a great Balak now. Vikir continues to look behind and tells Ayan that that's how he feels every time he sees her. He looks at the numerous legs of Madame Eight-Legs as they reached high into the sky while being covered in a deadly purple aura. He tells Ayan that that was a disaster. The scene shifts to the Balak's camp where Akia was wearing a smile on her face as she tells Vikir that she would permit him to enter the hero's spring. She continues by stating Vikir's various achievements, resolving the food shortage issue by catching an ox bear, concluding the previous battle without any casualties by using oil barrels, and discovering that the cause of the infection bothering the Balak warriors was caused by cheap drugs. Akia concluded that there was no doubt that Vikir was a brave warrior. She touches his shoulder, while the shaman showed a dark expression on his face in the back. Akia then tells Ayan to take Vikir to the hero's spring since it was a full moon tonight. Ayan agrees and begins to stand up. She wraps her arm around Vikir and tells him, serves him right. Vikir was curious about what she meant by that. It turns out she was referring to a human. She tells Vikir to look at a human, not saying a single word. It was said by him that the reason why the warriors were unwell was because they were cursed, but due to Vikir's actions, it caused the human's words to hold no weight. Now a human was struggling to hold his anger within himself. Vikir wonders if it was really a curse as he recalls the memory of when the merchant leader had told him that the sacred trade had been permitted by the Balak shaman, who was the proxy of the forest god. Night soon arrives as a full moon lights the skies. Vikir's masculine body is submerged in green water. He takes a deep breath and chills in the waters, where other animals are floating around as well. He takes a scoop of the water in his hand, thinking that his mana was taking a step closer to purity. He could feel his broken bones and muscles starting to heal. He noted that the old shaman didn't cause a fuss without a reason, as he probably wanted to come here himself. Although it was not as effective as the river of sticks at the Baskerville family, the hero's spring was better since there was no age limit. Vikir then asks Ayan, who is soaking in the waters of the hero's spring beside him. He asked her about whether the efficiency would be halved since she was inside the waters as well. Vikir was certain that the matriarch mentioned that only he could go in. Ayan wonders if that was really important, since real Balaks do not make fuss over petty things like that. She then tells Vikir to thank Sir Adonai for finding this hot spring. Vikir wondered who Sir Adonai was. Ayan explains to him that Sir Adonai was the only person who can fight against the madam that lies within the deep forest. He was the best warrior among the Balak legends. She teases Vikir that since he had become a dignified Balak, he needed to make sure to respect Sir Adonai. But Vikir was reluctant as he tells Ayan that if he would be respected like Sir Adonai only if he fought against the madam head-to-head. Ayan screams at him that it was true. She shakes her head in disappointment over the fact that it was hard to communicate with outsiders. But her face started to blush as she remained silent while thinking deeply about something. She recalls her mother's face, who tells her that since Vikir had become a commoner and has a good reputation within the village. She notes that when Vikir recovers with the hero's spring and can become the man he should be, he wouldn't be that bad of a husband. The flashback ends and Ayan comes to present as she glances over to her side. She sees Vikir's sexy, hot, delicious body with his hair pulled back. Ayan decides that today was the day she was going to make Vikir hers. Ayan spoke openly, revealing her knowledge of the merchant's excessive profits, and expressing her readiness to take action against them if he hadn't. Vikir responded with a knowing smile, prompting Ayan to protest in embarrassment. She insisted that she genuinely knew about the price difference between diamonds and corn in the empire. Curious, Vikir inquired about the price disparity, and Ayan guessed that 1 diamond might be worth 20 corns. When Vikir remained silent, she quickly revised her estimate to 30 corns. Vikir remarked that her guesses were wrong, and he then revealed to her the number of corns she could get with 1 diamond. Ayan was taken aback by this revelation, and exclaimed in shock at the immense number of corns she could exchange for a diamond. She quickly covered her mouth and tried to save face by dismissing her surprise, as if she had known all along. She remarked that the logic within the empire was strange and questioned where they would use that stone. Vikir told her that all that didn't matter. He then offered her a choice between addressing him by his name or as a slave. He emphasized that he didn't like keeping things ambiguous. Ayan considered her options, stood up, and moved closer to him, asking if he didn't like ambiguity. She took hold of his chin, lifting his face, and declared her desire to call him neither slave nor Vikir. She moved her face closer to his and said that what she wanted to call him was. But before she could reveal her preferred name for him, their moment was interrupted by the joyful arrival of some children who jumped into the spring. The children approached Ayan with smiles, addressing her as Commander and Vikir as Brother Vikir. Ayan was surprised by their sudden appearance, and asked how they had managed to get there, but the children ignored her question and enthusiastically invited her to play with them. Meanwhile, Vikir wondered if it was neither his name nor slave, then how did she want to treat him? Ayan exclaimed at the children, calling them rascals and saying that if they entered the spring, its efficacy would be reduced by half. Just then, Vikir reminded her that someone had said that a true Balak wouldn't be stingy with such things. 2 children stood behind Vikir, echoed his sentiment, and playfully called her stingy. A Hun stood with the small girls and explained that it was the matriarch's command for the sick children to enter the hero's spring due to the side effects of drugs inflicted by the merchants. Ayan couldn't help but wonder if her mother had intended to make a fool out of her with this situation. A Hun, standing behind Vikir, thanked him for helping her younger sister, and her sister also expressed her gratitude. A Hun then apologized to Vikir for misunderstanding him all this time. Vikir responded with a simple yeah. A Hun shouted in frustration, stating that they were apologizing here, and questioned if that was all Vikir had to say. Vikir responded calmly, stating that a Hun had too much anger in him. Ayan smiled as she looked at Vikir and thought that there was still a lot of time. She called out to Vikir with a warm smile covering her face and cheered for him on becoming an official Balak member. Scene shifts about 2 years later. A punch landed squarely on a Hun's face, causing him to fall to the ground with a painful sound. As a Hun lay on the ground, his attacker, none other than Vikir van Baskerville, who is 17-year-old, remarked that a Hun was more of a crybaby than he had anticipated. Despite the punch, a Hun was determined and challenged him for another round. Vikir, however, began to walk away and stated that their sparring session had concluded for the day. A Hun accused him of running away, but Vikir simply replied that he was going for a stroll. After Vikir left, a Hun's 2 friends came to his aid and helped him up. A Hun expressed his frustration, describing Vikir as an annoying and monstrous opponent who had become even more formidable after recovering from his injuries. One of a Hun's friends mentioned hearing that Vikir's marksmanship had recently reached a level on par with Commander Ayan. The other friend, however, questioned the comparison, wondering how Vikir could be matched with Commander Ayan. He claimed that he could even make a Hun's nose bleed with a punch. However, a Hun surprised his friends by revealing that Vikir's punch hadn't actually hit him, it had stopped right in front of his face. The friend was shocked and asked if Vikir had made a Hun's nose bleed from the wind's pressure caused by his fist. Vikir was covered in sweat and let out a long breath. He then stated that now he could execute the 6th technique perfectly. He glanced at the wall riddled with enormous holes, proudly stating that he could now perfectly bear the 6th Fang. Achieving this level at the age of 17 marked impressive progress, although he acknowledged that there was still a long way to go before mastering the 10th technique. He also possessed 6 mana circles, and with that, he could be regarded as a high-rank graduator. He contemplated the blessings of the river Styx, his demonic sword Beelzebub, and the marksmanship and assassination techniques he had acquired from Balix. With these abilities, he could go up against even the highest-ranked graduator. Vikir remarked that it had already been 2 years since he had set foot in the deep forest. He questioned whether he would be bidding farewell to the Balix once his preparations were complete. Sometime later, Vikir and Ayan were navigating through the forest when Vikir noticed a trail on the ground and identified it as the tracks of the deep forest snake, Mashusu. He emphasized that it was a large and ancient one. Ayan acknowledged this information, and Vikir mentioned that if they were able to catch this snake, it would provide enough food for the village for at least 4 days. Curious, Vikir looked at Ayan, who appeared lost in thought, and asked if she was thinking about something else while they were hunting. Ayan's face flushed, and she hastily denied it. To change the topic, she mentioned that another hunting group had asked her to inquire about something. Vikir regarded her with suspicious eyes, sensing that she might be hiding something. She then revealed a knife and explained that the hunting group had obtained it from an imperialist who had trespassed into the deep forest. She asked him if he knew anything about the emblem on the dagger. Vikir confirmed his knowledge and stated that it was a famous emblem. He knew that the emblem belonged to an extremely famous clan, the Leviathan clan, an incredibly renowned clan that was part of the 7 imperial clans, along with the Baskerville clan. Ayan explained that they had initially suspected the dagger might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group they had massacred 2 years ago. Fortunately, this was not the case. However, something was troubling her. She described how in various locations around the headwaters, they had found traces of a red liquid poured from a glass bottle, left behind by unknown individuals who quickly retreated. The hunting group had managed to capture someone, but that person had ingested a hidden poison and died, leaving behind only the dagger with the Leviathan clan emblem. Ayan hesitated for a moment, and then asked Vikir a personal question whether he wanted to return to his hometown. Vikir, taken aback by this sudden and oddly serious inquiry, asked why she was asking with such a peculiar expression. Ayan responded by expressing her dislike for secrets, or lies, and implored him to be honest with her. She revealed that another imperialist had recently entered the deep forest, and she believed that Vikir was their target. Vikir was visibly shocked, and Ayan closely observed his reaction. After a moment of silence, Ayan dropped a significant revelation, stating, "That girl had come to the deep forest." Ayan spoke honestly that 2 years ago, when he had confronted Madame, that girl, along with a search party, had gone to investigate the deep forest. Ayan suspected that she was searching for clues about Vikir. Ayan hesitated but eventually asked him a question that had been weighing on her mind. Would he go with that girl? Her thoughts raced as she contemplated his potential response. Would he be angry because she had kept this information hidden until now? What if he agreed to go with the girl? Should she try to prevent him from leaving by invoking the tribe's rules, or would that even work? Just then, Vikir spoke up, stating firmly that he wouldn't go back. Ayan asked if he was speaking the truth, and Vikir affirmed his decision. Her face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing his response, and she expressed her joy by hugging her wolf companion and assuring the wolf that Vikir wasn't leaving. In Vikir's mind, thoughts swirled. He believed that the Empire might not be aware of his survival. He resolved to return once he could perfectly conceal his power from Hugo without drawing any attention. He pondered Ayan's reference to that woman, and whether it was Camus Morg. He wondered if she still remembered that he had saved her life, or if her interest was part of a diplomatic event. Observing how the Baskerville clan had granted permission for the Morg search party to enter the deep forest, Vikir speculated that the alliance between the two families remained strong. He considered whether his death had played a role in forging this bond. With these thoughts in mind, he concluded that he should investigate what was happening outside the deep forest soon. As Vikir and Ayan stood by the river, a sudden, unexpected event unfolded. A massive fish leaped out of the water, leaving both of them in awe and shock. The fish landed on the ground, writhing in pain and making agonizing sounds before ultimately succumbing to its injuries, lying lifeless. Ayan, looking at the fish, questioned if it was a lungfish. She speculated that its leap out of the river might be an indicator of the upcoming rainy season. Judging by its size, she deduced that this year's rainy season could potentially be a lengthy one. However, their attention was soon diverted as Vikir noticed an arrow protruding from inside the lungfish's body. Bewildered, he examined it closely and proceeded to slice open the fish's stomach. To their astonishment, they discovered a human skeleton inside the fish, clutching the very arrow that had struck it. Ayan observed the clothing on the skeleton, and wondered if it belonged to a member of the Lokoko tribe. She surmised that, since there were signs of resistance where the arrow had pierced the fish, the person inside must have put up a struggle after being eaten by the lungfish. She remarked that the lungfish was a stupid beast that ate dead things. So she found this situation a little strange. Vikir speculated that perhaps this individual had been severely weakened, to the point where the lungfish mistook them for a corpse. Ayan pondered why such a feeble person would be out hunting in the first place. Vikir suggested that the situation within that person's tribe might be dire, driving them to take such risks. He hinted at something significant occurring deep in the forest, and prompted the need for an investigation. As Vikir and Ayan ventured deeper into the forest, they were met with a shocking sight that left Ayan's face contorted in disbelief. Before them were numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the forest floor. Ayan, horrified by the grim scene, questioned in disbelief whether all the Lokoko warriors were dead. Vikir, on the other hand, examined one of the deceased bodies and began to piece together the disturbing puzzle. He noted signs of vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the corpses. His thoughts raced, and he considered the possibility that this might be related to a deadly disease. Ayan pointed out another strange observation. Despite the time being well past mealtime, there were no signs of fires burning in the Lokoko village. As they continued their exploration, night descended upon the forest. Upon entering the village, Vikir couldn't help but comment on the eerie stillness. There were no signs of life, and the neglected state of the village was evident from the overgrown weeds. Ayan wondered aloud if the Lokoko tribe had relocated, but her inquiry was met with a grim discovery. As she pulled back the curtain of a tent, a swarm of flies emerged, and inside, she found a lifeless body. She urgently called out to him, saying that there was a corpse in front of her. Vikir, too, made a grim discovery on his end, confirming that there was another corpse near him. His mind raced back to a time before his regression when a deadly epidemic known as the Red Death had ravaged the deep forest. This highly contagious disease had affected both barbarians and various species alike. The symptoms of the Red Death included red spots covering the body, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and excruciating pain. Those infected often became crippled and suffered a slow and agonizing death. The infection had spread so rapidly that it even crossed the empire's border, leaving devastation in its wake. Ayan, overcome with worry, urgently suggested that they needed to leave the place immediately, considering it a curse, a god's curse. Vikir, however, tried to reassure her, stating that it was actually an infectious disease, not a curse. Ayan, still alarmed, believed this made it even more serious. Vikir attempted to calm her, explaining that the disease wasn't extremely contagious. This revelation seemed to offer Ayan some relief as she asked if it truly wasn't a curse. Vikir told her that if she was that scared, she could go back first. Ayan questioned, what if he died because he got cursed? Vikir simply stated that if he were to die, then so be it. Ayan was taken aback and exclaimed that he couldn't just decide to die on his own. Vikir concluded that judging from the number of corpses, it appeared that the entire Lokoko tribe had not been wiped out. They must have relocated elsewhere, leaving behind the deceased and the sick. He planned to gather supplies from the Lokoko barracks and advised her to proceed and find a safe place to rest. Ayan looked at him and felt that he really wasn't sensitive at all. However, just as she turned to leave, a sudden shock gripped her. She looked back in fear, and a piercing scream echoed through the forest, reaching Vikir's ears, and instantly drawing his attention. Ayan lay on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes from sheer horror. When Vikir asked what was wrong, she looked ahead in fear and stated that it was the curse. She pointed at a child standing nearby and claimed that the child was cursed, urging Vikir to run away. Ayan expressed her intention to follow him if he went ahead, but then she cried out in pain, complaining of leg cramps. Ignoring Ayan's distress, he proceeded toward the child. He knelt down in front of her, observing that she didn't appear to be from the Lokoko tribe and seemed to be around 5 years old. Vikir noticed a pile of rocks with a flower nearby, suggesting that she had been mourning someone's death. Vikir gently asked the girl who she was. In response, the girl replied with 3 simple words: Lokoko, slave and kitchen maid. Vikir concluded that she had been a slave of the Lokoko tribe. He then inquired about her name. The girl hesitated before revealing her name: Pomerian. Vikir was intrigued by her name, which sounded imperial. He wondered if she had been an imperial child captured by the Lokokos. However, his shock was palpable when Pomerian completed her name by saying, La Baskerville. This is not an editing mistake. It's just that Vikir's whole world flipped after hearing La Baskerville. Vikir questioned in disbelief what she had just said. Pomerian pointed to herself, her red eyes locked onto Vikir's, and she declared that her name was Pomerian La Baskerville. There were 3 middle names within the Baskerville clan. Van was given to those from the extended lineage. Lo was given to the males from the direct lineage. The middle name given to the females from the direct lineage was La, although not frequently seen as most Baskervilles were males. Pomerian introduced herself as Pomerian La Baskerville, which surprised Vikir. He was taken aback because he knew that there weren't many who bore the La middle name in the family. However, his attention was diverted when Ayan pointed out a pendant hanging from Pomerian's neck, which bore the symbol of Baskerville clan. Vikir caught the pendant, and Pomerian was shocked by this sudden turn of events. As Vikir opened the pendant and saw the picture inside, shock was evident on his face. He saw the picture of Hugo inside the pendant. This revelation triggered anger and confusion in him as he wondered why Hugo's image was inside the pendant, and why he was there. Pomerian was visibly frightened by this sudden turn of events, and she clutched the pendant's chains in her trembling hands. Vikir, consumed by anger and bloodlust, demanded to know who these people were to her. However, Ayan intervened and told him that Pomerian wouldn't respond if he asked her like that. So she advised him to ask the question with a smile. Vikir recognized that he had been too emotionally overwhelmed to control his reactions properly. Vikir, taking Ayan's advice, looked at Pomerian and realized that she hadn't done anything wrong. Despite his initial shock and anger, he began to consider a more composed approach to understanding the situation. With a smile, Vikir gently questioned Pomerian about the people in the photo. Just then, Ayan expressed her surprise at his ability to smile. Pomerian pointed to the picture in the pendant, and identified the individuals as her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Vikir's thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of the revelation. He recalled the conversation he had with the butler Barrymore, in which he had shared a surprising revelation about the Baskerville patriarch Hugo. The butler had revealed that Hugo was once a loving family man, deeply devoted to his first wife, Roxana. Although Miss Roxana had passed away, that wasn't the reason why the patriarch had changed. The reason was that the only child of the bloodline that was conceived by the patriarch and Roxana, Miss Penelope, was kidnapped by the barbarians. Patriarch, who was desperate to find her, had taken drastic actions. He volunteered to move to the borders, and the Baskerville clan that lived in the capital moved to Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, the hideout of the barbarians. Despite Hugo's relentless efforts and sending numerous hounds, there had been no news of Penelope's whereabouts. After that incident, Hugo loathed the barbarians like a madman. He became a cold, killer machine who pursued a life of massacring monsters and barbarians. Vikir had just brushed it off because he had thought it was impossible, but the proof that she was alive was right in front of him. Penelope was the daughter of the only woman whom Hugo loved, Roxana, and Penelope's daughter was Pomerian. If his speculation were correct, then Pomerian was Hugo's direct granddaughter. Vikir knew that Hugo was someone who loathed the barbarians, and used his children as tools. So he couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Hugo would make when he saw his granddaughter, who was half barbarian. Vikir gently patted Pomerian's head and offered her his support. He could tell that she hadn't been treated well by the Lokoko tribe. With a reassuring smile, he invited her to come with him. Pomerian observed Vikir for a moment, and then pointed at him, noting that her mother's hair and eyes were the same as his. Vikir acknowledged that all the Baskerville hounds tended to look alike. He also playfully referred to himself as her uncle. The word uncle seemed to resonate with Pomerian, and she looked at her mother's grave, recalling that she had told her that if she ever saw someone with red eyes, she must follow them. Pomerian grabbed Vikir and expressed her desire to go with him. This was the moment when the two stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan had crossed paths. The scene shifts to the next day. We see Pomerian neat and clean. She looks so cute at the point where everyone with lovely heart would want to squish her chicks. Pomerian exited the tent and asked Vikir where he was going. Vikir explained that he had a meeting to attend, called by the matriarch of the clan. Pomerian ran toward him and stated that she wanted to go with him. She climbed onto his arms, and Vikir couldn't help but wonder if she was scared of being alone. He felt that it was great that she had opened up to him, but realized that looking after a child was harder than he had thought. As he carried her on his back and contemplated their future, he knew that he couldn't raise her in the Balix village. He had to find a safe place far from Hugo's reach, but still within the bounds of the Empire's civilization. Vikir looked at Pomerian, peacefully sleeping on his back, and made a decision to seek assistance from Chihuahua. He planned to leave the forest, and eventually make their way to the city. Inside the matriarch's tent, a sense of urgency hung in the air as the matriarch herself wore a serious expression and inquired about the infectious disease that was spreading among their people. Addressing the gathered members, she expressed her concern, noting that the rainy season was approaching. She emphasized that if the disease were still present during the rainy season, the damage done would be even more lethal. The shaman, however, argued that it wasn't a disease but a curse and suggested performing a large ritual to lift it. Ian had a different perspective, firmly stating that it couldn't be a curse, and advocated for an immediate relocation of the village to escape the spreading affliction. The elders countered this idea, emphasizing the importance of their sacred land where the ashes of their ancestors rested. They insisted that abandoning their ancestral home was not an option, as it had been their place of residence for 2 centuries. Ian's group passionately argued that prioritizing the graves of their ancestors over the safety of their future generations was untenable. They pointed out the grim reality that the disease could continue to spread, especially among the children. The shaman's group continued to insist on the curse theory, believing that the ancestors were angered due to the neglect of their graves. Ian's group, on the other hand, contended that the illness might be caused by consuming strange mushrooms or a contagious bug. With emotions running high and the community divided, they turned to the matriarch for a decision. However, the matriarch herself was uncertain about how to proceed in this complex and potentially life-threatening situation. Vikir sat quietly in the back of the meeting, his thoughts focused on the dire situation they faced with the Red Death. The Red Death was an infectious disease comparable to the historical Black Death that had once ravaged the Empire. He recalled the key figures who had helped the Empire combat the disease: Kemu from the Morg clan, who had cast a protective firewall to contain the disease's spread, and Dallas, a powerful saintess from Quo Vadis, who had used her divine powers to purify the disease. However, these treatments were restricted to the Empire, and most of the barbarians who lived in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains had perished. However, this crisis had been favorable for the Baskerville clan. With the disappearance of the barbarians, who played an important role in the forest's ecosystem, a monstrous wave occurred due to the influx of low-ranked monsters, which resulted in an exponential increase in the number of casualties among civilians. The Baskerville clan, who protected the borders, received support from the Empire to combat the monster threat and began to subjugate the monsters. In the end, they were successful in protecting the border, and it became an opportunity for Hugo to further strengthen his political position. Vikir, however, was determined not to let Hugo gain further influence through this crisis. Suddenly, Vikir raised his hand and captured the matriarch's attention. With confidence, he announced that he knew a way to stop the Red Death. A goblin was tied upside down with ropes and submerged in a large water pot. After a few moments, the barbarians pulled the goblin out, and they observed red spots rapidly appearing on the goblin's body. Realizing that the goblin had contracted the dreaded Red Death, they promptly threw it into a fire to prevent the potential spread of the infection. Ian turned to Vikir and mentioned that all the goblins they had submerged in the infected water had indeed contracted the Red Death, confirming his previous warnings. She then inquired if the Red Death could truly be transmitted through water. Vikir confirmed this, stating that the infected water was a significant source of the infection, but reassured that boiling the water should eliminate the problem. Ian, looking at three-tied goblins, sought clarification from him regarding the safety of boiled water. They decided to conduct an experiment by placing a goblin in boiling water. However, when the goblin was pulled out, it was lifeless. Ian pointed to the deceased goblin, indicating the immediate fatality. Vikir advised her to try placing the goblin in cold water. Ian recognized her mistake and acknowledged his suggestion. Soon they subsequently placed two goblins in water that had been cooled after boiling, and nothing harmful happened to them. The barbarians observed this outcome and concluded that they had found a way to combat the Red Death, believing that water was the answer. Another barbarian inquired if drinking boiled water could prevent infection. The matriarch approached Vikir and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she could see hope thanks to his efforts. Vikir, however, remained cautious, reminding everyone that the Red Death could not enter their eyes or any mucous membranes but could be transmitted through the respiratory system. He urged them to exercise caution, especially when the fog was present at dawn. Ian glanced at the shaman and sarcastically mentioned someone had once referred to Red Death as a curse. The shaman, visibly annoyed, responded, questioning the idea of avoiding water entirely, especially with the rainy season approaching. Vikir acknowledged that what he said was true. When the rain comes, there will be an overflow of water from the river, and the air will become humid. There will be limitations to the methods of how they boil water and wash up, as they go according to the preventative measures. So he proposed a drastic solution: relocating the village. This suggestion shocked the shaman, who reminded him that he had already told him that they couldn't leave the place where their ancestors lay. He questioned if Vikir was ignoring the word of the Council of Elders. However, Vikir confidently revealed that there was a method that would allow them to stay within Balak territory without the need to relocate. As the rainy season approached the Le Rouge et Lenoir mountain, the river flooded, transforming the once flat lands into vast torrents of swampy terrain. Deep within the forest, the torrential rain was an unprecedented event, even for the elderly, and it resulted in the flooding of everything within the deep forest. Everything, that is, except for the Balak village. Two barbarians exerted their full strength, pulling a rope tightly, while the one in front urged them to pull harder and tie it securely. These barbarians stood on opposite high grounds, working to construct a bridge between two platforms within the village. One side instructed the other to raise the fence and stabilize it to prevent it from collapsing. Soon, the bridge was completed, and it provided a means of moving between the many houses built on top of the huge trees. One of the barbarians marveled, noting that even with so much rain, the village hadn't flooded. Another barbarian credited Vikir for this accomplishment, stating that it was all thanks to him. They shouted in gratitude, thanking Vikir for his wisdom. Vikir, in his thoughts, acknowledged the fortune of having many tall trees within the Balak territory, enabling them to endure the rainy season. Pomerian crawled out of a hut and expressed her desire to be with him. However, Vikir suddenly noticed something approaching two barbarians who were waving at him. He shouted a warning, realizing the danger. Just then, a massive catfish leaped out of the water, attempting to devour the unsuspecting barbarians. They noticed the threat too late and let out fearful screams. However, an arrow struck the catfish, sending it flying back into the water. It was Ian who had shot the arrow, and she sternly told the catfish to get lost, cursing it for its attempted attack. Vikir asked Ian if the catfish was the Mashusu. She explained that this particular catfish had been known as the king of this area for dozens of years, and they called it Ka. Suddenly, the catfish collided with the platform where the barbarians were standing, causing them to start falling. Vikir, displaying determination, leaped toward the catfish and vowed to correct its habit of destroying their hard-built homes. His hand began to glow red, and soon, Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vikir launched an attack, employing the Baskerville 6 Technique's 6 lurking ambushes. The attack hit the catfish, causing it to emit a painful scream. It quickly retreated back into the water and swam away. The two barbarians who had fallen managed to grab hold of a tree trunk and were safe. Other barbarians, witnessing Vikir's successful defense, praised him for chasing Ka away, acknowledging how many times he had come to their rescue. They hailed him as the hero of the Baloks. The shaman, however, clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing Vikir being praised. A Hun, who stood nearby, wore a troubled expression. On the other side, Ayan raised her thumb in approval and acknowledged that Vikir had passed another time and had earned the honor to marry her. As night descended, inside Vikir's hut, Pomerian enjoyed the food that Vikir had prepared. However, she wasn't alone. Ayan also joined in, and both of them wore blissful expressions as they ate. Pomerian complimented her uncle on the delicious food, and Ayan agreed, praising Vikir's cooking skills. Vikir, somewhat surprised by Ayan's presence, remarked that he didn't recall inviting her to his house. Ayan explained that she couldn't resist the enticing aroma of the food. Vikir humorously responded that he hadn't prepared her share. Ayan cheekily retorted, stating that what belonged to the slave belonged to the master, playfully asserting her right to share his meal. Vikir insisted that he was not a slave, but she countered, telling him not to pay attention to her. Pomerian, who had been observing their banter, made an innocent remark, suggesting that Vikir and Ayan seemed like a married couple. Ayan blushed and hugged Pomerian, calling her cute, and Pomerian reciprocated with a smile. Vikir couldn't help but wonder when they had become so close. Just then, a wave of cold air reached him, prompting him to turn toward the door with a questioning look, and he noticed a figure standing there. Ayan, with a hint of anger, asked the newcomer about the reason for his visit, addressing him as a Hun. A Hun stood in the rain, tears filling his eyes. He explained that he had come here looking for Vikir because he believed it might be possible, given his history of saving the village multiple times. Then, he made a heartfelt plea to Vikir, asking him to save his little sister. He explained that he had come here looking for Vikir because he believed it might be possible, given his history of saving the village multiple times. Then he made a heartfelt plea to Vikir, asking him to save his little sister. At night, heavy rain poured down relentlessly, casting a solitary glow inside the tent. Within its confines, a young girl lay on a bed, her body marked with red bruises, her breathing labored. Vikir, Ayan, and a Hun stood around her, deeply concerned for her well-being. Vikir broke the silence and asked when did it all begin. A Hun explained that it had started yesterday when she ventured into the swamp while they were gathering wood for construction. Ayan chimed in, describing Yahello as a kind-hearted child who always helped others. She then asked him if he knew how to cure her. Just then, an unexpected guest entered the tent with a disapproving grunt. They turned around and saw that this guest was a human, the shaman and a Hun's grandfather. He chastised Yahello for going around and not listening to his words. He then told the Hun that what goes around comes around, and this is what happens when he listens to the words of an imperial spy bastard. A Hun tried to defend her sister and Vikir, but the shaman's anger flared, and he slapped a Hun, berating him for being useless and likening him to his parents. The shaman made it clear that he believed this affliction was a curse from a god and could only be resolved by carrying out an ancestral rite. He urged a Hun not to tarnish the Balok's reputation by succumbing to the imperialists. As he departed, he mentioned that since things had come to this, the matriarch would likely permit the ritual. Ayan expressed frustration with the shaman's actions, while a Hun stood in silence, tears streaming down his face. In this tense moment, Vikir finally spoke up and revealed that if they were looking for a treatment, he knew about one method. Vikir turned to a Hun and issued his instructions urgently. He instructed him to sanitize the furniture Yahello used with boiling water and to burn charcoal in the bonfire to clear the area of bugs and bats. Their goal was to create a clean environment to aid her recovery, and buy some time in her battle against the disease. Vikir then looked at him and asked if he could carry out these tasks. A Hun wiped away his tears and agreed to carry out these tasks. Ayan approached Vikir, her worry evident in her voice, as she asked if he could truly save Yahello. Vikir affirmed his intention but stressed that he would need her assistance. Ayan was determined to help and eagerly inquired what she could do. Vikir gazed at her and revealed his plan. He requested that she guide him out of the deep forest so he could obtain medicine to treat the infection. Ayan exclaimed and voiced her concerns, pointing out that even if he had been acknowledged as a member of the Balok, there were conditions for venturing into a foreign land. Moreover, she doubted that her principal mother would permit such a departure. Vikir agreed that the principal matriarch would most likely give up on Yahello, but if the people present here kept this secret, he could slip out and return without anyone knowing he had left. He locked eyes with Ayan and questioned if she would let him go. Ayan was taken aback by the question, and she hesitated. She tried to respond, but no words came out of her mouth. As the rain continued to pour, the forest was gradually submerged in water, and the flowing water covered everything in its path. Vikir leaped over makeshift planks that floated in the water as he pressed on. However, he suddenly sensed something and came to a halt, glancing back at Egan, who stood there, seemingly determined. Vikir questioned her, asking why she was following him when she had agreed to let him go. Ayan, in a determined tone, suggested going together, but Vikir expressed concern that she might hinder his progress. She persisted and asked him to at least tell her about his destination, but he refused to do that. She then questioned him about why he was taking Pomerian with him, and Vikir fell silent after hearing this question. Ayan looked down, revealing that she had noticed his unique abilities, such as the sword emerging from his arm and his knowledge of Red Death, but she had never inquired about them. She reminisced about all her memories with Vikir and realized that from the first time they met, she knew she would always yield to him. She couldn't ask Vikir about anything because she was afraid that he would disappear once he told her the answers to her questions. She avoided eye contact, looked down, and said that she just wanted him to answer one thing. She then asked Vikir if he would come back. Then she closed her eyes and awaited his response, afraid that he would say he would not come back. Her eyes fluttered open as Vikir's voice reached her ears, saying that he would come back. Ayan looked ahead, but Vikir had already left, and she softly muttered that he better keep his promise. In the Deputy Council office of Underdog City, General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, surrounded by paperwork that seemed never-ending. He expressed his frustration, remarking on how the numbers never seemed to decrease, no matter how much work he completed. Walking over to the window, he reminisced about better times when the Deputy Council was present. He still remembered that even though the work was tiring, it was enjoyable. He still couldn't believe that the Deputy Council was dead. His face reflected sadness as he muttered how much he missed him. Suddenly, Vikir's face appeared before him, hanging upside down outside the window, and he asked if he had called him. This unexpected appearance startled Chihuahua, and he looked at Vikir with a questioning expression, trying to comprehend the surreal situation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic set in, but somehow he managed to keep his mouth shut. Vikir landed at the window and with a faint smile he asked, "How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua?" Vikir calmly sipped his tea. Chihuahua began to question whether Vikir had encountered a monstrous entity from the deep forest, had suffered a severe injury, and had been in the company of barbarians. Vikir calmly affirmed the details. Chihuahua then changed the topic and with a hint of disbelief, sought clarification. He wanted to know if Vikir was indeed a living being and not a ghost. Vikir chuckled at his lingering shock and questioned if that was the reason he had been shocked for so long. He then looked at him and said that he was still the same Secretary General. However, when Chihuahua gazed at Vikir for a moment, his emotions overwhelmed him, and tears welled up in his eyes. He expressed his relief at Vikir's survival. Then he turned his attention to Pomerian and questioned the identity of the child who bore a striking resemblance to Vikir. He wondered aloud if she might be the offspring of Vikir and a barbarian. Vikir, recognizing the need for clarification, explained that their similar appearances were due to their shared bloodline but insisted it wasn't what Chihuahua was thinking. Chihuahua wiped away his tears and pondered the situation. He was now even more curious about the circumstances. Vikir then entrusted Chihuahua with the care of Pomerian during his absence, emphasizing the importance of providing her with a basic education. Chihuahua readily accepted the responsibility, noting that it had been a while since he had received an order from Vikir. He assured Vikir that he would handle it. However, Vikir expressed concern about Chihuahua handling the affairs of Underdog City alone and suggested seeking assistance from Cindy Wendy Mesamadano if needed. Chihuahua recalled that Cindy Wendy was the criminal whom Vikir had released 2 years ago during a plea deal, but he had no idea how to locate her. So he inquired of Vikir about it. Vikir questioned if he remembered the time when he was deputy and had given 10 billion to a girl. Chihuahua remembered that he had given it to a flower girl named Judy. Vikir explained that since no one was supporting her, approaching her would be easy. Therefore, he believed that Cindy Wendy must have gone with Judy. He then told Chihuahua that if Cindy Wendy didn't cooperate, he should inform her that Vikir was alive. He believed that she was indebted to him, and would likely assist. Chihuahua smiled and assured him that he understood, and would carry out the task. He then asked when Vikir would be returning. Vikir gave a faint smile and replied that he would come back once he had completed his mission. He then thought that he still had a promise to fulfill. Vikir contemplated that treating Yahello's Red Death could be done quickly with a single droplet of holy water from a certain clan. Meanwhile, Pomerian woke up and began playing with Chihuahua's beard. Vikir, standing near the window, determined his course of action. He had decided to go to the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. Scene shifts to somewhere else. At the city gate, 2 guards were posted. Suddenly, they noticed something approaching the gate and promptly crossed their spears to block the path. Soon, a carriage arrived near the gate, and the guards announced their intention to carry out a quick inspection. Turning their attention to the carriage driver, they recognized him as Sir Joseph, the manager of the oil shop on the first floor. They inquired about the contents of his carriage, and Joseph presented a document stating that it contained oil, as specified in his import permit. One of the guards approached the carriage and requested to inspect its contents. Joseph, who was familiar with this checkpoint, expressed his frustration, asking if there was a need for such checks given his frequent visits. The guard explained that formalities were important, as per the higher-ups' instructions, and began selecting a barrel to open. Joseph, in a state of worry, hoped the guard wouldn't choose a specific barrel. However, the guard decided to open that very barrel, and Joseph's anxiety was palpable. The guard opened the barrel and found only oil inside, declaring it to be fine. He then returned to his post and allowed Joseph to pass. As Joseph entered the city, the guards welcomed him to St. Mecca. He continued on his way and arrived on the silent and uncrowded street. Glancing back at the oil barrels, he spoke to someone, indicating that it was safe to come out. Suddenly, a dent appeared on the metal top of the barrel that the guard had inspected earlier. Joseph's face became covered in cold sweat as he watched the top of the barrel fall to the ground, and a figure emerged from the barrel, covered in oil and wearing a crow mask. Joseph hesitated before asking if he could leave now, believing that he had fulfilled his promise of getting the mysterious figure inside St. Mecca. The crow man simply replied to wait, causing Joseph to tense up. The crow man then handed him a bag, mentioning that it contained the ox-bear canine he had promised. Joseph stammered and expressed his thanks. He remained still as the crow man walked away into a dark alley and disappeared. After the crow man had left, Joseph expressed his surprise at how he had submerged himself in oil for 2 hours. He couldn't help but question whether the crow man was not a human after all. The crow man stood atop a high tower and gazed down at the city below. He then removed his mask, revealing himself to be none other than Vikir. Taking a deep breath, he remarked on the unusual experience of being submerged for such a long time, comparing it to his past encounter with the river Styx, where he had been submerged for 7 minutes. He then declared the success of his infiltration into the Quo Vadis territory. St. Mecca was the central city of the Quo Vadis clan, boasting a population of 160,000 people. Due to the strong influence of the church, both sexual desires and greed were heavily restricted. Even if gold lay on the ground, the citizens would walk past it. These conscientious citizens were dedicated to maintaining order and public peace, and they strictly abided by the rules. Just then, a bell rang, and Vikir looked up at the bell ringing above him. Vikir then recalled that when the bell rang, it triggered a strange ritual where people stopped walking and began to pray on the street. People dressed in white clothes stood still with their eyes closed as they prayed. Vikir maneuvered through the motionless crowd, going unnoticed, and couldn't help but question how they could live such suffocating lives. As night fell, Vikir found himself near a well and reached into his jacket's inner pocket. He retrieved a glass bottle and poured its contents into the well. What he was pouring into the well was the Red Death's infectious bacteria, which resided in Yahello's blood, sweat, and tears. It was a highly contagious plague, and he knew that people would become infected immediately upon exposure to it. Although it was an extreme method, the situation was very urgent, and every minute and second was precious. Additionally, being a religious and holy territory, he expected that the authorities would respond promptly to ensure the safety of the population before any casualties occurred. Suddenly, 3 children approached Vikir from behind, curious about his presence by the well. Vikir didn't immediately turn around, but one of the children remarked that there was a suspicious person by the well. Another child suggested they should leave, as he appeared dangerous. Vikir then turned to face them, and his gaze sent a chill down their spines. The children who met his eyes were paralyzed with fear. Vikir spoke, cautioning them about the well and declaring it cursed. He warned them that those who drank from it would not escape death's grasp and implored them to heed his words. The terrified children immediately started running away, shouting in panic. They believed Vikir was a ghost who had placed the curse on the well. As they fled, they vowed never to drink from it again. Once the children were out of sight, Vikir felt satisfied, as he believed they wouldn't drink from the well again. He then threw a dagger near the well and claimed it was a weapon left behind by the Leviathan clan, renowned for their deadly poisons. Vikir deduced that the Leviathan clan was probably responsible for spreading the Red Death in the deep forests. Vikir knew that there was a religiously holy Quo Vadis clan, and the poison-wielding Leviathan clan didn't have a good relationship for a long time, so he anticipated that a huge fight would soon break out between them because of this incident. Vikir smirked and declared that his preparations were now complete. Vikir then remarked that it was almost time for the holy water to be poured, so he decided to pay Saintess Dollars a visit. Moonlight bathed the grand mansion, casting an ethereal glow on the scene. Outside, a large crowd had amassed, all yearning for a glimpse of the rumored Saintess residing within. The voices of the people melded together, expressing their desires to meet the Saintess and seek her miraculous healing. Their pleas echoed through the still night, reaching the mansion's door, where the Saintess was rumored to be present. Responding to the clamor, a voice resonated from behind the door, questioning the lateness of their visit. The people recognized it as the Saintess's voice, causing a wave of excitement to ripple through the crowd. Individuals from the gathering stepped forward one by one, highlighting their prestigious backgrounds and substantial wealth in an attempt to persuade the Saintess to open her doors. A young man presented himself as the Lord of the Dortsmile region, emphasizing his status as the eldest son of the Jonathan clan, known for dispatching soldiers. He also mentioned his position as the son-in-law of the Alphonse clan. Following him, another young man boasted about his role as the overseer of the Ibsen Guild Association, responsible for managing the bourgeois family's exports. Additionally, he revealed his honorable service as a knight under Count Boston Terrier Le Baskerville for 2 years. Lastly, an older man, seeking treatment, proposed a generous reward, including the entirety of his productive granary, a beachfront villa on the southern shore, and exclusive carriages. However, the Saintess remained unmoved, expressing her doubts about whether their status or wealth alone warranted her opening the gates at such an hour. With her firm refusal, she urged the crowd to depart. The people, understanding her decision, dispersed quietly. Yet, amid the thinning crowd, one figure remained rooted in place, separating himself from the others. It was Vikir, donning a crow mask, an enigmatic presence in the moonlit night. Lost in thought, Vikir remembered that before he had regressed, he had often seen the Saintess on the front lines of the battlefield. He had seen her covered in blood, desperately tending to the injured. Her once white clothes were now stained in crimson, and her divine powers continued to glow. The Saintess, he knew, detested the allure of money and power. Just then, the Saintess's voice reached him, inquiring about his identity and purpose. Vikir knelt outside the door and replied that he was just a young lamb who had lost his way. Silence followed his words, but he maintained his position outside the door. After a while, the door opened, and a brilliant golden radiance spilled out. Bathed in this light, Vikir heard the Saintess invite him inside. As he entered, he found the entire hall bathed in bright lights, with an indoor water fountain featuring an angelic statue at its center. The Saintess's voice emanated from the fountain, asking how he had lost his way. Vikir questioned himself if the Saintess was not going to personally meet him, but upon considering the situation, he realized that she had no reason to meet someone dressed as suspiciously as he was. Placing a leather pouch on the fountain's edge, he explained his purpose. He had come to report the epidemic spreading in the slums and had brought water from their well, contaminated with wicked energy. He believed that if she possessed divinity, she could detect this malevolence. The statue remained silent for a moment, and then, with a sudden exclamation, the Saintess accused him of lying. Footsteps echoed through the chamber as knights started to pour into the room, assembling on a higher level than where Vikir stood. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. The leader of the knights observed that Vikir's speech was rather aggressive for a young lamb who had lost its way, and in a cold tone, he inquired about his identity. Vikir remained silent, but in his thoughts, he recognized him as Pietro Quo Vadis, an old comrade from his previous life. Pietro was a man known for his unwavering dedication to justice, even if it meant being more ruthless than demons. The interrogation techniques he had used on 7 young masters in the underdog city were taught to him by Pietro. Vikir finally spoke, expressing his surprise at seeing him here. Pietro, however, appeared perplexed by this comment. He acknowledged hearing about Vikir's report on the epidemic but found his attire suspicious. He demanded that Vikir remove his mask and show some courtesy before meeting the Saintess. However, Vikir was unwilling to remove his gas mask and turned to leave, stating that his task of reporting was complete and that he would take his leave. As he moved to depart, an object flew toward him, narrowly grazing his mask. Pietro held an open book in his hand and declared that he couldn't allow a suspicious person to leave. Vikir realized that the object Pietro had attacked him with was a page from a book infused with divine power. He couldn't help but marvel at Pietro's use of such unconventional weapons. Pietro leaped down from the upper floor and landed directly in front of him. He accused Vikir of carrying water pouches tainted with wicked energy, implying that he might be responsible for spreading the epidemic. Vikir swiftly defended himself, questioning why he would come to report it if he were the culprit. Pietro, however, remained skeptical, proposing that it could be a tactic to lure the Saintess out. In his thoughts, Vikir admitted that every word Pietro said was true. Then, Pietro initiated an attack, using the pages from his book as weapons, aiming to apprehend him for further questioning. However, Vikir was not one to be easily subdued. He swiftly started dodging the incoming attacks by jumping from one position to another. He considered using his aura but hesitated, fearing that it might reveal his identity as a Baskerville. Just then, he found an opportunity, and used the wall to propel himself downward towards him. He then unleashed a powerful kick, but Pietro swiftly countered by raising his arm guard, which was topped with his book, to block the attack. The force of his kick caused the ground beneath Pietro to crack. Pietro looked at him with amazement. It felt like a boulder had fallen on top of him. He couldn't imagine how such strength was coming from Vikir's small physique. Vikir wasted no time, and used his other leg to push him back and propel himself away. He reflected on a skill he had acquired 2 years ago after defeating the oxbear, the 600 kg stability, which he had just employed for the first time, and found it to be quite effective. As soon as Vikir landed back on the ground, he charged straight at Pietro, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Pietro used his book as a shield to block the assault, but he soon realized that the situation was turning against him. Vikir, no longer holding back, employed the Cerberus flame, launching a fiery attack at him. The flames quickly caught onto the book, spreading to Pietro's hands. Agonized, he threw the burning book away and plunged his hands into the flowing water of the fountain, attempting to ease the searing pain. Vikir calmly asked if he wanted to continue, but Pietro was unable to give an answer. However, in the next moment, Pietro charged straight at Vikir and accused him of being irreligious for using sorcery. He declared that he couldn't let him go. In response, Vikir swiftly kicked the burning book that Pietro had thrown, sending it flying straight at his face. Pietro was taken aback as his vision was momentarily blocked by the book. Seizing the opportunity, Vikir capitalized on the momentum and delivered a powerful, full-force punch straight to his chest. The impact was formidable, causing cracks to appear in his armor. Moments later, he was sent hurtling back, his armor shattered into pieces as he crashed into the fountain statue. Breaking past the fountain, he slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. The knights standing above were in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. One of them questioned whether they were merely dreaming, while another insisted that it was impossible for Sir Pietro to have been defeated. In the confusion, a few knights quickly surrounded Pietro, their shields and swords raised, prepared to face Vikir. Vikir, reluctant to escalate the confrontation further, addressed the knights, indicating his willingness to continue if they desired. However, his words were cut short by the arrival of the Saintess, who commanded everyone to stop. She took a moment to observe Vikir before addressing him directly, inquiring if he was the lost young lamb. Vikir recognized her as Saintess Dallas and confirmed his identity. The Saintess remarked that he resembled more of a puppy than a lamb, a small puppy covered in injuries. A knight interjected, proclaiming that Vikir was not a puppy but a blood-crazed wolf. However, the Saintess disregarded the comment and instructed him to bring tea. Confused by the request, the knights sought clarification, only to be ignored as the Saintess started walking away. Her gaze remained fixed on Vikir as she expressed her intention to speak with him. Vikir and Saintis sat facing each other at a tea table. Pietro stood behind Saintis, his gaze fixed on him. Vikir estimated her age to be around 16 and recalled her full name, Saintis Lun Quo Vadis. Vikir remembered that during the war against demons, she treated patients on the front lines and saved countless lives. She was a living example of benevolence. During the time of ruin, every martial master who encountered her, including himself, held her in high regard. The Saintess broke the silence and expressed her recent stress, catching Vikir off guard. With a questioning gaze, he listened as she revealed that she had been enrolled in the Imperial Academy, Colossio. Currently, it was the holidays, so she was taking a break from her studies and handling family affairs. Vikir was taken aback, wondering why they were suddenly engaged in such mundane conversation. Saintis, looking out of the window, described the relentless demands on her time, with nobles and merchants seeking her services at all hours. She lamented that the cases she encountered were often related to the aftermath of narcotics or sexually transmitted infections, with no severe illnesses to speak of. Taking a sip of her tea, she mused about the irony of how people often failed to see the broader principles of justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality, instead focusing on immediate needs. In response, Vikir stated saying theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so it's inevitable. Saintis looked at him and stated the source of the verse, the Old Testament, Asmoser, chapter 6, verse 9, expressing surprise that someone who knows such ancient passages exists. Vikir remained silent for a moment, and then turned the conversation into a pressing matter. He revealed the existence of an epidemic that had taken hold in the slums of St. Mecca. Saintis asked if the information was accurate, and Vikir presented a pouch containing the infected water that he personally collected from a well in the slums. Saintis gazed at him intently and inquired whether he was truly not involved in the incident. Vikir, with confidence, questioned whether he would have come forward on his own if he were involved. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that suspicion might be unavoidable, so he started contemplating his next move. As Vikir began to raise his hand, Pietro, alert to his movement, swiftly positioned himself in front of the Saintess, urgently instructing her to take cover. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Vikir extended his hand, which was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. He then declared that he disliked harming innocent people, especially since this place was his hometown. Saintess and Pietro were visibly astonished by this, and Saintess recognized that Vikir was using divine power. Saintess couldn't contain her astonishment, and questioned if he was a believer of Lun. Vikir, maintaining his composure, asked if they were willing to listen to him now. He recounted witnessing suspicious individuals pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the slum's waters, unequivocally identifying them as the culprits behind the epidemic. Saintess, visibly taken aback by his revelations, queried about the motives of the perpetrators. Vikir posited that the criminals likely sought the downfall of the Quo Vadis family, and the advantages that would come with it. Retrieving a map, he laid it out on the table, pointing to 2 locations as he explained his reasoning. He singled out the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan and the conglomerate bourgeois family as the primary beneficiaries of the epidemic. Vikir explained how the Leviathan clan would use the epidemic as an opportunity to collect samples from numerous patients for research purposes. Moreover, once the divine Quo Vadis family falls, it would work in favor of the Leviathan family, who were hostile toward them. Regarding the bourgeois family, he explained that valuables don't disappear during an epidemic. With the demise of laborers, landowners will face bankruptcy. Amid the presence of vacant fields, factories, and stores, the bourgeois family will diversify their real estate holdings and venture into a new business. In his mind, the culprits behind the spreading of the Red Death were undoubtedly the despicable Leviathan group, while the cooperative bourgeois merchants were complicit in the scheme for their own gains. The natives of the deep forest were being used as convenient scapegoats, allowing both factions to benefit from their devious plan. After outlining his hypothesis, he noticed the stunned expressions of Pietro and Saintess as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Saintess's mind raced with the plausibility of his explanations. She couldn't help but wonder how someone who could predict future incidents so accurately could exist. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Just who on earth is he? Vikir responded cryptically, suggesting they could call him Night Bloodhound. Saintis found the name slightly ominous, and Pietro remarked that it was blasphemous to choose a name so fitting to his attire. She acknowledged that everything that Night Hound had said was quite possible. She made a decision and told Pietro that they needed to visit the slums to investigate the epidemic further and report the situation to her father. Pietro readily agreed to her plan. Vikir observed the Saintess's resolve and thought to himself that meeting her was fortunate, knowing that things would now progress swiftly. Meanwhile, Saintess looked at Vikir and wondered why the man who had defeated the unrivaled Sir Pietro and the Holy Knights looked so small and pitiful. She observed him and detected the semblance of a beast exuding from his soul the scent of blood, oil, and steel, along with violence and pent-up anger, the color of hatred. But deep within this whirlpool of numerous emotions lies immense sadness. Lost in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, Saintess couldn't help but question the true nature of this enigmatic figure. In the church building within the slum area, the sisters greeted Saintess with relief as she arrived. One of the sisters, tears in her eyes, implored Saintess to save them from the horrific epidemic that had struck their community. Saintess was visibly shocked as she gazed upon the epidemic-infected individuals lying before her. She couldn't help but acknowledge the accuracy of Night Bloodhound's information. Vikir observed the afflicted people and felt a sense of regret for involving civilians due to the lack of time, although he was grateful that there were no children among them. He wondered if the fear he had instilled in the children at the well had worked to protect them. Realizing that they were in the initial stages of the disease, he had no choice but to leave the rest to Saintess. She addressed the patients with compassion, assuring them that Godwin's most sublime love would heal them all. She began to pray, invoking the light of her life and the fire of her soul. She beseeched her sins and her soul to bear witness to the pitiful congregation that had gathered there. A tear rolled down her cheek, and as it met the ground, a golden radiance emanated from her, spreading through the room and eventually seeping out through the windows and doors of the church. The miraculous power of the Saintess manifested as an old man who had been panting heavily, with red marks covering his body. Suddenly, he experienced a stabilization in his breathing, and the red marks began to disappear. The sisters were astonished and joyfully exclaimed that he had been healed. Multiple others were also experiencing the same miraculous recovery. They showered the Saintess with gratitude. Meanwhile, Vikir watched the Saintess with an intent gaze and recognized the incredible power she possessed. He realized the need to bring the miracle of holy water to the forest. Saintess Dallas perched upon a study table, the gentle glow of a lit candle casting an ethereal light around her. Her focused gaze was fixed on a map before her hand deftly marking certain areas with precise intention. Contemplation consumed her as she acknowledged that treating patients with divine power was only a temporary measure, and she couldn't prevent new cases from arising. She attributed the emergence of these new cases to an infected source hidden somewhere within the slums. A glowing glass tube positioned on her table drew her attention. After examining the bodily fluid extracted from an infected individual, she recognized that it had a very short incubation period, and it took a very long time for the infected person to die. Its malignancy caused the infected person to endure prolonged pain. Dallas understood that to completely stop the infection, she needed to focus and purify the deepest well. She envisioned the possibility of generating a drop by concentrating her divine power. A sudden wave of realization interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to exhale deeply. She rose from her seat and affirmed that this wasn't the time for her to lose herself in contemplation. She reminded herself that she should go and treat one more person. However, the next moment Dallas was struck by a sharp headache, causing her to falter. Clutching the edge of the table, she steadied herself, averting an untimely fall. Concern crept into her mind as she pondered over the possibility of anemia, wondering if it was a consequence of exerting too much divine power. Despite the physical strain, she gathered her strength, preparing to depart from the room with unwavering determination. With a steadfast resolve, she affirmed her commitment to alleviate the agonizing pain experienced by her patients as swiftly as possible. As Saintess Dallas emerged from her room, she was met by a group of 3 men who had evidently been attempting to win her favor. One of them joyously exclaimed her arrival, addressing her as Saintess and expressing their readiness to accompany her. Intrigued, Dallas inquired about their presence. One of the men eagerly responded, asserting that they had come to offer their assistance to her. Their voices resonated with a genuine desire to support her. They continued, expressing their concern for her well-being, emphasizing their inability to leave such a noble lady alone in a low and dirty place. The men proudly announced their gesture of bringing 3 wagons filled with donations and emergency relief, all the while humorously suggesting that the recipients had won the jackpot that day. However, an underlying mockery seeped into their words, raising questions about whether their excessive aid might undermine the slum dwellers' self-sufficiency. Amid their well-intentioned facade, Saintess Dallas discerned their true motives. She walked serenely past them as the trio declared their intentions to follow her, stating that it was a gentleman's duty to protect a lady. The men pledged their allegiance to her, suggesting that their actions had conveyed their true intent. With a gentle smile, Saintess assured them that she entrusted the task to their capable hands. Seeing this, their faces flushed with excitement, and their hearts skipped a beat in her presence. However, as time passed, the 3 nobles displayed expressions of disgust, struggling to contain their urge to vomit. The pungent smell of the camp, where the priests were tending to those afflicted with the epidemic, had overwhelmed them. They lamented the unpleasant odor and lamented the possibility of their expensive limited edition shoes being tarnished. One of them implored the priests to treat him first, while another fretted about the risk of becoming infected himself. The old noble demanded that the clutter be cleared immediately, expressing an urgent need to depart. Observing the noble's reactions, Saintess remained composed, foreseeing the inevitable outcome of their visit. She mused that it was blasphemous to approach a relief area with ulterior motives. She couldn't help but ponder whether they understood that empathy for the sick was the only essential requirement. For her, the embodiment of godly grace and love lay in absolute and pure altruism, in dogmatic sacrifice, in the voluntary spirit, in kindness, and in tenderness. Her gaze shifted toward another tent, emanating an ominous aura of dark energy. Anticipating the looming horrors within, she recognized that this was where the most critical patients were gathered. Among the sick and the clergy, everyone here would be in pain. Saintess moved toward the tent resolutely, and silently sought forgiveness for not being present earlier. Bracing herself, she drew the curtain and declared her intentions to help since she was there now. However, she was met with a jolt of shock as a commanding voice pierced the air, urgently demanding the arrival of more saline. A priest stood in astonishment behind the doctor, witnessing the incredible scene unfolding before him. He found the doctor's method of treatment to be impossible, as according to his knowledge, only divine power should work on epidemic infections. He then marveled at the long hours the doctor had spent tending to these patients by himself. The doctor made a small incision in the infected area with his clinical knife, and then applied divine power by touching the wound with his 2 fingers. Miraculously, the wound immediately healed under his touch, and to the priest's amazement, the infection vanished as well. Contemplating the method employed by the doctor, the priest surmised that instead of merely blessing the skin, the doctor was enabling the direct flow of divine power into the infected area. This sparked a new possibility within the priest, making him realize that he, too, might be able to focus and utilize divine power in a similar manner. The saintess, closely observing the scene, recognized the doctor as the Night Hound, who was none other than Vikir in disguise. After curing the patient's infected area, Vikir administered some medicine to aid in the recovery. The saintess regarded him with awe, acknowledging his exceptional skill in both medicine and the use of divine power. With solemn determination, Vikir placed both his hands on the patient's chest and channeled divine power into the afflicted body. He knew that typically divine power was a cleric's prayer reaching a god, which God accepted and transformed into power for the cleric. The quantity of divine power bestowed upon an individual depended on their level of devotion to God, and the amount of divine power was directly proportional to the effort required to perform a miracle. 1 divine power equated to 1 miracle, while 10 divine powers could generate 10 miracles. However, Vikir knew of a method that allowed one to perform 10 miracles with 1 divine power, and 100 miracles with 10 divine powers. Vikir's thoughts delved into the turbulent past as he recalled the time of the fall when an overwhelming number of monsters assailed them, and the number of patients lying before the clerics had surpassed even the count of the monsters. The clerics had realized that the amount of divine power they possessed would not be enough to stop the disaster. The decision made by God, due to the desperation and faltering faith of the clerics, was to alter the equation used to perform miracles. The clerics now embraced a philosophy: take measures now and deal with the consequences later, perform miracles first, and address the aftermath afterward. It was a strange phenomenon where they could muster all the divine power they needed, even if the divine power they needed came with interest. People referred to this phenomenon as advanced divine power. Furthermore, it was a time when slaying monsters was deemed an act of faith. Therefore, even non-clerics could use advanced divine power by vanquishing monsters. Because of this, Vikir, who possessed a soul that had accumulated karmic energy from the past, was able to harness divine power within a divine region. Just then, a distressed little girl sat near her ailing mother and burst into tears, crying out for her mom. Vikir, having completed the treatment of the previous patient, approached the little girl with gentle reassurance and promised to help her mother recover soon. He then handed her a gold coin and acknowledged that her mother was not only sick but also suffering from severe malnutrition. So he advised her to use the coin for food, firewood, and nursing her mother. The priest, who witnessed it all, intervened and mentioned that materialistic assistance was not permitted as monetary demands were endless. He expressed concern that if Vikir did that, he might end up giving all his money to them. In response, Vikir posed a philosophical query, probing the nature of endlessness and the concept of limitless demands. Perplexed, the priest struggled to comprehend the depth of his question. After hearing no response, Vikir continued and stated that there was a limit to how much money was in his pocket, so he could give all he had to the needy without repercussions. He paused for a moment as he gazed upon the sick mother, and then he apologized. Observing this exchange, Saintess Dallas wondered if he had just said he was sorry. She then questioned what he was sorry for, and why he was apologizing. Recalling Vikir's earlier statement about theology being an exploration of human understanding, she connected the dots, considering the possible reasons behind his apology. She wondered if his reason was perhaps the same as her own. Because, like herself, he too felt remorse for not being able to treat more people. Suddenly, her heartbeat intensified and a loud thump escaped her chest. Saintess Dallas was merely a 16-year-old girl, young and inexperienced. However, at that moment, Dallas's heart started racing for the mysterious man standing before her. After attending to the victims of the epidemic, Vikir sat outside, exhausted. He let out a weary breath and lifted his mask momentarily to take a sip of water. His respite was short-lived as he noticed Saintess Dallas approaching. Acting quickly, he lowered his mask and inquired about her well-being. Saintess settled beside him and asked if she could have a moment to talk. Vikir granted her request, saying that he didn't mind. She expressed her gratitude for his assistance, and acknowledged that they had managed to treat all the casualties with his help. Vikir modestly replied that he had merely done what was necessary. Saintess smiled and remarked that she knew he would say that. An awkward silence followed as they had nothing to talk about. Saintess broke the silence, clutching her clothes as she confessed her inner turmoil. She argued that a strong person like him should have been born with divine power. She then honestly mentioned how she had been fortunate to be born with divine power but lamented the weakness of her body, mind, and faith. She questioned why God had chosen a weak person like her to be a saintess. She argued that there were so many other people who had strong faith even though they weren't born with divine power. Once again, she pondered why God had bestowed upon her the overwhelming title of a saintess. Vikir's response shocked her, as he said that the very fact that she was in anguish and guilt was the reason why God had chosen her. A smile appeared on his face as he emphasized that what the world needed was a light that could penetrate even the darkest and most ferocious places. Tears welled up in Saintess Dalla's eyes as she sought reassurance, questioning whether she could become the person who could embody those words. Vikir's response was gentle yet firm, assuring her that she would indeed be able to fulfill that role. The outcome of gathering the Quo Vadis family's clergy in one area for prayer was that all processes involved in the creation of holy water were successful. The result was a divine essence that could purify all those infected within the slums with just one drop. 3 drops of the concentrated holy water were produced and carefully stored. The name given to these drops was Planie de la Verge, also known as Saintes Tyr. Amid a grand hall, Saintes sat, facing a podium that held a box containing the 3 small empty glass bottles. Initiating her prayer, a radiant divine light began to swirl around the hall. Her voice resonated through the space as she chanted, drawing attention to the woman who had the unique privilege of nurturing God's only son. She spoke of the sleepless nights filled with anguish, and her heart's inability to keep pace with the profound sorrow she experienced. She proclaimed the day as the most painful and sorrowful for her. As Saintes concluded her prayer, the divine light descended upon the podium, enveloping it in an ethereal glow. Some time later, holy knights appeared before her, carrying a box containing the 3 Saintes tears. The holy knight closed the box, expressing gratitude for her efforts, and assured her that they would store it securely in the basement's safe. Saintes Dallas entrusted them with the task, and as they departed, she found herself contemplating her next course of action. A priest stood solemnly before a statue of the goddess, engaged in prayer. Meanwhile, Saintes approached him from behind, addressing him respectfully as Father, and indicating her intention to report something about the Red Death. The priest called her his fairy, and his daughter, and told her to come closer. Saintes humbly acknowledged the order, and walked towards him. The priest, Cardinal of the Lune Church, Humbert Lune Quo Vadis, placed his hand on her shoulder and with a warm smile commended her for the generous offering she had made this time, recognizing that it was expected of his daughter. Saintes humbly accepted his praise and acknowledged his generosity. Cardinal implored her to share the details, and Saintes began by outlining their plan to utilize their newly created Saintes Terre to cleanse the water flowing beneath Saint Mecca. In response, Cardinal inquired if she had found the source of the infection. Saintes confirmed this and mentioned that it originated from an unregistered well in the slums. She further added that children had testified that a spirit had cursed the well. According to their investigation, the well was severely infected, and they had also found a glass bottle that the criminal used to store and spread the infection. She then presented suspicious objects that were discovered during their investigation. Cardinal looked at the dagger and an emblem placed on the cloth, questioning where they had found these items. Saintes explained that they had discovered them near the well. Cardinal's gaze turned icy as he recognized the emblems of both Leviathan and Bourgeois engraved on the objects. This confirmed their collaboration in creating an artificial virus. A surge of aura engulfed him as he expressed his disdain for those who dared to insult divinity. His words echoed with righteous fury as he declared a holy war against these despicable poison addicts and misers. Saintes maintained her composure despite Cardinal's intense anger, but her demeanor shifted drastically when he mentioned the Night Hound and deemed him suspicious. In a commanding tone, Cardinal demanded that the Night Hound be captured immediately and forced to confess to every detail of his involvement. However, Saintes abruptly interjected, raising her voice to state that the Night Hound was innocent. Taken aback by her outburst, Cardinal regarded her with a questioning look. Saintes fervently argued that the Night Hound had devoted his efforts to treating the infected, emphasizing that his actions had prevented any casualties. She was resolute in her belief that he couldn't possibly be evil. Cardinal then acknowledged that he knew what was going on, but Saintes wore a confused look on her face after hearing this. Cardinal raised his hand toward the sky and remarked that it was all Night Hound's fault for his daughter, who had never gone against him, to utter those words to him. So he decided to personally interrogate him. Suddenly an overwhelming pressure surged around him that caused Saintes to cry out. Soon, a radiant beam of light shot skyward from his hand. The beam trailed up in the sky and then illuminated the entire city in a brilliant divine aura. Cardinal, with an air of finality, declared to Saintes that it was meaningless for her to oppose him, as he had already dispatched the paladins to pursue the Night Hound. In an inn where Vakir had been staying for the past few days, a group of holy knights had gathered outside his room. Communicating through sign language, they strategized their next course of action. With determined resolve, one of the knights forcefully kicked open the door, accusing the Night Hound of being a suspect in the outbreak of the Red Death. However, their words hung in the air, echoing in the empty room as they stood there in shock, realizing that their target was not even there in the first place. Meanwhile, at the location of Saintes Dolores and Cardinal, a priest hurriedly approached them. His voice was filled with urgency as he mentioned that something bad had happened. Cardinal remained calm and questioned him about what had gone wrong. The priest hesitated for a moment, and then delivered the distressing news that one of the Saintess' tears had disappeared from the basement's safe. A bead of sweat trickled down Saintess's face as she pondered if this was the reason Hound had come here. Unbeknownst to them, Vikir stood atop one of the city wall watchtowers. He looked down at the Saintess tear in his hand with a smile. After sealing the pouch, he whispered his thanks for this gift. A few moments later, the figure of Vikir standing on the watchtower dissolved into the shadows. This is the time when Ayan was in her childhood and found herself at the precipice of a cliff, bow in hand, facing the menacing presence of a Cerberus. The creature, adorned with arrows, growled ominously. A barbarian, situated behind the Cerberus, shouted in an attempt to divert its attention, but the beast pressed forward toward Ayan, causing her to retreat instinctively. As she stepped backward, the ground beneath her betrayed her, giving way. Losing her balance, she tumbled backward from the edge of the cliff. Plunging downward, she broke through the tree branches in her descent. None proved sufficient to halt her fall, and with a final impact, she landed on the ground below. As Ayan regained consciousness, she heard some voices, but she couldn't decipher their meaning. She struggled to open her eyes, and when she managed to do so, her gaze was met with the sight of two men standing before her. One observed her condition, while the other wore a greedy smile. It became evident that this duo belonged to a merchant group transporting supplies. The discovery of Ayan, injured and prone on the ground, had seemingly interrupted their journey. At an indeterminate time later, Ayan, visibly nervous, gripped a sword tightly in her hand. Behind her stood a confining wooden wall, offering no escape. A raucous crowd, masked and exuberant, cheered loudly, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Facing Ayan was her opponent, a robust man adorned with battle scars, a sinister smile on his face as he menacingly clacked his fingers, signaling the imminent clash. The air buzzed with tension as the battle commenced, the man charging at her with a thunderous shout, exuding confidence in his imminent victory. Despite her fear, Ayan displayed agility, evading his attack with a swift jump and retaliating with a slash of her sword, leaving a small wound on his shoulder. To her dismay, her opponent, seemingly unfazed, seized her midair by the leg and hurled her forcefully towards the wooden barrier. Ayan collided with the unforgiving wall, blood spraying from her mouth as pain surged through her body, tears welling in her eyes. The observers, hidden behind their masks, erupted in boisterous laughter, finding intense pleasure in the unfolding spectacle of the brutal battle. Her struggle against her formidable opponent was now a source of cruel entertainment for the masked onlookers. Ayan lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, defeated and broken. Her opponent reveled in his triumph, letting out a victorious shout that reverberated through the arena. In this moment of despair, the silhouette of her mother and family materialized before her, a glimmer of hope amid darkness. Summoning every ounce of strength, Ayan resolved to rise. As she struggled to stand, the attention of the observers shifted back to her. The sight of her defiance captured their interest, and murmurs about her future began to circulate among the onlookers. Finally, Ayan managed to stand, drawing lines on her face with soil covered in blood. Unafraid and fueled by an inner fire, she gazed ahead at her opponent. The arena crackled with anticipation as observers licked their lips, savoring the prospect of an intense battle about to unfold. Now standing tall, Ayan prepared to face her opponent once more, unwavering in her determination to defy the odds. The air buzzed with tension as the stage was set for the next chapter in this brutal spectacle. Some years had passed, and Ayan found herself imprisoned behind steel bars, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. Even the images of her family, once a source of strength, had blurred into a distant memory. Overwhelmed, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the crushing weight of despair. Amid this bleakness, a sudden noise jolted her back to awareness. As her eyes opened, she discovered a glass tube with remnants of elixir lying before her. She recoiled in shock, fear gripping her, as she noticed a figure standing before her. This figure was none other than Vikir. He opened her cage door and, in the rough language of the barbarians, instructed her to go. Reality shifted abruptly, and Ayan awoke from this distressing dream with tears covering her eyes. The matriarch looked at her daughter lying on her lap and inquired if she had experienced a nightmare. She then told Ayan that she kept looking for Vikir in her sleep. But the dream was not the only torment haunting her. With a heavy breath and a voice laden with pain, she confided in her mother about the worsening agony. Her chest ached, her body burned, and the sensation that her heart had dried up enveloped her. In a voice weighed down by despair, she questioned if she was afflicted with the Red Death. The pain was so overwhelming that it caused her to regret being born into this world. The matriarch sought to comfort her, gently placing her hand on Ayan's and recounting a tale. A long time ago, she and Ayan's father buried a small seed in the ground. Ayan's father planted the seed, while she watered it every day. Not long after, the seed sprouted, and after several months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower. Subsequently, they harvested the flowers, extracted the sap, and smoked it. They experienced euphoria and had fun, and that was how Ayan came into this world. However, due to her father committing a misdeed, he faced execution at the hands of her grandfather. Ayan, grappling with her deteriorating health, expressed her distress. In response, the matriarch, with a gentle smile, reminded her of the unpredictability of life and the need to endure its challenges. She reassured Ayan, urging her to wait for Vikir's return, convinced that he would find a solution to treat the infection. However, Ayan, in her despondency, rejected the comfort, stating her belief that Vikir wouldn't come back. Just then, a sudden shout from outside shattered the somber atmosphere. The exclamation revealed that Vikir had returned, bringing with him the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's face brightened with a smile as she reassured Ayan, pointing to the truth she had foreseen. However, when she looked down to share her joy with her daughter, she found that Ayan had already bolted outside. The matriarch appeared a bit annoyed and couldn't help but question whether Ayan truly had the Red Death. Meanwhile, fueled by a mixture of desperation and hope, Ayan ran at full speed, her thoughts racing back to the time when Vikir had helped her escape a life of slavery. The moment she witnessed Vikir standing boldly against Madame Eight Legs, she realized that facing one's fears head-on was a powerful force. It was Vikir's example that gave her the strength to stand back up, transcending the depths of her own fears and pain. Finally, Ayan arrived in the midst of the gathered barbarians. Her eyes soon fell on Vikir, who stood before her. Vikir expressed surprise upon seeing her, as he had heard from the warriors that she had contracted the Red Death. However, Ayan didn't respond with words. Instead, propelled by a rush of emotions, she leaped at him with full force, enveloping him in a tight hug. The impact sent Vikir flying backward, crashing to the ground, but she held on to him steadfastly. Vikir questioned her actions, stating that her fervent hug might have broken his back if he hadn't used mana. He then questioned how she could have such force when she had Red Death. Ayan simply stated that as soon as she heard he had returned, her body felt lighter. Confused but relieved, he inquired about her well-being, and Ayan reassured him that she was fine. Vikir then asked if she was just pretending to be fine, to which she nodded in agreement. Ayan then smiled with genuine happiness and welcomed him back. Vikir reciprocated her sentiment, saying, "I'm back." In the confines of a tent, Yahello lay sick on a bed, her condition evidently grave. By her side sat Vikir, and a group of barbarians stood in the background, concerned expressions etched on their faces. Vikir, determined to aid Yahello, retrieved a pouch and began to open it. A brilliant golden radiance emanated from the pouch as he held up the Saintess tear in his hand. The golden light cascaded onto Yahello, who was laboring under heavy breaths. To the surprise of everyone present, the red spots on her body started vanishing. The barbarians erupted in exclamations, marveling at the disappearance of Yahello's affliction. The potent light from Vikir's offering had seemingly eradicated the Red Death. Their awe was palpable as they acknowledged him as the bringer of the cure. Vikir inquired about the number of patients they had, and Ayan reported that, including Yahello, there were around 30. Vikir then asked about the situation of other tribes, and Ayan revealed that the situation was really bad. Many other tribes were on the brink of annihilation. Vikir estimated that there should be around 10,000 affected individuals, and he urged her to tell other tribes to gather the sick. Ayan, expressing concern and questioning if there were large quantities of the cure, Vikir assured her that there was an ample supply of the cure, and they could use this opportunity to showcase their capabilities to other tribes. Barbarians, overwhelmed by his deeds, exclaimed in admiration and hailed him as amazing. Vikir focused on practical matters and shifted his attention to another issue. He spoke of a swamp monster named Ka, disclosing that he had defeated it during his journey. Instructing the barbarians to retrieve the monster for sustenance, awe filled the air once again. The barbarians couldn't help but feel that Vikir was truly amazing, realizing they couldn't even compare to him. Vikir redirected attention to the immediate task at hand and urged the tribes to gather around the river catchment area, signaling the need for a swift response. After some time, the diverse barbarian tribes gathered near a river, with Vikir prominently positioned at the forefront. Holding the Saint-Istir, Vikir poured it into the river, and from the point of contact, a radiant wave of golden light emanated. Soon, this golden light flowed throughout the entire river, casting a resplendent glow that bathed the surrounding forest. Addressing the tribe leaders, Vikir revealed that all they needed to do was drink the water. The infected individuals, afflicted by the Red Death, began to partake, assisted by others when necessary. Laughter and joy echoed through the air as some marveled at the lightness they felt, while others exclaimed that the Red Death had disappeared, celebrating their newfound lease on life. Turning to the matriarch, Vikir explained that the purification process was extending from the catchment area, assuring her that the bacteria would soon vanish. The matriarch, impressed by his deeds, suggested appointing him as the tribe's shaman. Vikir, however, began to decline the offer when suddenly, the ground shook as someone slammed their foot down, causing a crack to appear. All eyes turned toward the source, revealing one of the tribe leaders. With a thunderous voice, he posed a question to the people of the deep forest. "What's the name of the hero who purified the forest?" In response, the barbarians responded with a rhythmic chant, pounding their feet on the ground and proclaiming Vikir's name. A member of the Balak tribe inquired about the person who saved their family, and the resounding response was Vikir's name. The leader of the third tribe then questioned who brought a bright tomorrow for the deep forest, and once again, the resounding reply was the chanting of Vikir's name. The atmosphere resonated with the acknowledgement and gratitude of the tribes. A chorus of voices united in acclaim for the individual who had brought healing and hope to their home. In the mind of Vikir, the actions of the deadly Poison clan had inadvertently turned into an advantageous situation. The Baskerville clan, known for their dominance over the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, were pioneers and conquerors, but they harbored a deep-seated rivalry with the natives of the mountain. Vikir, contemplating this, couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Winning over the mountain natives, thanks to the situation created by the Poison clan, seemed like an opportunity to deal a significant blow to the entire Baskerville clan, especially Hugo. Just as he was plotting his next moves, the matriarch announced the commencement of a festival. However, Vikir interjected, signaling that there was one more critical task at hand. Both the matriarch and Ian regarded him with questioning looks. Vikir clarified his intention, emphasizing the need to identify and locate the individual responsible for spreading poison in the forest. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, another man reveled in his sinister thoughts. He felt that a lot of time had passed, so everyone should have been infected by now. He blamed the Imperial brat for the current predicament, as he wouldn't have struck a deal with the Imperial druggies if not for him. However, soon he smirked, confident that by infecting everyone and later providing the antidote, he would become the revered savior of the tribe. A human reveled in his devious plan, pleased with the idea of infecting his own granddaughter, Yahello, as a masterstroke of deception. A human, having emerged from the cave and rejoined the village, was met with a disconcerting reality. The villagers were bustling with activity, working happily, contrary to his expectations. Confusion gripped him as he questioned how everyone appeared fine, despite his belief that they were on the brink of suffering due to the Red Death. He had seen them gasping for air just before he commenced the ancestral rite. His bewilderment deepened as he observed Yahello, his granddaughter, cheerfully cooking food. This sight contradicted his assumptions, leading him to wonder what was happening. Driven by disbelief, a human rushed toward the river, hoping to find an explanation. As he reached the riverbank, he was confronted with a startling revelation. The water was remarkably clean, allowing him to see his reflection. This raised more questions. How are the fish in the river alive? Has the river been purified, and how has the water become even clearer? Despair etched across his face. A human grappled with the inexplicable turn of events. Just as the weight of his realization settled in, Vikir materialized behind him, commenting casually on the river's clarity. Startled, a human recoiled and, in frustration, referred to him as an imperial bastard. Internally, he wondered when Vikir had arrived. But his shock was further intensified when he discovered that Vikir wasn't alone. A group of barbarians accompanied him. Vikir looked at a human and realized that, as he had suspected, he was the culprit behind the spread of the Red Death in the forest. He then recalled that before his regression, there was a time when stories of an old man in the forest and his misdeeds were circulating. It was a horrible story of a man who had spread an infection within his tribe due to his desire to become a hero. However, in the end, he failed to cure it and ended up causing the death of most of his tribe's people. Meanwhile, a human's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. He refused to believe that Vikir could be aware of his devious plans. He tried to divert attention and addressed the gathering sarcastically, asking if everyone had come to greet the old shaman. The matriarch, however, stepped forward, questioning him about the completion of the ceremony. With feigned confidence, a human asserted that the infection would soon disappear. The matriarch shared information about a war in the empire caused by the Red Death. The primary reason for this conflict was the discovery that the infection had been artificially created and deliberately spread. However, she found the whole situation perplexing, as there wasn't any connection between the imperial clan and the deep forest, so this infection should not have spread in the deep forest. A human, with a hesitant voice, claimed ignorance, stating that he had only come after performing the rite for the tribe's recovery. Noticing a human's evasive responses, the matriarch questioned why he had come to the catchment area instead of the village. Her gaze shifted to Vikir, acknowledging that a human had indeed arrived in the catchment area, thus validating his earlier statement. However, a human didn't understand what both of them were talking about. The matriarch then turned back to a human and said to Vikir that they should now see if whatever he had said next was also correct or not. A human, now sweating profusely, couldn't help but nervously ask her about what they were talking about. The matriarch recalled Vikir's earlier assertion that a human intended to use this incident to become the tribe's hero, ensuring he would definitively have the Red Dead cure on him. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the matriarch, causing a human to tense up. She then demanded to see what was in his pouch. Vikir's mind revisited a conversation he had with Ayan some time ago, seeking insights into a human's past. Ayan began unraveling the enigma of a human's origins. A human wasn't a native Balak. His birth and background were shrouded in mystery. Long ago, he had arrived as a slave under the dominion of the existing shaman. However, destiny took a dramatic turn when he killed the shaman plotting a coup d'état and stole his sorcerer powers. Due to his contribution in stopping the coup, he was elevated from a slave to a shaman. Subsequently, in order to assimilate into the Balak community, he undertook various tasks, including the unpleasant duty of cleaning up poop and pee. He bore the responsibility for all menial tasks within the village, and even served as bait for dangerous prey during hunts. It was only as he aged, his hair turning gray, that he finally gained acknowledgement and respect within the society. In the present, as Vikir observed a human, he pondered whether the aging shaman desired the privileges he had been denied in his youth. He suspected that a human had overstepped the matriarch's authority in an attempt to seize control of the entire forest. The matriarch, her expression filled with anger, confronted a human, demanding to see his pouch. A human, visibly shaken, explained that the pouch contained flour he had saved to consume after a ceremony. As he attempted to retrieve the pouch, a mishap occurred. The pouch slipped from his grasp and tumbled into the river. Soon, the contents dissolved into the water. A human, in shock, exclaimed that the old man had hand tremors, which resulted in the accidental loss of the pouch in the river. Simultaneously, the matriarch acknowledged Vikir's earlier suspicions, expressing disbelief that he would throw the pouch into the river. Vikir remarked that now they could no longer reveal the content of his pouch using the same method. A human, in a fit of anger, denied having an antidote and stated that accusing him implied he was the one who had spread poison throughout the forest. He pointed an accusatory finger at Vikir, urging the matriarch to punish him for framing the honorable shaman. The matriarch agreed with his statement that you cannot frame someone without evidence. Since he believed he was innocent, she promised to protect his honor and pride. A human smirked, confident that without evidence, even the matriarch would not be able to punish him. He felt untouchable. However, his confidence waned when the matriarch ordered an Iliad. An Iliad was a Baloch tradition that served as a resolution for conflicts when opinions couldn't align. The victor of the Iliad was deemed competent, and the loser faced the consequences of incompetence. A Hun addressed a human as grandfather and remarked that he had always emphasized the importance of tradition. The Iliad was also a tradition of Balochs, so a Hun asked him to demonstrate how to protect their traditions. A human cursed him internally, but he reluctantly agreed, scheduling the Iliad for 4 days from now, during the night of the full moon. Vikir challenged the time frame, asserting that tradition dictated that the recipient of the Iliad request determined the day. He then revealed his cunning plan, admitting that evidence and verification were meaningless. Cornering him into a situation where he had no choice but to request an Iliad was all part of his plan. Vikir smiled slyly and suggested initiating the Iliad immediately. Near the summit of the mountain, the Baloch tribe gathered to witness the Iliad. The matriarch, presiding over the proceedings, declared the commencement of the Iliad within the warriors' circle, warning that those attempting to flee would face merciless execution by the warriors. Behind her was the warriors' mountain, housing the graves of ancestors, and since their ancestors were watching, any indecency would not be forgiven. She invoked the ancestors' judgment to decide the victor, urging the Baloch warriors to prove their righteousness. Ayan, with a smile on her face, shouted encouragement to Vikir, requesting him to secure victory with a single attack. The sentiment was echoed by other members of the tribe, chanting his name. Meanwhile, a human, frustrated by the apparent lack of support, bit his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He believed that everyone would stop chanting his name once he won, as weapons weren't the only things one could use in an Iliad. Soon, 3 skeletons emerged from the ground, and a human ordered them to watch his blind spots and notify him of Vikir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, a human smirked, confident that it was impossible for Vikir, who had only been here for 2 years, to beat someone like him, who had spent 7 years in the forest. There was no way Vikir could be more familiar with the terrain. All he needed to do was wait for Vikir to show himself, and he would shoot an arrow right through him. Unbeknownst to him, Vikir had already arrived and was hanging upside down from a tree branch behind him. Vikir pondered the utility of the silent heal skill acquired from killing the master of the swamp. It was a Mashusa skill that allowed him to silently target his prey's openings. He appreciated its ability to eliminate distracting sounds, making it particularly useful for assassins. Observing a human's use of necromancy, he speculated on the possibility of him originating from Lokoko, a tribe of shamans. However, such details held little consequence for his overall strategy. With calculated precision, Vikir descended from the tree amidst the skeletons. His hand moved at an astonishing speed, leaving red slashes in its wake as the skeletons crumbled to pieces. Unaware of this swift action, a human maintained a smirk, believing that Vikir was paralyzed by fear. However, in an instant, Vikir materialized behind a human, thrusting Beelzebub into his chest. A human, bewildered and coughing, questioned the sudden turn of events. He hadn't even heard any footsteps on the fallen leaves. With a push, Vikir sent him sprawling to the ground, his eyes vacant. Retracting Beelzebub, Vikir stood victorious. Ayan rushed towards him, joyed by the outcome. The surrounding barbarians, shocked by the swiftness of the confrontation, acknowledged the instant decision. One noted that the ancestors had deemed a human's words unworthy of consideration. The Iliad had reached its swift and definitive conclusion, leaving the mountain summit in a stunned silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. A human, writhing in pain on the ground, struggled with the burning sensation of his wound. Fearful of death, memories of enduring a shameful past to survive within the Balochs flooded his thoughts. Unfairness overwhelmed him as he looked at Vikir, nursing a deep resentment for the things he believed were rightfully his. The Baloch tribe, Lokoko, everyone who had scorned him seemed to bear the blame in his anguished perspective. Vikir, contemplating the ongoing suffering, turned to Ahun, suggesting that ending a human's pain might be a merciful option. However, Ahun refused to deliver the mercy since he had almost lost the Huel because of the Red Death. Even though a human was his grandfather, he could not forgive him and stated that a coward deserved to be in pain and wasn't worth pitying. Unbeknownst to everyone, a human, at death's door, was drawing something on the ground with his own blood. As he neared completion, a purple aura emanated from the ancestor's grave, and the coffin's door creaked open. Simultaneously, the sky and ground were enveloped in a dark and eerie purple energy, catching the attention of everyone present. The sudden change in atmosphere raised alarm among the witnesses. They questioned the ominous energy emanating from the grave, Ahun, in particular, displaying shock on his face as he observed his grandfather's cryptic actions. Vikir, registering the shock on Ahun's face, turned to see a human on the ground. He was surprised to witness him moving, considering that he had surely stabbed his lungs. Barbarians nearby expressed their anger at a human, accusing him of meddling with the grave and risking the wrath of the ancestors. A human, now with purple eyes and an ominous aura, laughed and questioned whether he should truly be the one to fear the ancestors. Sensing something amiss, Vikir sprinted towards a human, urgently shouting that they needed to kill him immediately. Just as Vikir reached him, an explosion occurred, pushing him back. With a worried expression, Vikir questioned himself if he was too late. Ayan, who arrived behind him, was shocked to see the source of the blast, an arrow covered in dark energy. A human gazed towards a figure on the mountain and declared that, since they wished to defer the decision to the ancestors, it was now time for the great ancestors' judgment. Atop the mountain stood an undead woman wielding a bow. The message unveiled her identity as the Death Knight, with a risk rating ranging from A to S. The Death Knight was an existence that had reached the peak of their lives but had been corrupted and transformed. They use one's soul and physical body to gather dark mana within their muscles and veins until it overflows. Ayan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the Death Knight, questioning if she really was their ancestor. Meanwhile, Vikir observed a human's actions and contemplated the impossibility of the situation. Resurrection sorcery on a Balak ancestor? It seemed beyond the capabilities of a shaman like a human. His thoughts delved further, considering the unthinkable. Had he transformed himself into an undead being? A human summoned skeletons and questioned whether they truly believed he was a shaman living among the Balaks without any countermeasures. He then revealed that it was too early to be surprised, as there wasn't only one grave here on Warrior's Mountain. Soon, numerous Death Knights started appearing, and a human began to run away in his skeleton carriage while mockingly telling them to do their best in the fight against their ancestors. Ahun arrived behind him and questioned how low he was willing to go. He was about to fire an arrow at his grandfather when another arrow shattered his own. Ahun turned towards the source, discovering it was the Balak ancestor who had intervened. Suddenly an arrow streaked from the forest, obliterating the undead ancestor's head. The matriarch, after defeating the undead, commanded everyone to prepare for battle. She enlightened the group that the figures in front of them were merely a human's puppets. So she urged them to kill the undead ancestors without any hesitation and prioritize survival. The gruesome battle between the Balak tribe and their undead ancestors raged on, but the situation appeared dire for the Balaks. They suffered rapid casualties against their formidable ancestors, whose strength seemed insurmountable. Amidst the chaos, an undead let out a scream, only to have her head blasted off by a precise arrow. Two more undead met a similar fate, their heads lost to the deadly accuracy of arrows. Vikir observed the matriarch using one arrow per Death Knight. She skillfully dispatched Death Knights who were on par with a high-ranked graduator, showcasing the formidable strength of the Knight Foxakia. It dawned on him that the rumors about her protecting the forest from the Empire weren't unfounded. Turning to Ayan, Vikir expressed confidence that there wouldn't be any problem with the matriarch present. He urged Ayan to follow him. When questioned about their destination, he clarified that their objective was a human. Meanwhile, a human retreated from the battlefield and laughed, certain that the Balaks would regret kicking him out. Suddenly, he looked at a skeleton and instructed it to handle a task. He then continued on his way, lost in thought. He acknowledged that, Even though he had resurrected the ancestors, as long as Akiya was there, he couldn't act carelessly. After all, she was a genius who had been the strongest village head in history. A smirk appeared on his face as a devious plan formulated in his mind. Despite Akiya's brilliance, he believed she wouldn't be able to handle what he had in store. In their pursuit, Vikir and Ayan discovered a human's location, where he sat in the middle of a magic circle, chanting something mysterious. Vikir, perplexed by the choice of location, questioned Ayan about the significance of the place with the pillars. Ayan didn't know much, but she was certain that they couldn't allow a human to continue his suspicious activities. She took aim with an arrow infused with aura and declared her intent to kill a human. The arrow soared toward its target, but before it could strike, a human shouted, "I'm done!" In a surprising twist, a hand emerged from the ground, catching the arrow between its fingers. A human jubilantly announced his success in summoning it. According to legend, he slept alone deep within the forest, and he was the only one who had noticed him. He then welcomed his newly summoned ally, the divine archer Adonai. Ayan was in utter shock and couldn't believe that the undead in front of her was Adonai. Vikir, too, was astonished, contemplating the implications of summoning Adonai, the legendary archer of the Baloks. However, their surprise was cut short when Adonai fired an arrow at them. Vikir, quick on his feet, summoned Beelzebub and managed to alter the arrow's trajectory. Yet, when the arrow struck a tree, it triggered a massive explosion, leaving him shocked by the unexpected aftermath. Vikir's mind raced as he realized that it was an arrow created with aura, and even though he had deflected the damage it caused, it left him astonished. However, his concern shifted swiftly when he heard Ayan's pained voice. There was a cut on Ayan's thigh, and she expressed her pain by revealing that it felt like her leg was burning. Vikir suspected it might be poison, possibly from Adonai's arrow. Thoughts rushed through his mind, and he realized that the legend about Adonai dealing with that monster was true. He also realized that the bow Adonai was currently using was made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. Before Vikir could fully process this revelation, Adonai launched a relentless barrage of aura arrows at them. Vikir, utilizing Beelzebub, deflected the arrows, and each deflection caused massive explosions wherever they landed. When the onslaught finally ceased, the ground lay split and scarred, but Vikir stood, albeit in a weakened state, shielding Ayan. Even Beelzebub seemed strained, emitting painful sounds. Ayan noticed his fatigue and expressed concern. She told him to stop protecting her, run away, and leave her. A human's laughter echoed through the battleground as he reveled in his perceived triumph. His disdain for Vikir and Ayan was palpable, and with a sinister voice, he urged Adonai to end their lives. Adonai responded, firing an arrow that carried with it the aura of death, threatening to extinguish the lives of Vikir and Ayan. Vikir braced himself, preparing to block the impending arrow. However, a sudden twist of fate intervened. Before the deadly projectile could reach its targets, a mysterious figure appeared, catching the arrow with bare hands. A human, Vikir, and Ayan were all struck dumb by this unforeseen turn of events. Matriarch Akiya emerged from the shadows, holding the arrow in her hand. With a display of formidable strength, she squeezed the arrow, dissipating the deadly aura. A human felt a chill running down his spine as Matriarch Akiya locked eyes with him and said, "Let's have a talk." Vikir and Ayan were surprised to see that Akiya had arrived in time. She explains to them that she came here because she had sensed a powerful aura. As her hand was covered in blood, she was glad that she had come. Even a human was surprised to see her here as he hides behind Adonai. Ayan quickly tells her mother about the poison from Adonai's arrow, telling her that she needed to treat herself right away. But Akiya simply stares at her hand covered in a black substance while thinking about the poison. Like an absolute boss, she simply flexes her arm, causing many explosions to travel through it as blood spilled everywhere. Vikir was watching her with a stunned face, wondering if she had exploded the aura inside of her to expel the poison and deceased blood. He couldn't believe that there was someone who would do such a thing. After cleansing the poison from her blood, Akiya's eyes looked forward, staring at a human before calling his name, which sent shivers down his spine. He started to blame her for all of this happening, telling Akiya that it was all her fault for pushing him into a corner. But she simply tells him that she didn't care about his betrayal and just wanted him to answer one thing. She looks at Adonai, asking a human if this purple zombie-like man is actually the divine archer, Sir Adonai. A human was happy to tell her that he is the legendary archer Adonai, someone whom she couldn't dare to fight against. But his words had no effect as Akia smiles after hearing his answer. She then tells Vikir and Ayan that they had done a good job and to stay behind. She calls out to the divine archer, Sir Adonai, telling him with a smile on her face that it was an honor to meet him, even though it had to be this way. Akia wanted to see who was the best warrior between them. The winds continued to blow heavily as the two strongest archers in history faced off against one another. They simply stared at one another before Akia made the first move. She immediately leapt to his side, preparing to fire 5 arrows directly at him all at once. The moment she fired, her arrows turned into a blue light covered by her aura. But Adonai isn't weak either. He simply bends enough just to avoid her arrows, dodging them by inches before pulling back his own bow and unleashing his powerful poisonous arrow right back at her. She sees this coming and does a handstand to dodge his attack. The moment she landed on her feet, Akia drew her next arrow, and so did Adonai. A mixture of blue and purple arrow attacks rained throughout the forest, followed by explosions as they continued to battle it out against one another. On the other side, Vikir was carrying Ayan. He turns around, knowing that this is a fight between those who possess master-grade aura, which was a rare sight during the time of the fall, while Ayan is concerned about her mother. Not from afar, a human covers one of his eyes with his fingers, summoning a purple eye on top of a tree branch, where Akia and history's greatest archer fighting each other. He was using it to watch the battle and could see that going against Sir Adonai was no easy feat, even for Akia. But his face was filled with joy as he believed that she could never defeat Sir Adonai, as he was dead and could infinitely use Hell's dimensional aura. But as he asks Akia whether she knows about the strength of a boundless arrow, she thinks that she would be at a disadvantage in a ranged fight. As a wound appears on her shoulder, she continues to monitor the situation, seeing that he has speed, power, and mobility. Adonai was a perfect archer with no flaws. But as she drew another arrow, she knew that he lacked something very important. As both of their arrows were sent flying at the same time, they met each other head-on, causing a massive explosion in the middle of the forest, resulting in smoke covering the entire land. Akia appears from within the smoke, trying to land a kick onto Adonai's face, but he simply tilts his head to dodge. Before summoning a sword made out of his poisonous aura, he takes a single swing at her, cutting all the trees that were around them but still missing. Akia wasted no time at all as she grabbed onto her own sword, throwing it at Adonai and managing to knock his sword out of his hand. Her attack doesn't end there as she kicks him hard at his knee, causing him to fall back slightly before a bright blue light is reflected in his eyes. Akia had drawn her bow aiming right at his face this time. She unleashed a devastating aura-filled arrow attack that was powerful enough to send shock waves into the skies. She backs away instantly after ending her attack. She looks at Adonai with a serious face as pieces of him start to break away, and he slowly starts to fade. Akia asks him if the reason he didn't want to fight was that he was dead, or if it was because of his desire to not hurt his descendant. But all she knew for sure was that she needed to free him from his current state, and so she let out another powerful attack intending to give Adonai some peace. Adonai's unconscious mind wanted the same too, as he simply stood still as the attack came even closer to him, but as he closed his eyes to accept his fate, a purple hand appeared to stop the arrow from landing, surprising Akia who clearly saw it. The parts of Adonai that had been blown away had started to form a demonic purple aura, which seemed to be causing some pain to Adonai. Another demonic figure made of the poisonous aura started to rip itself from the hold that Adonai had. It started to reach over his hand before fully consuming Adonai. A human couldn't believe that he would reject the necromancy spell while standing with his hand palmed together. A human now sees that legends are different, but he doesn't tolerate things that are done half-heartedly. So he tells Sir Adonai to fight with all he has now until everything that is threatening a human is dead. Seeing Adonai's change angered Akia as she witnessed everything. Sir Adonai lets out a demonic roar as he is now an undead with something crazy inside of him. He continues to scream as the demonic energy takes hold of him, sending shrieks of evil energy throughout the air. Akia could only stare in silence as the transformation took hold of Adonai. Looking at his new transformation, she knew that the thing standing in front of her was no longer Sir Adonai. But as he stood in the same spot, a dark shadow started to cast itself over him. A gigantic turtle-like monster was looking down alongside two other gigantic beasts. A human could see the A-rank monsters that lived in the forest with his demonic eye spell, wondering if they were here because of the commotion that happened. 3 A-rank monsters' heads vanished as if some kind of miracle happened. Demonic Adonai was able to snipe all 3 of the A-rank monsters in one shot. His face was showing off a wicked smile as blood and pieces of the 3 A-rank monsters dropped all around him. Akia was surprised to see this as she couldn't even see the arrow at all. A human was laughing after seeing that, saying that this was the full power of Adonai, as he was able to kill all those monsters at one time. And so he orders Adonai to kill the woman in front of him too. He obeys a human's command and starts to send arrows flying towards her, making her run for her life. As she ran to avoid the arrow, she could sense the strong murderous intent from those arrows. Every time she was hit by an attack, the madam's poison spread and made her body feel sluggish. As she drew her bow for a counterattack, she knew she had to finish this fight quickly. Drawing 2 arrows at once, she sends an attack that splits and targets the sides of Adonai. As he dodges one of them, the other arrow is sent flying directly towards him. As the arrow was just barely inches away from him, he raised a single finger, creating a small demonic shield in front of the arrow. It started to spin, grinding the arrow into pieces until there was nothing left. As Akia stares at him, she starts to smile, as her attack doesn't end there. More arrows appear in the sky. Her attacks finally work, as one of the arrows pierces through his neck. Akia explains that the first arrow misses, but the second one hits the target. However, the moment your opponent blocks the second arrow, the first missed arrow returns and penetrates the back of their head. She tells him that this is a skill where the arrow is at maximum rotation and flies in midair. Upon reaching its peak, it returns and hits the opponent. This was Akia's personal arrow skill that she created after hearing about Adonai's fight against an Imperial Knight. The arrow continues to linger in his throat before he pulls it swiftly, much to the surprise of Akia, who expected him to die after being shot in the throat. A human continues to laugh at her, telling her that no matter how strong she is, she has never fought against a corpse before. He continues to tell her that Sir Adonai is already dead, so he wouldn't be defeated by a single arrow to the throat. As they continued to battle it out, the effects of their battle could be seen by Ayan as she watched over her mother. Her face was filled with concern as she thought she could also feel that the forest was shaking, making it ominous. She hopes that her mother can wait until Vikir resolves this, as she recalls him telling her to hide and that he will stop a human's necromancy skill and kill him. The scene shifts and we see Vikir running through the forest. He knows that a human fears Akia very much, so it is highly likely that he is hiding behind Adonai in order to go against Akia. Soon enough, his red eye catches something. Vikir had finally found a human hiding behind a tree like the sneaky bastard he was. So, he immediately makes his way over to the coward human's side as he plans on killing him in one hit. As he closes towards him, an undead Balak ancestor appears from the side aiming to kick Vikir. Her attack lands but doesn't touch him. Vikir was able to escape safely. A human spots him and curses at him, revealing to Vikir that he had already predicted that someone would come after him, so he had already summoned his Death Knights. He informs Vikir that these Death Knights were skilled enough to give him a hard time. As Vikir stood in the same spot, all 3 of the Death Knights lunged towards him from all sides. On the other hand, Akia, who had been shot by an arrow that completely obliterated her side, causing her face to wince in pain as she finally falls and kneels in front of Adonai. Seeing her in a tight situation, a human started to laugh like a maniac, happy to see that she had finally kneeled. He continues to rejoice over the fact that soon the guardian of the forest, Akia, will die and that he will rule the forest, as this was his reward for the unfair treatment that he had received in his life. He declares that his first step is to kill all the clan members who look down on him. But then the Hound of Baskerville appears, telling him in a deadly voice that what he plans on doing would be troublesome. Vikir has finally unleashed the Baskerville Sixth technique as he slices the 3 Death Knights while telling a human that the people of this forest will become his support system. A human's mouth was left wide open as he saw that Vikir had killed 3 of the Death Knights who surpassed the level of a high-ranked graduate, making him realize that Vikir was stronger than a high-ranked graduate. As Vikir looks at the dead man, he questions the human if he had dreamed of everything he desired. At that moment, feeling that death was close, a human started to call out to Sir Adonai to rescue him. Adonai hears his call for help and immediately turns around, preparing to unleash a powerful attack on Vikir's location. But Akia is not going to be defeated easily, so she immediately kicks him in the back as he prepares the attack, causing the arrow that Adonai had just sent flying to misfire. The arrow narrowly misses Vikir. His face starts to change into the demonic hound. A human could see death coming to him, so he called out to Sir Adonai to fire again, but the moment those words left his mouth, so did his arms, as they were cut off in an instant. It happened so fast that a human took a moment before realizing what happened. His attacks don't stop as he finally cuts off a human's head. As his head was sent flying, a human could only make a confused face. The members of the Balak tribe continued their battle against their own undead ancestors throughout the forest. One of the female members was knocked back, losing her own bow in the process. As she fell to the ground, a shadow was cast over her, sending fear into her soul. As she looked up all afraid, an undead ancestor with a mighty blade was about to make sure met her end. But then the undead ancestor's arms started to disappear into a black dust, much to the surprise of the female barbarian who watched on as the undead ancestor disappeared right in front of her eyes. It was happening to all the undead ancestors around the remaining Balak warriors. Akia was now breathing heavily as she stood in front of the demonic version of Adonai. His demonic aura started to disappear as well, showing the calmer side of him after Vikir had slain a human. His hand was still trembling as he held onto his bow made up of Madame Eight Leg's own leg. The moment Akia placed her hand on top of his, more of the demonic aura started to scatter, revealing his original undead skin. Even though she was holding onto her wound from his attack earlier on, Akia still held onto his hand, telling the great ancestor, Sir Adonai, to please rest in peace as he slowly scattered into the wind. A human let out a fierce roar. Even when his head had been sliced off, he was still talking. He cursed at the fact that he was so close and that the forest was almost his. He looked at Vikir, wondering if he had failed because of the child from the Empire. He was right. Vikir looks back at a human with his eyes glowing bright red. A human was better than he thought. Not only did he become an undead himself, but he was also able to control magic on another level and control dozens of Death Knights, including Adonai. Vikir could only imagine what would have happened if a human had striven to go down the path of a shaman. The old man was still laughing like a maniac, telling Vikir that this wasn't the end of everything. As he swears to Vikir that he is going to regret driving him out of the tribe, he continues to spit about Vikir and the Balak tribe, promising to curse everyone, even if he dies. Suddenly an arrow hits on his forehead, making him shout. It turns out that the arrow came from his own grandson. Vikir turns around to see that Ahun was the one to shoot the shot. The first thing he did was apologize to Vikir as he regretted not listening to him when he said to kill a human. But as Vikir walked by him, he noticed something. Ahun's entire body was trembling. So to comfort him, Vikir places his hand on his shoulder, telling Ahun that what happened wasn't his fault and that he did a good job. A human's body started to scatter into the wind just like the rest of the undead ancestors. And so, the aftermath of the death match between the living Balaks and the undead Balak ancestors came to an end, leaving the living descendants with mixed feelings. The members of the tribe were happy to be alive while Akia had a somber expression on her face as she held onto the bow of the great Sir Adonai. Ayan's tears were now filled with joy while Vikir finally got to rest as he told everyone that it was time for them to go back to the village. As the Balak tribe made their way to the village through the forest, they were led by Ayan, who wore a nervous expression on her face as she spotted something in the distance. Their village was completely destroyed, leaving only destruction behind. Ayan was alarmed to see this sight, wondering what happened to their home. Akia was concerned about the people who stayed behind in the village during the Iliad. Yahello appears in front of them, holding her injured arm with bruising around her body. She tells them that it was Madame Eight Legs who did this to their village. Ayan was shocked to learn that Madame had come to their village while a Hun rushed to Ahul's side, worried about her, and asking if she had any injuries. Vikir was looking around and could spot the damage and dead bodies that Madame had left behind. He couldn't believe that she had come to the village when they were fighting a human, which made him wonder why a monster who didn't do anything until now would come here and do this all of a sudden. As she cries in Ahun's arms, Ahul points to something in the distance. She tells everyone that before Madame came to the village, smoke came from a human's ceremonial tent. After that, Madame appeared and went on a full rampage. Vikir was on the scene and analyzing what looked like the leaves of a plant on the ground of the ceremonial tent site. The other members of the tribe could spot the corpse of the orangutan that a human had summoned before. Vikir picks out a piece of the plant, thinking that a human had burned a plant that lures bug monsters. He couldn't believe that a human would prepare for something like this. "A human!" shouted Akia as she slammed her fist against the stone wall, smashing it into pieces. While others watch her, they could also see the injury that Adonai had given her, which was slowly spreading across her sides. But she ignores the pain, telling everyone that they can rebuild their village and gather their food again. She even orders the warriors who are injured to go treat their wounds and others to save the remaining survivors. Ayan, on the other hand, was in tears because Bakira, her pet wolf, had been injured and was trembling in pain while on the ground. Her leg had turned all black and numb from the poison. His injured leg was shaking. Ayan immediately comforts her with tears flowing down her face. She tells Bakira that she is sorry for leaving her alone. Madame Eight Leg, the forest evil goddess, the horror of all tribes in the forest. Its existence is catastrophic and undeniable, the source of darkness. Bakir could only hide behind a tree while Ayan comforts Bakira. After all, the Balak had deemed Madame's existence a natural disaster, and were not even able to take revenge. But Bakir was on a different level from them. Night soon arrives in the forest as an opening to a cave in the wall is lighted by a campfire inside. Bakir had entered the resting place of Akia, telling her that he had come to ask something. She inquired Bakir about the reason to meet her at late hours. "Please tell me about Madame Eight Leg," was Bakir's request to her. A nervous sweat drop drips down her face as she wonders why Bakir wanted to know about Madame. He reveals to her a document, a record of Madame that he found at the Lokoko tribe's village from before. It contains various information about Madame's poison, witness statements about Madame's fights with other monsters, and even Madame's hideout. But after reading it personally, Bakir had a question in his mind. He couldn't find the reason why the tribes of the forest would fear her, making him question Akia about why they hadn't tried to subjugate her altogether. His question seemed hard for Akia as she didn't reply straight away but chose to be silent. She then reveals to him that, just like the Lokoko, the Balaks themselves had a record about Madame, which has been passed down since long ago. It was the record of when Sir Adonai fought against Madame. The battle of the archer god Adonai and Madame. In that battle, Sir Adonai pierced one of Madame's legs with an arrow, and it was said that he was successful in destroying that leg. But that was only the start of the despair. The destroyed leg soon grew back, becoming two more. The more they destroyed it, the more the Madame's legs increased. The legs, which were the only things that they could damage, became stronger the more they were destroyed. And the Madame's tough body couldn't be pierced with Sir Adonai's arrows. It was recorded that Madame poisoned everyone who participated in the battle. Akia herself could understand how strong Madame is just by her injury from the poison remaining on Sir Adonai's arrow. She continues to tell Bakir that Madame is the evil goddess that was created by the efforts of countless warriors in this forest. She warns Bakir that even though he might be planning to attack the Madame, don't. Akia didn't want to lose any more of her family. Vikir knew for himself that the chances of him winning against Akia and Adonai right now were very low. But if it's a strong monster, then things are different. Although the madam is a rare monster right now in the world of the fall, back in Vikir's previous life when demonic monsters invaded the human world, Vikir saw many demonic monsters on the same level as the madam. He has the experience of fighting against those demonic monsters. No matter how strong the madam is, she is still only a monster, and monsters have habits and weaknesses. Vikir was determined to find out what her weaknesses were as he left Akia's cave. As he ventures into the darkness of the forest, he wears his hood back on, with his eyes glowing bright red. He knew that he could kill the madam. We now turn to a peaceful viewing of a mountaintop until something pointy pokes out of the top. It's the madam. She appears out from the mountain, spewing her green venom everywhere as it screams. She then started to make her way somewhere else. Vikir could be spotted directly below her, hiding amongst the trees. Vikir stares at the madam as she leaves her home, thinking that she is pretty noisy when she wakes up. After conducting a stakeout at the madam's lair for several days, Vikir discovered that the madam looked for food at a designated time. Judging from her movements, Vikir concluded that it would take 2 hours for her to return. So he instantly leaps across the mountaintops to reach her lair while she is gone. Vikir had reached the entrance to Madame Eightleg's lair, which was covered with spiderwebs. From the outside, it looks like a stone mountain, but it's empty inside. Summoning his Beelzebub blade, Vikir started to cut a piece of the mountain that had spiderwebs on it. On close inspection of it, the cross-section of the spiderweb is rough, so it will be difficult to cut through it with a graduator's mana. Knowing this, Vikir thought that the spiderweb would be good for experiments, and kept it in his bag. Then he goes down. As he leaps down into the lair, he jumps across the bigger spiderwebs. He sees that the entrance is just barely enough for the madam to squeeze through, but it gradually gets wider the deeper it gets. Considering the madam's size, this is perfect for a lair. Upon landing inside, Vikir could spot various things glued to the walls of the lair. It seems to be the matter prey. Both humans and monsters have been caught. Seeing his several bodies haven't been touched and have decomposed, Vikir wondered if she wanted to make an example out of them, or if she brought them here for fun. Vikir concluded that the madam knew that she was at the top of the food chain in the forest. But looking at the dead bodies, Vikir knew that there wasn't any time for him to be interested in these things. Since before the madam returned, he needed to look into as many things as he could. As he explored the lair, he came across something else that was glued onto the wall. Looking at it closely, Vikir grabs it in a hurry. The thing he was holding in his hand was the madam's eggs, which explains the reason why there were so many spider demons when the world fell to ruin. He thought that it would be worthwhile to take it and analyze the egg later on. But as he thought about it, Vikir's body shuddered as the madam made an appearance from above. Madame Eightleg's multiple legs started to scan her lair like the predator, hoping to find some prey. But then it senses nothing at all and starts to go back outside to hunt for food instead. Vikir had hidden himself below one of the bigger spider webs the moment he had sensed her. He started to breathe heavily, thinking that the madam came back purely on instinct. He was lucky that he had the Mashus's skill that eliminates sound. After this, Vikir decided to finish things quickly and return home. Back in the Balak tribe, the tribe members were busy rebuilding their village, gathering wood, and building their homes. They soon started to talk about Vikir and how he hadn't left his house in several days. While others saw him visiting another tribe at dawn, and even smelled something burning at his place, the tribe members were curious about what he was doing. But knowing Vikir, they believed that he had planned and thought things through. Ayan is currently standing outside of his home with a worried expression on her face, and her hands held tightly together. Ayan begins to speak to Vikir, telling him that she heard from her mother about how he asked about the madam. She tells him that the madam is a monster that no warrior can defeat, which makes her wonder if Vikir is planning to fight it. She even tells him that she had to cut off Bakira's leg yesterday, and that she believes Bakira could never run the same as before. Tears started to flow down her face over imagining what would happen to Vikir if he followed through with his plan. But then he called out to her, telling Ayan to come in as he had something to say. Upon entering his home, Ian could see that Vikir was standing before a board filled with papers. Ian asks Vikir about what all these things were. He reveals that these were the records of the madam that he had gathered from all the tribes in the forest. Vikir was researching the web and skin that he brought from the madam's cave along with the egg that she laid. Ian was instantly shocked to learn that Vikir had ventured into the madam's lair, which meant that he was going to fight her. So she tells him that if he does, she is willing to join him. But he denies her request, stating that Ian was still limping from the injuries she got from Adonai, which only made her a burden. In a serious tone, Vikir reveals to her that he is going to leave the forest soon, as there is something that he must do. So he needed to return to the Baskerville clan. Ian was saddened to hear that, as she already knew that. But Vikir tells her that after he finishes everything he needs to do, he was thinking of coming back here. But to do that, Vikir needed to protect the place he wanted to return to, revealing a wall full of research and plan of the madam written on the walls. As Ian sees his work, he tells her that he has finished planning how he is going to hunt the madam and assures her that the thing that happened to Vikir won't happen to him. Ian couldn't believe that Vikir would use the word hunt for the madam, which seemed reckless to her. She started to recount the times he had helped the village when the poison spread throughout the forest, even the incident involving a human. Every time Vikir faced a problem that couldn't be solved, he always brought back positive results. Even though tears started to flow from her eyes, Ian wore a bright smile on her face as she held his hand, telling him that his words always make her expect things. So as they held their hands together above a warm bright lamp, Ian asked him if it was all right for her to look forward to the result. Vikir took a moment before telling her, "Of course." We now turn to a rainy forest where Vikir is spotted facing off against a gigantic green lizard monster with bright yellow eyes. The lizard monster made the first move by striking at Vikir with its sharp claw, but Vikir easily cut off its arm with a single swing of his Beelzebub's sword. Vikir's eyes were drawn to its open wound. After having its arm sliced off, he could see that it was true that if its head was still attached, then it would continue to regenerate itself. This was the final thing Vikir needed to hunt Madam. With his eyes glowing bright red, he tells the salamander to give him that ability, making Beelzebub scream for joy. Finally, Vikir had 3 skills installed inside Beelzebub. The first slot belongs to Burn Injury from Cerberus, whose grade is a plus. The second slot belongs to Silent Heal from Meshusu, whose grade is a plus, while the third and final slot belongs to Regeneration from the Swamp Marsh Salamander, whose grade is also a plus. We now turn to a Hun who is wiping his sweat off his chin. He stands before a beautiful wooden house, calling it all done. The tribe members beside him couldn't believe that a Hun could build a house as well. They wonder if this house was for Vikir. A Hun proudly tells them that Vikir is like a brother to him, so building a house for him to live in is a brother's duty. The tribe members started to make fun of a Hun, recalling that he used to hate Vikir at first. Hearing their words, a Hun shouts at them to shut up. After all, the village has finally returned to its original state, all thanks to Vikir. So they decided to go and tell Vikir about his new house. But upon reaching the place he was using, a Hun and the others couldn't find him anywhere. They felt disappointed by his sudden disappearance, as they wanted to see his reaction to the new house. Ian was also staying near his place, but her face was filled with worry as she knew that today was that day. Looking at the forest as the winds blow hard on it, Ian prays to the god of the forest, hoping that the god will bless the great warrior who will come face to face with disaster. We now turn to Vikir, who was once again at the entrance of the madam's lair. As he looked up, he could see that the skies were showing signs of rain soon. As he stared back into the lair, he knew that the madam should probably be sleeping now and that this is the best time to hunt her. Vikir had thought of dozens of variables that could happen when hunting the madam. He had also planned out all the methods to handle those situations. As he leaps forward, now it is time to put that plan into action with a cool backflip into the lair. The hunt is on. It turns out that Vikir was right. The madam was sleeping peacefully as her green poison dripped down her vicious fangs while hanging upside down. Using her spider webs, Vikir rushes down with his beloved sword summoned and eyes filled with a murderous aura. Vikir unleashes the Baskerville 6 technique, starting the hunt by cutting off one of the madam's legs. She definitely felt the pain as all her eyes awakened as she looked at her missing leg. Vikir was keeping a close eye on the situation. He could see that, as per Adonai's records, the leg he cut off had doubled. The madam wasted no time at all, screeching at Vikir as she tried to stab him with her other legs. Seeing her reaction and dodging her attack, Vikir decided to go with Plan A, slashing her legs continuously. He was so fast with his attacks that the madam couldn't even react to them at all. So she does the only thing she can, just vomit a ton of green poison everywhere. It seemed to work as it stopped Vic's attacks, as he had to focus on dodging the multiple puddles of poison. Unfortunately, a single drop of the green poison manages to find its way onto his left arm. He could instantly feel the pain as he watched the madam's poison spreading instantly throughout his hand. Taking a deep breath, Vikir thought about how he didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. So Vikir simply sliced his hand off in a single strike. His arm started to heal, which surprised the madam. He tells her that there is no need to be surprised since he is in the same position as her now. And so, the battle between the two titans started once again. Vikir continued to slice off every leg of hers while dodging every attack that was sent his way. He uses the spider webs in the environment to his advantage, dodging and striking with every chance he gets. But then the madam manages to land a devastating blow to Vikir, ripping his right arm and leg to nothing. His face was filled with pain as he tumbled across madam's leg. Luckily, he manages to prevent himself from falling completely by gripping onto the madam's leg with his remaining arm. Waiting until his right side had healed from her attack, once he was healed, Vikir disappeared and started his rampage attack against her once again. Soon enough, pieces of the madam's legs were scattered across the ground along with her poison. Even Vikir's hand was spotted this time. His left side was recovering as he started to breathe even harder. "How many times have I regenerated?" wondered Vikir as he noticed that it takes a lot of stamina to regenerate. But on the other hand, he sees that the madam had doubled the number of her legs like nothing. But as he continued to breathe heavily, Vikir started to smile. He then leaps onto a spiderweb, but this time, instead of fighting the madam, he races to the entrance of the lair above. Seeing where he was going, the madam started to move her many legs in hopes of chasing after Vikir. But then she stops in her tracks. Vikir tells the madam that he knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up to her, but it was all a part of his plan for her to double the number of legs she had. Although the fact that she could double the number of legs she has when it gets cut makes it seem like a godlike skill, it can become a curse if she keeps doubling the same leg as it becomes difficult to move. Madam shoots a spider web and with a simple side step, Vikir dodges. He already knew that she would use her web when it came to this. After looking at the madam's web, he found that it had a very critical weakness. Although her web doesn't burn from normal fire, Vikir says with a sinister smile on his face that her web burns like wood when it comes to the purple hellfires from the underworld. And since this place was filled with gas from all the corpses, Vikir questioned the madam if she knew that it was the best condition for a fire to spread. As he lands on top of a dead ox bear, he says,
"You stacked up too much karma because you were drunk on power. And now it's time for you to receive that karma."
And so, Vikir stabs his Beelzebub sword covered in hellfire straight into the dead ox bear's skull, causing it to expand with hellfire. Soon enough, a purple hellfire explosion occurs everywhere in the air. It was a memory of when Vikir was preparing and studying for his upcoming battle with Madame Eight Legs. As his eyes remained focused throughout the late night, he recalled from his practical evaluation that he had a suspicion when he crossed paths with the Cerberus that was chased out of the territory. A question came across his mind: why did the barbarians need to chase away dangerous monsters from the La Rouge Jl Noir mountain? The reason behind it was due to territorial expansion. The barbarians were chased into the La Rouge Jl Noir mountain due to the madam. With that, Vikir was able to find the madam's lair, which was hidden at the back. The true reason behind why the madam used the barbarians in the forest was to drive out the Cerberus and hell monsters, so that she could distance herself from her weakness, which was hellfire. Vikir couldn't believe that Madam's weakness had been right under his nose this entire time. Now, we return to the moment when Vikir was aiming his sword directly at the ox bear's corpse. As he inserted his blade deep into the dead body of the ox bear, he unleashed a small spark made up of the hellfire that Madam was afraid of, causing a chain reaction to occur. As the gases in the dead body started to ignite from the hellfire that Vikir had brought, the purple hellfire continued to spread throughout the cave using the dead bodies that the Madam had kept on the walls with her web. Vikir's hellfire explosion was only made bigger. The Madam could do nothing but watch in horror with her multiple eyes as the purple hellfire reached even closer to her. It was time for her to receive the karma that she had accumulated after killing so many. Even the purple hellfire turned into deathly skulls representing her many victims, as the purple hellfire finally engulfed her completely. Vikir easily made his way down the outside of Madam's lair, watching its entrance be covered in smoke and purple embers. He went on to explain that since he found the Madam's weakness of hellfire, he needed to make sure that she didn't escape from the lair, which was filled with webs. He also knew that she couldn't jump out due to her many legs and that the Madam, who can't use its webs right now, would find it impossible to escape. No matter how tough it is, as long as it's alive, if it breathes in smoke, its inside will burn due to the high temperatures of hellfire, its outer skin will melt. As Vikir continued to watch as the lair burned throughout the night, he believed that all he needed to do right now was to wait for the Madam to die. Once the fire goes out, he will just need to get the Madam's ability. But then he felt an immense pressure that forced him down. Vikir immediately turned around to scan the area to see where it was coming from. He could see that the entire area was feeling the same immense pressure. Soon enough, the pressure was gone, and so were the flames that were covering the entrance of the lair, leaving only black smoke behind. Until something quick erupts and cuts across the mountain. Something was emerging from the sudden attack from within the mountain, much to the shock of Vikir. The Madam had survived his explosion plan, revealing her body filled with battle wounds from the hellfire. But Vikir couldn't believe that she had destroyed the entire mountain in order to escape. As she slowly made her way down from her mountain, the Madam started to look for Vikir with her endless amount of eyes. Seeing that she couldn't find him at all, the Madam decides to spit out a gigantic green ball of poison into the air. It explodes in the skies above like a firework, splitting itself into smaller balls of poison aimed everywhere throughout the forest. She was going with the classic method of spray and pray. Her poison was deadly, as the moment it touched the trees and branches in the forest, it melted instantly. But the Madam was still feeling furious. As she made loud hissing noises, unaware that he was hiding directly beneath her, he looked up at her from below with nervous sweat drops appearing on his face as he breathed heavily. Vikir couldn't believe that the Madam couldn't find him. He notices that it was because she couldn't use her eyes and skin. After all, they had been burned off, and because she had overexerted herself and destroyed the mountain in the process. There was a large crack in her shell. So Vikir places another plan in motion as he uses her legs to leap onto her body, believing that it is still possible to beat her. Vikir does a backflip before summoning his Beelzebub sword. With his eyes focused, he needs to aim for the crack that was created when the Madam destroyed the mountain. And so he does as he planned to land a powerful attack using the Baskerville 6 technique. But the Madam was tough as his attack simply bounced off her body. She felt the pain as she hissed even louder. Vikir immediately retreated onto the top of a nearby tree, thinking that he needed to hit the crack a few more times. And so, he went back into focus mode, hoping to land another attack on her. But before he could, something started to happen with the Madam. Her eyes started to shed their skin, revealing fully healed and operational eyes that spotted Vikir right in front of her. He could only stare in awe before being greeted by an attack from one of her legs, sending him flying across the forest, leaving destruction behind. Vikir finally came to a stop after being sent flying. Looking back to where the Madam was, he knew that he had made a mistake. He didn't think that she was able to regenerate by shedding parts of her skin. With both his legs blown away, it might be because he was tired, but Vikir's regeneration speed was slow right now. He started to breathe even more heavily as the Madam made her way towards him. but as he tried to get up right away, a voice asked him a question. "So why are you fighting a monster like that?" A figure appeared beside him as he lay on the ground, telling Vikir that if it was for his goal, then he should have left the forest already. Vikir's eyes started to widen as his breathing became unstable. The voice reminded him that to take revenge on Hugo, he should have only thought about killing him. Vikir finally looked up to see who it was. It was him from the past in the form of a thin entity. The past Vikir reminds him that killing Hugo was his only desire. His past self's head reappears on the ground beside him, telling Vikir that he had become dull and slow since he came to the forest. With tears of blood dripping down his eyes, Vikir's past self shouts at him to remember his hatred for Hugo and the feeling he experienced when Hugo sliced his throat. We now turn to the original Vikir van Baskerville, who explains that his only reason for existing was to do the missions given to him by his master Hugo. No matter what the situation was, the mission was more important than his life. The moment he was born, that was what he was taught. That was how things were, and that was the only way he felt fulfilled. But sadly, he realized too late that all those things weren't what he believed in when he was beheaded by Hugo. That was when he knew that the life he lived had been futile and in vain. And so we return to the present where the original Vikir reminded his current self that those were the reasons why he wanted to make Hugo feel the same thing he did, the despair from back then. The beheaded Vikir shouts at he, telling him that he messed everything up. The head continues to remind Vikir that killing Hugo and destroying Baskerville was the sole reason behind his existence. Now, chains started to appear around Vikir's neck as he recalled his purpose of killing Hugo. Looking back at his life, he wonders if there was ever a time he had gone against Hugo's will. In his past life, there was one moment in his life, the moment he thought of deserting the group as they made their way back after a mission. As the others continued to walk back, Vikir stood alone, staring at the empty forest. But then he changed his mind and followed the others back because he chose the path that his chain was leading him. Deep down, Vikir knew that he was just another one of Hugo's well-trained bloodhounds. But the current Vikir gritted his teeth hard after being reminded of his past. He tells his past self to not tie him down with either Hugo's commands or his sense of duty for revenge. Vikir declares loudly that he will no longer give him the right to do anything because the moment he was executed by Hugo, Vikir decides that he will no longer live like a bloodhound that hunts his prey. But he regretted the decision he made because what he sincerely wanted right now was something different. His past self starts to fade away as the madam finally spots him. She lets out a horrifying scream before sending one of her legs towards Vikir, who is still lying flat on the ground with his legs missing. As he gripped the earth hard with his fingers, the thing he wanted in this life was freedom. Vikir manages to somehow leap out of the way, dodging the madam's attack as he rolls away. Due to the impact of the attack, he started to think about his desires, from his revenge against Hugo to the place that he wanted to protect and return to. With these desires in mind, Vikir's reason for fighting was reignited as he wanted to live by his desires this time. So he tells himself to get up and fight to no longer be controlled by anyone or anything. This time before the madam's leg could reach him, a familiar hair is seen just as a powerful blue attack strikes the madam's leg, knocking it away from Vikir and saving his life in the process. The attacks didn't end there as more shots were fired at the madam. He looks to the spot where those attacks came from with a stunned expression on his face. Up on the cliff beside the madam were the shadows of a few people. Mother and daughter duo have appeared with their bows raised together. Ayan shouts at the madam, warning her to not touch her husband's candidate. She then quickly tells Vikir that they had arrived to fight alongside him. It turns out that every Balak warrior had arrived to help him. Ahan was annoyed that Vikir didn't even tell his brother about the burden he was taking on, while the other warriors began to prepare themselves for a battle against the madam. They raised their bows together, eagerly wanting to help the hero of the forest. Their simple arrows managed to land on the madam, catching her attention. Even though they didn't do much damage, it gave Vikir enough time to regenerate his legs. As he appears on the back of the madam, he couldn't believe that she didn't listen to him when he told her not to come here. But he was glad because thanks to Ayan he survived. With that, he manages to land another powerful blow onto the crack on the madam's body, but his attack was deflected this time as well. Even though it didn't work, he was determined to try again. The madam wasn't going to take all of these attacks for nothing and decided to stomp on everything around her with her multiple legs. The warriors on their beasts were dodging her attacks, warning one another that the madam was going on a rampage. Ayan was glad to see this as it meant that Vikir had her cornered. So she ordered everyone to keep fighting. Akia, on the other hand, was watching the battle on the cliff. Her face was filled with fatigue as she breathed heavily, still suffering from her wound. She had deemed the madam a disaster, so she never even thought of killing her, as if all the cells in her body thought it was the obvious thing to do. But the young warrior Vikir showed her something: how to destroy fear, how to go against a disaster. So Akia was determined to do this as her eyes glowed bright blue. She knew she had to do something even if she vomited blood or her injury ruptured. She needed an attack that could open up a path, letting out a powerful blue arrow attack that destroyed the cliff that she was on. Akia manages to land a devastating blow onto the crack that was on the madam's body. This time the spider was the one gasping for air. Vikir wasted no time at all and started to charge towards her once again. This time his eyes went full bloodhound mode, zipping through the forest like a speedster. He finally reaches the madam, unleashing another powerful Baskerville blow onto her, causing her to scream out in pain. But his rage doesn't end here. He unleashes the Baskerville first technique, deeply piercing madam. Ayan and Ahun could only stare in awe over what he did as she realized that he had gone inside the madam. Deep inside the madam, Vikir started to unleash all of his Baskerville techniques, from the second technique called biting fang to the third technique called slicing fang, the fourth technique called tearing fang, and finally the fifth technique called the shredding fang. All of Vikir's moves made a huge impact as the madam started to cough up her purple blood everywhere. But the Hound of Baskerville wasn't done yet as his rage continued to rupture, vowing to no longer live the life of a bloodhound that is led by its shackles. Using the madam's eyes as a way out, Vikir unleashes the sixth technique called crushing fang, breaking through her eye and destroying all the chains that held him down. The madam could feel the pain as Vikir made his way through her body, cutting and slicing her within his grasp before eventually making his way to the biggest eye on the spider. Vikir blasts his way out of the madam's body, scattering her blood everywhere as a hole is left in her face after he has made his exit. Ayan and her fellow tribe members were stunned to see that Vikir had escaped from the madam's body through her eye. They could finally see that the madam had collapsed. Within the smoke and dust caused by the madam's collapse, Vikir lay flat on the ground in front of the madam. His face was filled with pain as he gritted his teeth hard, while a green substance was spreading across his face. He couldn't believe that there was poison within the madam's blood itself. As he lay there in pain, Vikir couldn't help but look at the madam behind him. He could see that she was breathing heavily, as though she was finding it difficult to live any longer. Vikir's eyes were tired as he thought that he needed to hurry and wash off the poison. But his tiredness won this battle as he simply closed his eyes, even with the madam's poison spreading through his body. As Vikir lay on the ground unconscious, Beelzebub activated itself, summoning its blade from Vikir's arm. It shoots out a long pipe straight into the madam's body. The madam was alarmed to see where she was right now. It was shocking to see herself fully healed and in a different dimension, but she wasn't alone. Beelzebub made its appearance in front of her, alongside the other creatures that Vikir had absorbed to gain their abilities. The Cerberus was the first to make a move, letting out a fierce roar from all three of its heads. Each head of the beast stared to chomp down hard onto various parts of the madam, preventing her from moving at all. As the Cerberus continues to hold the madam down, the Beelzebub appears right above, aiming its snout right at the madam. Sometimes later Ayan calls out to Vikir, but as she shouts his name, the other tribe members warn her that there is still poison and that it would be too dangerous to get any closer. Vikir's vision started to appear slightly. He could barely see Ayan in front of himself as she told the other tribes to let go while shouting at Vikir not to die, as she still had something to say. But the voices and vision of everyone started to disappear as Vikir fell back into the darkness. Luckily, he still had some energy left as he muttered Ian's name out loud, surprising everyone around him. With his eyes open fully this time, he looked over to them, telling Ian that he was okay and that her voice was too loud, which made it hard for him to rest. Her eyes were immediately filled with tears as she heard his voice while the other tribe members were happy to hear him. Ian continues to shout throughout the forest, shouting at Vakir that she is worried about him and that he is a dummy. Beelzebub, on the other hand, was overjoyed. After all, it absorbed the Madam's ability, giving Vakir the power to use Madam Eight Legs' deadly poison, a rank S skill. The tribe members of the forest were now completely wasted, lying on the ground in a drunken state, with empty plates and cups everywhere around them. Akia and the other tribe leader were sharing drinks, toasting each other for a job well done. Vakir, however, was feeling tired as hell. He looked around the area, wondering how many days it had been since they started the festival. Seeing how everyone was, he realized how these tribe members loved to enjoy their festivals. We finally see Bakira, who is healthy and panting cheerfully. He was visiting Bakira, asking the wolf about how it was feeling even with one of its legs missing. As he stroked Bakira's chin, he had heard about how Bakira managed to overpower another wolf, even with a missing leg, and had found a partner. And here you are with all limbs intact, still unable to find a partner. Hearing that, he tells Bakira to rest now, since he had taken revenge for him. Looking at his hand, Vakir thought about how, after killing the madam, although unskilled, he was able to use the seventh technique. But he wonders if it was due to the achievement effect that he obtained after killing the madam, or if was it due to the increase in his understanding of martial arts through that life-or-death experience. Compared to Hugo's seventh technique, which can be considered great, Vakir's version was still imperfect, so it was still difficult for him to fight Hugo, a sword master, head-on. But still, Vakir believes that he has gotten a lot stronger in comparison to the other times. He gripped onto his necklace made out of flowers, and he ripped it off, revealing his bloodhound side. Vakir knew that with the death of the madam, he had achieved his goal here, so it was time for him to return to Baskerville. After announcing his intentions, someone else hidden behind a pillar heard him. Deep within the forest and mountains, Vakir had gathered his things and was heading out. He thanks the matriarch for letting him leave readily, as she had no reason to stop him anyway. She tells him with a smile that he has become a part of their family forever. And being separated doesn't mean that their ties as a family are severed. She reminds Vakir that wherever and whenever he is in this world, he will always be a Balak hunting commander and never forget that fact. Vakir replies with thanks after hearing that from her, but he scans the crowd of tribe members, wondering if Ian isn't coming. It couldn't be helped since she didn't like the idea of him leaving in the first place. After speaking with Akia, Vakir turns around and tells them that he is leaving. The tribe members started to send Vakir off with cheers of encouragement, telling him that no matter what happened, they would come to help him when he wanted. Ahan goes a step further, calling Vakir's brother. He tells him that he is going to wait for him here. Ahul was by his side and shouted to Vakir to keep them updated. As he exited the trees and entered the light, the tribe members bid their final farewells to him. Hearing their cheers and goodbyes brought a smile across his face. But as he took another step forward, Vakir was greeted by the sight of a golden wheat garden. Standing in the middle of it was Ian, who was holding on to something wrapped with bandages. Looking right at her, Vakir calls out to Ian. All she asked Vakir was whether he was leaving. Her question left him speechless, as he didn't reply right away. Taking his silence as a yes, Ian immediately pushes the item she is carrying into his arms, telling Vakir to take it with him. Looking at the object wrapped in bandages in his hands, Ian shyly reveals to him that it was called Anubis, the large bow that Adoni used. She had adjusted it so that Vakir could use it instead. Still fixated on the bow, Vakir wondered if that was the reason why he couldn't see her for a while. But Ian, who wasn't done yet with the gifts, tames him by placing a collar with a broken chain around his neck. Vakir was curious about it. Ian tells him that she made it because he kept talking about bloodhounds when he collapsed, and in his sleep, she reminds Vakir that he wasn't a bloodhound. No matter what, a bloodhound wouldn't act like he does. She proudly tells Vikir that he is a wolf, and that it would be strange for him to be dragged around by a chain. Vikir couldn't believe that Ayan's words would comfort him like this. But just as he was about to thank Ayan, she moved in for Vikir, holding on to Vikir's broken chain as she leaned her face close to his. She tiptoes to reach him, holding his chain even tighter. Those two exchanged kisses as the winds blew all around them in the golden field of wheat. As soon as their lips parted away from one another, Ayan's eyes were once again filled with tears as she looked down. This time, she left Vikir behind, telling him about how she heard that this was how people say goodbye in the Empire. She even recalled that he was much smaller than her in the past but had grown a lot since then. "Be well and be careful," said Ayan as Vikir stood still. He then started to smile, telling Ayan that this was the first time he had heard that this was a way to say goodbye in the Empire. "See you next time, Ayan." Those words were enough to cause her body to shake as she stopped in her tracks. Ayan then wipes her eyes with her hand before slowly turning around as the wind blows her beautiful hair through the air. Ayan's face was filled with tears at the corner of her eyes and a bright smile. She turns and happily tells Vikir, "See you next time." Vikir has finally left the forest after so many years. Wearing a cloak, he arrives and watches over a town. Looking at it, he thought about how it's been a while since he had been here in the Red All Castle. Considering that the Morgs are here, it seems like they were still mining rubies, which means that they've continuously worked together with the Baskervilles. Thinking of the Morg family, Vikir couldn't help but wonder if that certain fiery woman was here in this place. But he swipes that thought away, thinking about how tired he was right now. Vikir wouldn't be able to handle what she'd say to criticize him when they saw each other. He finally enters Red All Town by dropping. Seeing how late it was getting, Vikir decided to look for an inn to stay here for the day. But as he looks around to find the inn, he notices something else. A giant gold statue was made in the center of the town. Looking at it, Vikir wondered when they had built such a thing. To make a statue like this, they would have needed approval from the Morgan and Baskerville families, which made him wonder if Hugo had allowed for such a thing to be made. But as he thought about it, someone shouted at Vikir, asking him about what he was doing. A guard had appeared behind him, warning him to not touch the hero's statue. He tells Vikir that if he tries taking a piece of gold from the statue, then he won't be forgiven. So he should look at it from afar and never touch it. Vikir dismisses all the warnings and only asks the guard about the so-called hero he mentioned. The guard was stunned to hear this from our boy, wondering if he was a foreigner who didn't know about their legend. The guard's eyes started to shine like the stars in the sky. He was excited to recite the story of the legend to someone who didn't know about him. He even reveals that he was there when it all happened, so he couldn't hold back. He starts to tell the story of the legend, who had the power to kill countless barbarians with a mere sword. Not to mention his chivalry and mentality when he dove into a deadly situation, resulting in him saving the weak and beloved daughter of the Morg family, and his sacred sacrifice to buy time for the joined forces to run away while he bravely fought against the large monster, also known as the now-dead Madam Eight Legs. The guard continues to excitedly explain to Vikir that the legend's story gives off so many emotions that it makes him tremble. Because of that, the Morg family carved a gold statue of him out of gratitude. After listening to the guard this entire time, Vikir started to piece everything together, making him realize that the great hero who lived here just 2 years ago was him, Vikir van Baskerville. After the guard had revealed his name, Vikir immediately turned into Master Lloyd-style face, while the guard was shining even more brightly as he stared at the golden statue. Sometime later, in a townsend where mugs of beer are slammed hard onto the table, the triplets of the Morg family were drinking in the inn, talking about how they still hadn't forgotten the way their hearts skipped when they first saw Sir Vikir. They even mentioned that they thought of him as just a pretty boy when they first met. But the girls told the guards in the inn that they knew Vicky's worth the first time they saw him. Seeing the 3 ladies here, the guards were excited to hear the story from the heads of the fortress about Sir Vikir. The first triplet told everyone that Vikir had charisma and that she wanted to get close to him, but it wasn't that easy. Then the second triplet revealed that they had talked with Vicky a lot the first time they met, although they were disturbed by the 3 mutts from the Baskerville family. The last triplet recalled that the last time she saw Vikir, all the exhaustion from her body disappeared in those few moments. They continued to praise Vikir loudly in the inn, telling everyone that the gold statue in the square over there didn't even contain half of Sir Vikir's true beauty. It turns out that Vikir had been listening to them talk this entire time. But he was thinking that what they said was a lot different from how he remembered the past to be. But after listening to their stories, Vikir wondered if the outcomes accomplished by Adolf Morg and the joined forces ended up being credited to him instead. The only true part of the story that triplets told was that Vikir did fight against the madam at the end. Through the chatty triplets, Vikir was able to listen in on some unexpected information. 2 years ago, after he had gone missing, Hugo La Baskerville was furious and went to the Morg family multiple times and caused a scene. His actions resulted in the Morg family giving a huge compensation to the Baskerville family. But it seemed like Hugo's rage didn't end there. Taking a sip from his drink, Vikir thought that the reason was because Hugo had lost a useful bloodhound, which of course would make him angry, and that the compensation he received from the Morg family probably wasn't good enough. The triplets were still being delusional, thinking that if Vikir was still alive, then they would have made a great couple. The 2 sisters began to fight over one another over who would have won Vikir's heart, but the last sister was different. With a smile on her face, she happily tells her sisters not to fight and that they could all date him together. Luckily, the triplets believed that Vikir was gone, so they decided to end their fights. Vikir decided that he couldn't listen to them anymore and started to leave, but just as he was about to pick his stuff up, one of the triplets noticed him at the bar. She immediately points her finger in Vikir's direction, shouting at him that he looks suspicious, and orders him to go near them. Her words and actions caught everyone's attention as they stared at where she pointed. Vikir didn't listen to her words at all as the sisters began to fight one another, claiming that the barbarians had been quiet recently. They could see that she was drunk again and making a fuss, but the triplet who shouted at Vikir was adamant that her female senses were telling her that our boy was suspicious. So she repeated her words at Vikir, telling him to hurry up and come over to their side. But he didn't listen to her commands, which pissed her off. The triplet uses her spell called Binding to summon tree vines from beneath the ground, causing them to wrap themselves around Vikir's feet. But the spell fails to catch him as he simply jumps into the air. His quick reaction to the spell catches everyone off guard and leaves the triplets and guards stunned. But the moment he landed back on the ground, he was surrounded by everyone. All 3 triplets had cast their spells using the water, earth, and wood style, while the guards pointed their spears at him. They immediately ordered Vikir to remove his hood and revealed who he was. Seeing how surrounded he was, Vikir thought that things were getting a bit crazy, so he decided to remove his hood, believing that it didn't matter since he was going to tell the Baskerville family that he was back. The moment the hood was gone, Vikir's hood was unleashed, captivating all 3 of the triplets as they stared at him with heavily blushed faces. Looking at Vikir's current appearance, the words that came across their mind were haughty. But then one of the guards beside the sisters realizes something about Vikir's face. Looking closer this time, he could see that the expression he had was kind of off but was also similar to the statue, including his red eyes and black hair. After hearing this, the triplets started to pay closer attention to Vikir's looks, and then it hit all 3 of them at the same time, causing their faces to change into disgust once they realized that the hottie in front of them was the living Vikir van Baskerville. The night soon turned into day as we turned to the triplets and Vikir on a bridge. The triplets reminded Vikir that he could have stayed in the fortress VIP room, but he had declined their offer last night, stating that the accommodation fee would have gone to waste. The girls started to fall for Vikir's charm, believing that he had been interested in them since he first came to see them. They also notified him that, as requested by him yesterday, they had sent valuable news through the owl. But what Vikir wanted was for them to contact the Baskerville family. The sisters tried to make an excuse that they thought his return was great news, but all they did was make Vikir think of them as annoying. As Vikir started to leave, the girls asked him if he didn't need them to escort him. He tells them it is fine since they must be busy, but the girls revealed to him that they aren't. Since they didn't have any work to do here, all they did was just sleep. After hearing them say that, Vikir decided that when he headed back, the first thing he was going to do was report that the people whom the Morg family deployed were lazy. But before he left, Vikir turned around to ask them about Camus Morg since he hadn't seen her, which made him wonder how she was. The triplets revealed to Vikir that Camus was doing her closed-door training right now and that she had suddenly withdrawn from her Uncle Adolf's Hall of Light, then entered the Hall of Darkness, and is currently putting all her efforts into magic research. Vikir couldn't believe that she had joined the Hall of Darkness because before he regressed, Camus Morg had a really bad relationship with the head of the Hall of Darkness called Snake. Preparing to ride off, Vikir wondered if this was another portion of the future he had altered. He tells the triplets to pass a message to Camus that he wants to see her when she has time and to leave the Hall of Darkness. The sisters couldn't believe that that was all Vikir had to say to her, even though they were in a relationship with her, and would be seeing her for the first time in 2 years. And so the hero of the Red All Mountain has returned. The news was spread rapidly throughout the empire. The people who had a connection with Vikir started to receive the news of his return through the newsletters spread everywhere. To the people he was working with, to the uncle of his future waifu, and the innocent saint. Finally, a man rushes into a familiar room that we have all seen before. Breathing heavily and with a piece of paper in his hand, he reports to the patriarch. Upon hearing the sudden news, a dreadful aura was unleashed by Hugo's current appearance. His eyes turned red like a bloodhound as he asked the servant if what he said was true. After getting a ton of experience, and increasing his strength through his adventures in the forest, Vikir van Baskerville has finally returned to the world.
Chihuahua greeted Vikir with a smile, noting his change in entry method from the window to the main door this time. Vikir sighed in response and asked why people had gathered outside. Chihuahua explained that news of his return had spread across the empire, prompting everyone to come and welcome him. Expressing annoyance, Vikir anticipated the forthcoming exhaustion from the welcoming crowd. Just then, Pomerian entered the room, calling out Daddy. Vikir corrected her gently, stating he was her uncle. Pomerian proudly presented a dead mouse to Vikir, excitedly showing off her catch. Vikir, amused, cautioned her about the dangers of the Black Death, despite the mouse being a cute rodent. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vikir inquired about the resolution of issues within Underdog. Chihuahua credited the successful resolution to Vikir's introduction of Cindy Windy, noting her exceptional competence. However, Chihuahua mentioned a case that even Cindy Windy couldn't crack, leaving any leads. Chihuahua presented a document detailing the alarming trend of children disappearing from the slums in recent years. These abductions lacked ransom demands or any trace of involvement with the black market, leaving the motive unclear. All the children had disappeared without a trace, ruling out the possibility of it being the work of monsters. Despite the absence of physical evidence, Chihuahua suspected that there was a single perpetrator behind these vanishings. Suddenly, he noticed a furrowed brow as he perused the document and called out to him, puzzled by his reaction. Vikir, lost in thought, drew parallels between this children's disappearance case of Underdog City and the one he was once framed for. However, he remembered that it happened several years later. He contemplated a potential connection but was interrupted by Pomerian's excited exclamation. Pomerian drew their attention to the previously deceased mouse, now miraculously alive. Vikir and Chihuahua were both left astonished. Vikir questioned her, wondering if she had brought the mouse back to life. Pomerian gleefully admitted to doing so. Vikir speculated about the possibility of Pomerian's act being a form of voodooism, tapping into mana from another dimension. He queried her about when she discovered this ability. Pomerian nervously counted on her fingers, revealing that it had been a few nights prior and that she had learned by observing the tribe's people. Vikir's thoughts raced as he pondered the implications of her newfound abilities, particularly if they involved acquiring black and evil spirit magic. In the Baskerville and Morg families, renowned for their genius, children needed to be at least 8 years old to wield magic. Yet, compared to them, Pomerian, at 5 years old, demonstrated mastery over another dimension, a feat difficult to sense. This marked her as a magical prodigy from the Baskerville family, albeit with proficiency in black magic. Vikir couldn't help but wonder how Hugo would react if he found out. He imagined his fury upon learning of her ability to wield black magic and her lineage tainted with barbarian blood. He pictured Hugo ordering Pomerian's immediate execution. Vikir decided that it would be best to keep Pomerian away from him. Just then, a pigeon arrived at the window, delivering a letter. Chihuahua's shock upon reading the letter was palpable, and he called out to Vikir, informing him that something bad was going on. Vikir demanded to know what was wrong. Chihuahua attempted to convey news about the main house and the patriarch, but struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Sensing his distress, Vikir urged him to speak slowly and calmly. Finally regaining composure, Chihuahua revealed the troubling news. The patriarch would soon arrive in Underdog City. In Deputy Consul's office, Chihuahua and head butler Rodwell stood silently on opposite sides while Vikir and Hugo faced each other, the room heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, Hugo broke the deadlock, acknowledging Vikir's return. Vikir confirmed his presence, and Chihuahua breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the breakthrough in communication. Mindful of Pomerian's safety, Vikir had hidden her in the adjacent room before Hugo's arrival, hoping to avoid any complications. Hugo inquired about Vikir's activities during his absence. Vikir explained that he had spent time recuperating with the barbarians in the forest. During that time, he had pretended to be friendly and had gained insight into the barbarians' ways. He had also devised a plan to eradicate them. Intrigued, Hugo asked Vikir to elaborate on his strategy. Vikir revealed that he intended to exploit the barbarians' dependence on the Empire's industrial goods. The barbarians highly valued items such as cheap glass orbs, woolen products, and basic commodities like vegetables and grains, considering them precious. Vikir proposed that by leveraging these goods, they could effectively subdue the barbarians. Hugo, however, questioned the approach, arguing that it sounded more like trading than suppression. Vikir countered, emphasizing that the barbarians would perish due to their reliance on these goods. As Vikir's gaze took on a sinister edge, he revealed his intention to request monster subjugation in exchange for the Empire's products. Hugo's face twisted into an evil smile, impressed by the cunning plan to have the barbarians eradicate the monsters while securing their territory and eliminating the barbarians in the process. He praised Vikir as his son, acknowledging his cleverness. Vikir confirmed that he had already laid the groundwork for the infrastructure required for the plan. Hugo, satisfied, delegated the task to him, entrusting him with the responsibility. Chihuahua struggled to catch his breath and wondered if this was truly a conversation between a father and son who had reunited. Meanwhile, the head butler observed Hugo's rare smile with a mixture of astonishment and concern, reflecting on how unusual it was to see the patriarch smile after Vikir's disappearance 2 years prior. Vikir was determined not to let the Balak people suffer because of the Baskerville family. From Baskerville's perspective, it would seem like the natives are dying as they clear up the monsters, but in reality, they're just returning to the place where the madam was. By stopping the battle between the two of them, the Balak have time to increase their force. Hugo, who doesn't know about the madam's existence, would think that the natives will easily agree to this, without realizing that his enemy, the natives of the forest, are increasing their powers. Just then, Hugo spoke, and everyone's attention shifted to Hugo's teacup, which began to boil. The next moment, intense killing intent radiated from Hugo as he declared that they would not trade with the Lococo tribe. He instructed them to take note, as he was going to annihilate the tribe. Chihuahua's soul almost left his body under intense pressure, while Vikir remained composed and acknowledged his command. Internally, he wondered if Hugo still held a grudge against the Lococo tribe, which was one more reason why he should not let Pomerane meet him. Hugo calmed down and expressed regret that all he had been doing after meeting his son after a long time was blabbering bad things about the barbarians. He urged Vikir not to go overboard on the front line again. After he had saved Morg's daughter and gone missing, they had been able to obtain great diplomatic benefits from Morgs. When the imperial family heard about this moving story, they had to think highly of the Baskerville Knights. However, for a father who had lost his son, all that was meaningless. Obtaining things in exchange for losing a child was worthless. So, he advised Vikir not to overdo it from now on. Vikir, however, perceived Hugo's words as mere pretense. He recalled the night before his regression when he escaped after being framed. He remembered the feeling of being stabbed in the back and the cold stares from the bloodhounds with whom he had shared joys and sorrows. At that moment, he realized he had been abandoned by his master. Vikir's thoughts churned with unresolved emotions as he lamented the fact that he wasn't even given a chance to explain himself. He vowed not to let Hugo's pretense dull his resolve. As lightning cracked in the sky, Vikir expressed gratitude to his father for his concern. Suddenly, the room's door swung open, and a voice crying out for Uncle entered everyone's ears. Both Chihuahua and Vikir were startled by this sudden appearance. Pomerian, frightened by the thunder and rain, ran toward Vikir. She sought comfort from him, clinging to him and sobbing uncontrollably. Vikir was taken aback by her sudden arrival and realized the urgency of preventing Pomerian from encountering Hugo. However, Vikir's shock deepened as he observed Hugo's reaction. Hugo looked at Pomerian with a mixture of emotions as he recognized that face, his mind swirling with questions about her unexpected presence. The swordsman with the iron blood, the owner of Baskerville, one of the 7 families of the great empire, Hugo la Baskerville. The best swordsman in the empire who expelled the barbarians far beyond the borders and also exterminated hundreds of monsters. Once Hugo decided on a direction, he never looked back. He was truly known as a man with iron blood. But now, Hugo's feelings began to tremble as he saw the little girl in front of him. Hugo was speechless when he saw Pomerian's face. Pomerian hugged Vikir with all her strength and tearfully told him that she was very scared, leaving Vikir both shocked and confused. At the same time, tears streaming down her face, Pomerian looked at Hugo again, then started crying once more and told Vikir that she was very scared of that man's mustache. Leaving Chihuahua speechless upon seeing the situation, Vikir quickly intervened and asked his father to calm down. Nervously, he also explained to Hugo that she was a little girl he had personally brought for an errand. He also explained that initially, when he saw her red eyes, he thought they were a family trait. But later, after investigating, he found out that she was from a border tribe. Vikir also told him that there was no chance she was someone known to their family, leaving Hugo speechless. Hugo quickly calmed down and then put his hand on his head and thought that he had made a mistake since if Penelope was still alive, she couldn't be the same age as the little girl. Hugo stood up and started heading towards the exit, deciding to go back home as he was quite tired. At that moment, Vikir looked at him intently and somewhat nervously asked him to be careful. He thought to himself how Hugo, a person with the soul of a sword master, was so surprised to see Pomerian. So, Vic quickly came to the conclusion that there was definitely something there. Hugo turned around and asked Vikir to attend the grand banquet tomorrow. Upon hearing Hugo's words, Chihuahua was confused and thought to himself that the grand banquet was a dinner where only a very small number of immediate family members gathered. He also thought that the dream of every lower Baskerville was to attend the banquet. Vikir said goodbye to Hugo, telling him that they would see each other tomorrow. Just before leaving through the door, Hugo looked at Pomerian once again, who was in Chihuahua's scared arms. That same night, Vikir placed some pillows on his bed and covered them with sheets while he lay down on the floor next to the bed. With an empty stare, Vikir thought that after washing himself with hot water and lying on the soft bed, he felt uncomfortable and couldn't sleep. He started to wonder if this was due to the influence of the 2 years he had spent with the Balak warriors. He also thought that the influence of the warriors would be ingrained in him for some time. He thought that Hugo's reaction had been quite unexpected. Based on his previous reaction to the incident with Pomerian and the amulet, he had to make a decision. After the grand feast tomorrow, he planned to hint to Hugo that Pomerian might prove to be a good card for him to strike a decisive blow. Either way, he had to do it in a way that wouldn't harm Pomerian. Vikir closed his eyes to sleep, but at that moment, the curtain in his room moved. Vikir quickly realized that something was wrong. His senses did not fail him as a hooded woman entered his room. The woman slowly unsheathed her knife and approached Vikir's bed. At that moment, a voice told the woman that less than a day had passed since he had returned, but news traveled fast. Vikir placed one of his hands on the bed and, using the momentum, delivered a powerful kick to the hooded woman. The woman managed to dodge the kick at the last second, but in the process, she dropped her knife, which flew and embedded itself in the wall. In the blink of an eye, Vikir placed his hand under the hooded woman's throat, but at that moment, the woman quickly asked him to wait a minute. She began to tell him that it was just a joke. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Vikir immediately recognized her. Vikir moved closer to the woman's face and asked her to request a formal meeting from now on, as he could have accidentally killed her. The woman replied that sleeping on the floor disguised as a pillow was a strange sleeping habit. The woman slowly started to remove her mask and told Vikir that even if he died and came back to life, nothing had changed about him. After removing the mask, the woman greeted him, and Vikir looked at her and asked her not to cause a scene by calling her by her name, Cindy Windy. She began to approach the bed and asked Vikir if he had sent Chihuahua or two. She also asked him how he had known that she was going with the girl who received 10 billion. Vikir began to put on his shirt and replied that trust was generated by increasing wealth. He also added that he had taken note of her behavior pattern to eventually ignore it all. Cindy Wendy sat on the bed and told him that robbing her was rude. She also explained that as a financial planner, the only thing she did was receive unemployment bonuses. She also explained that if it weren't for her, all the 10 billion that Judy received would have been wasted. Bakir denied her words by telling her that bodyguards had been added to prevent that. Cindy Wendy, somewhat confused, asked Bakir if there was no way the bodyguards could do something like that. Bakir revealed to her that financial experts had also been assigned among the bodyguards. He had given orders to filter various traders. Cindy Wendy, somewhat surprised, asked if he was referring to those bodyguards. Bakir looked her in the eyes and reminded her that he himself had ordered her to let them get close. She immediately realized that Bakir had been playing her from beginning to end. As Bakir was fixing his hair, he asked Cindy Wendy what information he had requested. She reached into her suit and pulled out envelopes with information and handed them to Bakir. Seeing this, he thought that her personality hadn't changed much in the past 2 years. He asked Cindy Wendy to place it in the file next time and send it instead of hiding it in her suit. In exchange for this information, Bakir decided to fulfill his promise to build a bridge for trade with the natives. Cindy Wendy replied that from now on, she would have to call him boss. As Bakir looked at the envelopes, he thought to himself that these envelopes contained information about the people who would attend the banquet tomorrow. He also thought that since he had made a contribution, he hoped to be invited to the banquet. According to the information in the envelopes, the people who were going to attend the banquet were Hugo le Baskerville, holding the patriarch rank with the status of Marquis with the military prestige of Swordmaster. Upon seeing Hugo's envelope, Bakir thought that there was no need to check the information about him. However, upon opening the following envelopes, he was shocked and asked Cindy Wendy if these people were also going to attend. The envelopes contained information about Boston Terrier le Baskerville, with the rank of commander of the Pitbull Knights and senator. He also has the status of Count, the highest-ranked military prestige. According to the information, he was Hugo le Baskerville's half-brother. He also hated being tied to any place and had a very aggressive and unruly personality. The other envelope contained information about Great Dane le Baskerville, commander of the Mastiff Knights and a senator with the status of the Count, a highest-ranked military prestige. He was Hugo le Baskerville's half-brother. He didn't get along with anyone but had a particularly bad relationship with the Count Boston Terrier. Bakir became somewhat confused upon seeing this since these people usually didn't attend family events. He asked Cindy Wendy what was going on. Cindy Wendy replied that they were coming to see the young Baskerville legend who had returned alive. She also assumed they would come to recruit Bakir to their night orders. Bakir started looking at the other envelopes and told her he was sure he would be quite tired tomorrow. Among the envelopes, he saw one that contained information about Osiris le Baskerville, a representative with the status of Viscount and the highest-ranked military prestige. He was Hugo's eldest son and was currently the first heir of the family. Upon seeing this, Bakir asked Cindy Wendy if Osiris was also going to attend. She explained that Osiris was the eldest son of the Baskerville family, growing and replicating Hugo's past. His sword skills were already on par with the 7 counts, and it was estimated that he would soon reach the level of Swordmaster. Bakir thought that before returning, he had seen Osiris several times from afar. He was a quiet and cold person who didn't even greet his subordinates or his younger siblings in the direct lineage. Cindy Wendy asked Bakir if, excluding the Patriarch and the 7 counts, Osiris would be the strongest of the Baskerville. She began to wonder if Bakir was stronger than Osiris. Bakir advised her not to try to guess his fighting power at a glance. Among the information in the envelopes, he saw information about a person who he had heard was receiving training in a closed facility. He started wondering if this person would briefly come out to attend the banquet. This person was Set le Baskerville, consul of the Underdog City and a member of the Chamber of Representatives. He held the status of Baron and had an intermediate-level military prestige. He was Hugo's second son and was currently the second heir of the family. His talent for sword handling was far behind his elder brothers, and he had been particularly sickly from a young age. His personality was not typical of a Baskerville, as he was gentle and kind. When he was young, Hugo would chase him for being weak. He was the only one who shared tears for the hounds that died like trash. He was the only respectable person in Baskerville. Bakir thought there must be a reason why he had to meet him. After reviewing all the envelopes, Bakir forcefully left them on the table and told Cindy Wendy that these were unexpected names. Cindy Wendy, somewhat confused and angry, explained that she had done a lot of research and also asked why he had rushed to look at them. Bakir simply replied that he knew them better than she thought. To himself, he thought that there would be a great feast tomorrow. He started staring at the envelope, and with a smile, he told Cindy Windy that many fun things were going to happen tomorrow. The next day, Bakir began to make his way towards the grand banquet hall. After several minutes, he arrived at the door of the grand banquet hall, which was guarded by 2 guards who were creating tension in the atmosphere. Bakir started to approach the door and stared at it intently. After several seconds, he began to slowly open the door, further increasing the tension in the room. Upon opening the door, a bright light dazzled his face. Once the intensity of the light subsided, he saw Hugo sitting on the seat of honor. Beside him was his butler. On Hugo's left side sat his children, and on his right side sat his brothers. The butler informed everyone that Bakir van Baskerville was also going to attend the grand banquet as ordered by the head of the family. Everyone turned toward the direction where Bakir was. First, Setlaw Baskerville turned, who had dark circles under his eyes and looked quite tired, but despite this, he smiled at him pleasantly. Then Osiris turned and simply looked at Bakir with one eye. Then the triplets turned and started looking at him with admiration. The Great Dane turned around and was somewhat surprised to see Bakir attending the grand banquet. Finally, Boston Terrier turned around and, while resting his head on his fist, simply smiled at seeing Bakir. Bakir placed a hand on his chest and closed his eyes to thank Hugo for the invitation to the grand banquet. Hugo stared at him intently, and while his eyes were shining, he called Bakir's son and asked him to come to the table and sit next to his brothers. He approached and sat at the table, and the grand banquet began. First, everyone started with the main course, which was meat. They all started eating without saying a word, creating tension in the atmosphere. The servants stood behind Boston Terrier's chair and watched as the tension in the room began to increase every second. The first person to break the tension was Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pit Bull Order. His plate had 4 pieces of sliced meat. He asked everyone if the meat was undercooked. Hugo became somewhat confused, looked at Boston Terrier, and asked him if he didn't like meat. Boston Terrier smiled and replied that it wasn't what he had meant to say. He then pointed with his hand to the person sitting next to him who was struggling to cut the meat as it was quite raw. Boston Terrier explained to Hugo that he was referring to the meat on the plate next to him. The person sitting next to him was the Great Dane Le Baskerville, commander of the Mastiff Order, who was a bit annoyed. He asked Boston Terrier what else he was dissatisfied with. Boston Terrier stared at him and replied that he had never thought he would eat raw meat. He also added that it was as if he was trying to eat his adorable nephew raw. Great Dane also stared at him and admitted that Bakir seemed cute but reminded him that he too was his nephew, and as an uncle, it was natural to guide his nephew on the right path. Boston Terrier pointed his finger at Bakir and asked Great Dane why the right path involved throwing a child to a mastiff. Great Dane replied that this path was much better than getting involved with a stupid and boring pit bull. While Bakir looked at his uncles, he thought to himself that as expected, they had come with the intention of recruiting him among the 7 knights representing Baskerville. 2 of them wanted to recruit him for the Pit Bull and Mastiff Knights. Before regressing, Bakir would have liked it since they were the elite with guaranteed success. While he was taking a piece of meat to his mouth, he looked at his uncles disdainfully and thought that now they simply seemed like a bunch of stray dogs. Hugo interrupted the conversation between Great Dane and Boston Terrier. Then, while the butler was pouring him some wine in a glass, he explained to them that the younger brothers were always noble and arrogant. He also added that the head of the house was happy to see them showing affection for the young master. While Bakir was watching his father drink from the glass of wine, he thought that the chief steward always gave a hopeful interpretation. He also thought that Hugo enjoyed watching his younger brothers fight. Boston Terrier caught his attention and addressed him as his dear nephew to ask if he had spent the last 2 years in La Rouge Elnor Mountains. He also asked how many barbarians and monsters he had killed. He asked him to share his forest experiences with him. Great Dane also caught Bakir's attention by telling him that he was also concerned about knowing how his nephew had spent that time in the dangerous forest. He also added that he was curious about his growth in the forest. Hugo interrupted the conversation and asked his brothers not to pressure him and asked them to let him eat. Great Dane asked Hugo if he felt curious, and Boston Terrier explained that he couldn't resist curiosity, so he hurried back as soon as possible to attend the grand banquet. At that moment, Hugo got angry and asked both of them if it was enough already. Upon hearing this, Great Dane and Boston Terrier felt the immense pressure coming from their older brother's words. Hugo stood up from his chair with a killer aura and, while holding a piece of meat with his fork, he reminded them again that he didn't like to say things twice. Both calmed down and decided to stop talking anymore. But at that moment, Bakir also stood up from his chair and, While looking at his two uncles, he explained to everyone that it wasn't difficult to prove his achievements. Upon seeing that Vikir had gotten up, Hugo looked at him and reminded him that he had traveled a long distance. He asked if it wouldn't be exhausting to make it to the drill hall. Vikir looked at Hugo and replied that it was fine. Then he extended his hand and touched the table, explaining to everyone that he could showcase his skills at any time and anywhere. He also asked them if everyday life wasn't an extension of training. He caught the attention of his uncle Boston Terrier and revealed that there was too much wine in his glass. Then he caught the attention of his uncle Great Dane and disclosed that his steak was not well done, leaving both surprised and somewhat confused. While he was touching the table, he began to concentrate, and after several seconds, his finger started to release a bit of his mana. Vikir directed that mana towards the wine glass and the steak plate, causing the steak to cook perfectly and making sure the wine glass had the perfect amount of wine. Great Dane pierced the meat with his fork and was impressed to see that it was cooked perfectly. Boston Terrier took the wine glass, and upon seeing that it had the perfect amount of wine, started laughing. Boston Terrier explained to everyone that when Vikir placed his hand on the table, he had used mana to cook the meat and heat the wine. He was surprised to see that he had reached the intermediate level of graduation at 17 years old, when normally one would reach that stage at 33 years old. He also shared his thoughts that his older brother Hugo must feel proud to have a son who had mastered all these techniques. Hugo simply drank from his wine glass and listened to the praises of his younger brother towards his son. Vikir looked towards the triplets and thought that this was very strange because 2 years ago he thought he had revealed his abilities as a mid-ranker graduate when he fought against Madam. He never thought that anyone would know until now. He looked at the 3 boys who were looking at him with admiration and thought they must know about his abilities. He also started to wonder why they didn't inform anyone. At that moment, someone caught his attention by calling him a little brother to praise him for working very hard. The person who had praised him was Osiris Le Baskerville, first in line for succession and the Baskerville family's eldest son. While holding his wine glass, he once again praised Vikir for doing a good job and also asked him to continue working harder in the future. Vikir, somewhat confused, thanked his older brother and began to wonder if Osiris had just praised him. Osiris was the first successor in line for the current Baskerville family and also resembled Hugo the most. Vikir still couldn't believe that Osiris was praising him. He started wondering if he was being evaluated by him. Then another person who had just placed his wine glass on the table told everyone that it was surprising to see the older brother praising his younger brother. This person was Set Le Baskerville, second in line for succession and the Baskerville family's second oldest son. He looked at Vikir and revealed to everyone that this was the first time he had seen older brother Osiris praise someone with such a bright and joyful smile. He also told Vikir that he had a poker face just like his brother Osiris, then asked if by any chance he knew his older brothers. Vikir looked at him somewhat confused and replied that he was very aware of who his brothers were. Set looked at him, and with a joyful smile, he was glad that his younger brother knew him. He then explained that because he was very weak, he always stayed in the medical wing or at the isolation training hall. He also added that his training hall was very close to Underdog, where Vikir was deputy counsel. He planned to pay him a visit, so he asked if he could share his experience of the deep forest. Vikir, with a lost gaze, looked towards nothingness and thought that his bright attitude, which was very different from being a Baskerville, had not changed. During the fall, Vikir had the opportunity to serve under Set, so there were moments when they were together in the midst of the chaos of battle. He was the only one who comforted the fallen bloodhounds. He even comforted Vikir, who was soaked in blood, wandering through the battlefield. Even when Vikir was falsely accused, he remained by his side, defending him until the end with a cheerful smile. Set told Vikir that he would be under his care. Set was the only person Vikir wanted to meet at this banquet. At that moment, Vikir's expression changed drastically as he began to smell a disgusting stench that had been lingering since before. This repugnant odor was something only he could sense, as it had been present during the fall. This repugnant odor was the smell of a demon. He quickly realized there was a hidden demon among the people present at the grand banquet. Vikir looked at everyone and started wondering where the source of this disgusting stench was. He closed his eyes and after several seconds, he opened them again and stared at a person. This person was holding his wine glass. It was Set, who had demon hands covering his body. He stared intently and with a smile asked Vikir, "Is there something you need?" Vikir and Set began to converse, and while they were conversing, he realized that Set was constantly engaging in conversation with everyone to lighten the mood and appear natural. While a maid was pouring some wine into Set's glass, he started asking her how she was doing. Upon seeing this, Vakir was somewhat surprised because Set wasn't just maintaining constant conversation with his siblings but also with the servants. He stared at him intently with one eye and thought that he was the same person he had met before regressing. He also began to wonder why the person he had trusted the most smelled like a demon's. While Set was holding his glass with one hand, he looked at Vakir and explained that when he was absent, he had heard that Vakir had taken on the role of deputy consul of Underdog City. He also added that he had even heard that the citizens appreciated him so much that they started protesting for him to assume the position permanently. Set also told him that he was eager to work with him when he returned to his position as deputy consul. Vakir stared into Set's eyes and simply remained silent. Then, while holding the wine glass with 3 fingers, he began to bring his wine glass closer to Set for a toast. Set looked at Vakir's wine glass with a smile. Then Vakir told him that he was also very eager to work with him. Upon hearing this, Set was delighted, and they both clinked their wine glasses together in a toast. And he told him that he would be under his care. After toasting, Vakir began to bring his wine glass closer to his eye, creating a slight tension in the atmosphere. He started staring at the reflection of the wine glass, and while doing so, he saw Osiris sitting in his armchair. However, when he looked at Seth's chair, he saw that it was empty. Immediately, he realized that he was unable to see his reflection in the wine glass. Upon seeing this, he began to wonder if Set was dead and a demon was possessing his lifeless body. Vakir looked at everyone present at the table and started questioning himself whether he should reveal to them all that Set was a demon. At the same time, while Set was enjoying his wine, Vakir began bringing his glass of wine closer to his mouth and stared fixedly at Set. He changed his thoughts and decided not to reveal to anyone at the table that Set was a demon since he thought that if he did, then his father and the others would ask him for proper evidence immediately. He decided that first, he needed to wait for the grand banquet to finish in order to gather evidence to accuse instead of being a demon. With a pleasant smile, Set asked Vakir which order he was going to join. Smelling the odor coming from Set's breath, Vakir thought it was suffocating. Set closed his eyes, and with a smile, he explained that when he was young, he thought the Doberman and Order's uniform was cool. At that moment, Osiris, upon seeing Set chatting, interrupted their conversation and told Set that they hadn't finished eating yet. Then, with a piercing look, he asked him to stop bothering his brother with his insignificant talk and finish his dinner. After saying these words, Osiris began to clean up the remnants of the food with the tablecloth, and upon hearing his words, Set became somewhat nervous and decided not to continue speaking in order not to anger him. Vakir also looked at Osiris and thought to himself that now, thanks to him, he was free from the smell coming from Set's breath. Hugo caught Vakir's attention and asked how the food was. He looked at Hugo and replied that it was very good. Upon hearing this, Hugo told him that he was very happy that Vakir was enjoying the food. He then added, saying that he had a matter to discuss with him, and now that they were in the main house, he asked Vakir to visit his office. Vakir looked at Hugo and pondered for several seconds before responding that he understood. That same night, after finishing the grand banquet dinner, he left the main house. While walking away from the house, he sighed as he was a bit tired since the dinner had lasted 5 hours. This experience was tough for him, as he never thought he would dine with those people. During dinner, he heard that the official document for the participants of the academy had arrived in Baskerville. He didn't take long to realize that the reason Hugo had summoned him was because of his enrollment in the academy. While he was lost in his thoughts, a man who was on top of the main house started staring at him. The man took advantage of Vakir's guard being down to launch a powerful sword attack, causing a red aura to quickly advance towards him. But to his surprise, Vakir immediately felt the presence of the attack. As he looked in the direction of the attack, he realized it was the 6th technique of the Baskerville family. Realizing this, he began to wonder if he would be able to surpass it. While he was unsheathing his sword, he remembered that his revealed skill level was mid-grade graduate, which meant that he couldn't go beyond that. So, without further ado, he used the 4th Baskerville technique and unleashed precise and powerful sword cuts towards the attack. The cut started weakening the attack, and upon seeing this, he planned to absorb the remaining aura with the blessing of the river sticks and his aura. He prepared himself to absorb the aura, but to his surprise, just before the attack could impact him, it simply disappeared. Upon seeing this, he became somewhat confused and started looking towards the roof of the main house, where he saw the leg of the man who had launched the attack at him. The man began to laugh out loud. This man was none other than Boston Terrier Le Baskerville himself. With a smile on his face, he explained to Vikir that there was a 2-level difference between their techniques. Despite this, he was quite surprised to see that Vikir had withstood his attack. Boston Terrier praised Vikir for being a true adult, then jumped down from the roof of the main house to the ground. Due to the impact, he created cracks in the floor. He said out loud that he knew his eye wasn't deceiving him and asked Dane if he thought the same way. Dane appeared behind Vikir, and upon seeing that Boston Terrier had swung his sword in the main house, told him that these behaviors were those of a barbarian. Dane stared at Boston Terrier and asked why he had tried to kill his beloved nephew. He also added that if Hugo found out about this, as punishment, at the very least, he would be sentenced to several months of probation. Boston Terrier looked at Dan and, with a smile, asked him how he could say these kinds of things about the love an uncle has for his nephew. He also revealed that he had adjusted the attack to disappear right before him so he wouldn't get hurt. He also asked Dan why he didn't follow his path and stop interfering with them, the pit bulls. Upon hearing this, Dan corrected him by saying that Vikir belonged to the Mastiffs. He also added that as his uncle, he would not allow his beloved nephew to join a gang of thugs. While the two of them were arguing, Vikir began to sheath his sword, and meanwhile, things between Dane and Boston Terrier started to heat up. Boston Terrier mocked Dane by telling him that someone who begged to be saved when he got a small cut on his belly shouldn't say these things. Dane retaliated against Boston Terrier by telling him that pit bulls were so muscular that they didn't have belly skin to tear. Both drew their swords, and Boston Terrier proposed to have a duel, and the winner would take Vikir to his order. Dane accepted without hesitation since he always wanted the best for his nephew. Seeing that both were about to fight, Vikir simply turned around and started walking away from them, thinking that his uncles were quite annoying. As he was walking away, he thought to himself that the previous attack Boston Terrier had launched at him hadn't been so strong. While he was advancing towards the bridge that connected the main house with Underdog City, he thought that the strongest attack from the 7 counts was the 6th technique of the highest-ranking Baskerville graduator. He himself was also the highest-ranking graduator but still knew about the 7th technique and, furthermore, knew how to use the blessing of the river sticks and the demonic sword Beelzebub. With a smile and a murderous look, he thought that thanks to these techniques, he could now go against 2 of the counts. After crossing the bridge, Vikir saw 3 people standing in front of him, and upon seeing this, he became somewhat confused. The people in front of him were the triplets, who began to stare at him intently, creating tension in the air. Several seconds later, slowly but surely, all 3 started unsheathing their swords. Upon seeing this, Vikir realized that this was not good. With his eyes gleaming, he began to glare aggressively at them and grew angry at the thought that they already knew the difference between their powers. And now, upon seeing that they were willing to fight despite knowing the difference in power between them and him, he thought he had no other choice but to kill the bloodhounds who showed their teeth without knowing their place. But to his surprise, instead of trying to fight, the triplets knelt, lowered their heads, and placed their swords on their feet, leaving him astonished. He looked at Hyborg, and as he glanced down at his feet, he realized that they were making the promise. The promise was a position that made the knights vulnerable. In this position, one single push, and their sword would penetrate through their feet. If a knight adopted this position, it meant that he was putting his life in the hands of the person standing before him. Vikir asked the triplets what they were doing. The 3 stared at him and replied that they had come to pay off their debts. Hyborg explained to him that the feeling he had since he was attacked by him when he was 9 years old was fear. Middleborg told him that he had started to recognize him when he had hunted Cerberus, and finally, Lowborg told him that he was amazed to see that he had been able to kill the troll. The 3 of them explained to him that they had started to feel a sense of admiration and reverence after seeing that he had been able to confront the giant monster in the forest. They also added that on the day they barely escaped with their lives, they gathered and decided that from now on, they would become the 3 spears of Vikir van Baskerville. They asked him to please become their master, whom they, the bloodhounds, would follow. Upon hearing this, Vikir was somewhat surprised. He thought that before regressing, they were the ones who captured him, and also the ones who fled after he was falsely accused. The 3 were called Hugo's 3 spears, and Vikir knew that they were simply bloodhounds carrying out their orders. But despite this, just because they were following orders didn't make Vikir's feelings disappear. He simply walked past the 3 without saying a word, and upon seeing this, the triplets became sad. But to everyone's surprise, as he was walking away, he told them that he didn't need things like promises and added that he was tired now, so they would talk about this later. Deep down, Vikir hadn't forgiven them but wanted to use them at his mercy to carry out his revenge plan. With a smile, the three of them looked at Vikir, and he asked them not to reveal to anyone the fact that they were now together and what would happen in the future. While he was walking away from them, the three of them responded to him that they understood. After hearing this, he simply kept walking without saying a word. He thought to himself that Set's body being taken over by demons was a variable he hadn't expected. So he thought he needed to ask Cindy Windy to investigate this matter as quickly as possible. Because no matter what happened, he needed to kill the demon. He began staring at Hugo's office in front of him and thought that before killing the demon, he needed to do something even more important. He went to Hugo's office, and upon entering, he said a few words that made Hugo furious. Hugo asked what he had just said, creating such tension in the atmosphere that even the butler began to feel afraid. Hugo asked Vikir to repeat what he had just said with a calm voice and a tranquil gaze. Vikir took a step forward and spoke again about Roxana, his deceased first wife, and the daughter between him and Roxana, Penelope. Vikir stared at Hugo and asked him if he could talk to him about Penelope. Upon hearing this, Hugo became furious, and with a deadly look and aura, he asked how he knew the name of Penelope. Vikir simply looked into his eyes, and while his eyes were shining, he thought that this was only the beginning of his revenge plan. A few hours ago, when dawn broke and the sun's rays began to penetrate the windows of the house in Hugo's office, he took out an envelope and placed it on the table, explaining to Vikir that they had received a notice from the academy. Vikir took the envelope with both hands, and while reading the notice, Hugo intertwined his fingers. As he watched his son read the notice, he decided to talk to him about the previous promise he had made regarding entering the academy. The notice letter was from Colassio, and it was a letter specifically addressed to the students of Class 20. While Vikir was reading the notice letter, he thought that he had guessed right when he thought that the reason Hugo had summoned him was because of his admission to the academy. Colassio Academy was the largest educational institution that the Great Rock Empire provided for students. If a student managed to graduate from the academy, then they would start the elite course at the Imperial Palace or even on an upper floor before regressing. Vikir attended the academy as a servant for the triplets, and back then, he had numerous scars on his face and limped, so he was disregarded by the nobles of the academy. Now that he had regressed, the bad memories of the academy didn't bother him at all. While Vikir was lost in his thoughts, Hugo caught his attention and with a smile asked him if the triplets, whom he himself had asked to go with him, would be okay. He also asked if, besides them, there was anyone else that he would like to take with him to the academy. Vikir looked at Hugo and asked him that before answering his questions, he would also like to ask him something. He explained to him that 2 years ago, due to his disappearance, the head of the family received a letter indicating that he would receive a great benefit from the Morg family, and Vikir himself would be rewarded. He asked his father if it was true that he was going to receive a reward. With a smile, Hugo replied that it was correct and also asked if there was something specific he wanted as a reward. Vikir replied that as a reward, he wanted his father to share a story with him. Hugo was somewhat confused to see that he wanted to hear a simple story as a reward. As he felt very curious, he asked him what kind of story he wanted to hear. Now that Hugo had agreed to give him a story as a reward, Vikir told him that he would assume that he had allowed him to ask. He approached Hugo's table and revealed that he would like to know about Mrs. Roxana and Miss Penelope. Upon hearing these two names, the butler's expression changed drastically as he couldn't believe what Vikir had just asked him. Hugo's expression also changed, and he asked Vikir what he had just said. Vikir started staring into his eyes and mentioned again the late Mrs. Roxana, his first wife, and the daughter they had together. Vikir asked Hugo once again if he could talk to him about Miss Penelope. Upon hearing the name Penelope, Hugo clenched both fists and began to get angry, asking Vikir how he knew Penelope's name. With a killer look, Hugo also asked him why he was asking this, and he added that if he was asking out of mere curiosity, he advised him that it would be better if he didn't. Despite the enormous pressure created by Hugo in the atmosphere, Vikir simply closed his eyes and placed his hand on his chest. With a calm voice, he replied that first, he needed to know his answer in order to tell him the reason why he needed to hear the story. Upon hearing this, Hugo began to get angrier and angrier, and just before his anger exploded, Vikir explained to him that the reason was not mere curiosity. He also asked him to please trust him. Hugo's thoughts about his first wife, whom he met through an arranged marriage, and his eldest daughter who was kidnapped by barbarians, were all crucial information that Vikir needed in order to reveal Pomerian existence to Hugo. While Vikir was heading to Hugo's office with Barrymore, the butler told him a fairy tale that was very hard to believe. On the way to Hugo's office, Barrymore told him that he might not believe his words, but the patriarch was an affectionate man towards his family. On hearing this, Vikir was somewhat surprised and replied that he didn't think there were many Baskerville who believed in Hugo. Barrymore told him that the patriarch still loved his first wife, Mrs. Roxana, very much, who had passed away due to an illness. Despite hearing the story Barrymore had told him, Vikir still couldn't allow Hugo to meet Poman based solely on Barrymore's fairy tale. He needed to verify it for himself. Hugo remained silent for several minutes, creating tension in the air, and then decided to speak up. He placed his hand on his chest, and with a sad expression, he told Vikir that Roxana was his only love, whom he loved with all his heart, and Penelope was his most precious treasure. Upon hearing Hugo's words, Vikir was somewhat surprised and confused at the same time. He began to wonder if the word love had just come out of his father's mouth. Hugo rested his elbows on the table and intertwined his hands while looking at the floor. He was honest with him and revealed that he and Roxana were not in an arranged marriage, since she was a commoner who had nothing. Despite many years having passed, Hugo still remembered the day they met as if it were yesterday. While both were walking to the city, they looked at each other and fell in love at first sight. Upon hearing this, Vikir looked at Hugo and realized that he was starting from the first time he met Roxana. Hugo explained to him that the love between them was very difficult, as Roxana tried to distance herself from him because of her humble origin. But he gave up everything and went with her. If it were up to her, Hugo was willing to get rid of everything, not only his physical body but also his own soul. Vikir had not come to listen to this story, so he thanked his father for sharing the story with him and asked if he could advance a little further in the story until Penelope appeared. Just before Vikir could finish speaking, Hugo interrupted him to continue telling the story. He explained that their love was once again put to the test, since they were being chased by the Baskerville family, who wanted to capture them. In order to protect Roxana, Hugo fought for his life, and the thorny path they both traveled was one in which no one blessed their love. Many times they thought about giving up, but they were able to stay together thanks to their mutual love. Despite that being the beginning of a difficult start, both managed to overcome their parents' disagreement and got married. Upon hearing this love story, Barrymore became emotional and took off his glasses to wipe away the tears. Through their relationship, Penelope was born, his beloved wife, and dear daughter. They were people he wanted to protect since he had obtained them through struggle. But unfortunately, after giving birth, Roxana's health deteriorated instantly. In the end, she couldn't fight the illness anymore and she left this world, leaving behind a young Penelope. Fortunately, she grew up to be a bright and charming girl. She inherited her father's strong mentality and her mother's loving heart. She received love from all the Baskervilles. Despite having lost his wife, Hugo was happy just knowing that Penelope was well. He was happy until that incident happened. When he remembered this event again, Hugo unconsciously let out his killer mana and grabbed the arm of the armchair so tightly that it started to break into pieces. Hugo explained that Penelope, who went out for a walk, was captured by the Lococo tribe. He began to get even angrier, and with a murderous look, wondered how the barbarians had managed to enter Baskerville territory and how they had managed to kidnap Penelope, which was a fact that until today, Hugo was unable to decipher. And because of this, up until now, he couldn't find any clues about Penelope. While Vikir was staring at Hugo, he simply listened to his words without interrupting him. Hugo used Penelope's disappearance as justification to expand the Empire's region and started searching for his daughter by subjugating the barbarians. He felt that doing it alone was going to be difficult, so he drastically increased the number of his wives through arranged marriages and began producing offspring. And decades later, although stationed on the border, Hugo created a powerful family that no one could look down upon. Unless the Ironblood Baskerville family was born, Hugo put his hand on his head and began to lament the loss of his daughter and wife. Upon seeing this, Vikir thought that despite showing coldness to restore the family and for the glory of the Empire, behind, he was hurt by having lost the family he loved so much. Despite seeing Hugo's true face, Vikir thought it meant nothing, since all villains had a past story, and the evil acts they committed throughout life were all that remained. While Vikir was looking at Hugo with contempt, he thought that he was only a soulless human who mass-produced offspring and sent them to the battlefield. Despite thinking this way, Vikir still understood how precious Roxana and Penelope were to him. Hugo finished telling the story, and while staring intensely at Vikir with a look and a killer aura that was creating tension in the atmosphere, he told him that he had already finished telling the little story and also asked him to now tell him the reason why he had asked about them. Vikir put his hand in his pocket and took out a golden pendant. He approached Hugo's table and placed the pendant on it, asking if he could take a look at it. Hugo started to examine the pendant and realized that it was familiar to him. As he held it in his hand and looked closely, he realized that it was the pendant he made for his wife Roxana, and it was the same pendant that Penelope was wearing before being kidnapped by the barbarians. Upon opening the locket, Hugo saw a photo of himself, Roxana, and their daughter Penelope. Upon seeing this, he began to stare at it intently, creating even more tension in the atmosphere. Bakir started to move away from Hugo's table and asked him what he would do if Miss Penelope's successor were alive. Upon hearing these words, Hugo and Barrymore were shocked as they both watched Bakir walk towards the door with their mouths agape. Hugo asked him what he was talking about. Bakir approached the office door, and while looking at Hugo, he revealed to them that the successor of whom he was talking about was Miss Penelope's daughter. He also added that, in other words, Hugo La Baskerville had a granddaughter. At that moment, someone opened the door and entered Hugo's office. The person who had entered addressed Bakir's uncle, and upon seeing who this person was, Hugo was shocked. This person was Pomerian, who had been waiting at the door with Chihuahua. She grabbed Bakir by his clothes and told him that she had been waiting as he had asked her to. Upon seeing Hugo, Pomeranian hugged Bakir's leg. Then Bakir revealed to Hugo that he had lied to him. He told him the truth by explaining that while he was in the forest, there was a girl he met in the Lococo tribe region. She referred to the person who gave her the pendant that Hugo had in front of his eyes, his mother. Upon knowing this, Hugo was shocked, and while looking at Pomerian, he asked Bakir if by mother he meant his daughter Penelope. While he was holding the pendant and looking at Pomerian, he began to tremble. Upon seeing this, Bakir started to feel happy and wished for Hugo to be even more confused. While trembling, Hugo began to stand up. Bakir thought to himself that Pomerian was a girl whose blood was mixed with someone Hugo loved and something he despised. He approached Pomerian and began to look at her, creating tension in the atmosphere. Bakir started to wonder if the great Hugo would be able to remain calm in front of his granddaughter. Pomerian looked into Hugo's eyes and began to feel fear and tremble. With a murderous gaze on Aura, Hugo asked Bakir if the fact that she was found in Lococo meant that she was the daughter of his daughter and Barbarian. Bakir stared at him intently with shining eyes and replied that his assumption was correct. Upon hearing this, Hugo began to tremble with anger and despair. His pulse was shaking as he slowly reached his hand towards Pomerian's head. Bakir stared intensely at Hugo, savoring the moment, knowing that once he had been ruined, his revenge plan would begin. Several hours later, in the main house garden, Bakir and Osiris met up with Barrymore. When they saw what their eyes were witnessing, they were left in shock. In front of them was Pomerian sitting on Hugo's lap. She grabbed his beard. He asked her if it was funny to pull his beard. She smiled and addressed Hugo as her grandfather and replied that his beard was very dirty. Upon hearing the word grandfather from Pomerian's mouth, he asked her if she had just called him grandfather. Bakir simply stood there looking without saying a word, but instead, Osiris explained to them that even though he hadn't lived for a long time, this was the first time he had felt so surprised. Barrymore touched his glasses and told them that despite having lived for a long time, he shared the same thoughts as Vice Patriarch Osiris. Now, while Bakir was looking at Hugo and Pomerian, he began to wonder what was happening and why the Hugo he knew was suddenly changing. While Pomerian was eating a lollipop, Hugo put a hand on his face and started thinking that he was a grandfather. He couldn't help but cry at the thought that the day would come when they would call him grandfather. Seeing Hugo crying, Bakir became somewhat confused and surprised at the same time. He looked down at the floor and started sweating, and with a worried expression, he began to wonder why Hugo Baskerville had that expression on his face. At the age of 15, after regressing, Bakir Van Baskerville went to Hugo's office, and suddenly, a thought occurred to him when he was in front of him. He began to wonder if Hugo La Baskerville could be killed. But it didn't take long for him to come to the conclusion that the answer to this question was that killing Hugo was impossible. Those people who had reached the level of a sword master had an unbreakable mindset and spirit. Bakir had been looking for any opening in Hugo the times he had seen him, but he had been unable to find one, as Hugo didn't leave any openings even in his everyday life. And years after giving up on killing Hugo, Bakir met Pomerian, who grabbed him by the clothes and asked him to go with him. Pomerian was Penelope's daughter, someone whom Hugo loved more than anyone else. There still existed a possibility that the emotional turmoil that would occur when he saw Pomerian could even shake the solid heart of the sword master. Beelzebub's skills, the sharp sword, and even Madame's poison made the probability of a successful murder increase gradually as time passed. Today was the day Vikir had planned to lay the groundwork for Hugo's assassination. But seeing him playing and smiling while with Pomerian, you didn't know what to do. While Vikir was watching this scene, his expression changed drastically, as he didn't know why Hugo wasn't confused. A few hours ago, when he revealed to Hugo that Pomerian was Penelope's daughter, he approached her, and while extending his hand towards her, he asked Vikir if she was really Penelope's daughter. Vikir simply stayed, enjoying the moment without saying a word. And little by little, Hugo started to bring his hand closer to Pan's head, creating tension in the air. Just before Hugo's hand could reach her, she revealed that her mom's name was Penelope. Upon hearing these words coming out of Pomerian's mouth, Hugo was shocked. Pomerian took his hand with both hands and explained to him that her mother had always followed in the footsteps of her father and mother, and so she had also followed them, guided by the necklace that her mother had given her. She slowly began to remember that Hugo was in the photo inside the necklace. She looked at him intently in the eyes and asked if he was her grandfather. Upon hearing these words, he started to remember the image of his daughter Penelope smiling. He was left speechless for several minutes and then became enraged as he was unable to save his daughter from the clutches of the barbarians. He began to tremble, and while crouching down, he loudly said Penelope's name. Vikir looked towards him and was shocked, as he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Instead of exploding with anger upon knowing that his own daughter had a child with a barbarian, Hugo closed his eyes, and tears started falling like an endless river onto the ground. While Pomerian was holding one of his hands, Hugo put the other hand on the ground and fell to his knees, crying as he remembered his daughter Penelope again. Back in the present, while Vikir was lost in his thoughts, Barrymore caught his attention and thanked him. Upon hearing these words, he became confused because he didn't know why Barrymore was thanking him. While Pomerian was sitting on Hugo's lap, he looked at her and with a pleasant smile asked if she liked sweets. She was amazed to see the candies since she had never tasted them before and didn't know what they were. While Barrymore and Vikir were watching them, he explained to Vikir that he had never thought the patriarch could smile so happily. He also added that everything felt like a dream, as he was witnessing something he could have never imagined. While Vikir was staring at Hugo, Barrymore thanked him, leaving him even more confused than before. While Hugo was watching Pomerian eat a sweet, he closed his eyes and started smiling as he felt like he had found something that he had lost many years ago. Barrymore and Osiris also smiled as they felt peace in their hearts seeing that Hugo, a person who was never happy, was smiling in this way. Vikir clenched his fist and began to tremble, not knowing the answer. Then he relaxed his fist, and while staring at Hugo intently, he realized that Hugo was full of openings. But despite knowing this, he couldn't bring himself to do anything. He started wondering why he felt so helpless. As night fell, Vikir returned home and lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling of his room. He sighed, and with a lost gaze, he began to look at the ceiling and sank into his thoughts. After several seconds, he turned upside down and thought that the Hugo he remembered was very different from the Hugo he had seen today. Long ago, when he was captured and accused of treason, while 2 Baskerville men were holding him so that he wouldn't escape, Hugo appeared, and Vikir looked into his eyes and explained that he was innocent. He also asked why he didn't listen to him. Instead of answering, Hugo remained silent. Upon seeing that Hugo wasn't responding to his question, Vikir began shouting and asked if he was really doing this to blame him for all the sins of Baskerville. Hugo simply replied that he no longer wanted to hear anything more from a sinner. He also explained that according to the information he knew, his son Vikir not only had connections with demons but also kidnapped orphan children and sacrificed them to the demons. Upon hearing this, Vikir became confused and told him that he never did such a thing. And just before he could finish speaking, Hugo drew his sword, and in the blink of an eye, cut off his tongue. While Vikir was covering his mouth to prevent bleeding, Hugo began to look at him with disdain, while sheathing his sword and ordered him not to address him with his wicked tongue. With a gaze and a murderous red aura, Hugo called him trash because the acts he had committed were unforgivable. While Vikir was covering his mouth, he looked at Hugo with a murderous gaze and exploded in anger, swearing revenge. Hugo was the man who had condemned him to death for all the sins of Baskerville. While Vikir was staring at the ceiling, he began to wonder why he was hesitating to seek revenge. While he was distracted, someone entered his room and asked what that lethargic face was about. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Cindy Wendy sitting on the windowsill of his room. While she was taking off her hood and mask, she looked at Vikir and asked him if he was waiting to put his arms around someone. She entered his room and took out an envelope. And while she was heading towards the bed where Vikir was, he asked her why she had come here. She got angry upon hearing this and replied that she had come to bring him what he had asked for. She threw the envelope in Vikir's face and explained that the envelope contained what he had asked for in the investigation of Set La Baskerville. She sat next to him and asked why he seemed like he had lost the whole world. She also added that she was busy, so she was just going to inform him about what he had requested. Vikir simply stayed silent, listening. Seeing this, Cindy Windy explained that, as he himself had previously told her, she had been investigating Set La Baskerville in detail over the past few days. She explained to him that Set sponsored several orphanages under a false name, pretending to be the godfather, and also taking care of the adoption of the children. While Vikir was reading the contents of the envelope, Cindy Windy explained to him that she had removed all information about the adoptive parents, and for this reason, she had not been able to find out where the adopted children were. She also told him that if he was a demon like he had told her, then the problem would be bigger. She stared at Vikir, who was reading the report contained in the envelope, and she explained to him that if a demon had kidnapped the children, the purpose was obvious. She revealed to him that the purpose was to use the children as offerings or food. She also added that she came to the conclusion that the disappearance of the children in Underdog could also be related to Set La Baskerville. Little by little, Vikir began to read the reports about Say, and after several minutes, he tightly grabbed hold of the report sheets and thought to himself that he was lost. This meant that the current Set was the evil one, and that the Set he had served before regressing was also a demon. The person who had given him the information that Hugo was going to incriminate and execute him was none other than Set himself. One day, while Vikir was sitting chained in his cell waiting to be executed, Set appeared. With his hand on his face, he explained to him that Hugo had named him responsible for all of Baskerville's sins, and due to this, his execution was not going to be stopped. Set had put his hand on his face to pretend to be sad, but in reality, he was very happy. With a smile, he told Vikir that he was very sad because there was nothing he could do to help him. After reading the reports, Vikir began to rage. With a murderous look, he thought that the person he had trusted the most was responsible for all his suffering. At the same time, in a forest, an adult person holding a kerosene lantern and a child were walking. The child addressed the adult as a sponsor and asked him where they were. The man holding the kerosene lantern revealed to the blonde-haired child that this would be his new home, where he would live from now on. Upon hearing this, the child became confused and started to feel very scared. He looked to one side, and while sweating, he told the man that the director had told him that he would be adopted into a good home. After several minutes, they arrived at a cave. While the man was holding the kerosene lantern to light the way, he revealed to the child that this cave would be his new home. The person accompanying the blonde-haired child was none other than Set La Baskerville. He began staring fixedly at the child and, with a smile, told him that this must be a misunderstanding. Then he closed his eyes, and his face started breaking into pieces, causing the demon inside him to start emerging. He explained to the child that this cave was not going to be his new home. The demon opened its mouth and revealed to the child that from now on, he would live inside his mouth instead of the cave. Upon seeing the demon's appearance, and while the demon's drool was falling onto the child's head, he began to feel immense terror. This demon had an eye at the bottom of its stomach, and it also had thousands of teeth. The demon opened its mouth and started staring fixedly at the child. The child couldn't help but cry and think about his mother since he was unable to move. The demon slowly began devouring the child, leaving only his boots and a puddle of blood on the cave floor. After devouring the child, the demon transformed back into Set and, with a smile, thought that was expected. Young humans were the most delicious. While the demon was staring at the cave ceiling, he put his hand on his eye and began licking the blood on his face with his tongue, thinking that he couldn't stop devouring children. This demon disguised as Set La Baskerville was Andromalius, who belonged to the 10 elite corpses of demons and possessed the 10th corpse. After devouring the child, the demon Andromalius returned to his cave, which was quite far from the city of Underdog, as he did not want anyone to find him while he was enjoying his meal. At the same time, moonlight began to penetrate the cave through holes in the ceiling. Inside the cave, demon Andromalius sat on his stone chair. Next to his chair was a small table made of stone, and the floor was filled with remains of skeletons from children who had been devoured by him. On the stone table next to him, there was a black raven alongside a bottle of wine. While Andromalius held the red wine glass in one hand, he told the raven that it still wasn't enough. Then, he placed his hand under his chin and began to gaze at the lake in front of him. Slowly, he brought the red wine glass closer to his mouth and explained to the raven that no matter how much he thought about it, human supply was not sufficient. He asked the Raven if it would be better to raise humans like livestock and create an organization to devour children whenever he pleased. The Raven that was on the stone table had 3 demonic eyes, and it was also a demon that had taken the body of the Raven. Andromalius looked at the Raven and addressed him as 8, asking for his opinion on raising humans. The demon disguised as a raven also belonged to the 10 elite corpses of demons and possessed the 8th corpse. But the name of this demon was still a mystery. 8 noticed that Andromalius had only been eating children, so he asked him to be careful not to emit any odor since the Baskerville bloodhounds had a good sense of smell. Andromalius closed his eyes and put his hand behind his head while holding the wine glass. He told 8 that this was a ing, and also reassured him not to worry about it because he had already set a trap, and no one could enter the cave. He slightly tilted his head towards 8, and, while holding the wine glass with one hand, he pointed at him with the other and explained that, at this rate, in order to gather enough magical power to open the door, he would need to suck human blood for 12.5 more years. Upon hearing this, 8 realized that Andromalius was still considering breeding humans, so he warned him not to stir up something that wasn't worth it among humans. He also asked if there was anything else going on inside Baskerville. Andromalius looked at 8 with one eye and replied that there wasn't, and added that he was doing fine. Then, he asked 8 to make sure everything was okay with the Morgs. 8 began to look aggressively at Andromalius and slowly started to dissolve his body. He told him not to worry and added that the 10 elite corpses only needed to focus on opening doors that would lead to the ruin. After all, they were the links between the human and demonic realms. Andromalius looked towards the table and saw that 8's body turned into a black liquid just before disappearing completely. He explained to Andromalius that all of this was for the downfall of humans and the 10 elite corpses. The black liquid began to spill over the edges of the table, and as Andromalius was watching it, he remembered 8's words when he had asked if something was happening inside Baskerville. He brought the wine glass to his mouth to take a sip, and while looking at the floor, he thought that there was no way he could mention that Hugo had become an idiot because of his granddaughter. To weaken the Baskerville who represented a threat to the demon's plan, they needed Hugo to maintain his coldness. Andromalius needed to make sure that Hugo continued treating the young Baskerville as perishable goods so he wouldn't cause a commotion when he took them. After finishing his glass of wine, he stood up and moved away from his armchair. He thought that this wouldn't interfere with the plan, but still, he didn't know if it would work out. He put one hand in his pocket and, with the other, started touching his hair while looking at the ceiling with a murderous gaze. He thought that Hugo had changed because of Vikir van Baskerville's influence. He thought that the annoying boy had survived when the venomous snake was released. When he was younger, he had thought it was great when he died in the forest, but to his bad luck, he returned from the forest, and not only did he return alive, but he also brought Hugo's granddaughter with him. He began biting his thumb, as he had done so much to destroy Hugo, and while biting his thumb, his demonic eyes started to shine as they were reflecting the inner rage he felt at this moment. Andromalius thought that his assumption had been correct and believed it would be good for the demons if he got rid of the problem once and for all. At the same time, in the main house, 2 people began to walk down the hallway. One of them was wearing an elegant white suit, while the other person was wearing an elegant black suit. The person wearing the white suit was Hugo, and the person wearing the black suit was Vikir. They both started walking together down the hallway, creating suspense in the atmosphere. Neither of them said a single word and simply continued walking. Seeing that Hugo wasn't saying anything, Vikir looked at him and thought that he had summoned him to talk, but they had been walking in silence for the past 5 minutes. Vikir began to wonder why Hugo had suddenly summoned him. Now that he was walking by his side, he realized that he was full of openings, and this was an opportunity that would not be repeated. He thought that this was the perfect opportunity to kill Hugo. Instead of taking advantage of this chance and seeking revenge against him, Vikir simply closed his eyes and thought that if it were him in the past, these would have been his feelings. But now, he had completely different feelings. As he was immersed in his thoughts, Hugo caught his attention and told him that he was going to be honest with him. While they were walking, he closed his eyes and revealed to him that he knew he hated him. Upon hearing this, Vikir looked at him in astonishment and began to wonder what was happening. He quickly thought that Hugo had sensed his murderous intent. Hugo looked down at the ground with a sincere look and explained that he was a father who referred to his children as hounds and put them all in dangerous situations. He had always thought that his children despised him. Both stopped walking, and Hugo revealed to him that he had been cruel to him since he was young. Even though he did everything right, he also added that the hatred his children felt towards him was a burden to bear. He also revealed that all of this was due to his revenge against the barbarians, and it was also his negligence in only knowing how to live by showing his own anger. Bakir looked at Hugo with eyes of surprise and thought there was no way Hugo could be speaking ill of himself. Quickly, he thought that he was confessing and trying to test him. But to his surprise, Hugo La Baskerville himself apologized from the bottom of his heart. Hugo stood in front of him, and while looking at the ground, thanked him. And upon hearing this, Bakir was speechless. While Hugo was looking at the ground with a lost gaze, he explained that Pomerian had told him that Penelope was happy until the end of her days, and his heavy heart was relieved a little to know that his daughter had not been unhappy during her final moments. He felt that by meeting Pomerian, he had been saved. Hugo knelt before Bakir and thanked him for bringing Pomerian head to him. As a form of gratitude, he allowed Bakir to obtain anything he desired and also added that this was not a reward from Bloodhound but a gift of appreciation on his part. Upon seeing this, Bakir couldn't believe what was happening. Hugo, a person who only cared about himself, was expressing his heartfelt gratitude. After regressing, Bakir had a vague suspicion. A few years ago, when he was little, he went to Hugo's office, and when he turned around, Hugo asked him to do well in the midterm evaluation. Upon hearing these words, Bakir was speechless. With a sincere smile, Hugo looked at him and asked him not to lose against the direct bloodline. A few years later, while Bakir was fighting, Hugo appeared and ordered them to stop as it would be dangerous to continue. After a few years, while Bakir was recovering from his injuries, Hugo explained to him that in combat, being cautious would only lead to an injury. He also told him that this injury should become a lesson. After some time, Hugo addressed Bakir as his son and asked him not to do anything reckless. All these memories made a question come to Bakir's mind. He began to wonder if the Hugo in front of him was different from the Hugo he knew. He came to the conclusion that the cold Hugo no longer existed, and this was something strange that had happened after his regression. But because of this, he was even more confused. For the past 17 years, Bakir had only been thinking about his revenge but had always been able to forgive him. He realized that the person who had incriminated him was not Hugo but the person who ordered his execution and did not trust him definitively was Hugo. While Bakir was looking at Hugo, who was crouched in front of him thanking him, he thought about the words revenge and forgiveness. He stared at Hugo intently and began to wonder which one he should choose first. Bakir addressed Hugo as the patriarch and asked him to please lift his head. Hugo listened to him and slowly began to lift his head. Bakir's thoughts at that moment were about finishing what he had to do. Once Hugo lifted his head, Bakir asked him if he could ask for anything as a reward. Hugo looked into his eyes and replied that of course he could. Upon hearing this, Bakir asked for what he wanted as a reward. After asking him what he wanted as a reward, he thought to himself that he would decide later what to do with Hugo. At the same time in the garden of the main house, someone was fixing Pomerian's hair. The man who was fixing her hair asked her if it wasn't great to be in Baskerville. Pomerian looked to one side, and with a pleasant smile, she responded, yes, because her Uncle Bakir, Grandpa Hugo, and Uncle Osiris were there. Not hearing his name, the man asked Pomerian what his name was. She looked at the man, and while touching her cheek, she began to think. The person fixing her hair was Andromalius, who was disguised as Set. Pomerian pointed at Andromalius and with a smile said that he was Uncle Set. While Andromalius was fixing Pomerian's hair, a maid appeared and with a smile asked Set why he hadn't started his isolated training yet. Andromalius looked towards the maid and with a smile replied that he wanted to see his niece before starting. The maid approached Andromalius standing right behind him and explained that the patriarch had told them that nobody should approach young Miss Pomerian. While Andromalius was fixing Pomerian's hair, he asked them to keep it a secret that he had been here, and he also asked Pomerian to keep it a secret. She smiled and replied, yes. Andromalius took a strand of Pomerian's hair and complimented her on having beautiful hair. As he was looking at the strand, he closed his eyes and with a smile told her that her hair reminded him of his sister Penelope's hair. Upon hearing this, the maid was in shock and asked if he had met Miss Penelope before. She also added that to her knowledge, he hadn't been born then. Asking this question created tension in the air. After several seconds, Andromalius realized the mistake he had just made and thought that if someone were to find out about it, his true identity would be exposed. Set's head began to slowly open from the back, and the demon Andromalius started to emerge. With the only eye that Andromalius had, he stared at the servant and told her that her father had been looking for her. The demon began extending its tentacles towards the maid and told her she should hurry and go see her father as soon as possible. While she was watching the tentacles approaching her, she was unable to move and was devoured by the demon. Pomerian, upon seeing that she had stopped fixing her hair, turned around and noticed that she was alone. And smiling, she asked him if Grandma had left. While the demon Andromalius was returning inside Set's body, he smiled and explained to Pomerian that the maid had something urgent to attend to. He also asked her if she liked Grandpa Hugo. Upon hearing this question, Pomerian looked at the ground and started blushing, replying, yes. Andromalius revealed to her that he believed her grandfather really liked Pomerian a lot. He started staring at her intensely with a demonic aura and told her that she really resembled Hugo's wife and his deceased daughter. She didn't pay much attention and kept playing, and little by little, Andromalius began to bring his hand closer to her head. The skin of his hand started to break, letting out the teeth of the demon. Both hands of Andromalius split in half, causing the demon to come out slowly. He began to bring his hands closer to Pomerian's head and wondered how much Hugo would be destroyed by the death of his beloved granddaughter. He thought that no one would notice this since the only person who came to take care of Pomerian in the garden was the maid who was already dead. But to his bad luck, a man wearing boots appeared and caught his attention. Upon hearing the man's voice, Andromalius's happy and demonic expression changed drastically to concern as he thought he had been discovered. The man who had caught his attention was none other than Osiris. He approached him, and while staring at him intently asked where the maid was and what he was doing there. Osiris simply stared at him intently, although deep down he knew that something had happened to him. Upon realizing that the voice belonged to Osiris, Andromalius couldn't help but feel anger as he had been so close to killing Pomerian. With a pleasant smile, Pomerian turned towards Osiris and greeted him. Andromalius also turned towards him, closed his eyes, and with a smile explained to him that the maid was not in the garden when he arrived, and since he saw Pomerian alone, he decided to stay and take care of her. Deep down, he didn't know if Osiris would believe this lie, but to his surprise, he believed it. While staring into his eyes, Osiris explained that Hugo would be very angry if he found out about this. So to avoid problems, he advised keeping it a secret from Hugo. Andromalius looked into his eyes and with a smile replied that it was a good idea. Osiris also advised him to return to his isolation training now. Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes and with a pleasant smile replied that he would start the training again next week. Deep down, he decided to kill Osiris someday as he was quite annoying. Osiris began staring into his eyes and remained silent for several minutes. Then he approached him and took hold of his arm. He looked into his eyes with a worried look and explained that he was concerned that he was pushing himself too hard. He also added that if he needed help, then he could come and find him at any time. Andromalius looked at Osiris's hand touching his arm and was left speechless as he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Someone like him who only cared about himself was worried about someone else. He clenched his teeth in anger and began to wonder if he cared about him. He couldn't help but get angry when he thought that because of him, he was always being pressured by Hugo since he was always comparing them to each other, and as Osiris was considered a genius, every time Hugo compared them. He felt quite sad and began to wonder why he hadn't been born a genius like his brother. He thought that if Osiris had not existed, then Hugo would never have compared them. Osiris noticed that he was starting to get angry, so he got his attention and asked if he was okay. Upon realizing this, Andromalius put his hand on his face, and while his eyes were shining, he thought that this was not good since the remaining memories of Set were coming to his mind. He asked Osiris to forgive him, then turned around, and while looking at the ground, explained that now that his brother had come here to take care of Pomerian, he would be leaving as he had important things to do. While he was walking away from them, Pomerian looked at him and remained with his mouth open. On the other hand, Osiris simply stayed watching and didn't say a word. While Andromalius was walking away from them, Osiris started thinking. Several seconds later, he coughed to get his attention. Seeing this, Pomerian looked into Osiris's eyes and was somewhat surprised. Instead of stopping to listen to what he had to say, Andromalius simply kept walking. Upon seeing this, Osiris was quite surprised, and with a sincere look, he explained to Pomerian that this was the first time he had ever cared about someone. As the son of the vice-patriarch, it was a fact that Osiris had to be like him. That's how he had been taught. He had grown up watching his father's cold and heartless back. But on the day he saw his father start crying at the thought of being called grandfather someday, his thoughts changed drastically. And he realized that if Hugo, the coldest person, could express his emotions, then so could he. Although deep down, he didn't know if he would be able to continue living expressing these uncomfortable emotions that existed within him. He put his hand on Pomerian's head and thanked her, addressing her as his niece. Upon seeing this, she was speechless, as she didn't know what was happening. While both were enjoying the views of the garden, he began to stroke her head and thanked her from the bottom of his heart because everything was changing thanks to her coming to Baskerville. Several days later, as night fell, Andromalius returned once again to his cave where a chilling wind began to emerge from within. Inside, Andromalius sat in his stone chair. He began to tap the floor with the heel of his shoe because he was very nervous and didn't know how to face the situation. He crouched slightly, and while biting his thumb, he stared fixedly at the ground. As he continued nervously tapping the floor with the heel of his shoe, he thought to himself that this was very annoying. Back at the Grand Palace, Hugo returned to his office with Barrymore. While he was watching Pomerian eat a hamburger, he couldn't help but feel happy. Andromalius noticed that after that day, Hugo hadn't left Pomerian's side. And because he was in love with his granddaughter, he couldn't kill Pomerian. As he looked down at the ground, his eyes filled with anger as he thought that had been his chance. He thought that if the Dam Osiris hadn't interfered, he would have been able to kill Pomerian and thus bring back the cold Hugo. Every time this thought came back to Andromalius's mind, it made him even angrier. Little by little, he began to lose his composure, and while touching his chin, he forcefully hit his back against the stone armchair. While looking at the floor with a lost gaze, he thought to himself that there was still plenty of time before the door opened, so there was no need to hurry quickly. He concluded that it could be more effective to kill Pomerian when she was more valuable to Hugo. And when that moment arrived, he began to question how he would end Pomerian's life. He started wondering if he should poison her just like he had done with Roxana and make it look like she died from an illness. Or if he should use the barbarians, just like he had done with Penelope. When thinking about all how he had made Hugo suffer, he couldn't help but feel joy again. With a smile and a demonic look, Andromalius decided to kill Pomerian in an even crueler way so that Hugo would suffer even more from the loss. While he was immersed in his thoughts and planning how to kill Pomerian, Fakir followed his tracks and arrived at the entrance of his cave. At first, he paused to think, and several seconds later, he unsheathed the Beelzebub sword and decided it was time to enter and ruin the demon's party who had taken over Set's body. Without hesitation for even a second, while his eyes were filled with rage, he gathered momentum and forcefully struck the trap created by Andromalius that was guarding the cave, using the Beelzebub sword. Within seconds, the trap began to crack, and Andromalius didn't take long to realize this. The expression of happiness on his face changed drastically. Quickly, he grabbed the sword and stood up from the stone chair while staring fixedly at the entrance of the cave. He realized that someone had made a crack in the trap. Several seconds later, he felt the presence of someone entering through the entrance and began to question who had been able to crack the trap created by the most powerful demons from the dark. Entrance of the cave slowly, Fakir's figure began to become visible. Several seconds later, he entered inside, and with a murderous look, started staring intensely at Andromalius, creating tension in the atmosphere. While staring into his eyes, he put one hand in his pocket and extended the other hand towards the demon known as Set. He explained to him that as promised, he had come here to pay him a little visit. Upon seeing this, Andromalius became confused and started feeling afraid when he realized that the person who had managed to crack the trap was none other than Fakir van Baskerville. He asked Fakir how he knew he was here. Fakir extended his hand and explained that he had simply followed him all the way here. He also added that since Set hadn't noticed his presence at all because he was lost in his thoughts, it had been very easy for him to follow him to the cave. The figure began activating the ability of the second slot called Silent Heal Masasu of rank A+, causing blood to slowly spread across his hand. Upon seeing this, Andromalius became nervous and started wondering how a simple mid-level graduate had been able to create a crack in his trap. He thought to himself that if Fakir had followed him into the cave, it meant he knew his true identity. While lost in his thoughts, Fakir caught his attention, and while looking at the remains of skeletons of children who had been devoured by Andromalius, told him that his sudden visit had caused him many problems. He asked him what he had been doing in such a chaotic place. Upon hearing this, Andromalius also looked towards the remains of skeletons and thought that Fakir had not yet discovered his true identity. But to his bad luck, Fakir told him that it was as if Set, or the demon behind the case of the missing children in the city of Underdog. Upon hearing this, Andromalius was speechless, and several seconds later, he began to smile and thought that now that he knew his true identity, he couldn't let him leave alive. He decided not to continue hiding his identity, so he showed him his true nature. While his body was emitting a demonic aura, he smiled and with a killer look asked him how he knew all this. Then he grabbed the tie, and while he was pulling it off his neck, he asked him how he had discovered his identity. Vikir's body began to emit a murderous aura, and while staring into his eyes, he smiled and dressed set as a demon, telling him that it seemed like he was no longer planning to hide. Andromalius took the sword in one hand and, while unsheathing it, started approaching Vikir with a demonic look in his eyes. He explained that it was no longer necessary for him to continue hiding his identity since there was no one else in the cave except the two of them. He took the sword with both hands and while unsheathing it, he mocked Vikir, telling him that he didn't know where he had gotten the confidence of his to come here alone and empty-handed. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on him and began enveloping his demonic mana in the sword. As he approached Vikir, he stared into his eyes with a murderous look and asked him with a smile if he was ready to lose his life. Andromalius aimed at Vikir's neck, and in the blink of an eye, swung the sword with incredible speed and precision, attacking his neck. He couldn't help but smile as he stared into Vikir's eyes. He thought that now that Vikir was dead, no one would interfere in the demon's plans. But to his surprise, Vikir moved at inhuman speed and caught his attention, asking him why he was laughing. Upon hearing this, Andromalius looked to the side and saw a hand holding his sword, which was stuck in the ground. Seeing this, he became confused. Looking at his arm, he realized that he had cut off his hand. Vikir simply activated the Beelzebub sword and enjoyed the moment without saying a word. While Andromalius covered the wound on his hand with his other hand, he looked down at the ground and began to wonder when Vikir had pulled out a weapon. It didn't take long for him to realize that the pain he now felt was as if his soul had been severed. He concluded that the weapon Vikir had was Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. He asked him how he had the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient devil. While Vikir was enjoying watching Andromalius writhing in pain, his eyes began to shine. As the Beelzebub sword emitted a demonic aura, he told Seth that its expected demons were knowledgeable when it came to themselves. Then he corrected himself and addressed Seth as one of the 10 demons who had come to the human world to open the door to the demon world. Upon hearing this, Andromalius was shocked. While covering the wound on his hand, he looked into Vikir's eyes and asked how he knew this information. At that moment, he carefully examined his body and quickly realized what was happening. He panicked and asked why the soul he possessed was different from the rest of the Baskerville. While Vikir's body was emanating a demonic aura, Andromalius asked him why his young soul smelled like the blood of the demons. He stared into his eyes and asked if he had been to hell. Vikir simply watched as Andromalius writhed in pain and thought that he was the one who had framed him in his previous life. As if deceiving him by making him believe he was his savior hadn't been enough, he had also been the person who executed him. In the end, he approached Seth as a demon and asked him to wake up. When he looked into his eyes, Andromalius felt immense pressure. Vikir began to emit a demonic aura, and with an evil smile, he told him to remove all thoughts from his head, as he was not going to let him die so comfortably. On a normal day like any other, while people were walking happily, this happiness did not last long. Before Vikir regressed, despair came to the peaceful world. The gates connecting the demon world and the human world appeared in the sky. This moment was remembered as the moment when the invasion of demons had begun. People called it the Fall. The 10 high-ranking demons who descended first into the underworld were responsible for opening this gate. These demons were known as the 10 elite corpses. In Vikir's previous life, amidst a long and arduous war against the demons, he encountered one of the 10 elite corpses. While he was injured and leaning on his sword for support, he looked up and saw a demon appear on the cliff. The impact of the demon's appearance was devastating. Out of a total of 671 people who participated in the battles, 666 died, 5 survived, 4 were left unconscious, and only 1 survivor was able to see the demon. While the demon was approaching Vikir, he fell to his knees. And as he stared into his eyes, his expression changed drastically as he began to feel terror. The reason why the demon had let him survive was simply a whim of the devil, wanting to equalize the number of dead to 666. The demon turned around, and while his body emitted an evil aura, he spread his wings and left. The only thing Vikir remembered was that the overwhelming strength of the high-ranking demon from the 10 elite corpses was pure destruction. While he was staring into Andromalius' eyes, he began to wonder who would have thought that he would come across one of those 10 elite corpses approximately 10 years earlier. As Andromalius covered the wound on his arm with his hand, he looked into Vikir's eyes. And upon seeing his expression, he started to wonder what he was thinking. Looking to the side, he saw the remains of the skeleton of children that had been devoured by the demon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that some bones were still covered in blood. He began to wonder if these bones belonged to the young children that Andromalius had devoured. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but get angry. While his body emitted a murderous aura, he stared into Andromalius' eyes with a killer look. Slowly, he began to rise from the ground, placing his left hand on his chin. While staring into his eyes with a demonic gaze, he smiled and asked if he felt anger upon seeing the remains of the children. Andromalius showed him his hand. Several fingers of his hand began to transform into parts of the children that he had devoured. The pinky finger transformed into a child's mouth, the ring finger transformed into a nose, the middle finger transformed into hair, and the index finger transformed into skin. He asked Fakir not to worry as the children were alive and breathing inside his womb. He also added that he could revive them if he wished. He began reciting words in the language of demons, causing the bodies of the children to slowly emerge from his own body. At first, Fakir simply stared at Andromalius, trying to understand where he was going with this. The disfigured faces of the children appeared on Andromalius' body, and they started begging for help. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but become enraged. Using the Beelzebub sword, he cut off his only remaining arm. While Andromalius was watching as his sword approached, he was unable to do anything about it. He fell to the ground on his knees and began writhing in pain, as Beelzebub's sword damaged his soul. Fakir looked at Andromalius and started enjoying how he was twisting in pain. Then he told him not to worry about the children since the dead cannot come back to life. Seeing that both of his hands had been cut off, Andromalius looked down at the ground with a worried expression and began screaming due to intense pain. At that moment, his body began to emit a demonic aura, and the two hands he had lost regenerated. He stared into Fakir's eyes and with a smug smile explained that the regeneration had been completed. Andromalius stood up from the ground, and while looking down, he started dusting off his pants. He told Fakir that he understood that they both had many hidden things. Fakir simply remained silent and didn't say a word. Then Andromalius called him a genius, since even Osiris had only managed to reach the level of graduate at 30 years old, and he had achieved this at the young age of only 17 years old. It was clear to Andromalius that he had become an unparalleled irregular. Andromalius extended his hand to the side, causing it to slowly start changing shape. He thought that now that Fakir had the Beelzebub sword, the sword of the Lord of Demons, it was likely that he would become a future risk factor for demons. Several seconds later, his hand transformed into a sharp sword. He pointed it towards Fakir, and while staring him in the eyes, he smiled and revealed that he was going to kill him here and now. Upon hearing this, Fakir unsheathed the Beelzebub while looking at him with a murderous gaze. He promised to kill him to avenge all the children he had devoured. The two stared into each other's eyes for several seconds, creating tension in the air. Then the battle began, and they both started attacking each other using their swords. Fakir stared Andromalius in the eyes and started attacking with the Beelzebub sword, but to his surprise, Andromalius effortlessly blocked all of his attacks with a diabolical smile. Andromalius began to counterattack, but Fakir was able to block all the attacks effortlessly. He stared into his eyes and with a smile thought that Fakir's second name was Van and his own was La. So there was a significant difference in power between them. The rule where collateral line and illegitimate children could only learn up to the fourth technique. He attacked Fakir, causing him to step back due to the difference in strength. He thought to himself that he couldn't defeat someone like him who was capable of using the sixth technique. Andromalius used the sixth Baskerville technique and launched a barrage of cuts. Little by little, the attacks began to advance towards him. At first, Fakir simply stood there watching, but several seconds later, while his eyes were shining, he used the sixth Baskerville technique and was able to block all the attacks. Seeing this, Andromalius was dumbfounded and started wondering how Fakir knew about the existence of the sixth Baskerville technique. He smiled as he expected Fakir to have something else hidden. At that moment, part of his face began to transform into a flexible and sharp sword. While staring into his eyes, he smiled and used both swords to attack him by surprise. He blocked the sword attack from Andromalius' hand using the Beelzebub sword. But slowly, the flexible sword started getting closer to his eye with a murderous look. He glanced at the sword, and at that moment, the blade of the Beelzebub sword began emitting intense mana. Upon seeing this, Andromalius' happy expression drastically changed to surprise. The mana that the sword was releasing was so intense that it even made his hair start to fly. Fakir used the seventh Baskerville technique and counterattacked with a powerful strike against Andromalius, causing his sword to break in half and fly backward. Fakir's attack hit him in the abdomen, causing him to start bleeding from the mouth. He began to wonder how someone like Vikir could know the 7th Baskerville technique, a technique that only the head of the Baskerville family was allowed to use. Vikir gained momentum and started advancing towards him at high speed. He stared into Andromalius' eyes with a murderous look while Beelzebub's sword emitted an intense aura. He attacked Andromalius in the abdomen using the sword. This attack was so powerful that it even created a large curtain of smoke inside the cave. Several seconds later, the curtain of smoke began to disappear, and it could be seen how Vikir had stabbed the Beelzebub sword into the demon's chest. While he was writhing in pain, Vikir told him that demons always thought they were superior and looked down on humans. He approached and, while looking into his eyes, smiled and mocked him by revealing that there was nothing easier to deceive than a cunning demon. Andromalius looked into his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly as he couldn't believe that a mere human was mocking a demon like him in this way. The heroes who had closed the door and put an end to the era of destruction, in the end, they hadn't been able to find the 10 superior corpses to condemn them completely. But now it was different because the fall had not yet begun. He was in an era where the 10 elite corpses were still preserving their power and didn't want to show it to humans. Vikir approached Andromalius' ear and revealed that he had already understood everything. Upon hearing this, he became quite confused as he didn't know what Vikir was talking about. Andromalius became somewhat confused and looked at Vikir with eyes of surprise. He explained to him that the plan of the demon disguised as Set was to connect the human world and the demon world, which meant that if you ruined the plan by killing the 10 demons, the fall would never come. Vikir's body began to emit intense mana. He stared into his eyes, and with a murderous look, he told him that if he killed the 10 demons, then his heart would feel somewhat relieved. Upon hearing this, Andromalius' expression changed drastically to fear. He started wondering why he felt afraid of a simple human. When thinking about this, he clenched his teeth tightly and started getting angry. And at that moment, he called Vikir a cursed human, and his body began to emit a demonic aura. Vikir realized that something bad was going to happen, so without thinking twice, he moved away from the demon. At that moment, Andromalius' body transformed into a red ball made of blood covered in thorns. Vikir moved several meters away and abruptly stopped, using his hand while staring intently at Andromalius. He began to wonder what those thorns made of blood were. Little by little, the thorns started getting smaller until finally, several seconds later, the legs of the demon Andromalius became visible. He asked Vikir who would have thought that Andromalius would show his true form in front of a human. Vikir simply stared and didn't say a single word. Several seconds later, the blood-made ball disappeared, and Andromalius appeared in his true demon form. He had 2 horns, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and goat legs. With a diabolical smile, he stared into Vikir's eyes and revealed that this was his true body. He extended his hand and admitted that his strength had been quite surprising to him. Vikir simply listened and didn't say a single word. At that moment, Andromalius extended his hand towards him, and all the fingers of his hand transformed into devilish snakes. Look, little by little, the snakes began to advance towards Vikir. At first, he stood still for several seconds, but then he used Baskerville's 7th technique, and with the Beelzebub sword in the blink of an eye, he cut off the heads of several snakes that were being controlled by the demon. Although he had lost several snakes, Andromalius was not willing to give up. So, with a diabolical smile, he extended his other hand towards Vikir, causing more snakes to appear and start advancing towards him. The snakes attacked him again, but he once again used the 7th technique and in a flash dodged their attacks and cut off their heads. While he was busy dodging the attacks, a snake appeared from behind and started moving towards him at great speed. Vikir was unable to sense the presence of the snake, and in the blink of an eye, the snake bit him hard on the shoulder. Feeling the pain, he quickly turned around and, using the Beelzebub sword, cut off the snake's head. At that moment, Demon Andromalius began to smile and stopped attacking with snakes. Then, he stared into his eyes, and while having one hand resting on his waist, extended the other hand and revealed to him that the battle had already ended. Upon hearing this, Vikir touched the part of his shoulder where the snake had bitten him and asked Andromalius what he was talking about since a wound like this meant nothing to him. The demon Andromalius opened the palm of his hand, and as he emitted an evil aura, a demon's mouth appeared in the middle of his palm. He used infinite blood absorption, causing Vikir's blood to slowly flow out of his body through the fang wounds inflicted by the snake. Vikir became quite confused as he didn't know what was happening. Andromalius extended his hand towards him, causing the demon's mouth to start sucking all the blood that was coming out of Vikir's body. He approached his hand to his head, and while with the other hand, he was sucking Vikir's blood, he looked at him intently in the eyes and with a smile revealed to him that his ability allowed him to control blood. He also added that his abilities were absolutely invincible when fighting against living beings. While Vikir's blood was shooting out of his shoulder, he simply stood there with a murderous look. At that moment, Andromalius revealed to him that all the blood from his body was going to spill out, leaving him dry. He was the 10th corpse called Andromalius. His risk level was S+. The size was unknown. The discovery location was deep within the Gate of Destruction, known as the Snake's Womb. The alias of this demon was the 10th corpse, a natural enemy of humanity, one of the 10 disasters known as incomprehensible and impossible to kill. The demon Andromalius reached out his hand towards Vikir, and slowly the demon's mouth began to extract blood from Vikir through the snake Fang's wound. While he was extracting blood from Vikir, he started staring into his eyes and with a smile revealed that he had the power to suck blood infinitely. He also added that the power he possessed was the power of immortality. He also added that as long as there were injured living beings around him, his vitality would be infinite. At first, he remained silent, but several seconds later, he smiled. Seeing Vikir smiling, Andromalius asked if he had lost composure. He thought that he was mocking him, so he moved his hand even closer to him and started extracting the blood at an even faster speed. With a penetrating gaze, Vikir looked into his eyes, and while his body emitted a murderous aura, he covered his mouth with his hand. At that moment, Andromalius felt immense pressure, and Vikir revealed to him that it was amusing to see him enjoy something he didn't even know he was absorbing. Vikir's blood slowly began to take effect in Andromalius's body, causing him to gradually poison himself. He looked at Vikir with eyes of surprise and confusion as he didn't know what was happening. In a matter of seconds, he fell to his knees, placed both hands on the ground, bowed his head, and while agonizing due to intense pain, he asked Vikir if his blood was not the blood of an ordinary person. Vikir activated the Beelzebub sword, slightly turned his head towards the sword, and while staring at the blade intently, smiled and asked Andromalius if he wanted to see something amusing. He brought the Beelzebub sword closer to his other hand and, using the sharp blade, made a deep cut on his wrist, causing his blood to slowly trickle down like a waterfall onto the ground. While Andromalius was writhing in pain, he heard the sound of Vikir's blood. He slightly raised his head, and upon seeing that Vikir's blood was emitting a demonic aura, he quickly realized that the blood in Vikir's body was not ordinary blood but poisonous blood. Seeing Andromalius's expression, Vikir revealed to him that he not only possessed toxic blood. In a matter of seconds, the wound he had made on his wrist using the Beelzebub sword completely healed. He began to stare into Andromalius's eyes, and with a smile revealed to him that, like demons, he could also use regeneration. Upon hearing this, Andromalius's expression drastically changed as he stared fixedly at the wound on Vikir's wrists. He began to sweat and wonder how it was possible for a mere human to possess the ability of regeneration. He also started to question how Vikir's blood could harm demons. Only the mountain spider, the 9-headed serpent that lived in the land of giants, and the great Medusa beneath the Black Sea possessed this terrible venom. Gradually, drops of Vikir's toxic blood began to fall onto Andromalius's face. He clenched his teeth tightly, and while looking into his eyes, he began to wonder how it was possible that the blood of a mere human could contain a poison on par with the most powerful monsters. Vikir made a small cut on his finger using the Beelzebub sword, then extended his finger towards Andromalius, causing the blood to slowly drip onto his face. Within seconds, the toxic blood started taking effect, causing the demon to experience intense pain. Andromalius placed his head on the ground, and while covering his face, he began to scream due to the intense pain caused by Vikir's toxic blood. He simply stared at him fixedly, and upon seeing how he was writhing in pain, he couldn't help but smile. He mocked Andromalius and asked if he wanted some more blood. Vikir possessed the gluttonous fly known as Beelzebub. In the first slot, he had equipped Madam's deadly poison ability of S rank. In the second slot, he had equipped the Silent Hill Mushishu ability, which was rank A+, and in the third slot, he had equipped the Super Regeneration ability Swamp Salamander of Wolf, which was rank A+. He put his finger in his mouth to stop the bleeding, then he stared at Andromalius, who was writhing in pain on the floor, and thought that Madam's poison was even effective against the 10 elite corpses. Vikir unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, and while the blade was emitting a strong aura, he thought that he wouldn't be able to kill Andromalius using only Madam's poison. Slowly, he began to advance towards Andromalius and thought that now he had confirmed that the poison was effective. He was a high-ranking graduate in the 6th Baskerville sword technique, and now that he possessed the power of Beelzebub, he thought he would be able to defeat the 10 elite corpses of this era. Bakir unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, activated Baskerville's 7th technique, and attacked Andromalius in the chest, causing a deep cut. After receiving the attack, Andromalius fell to the ground, and while writhing in pain, he stared fixedly at Bakir, who was approaching him. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to wonder why Bakir's strength was incomprehensible for a demon like him. Several seconds later, Bakir approached Andromalius, and as his body emitted an intense and murderous aura, he stared directly into his eyes. Andromalius began to wonder how on earth a monster like Bakir had been created. He decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and concluded that for now, the most important thing was to stay alive and let the other demons' crops know of his existence. He deactivated the shield that was protecting the cave, and it didn't take long for Bakir to notice. He slightly turned his head towards the cave's exit and realized that the demon had gathered more magical power. While he was distracted, Andromalius slowly started standing up while his body was emanating a demonic aura. With a demonic smile, he decided to turn the water into blood. He used his demonic power, and slowly, the water from the river that flowed through the cave began to float and gather behind Bakir. As the water slowly gathered behind him, he simply put his hand in his pants pocket and watched without saying a word. Gradually, the water started transforming into blood. Realizing this, Bakir slightly turned his head back, and while watching as the water was turning into blood, he thought that Andromalius even had the power to turn water into blood. He also thought that despite not being able to use all his power now, a high-ranking demon was still a high-ranking demon after all. Using the Beelzebub sword, Bakir cut his wrist and then extended his hand towards the river, causing the toxic blood to slowly drip into the water. He stared into Andromalius' eyes and told him that now that he had poured his toxic blood into the river, he wouldn't be able to absorb the water. While Andromalius was standing up and his body was emitting a demonic aura, he looked down at the ground and responded to him that if he was trying to prevent him from being able to absorb the blood by spraying his own toxic blood into the river, it was useless. While the drops of blood that Andromalius was controlling with his power were floating around them, he revealed to Bakir that turning water into blood served no purpose such as absorbing the blood. Upon hearing this, Bakir became cautious and simply remained silent without uttering a single word. Andromalius put a hand on his face and while staring fixedly at the ground, gave the order to the Blood Knights to stand up. At that moment, the drops of blood that were floating around and in a gaseous state transformed into a liquid state and began to fall toward the ground. Once the drops of blood impacted against the ground, they transformed into Blood Knights. In a matter of seconds, many Blood Knights appeared and surrounded Bakir. He simply stood still and did not move. Andromalius stood up, and while covering the wound on his face with his hand, he stared into Bakir's eyes and revealed to him that these Blood Knights could use the 6th technique of the Baskerville, which he himself had learned. He also added that even if he could use the 7th technique, he would not be able to go against all the Blood Knights who could use the 6th technique. With a fierce look, Andromalius stared into Bakir's eyes, and while his eyes reflected the anger he felt at this moment, he revealed to him that he was going to kill him, and then kill everyone he loved one by one, so that he would regret going against the 10 elite corpses. The Blood Knights adopted offensive poses and slowly began to approach Bakir. He simply looked at the Blood Knights, put his hand in his pants pocket, and didn't say a single word. He started taking his hand out of his pocket and asked Andromalius if these blood clots could really use all the Baskerville 6 techniques. He thought this was going to be dangerous since he hadn't prepared for this situation at all. A few days ago, when Hugo had offered Bakir anything he wanted as a reward, he had chosen something specific. He took out a whistle from his pocket, and while holding it in his hand, he started staring at it intently. Then he showed the whistle to Andromalius and remembering that he had lived in Baskerville, asked if he knew about this whistle. Upon seeing the whistle, Andromalius began to get nervous and quickly took several steps back as he knew what the function of that whistle was. He opened his eyes, and upon thinking about what Bakir had planned to do, he started sweating. Bakir simply put the whistle in his mouth and while staring at him with a murderous look in his eyes, smiled. He took a deep breath and using all his strength, blew into the whistle. Within seconds, the sound wave began to travel through the cave until several seconds later it exited the cave and reached the forest. Upon hearing the sound of the whistle, a man with long hair appeared and began to stare fixedly at the mountain of Andromalius' cave. The man placed both hands on his sword and slowly began to unsheath it. At the same time, inside the cave, Andromalius pointed his finger at Vikir and ordered the Blood Knights to quickly finish him off. Knowing that something bad was about to happen now that he had used that whistle, the Blood Knights followed Andromalius' order and slowly began to advance towards Vikir. Vikir didn't even attempt to defend himself from the attack of the Blood Knights. He stared directly into Andromalius' eyes and revealed that the whistle had the power to use Baskerville's commands. The Blood Knights gained momentum and gradually started advancing quickly towards Vikir, who simply stood still and revealed to Andromalius that the black whistle had another function. While all the Blood Knights were advancing quickly toward Vikir, the silhouette of a cut appeared on the cave wall. He stared into Andromalius' eyes and revealed to him that the other function of the whistle was to allow him to use Baskerville's full force. At that moment, someone unleashed a powerful cut against the mountain where Andromalius' cave was located. This cut was so strong that it even split the mountain in half. Because the mountain had been split in half, a strong wind entered inside the cave, causing debris to start flying. Andromalius covered his face with both hands, and while staring intently at Vikir, he began to wonder what was happening. At that moment, the Baskerville hounds appeared and started unsheathing their swords. All the hounds used their swords and quickly entered the cave. Andromalius looked up and was left speechless as he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Due to the powerful attack, half of the mountain had disappeared as if it had never existed. Someone wearing boots appeared on top of the cave and began to wonder why Vikir had asked him to borrow the power to control all Baskerville. This person was none other than Hugo La Baskerville. He hadn't come alone, but Osiris La Baskerville and Boston Terrier La Baskerville had also come with him. Hugo placed both hands behind his back, and while staring intently at Vikir, he thought that the reason why he had asked him to borrow the power to control all of Baskerville was to hunt a demon. He began to stare at Andromalius with a murderous look and told everyone that he expected nothing less from his son. Upon hearing these words, Vikir felt honored. He placed a hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and slightly bowed his head to thank his father for the kind words. Andromalius stepped back several meters from him, and while looking into his eyes, he was in shock. He looked up, and upon seeing Hugo La Baskerville, the commanders, and the vice-patriarch Osiris, he began to tremble with fear as he didn't know how he was going to face all these monsters in front of him. All the Baskerville hounds appeared, and upon seeing this, he started wondering why they were all here. Hugo extended his hand to one side and caught everyone's attention. For the next 6 hours, he hereby declared that Vikir van Baskerville, the possessor of the whistle, had full control over their entire force. Vikir simply lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, then lifted it, and while staring at Andromalius with a murderous look, he ordered all the Baskerville hounds to tear the demon into pieces. At that moment, one of the Baskerville hounds appeared behind the demon Andromalius and stabbed him in the chest. Upon hearing Vikir's order, all the Baskerville hounds gained momentum and began thrusting their swords into Andromalius' body, who started writhing in pain. All the Baskerville hounds unsheathed their swords, gained momentum, and began stabbing Andromalius in the neck. Due to the intense damage they were causing him, he started writhing in pain. Vikir, Hugo, and the others simply stood silently watching as he revealed to them all that this demon disguised as Set had the power to restore magical power absorbed through blood. Gradually, the blood in the river began to heat up. Upon seeing this, Vikir asked the Baskerville hounds to immerse themselves in the poison river for those who were injured. Little by little, more Baskerville hounds gained momentum and began to advance quickly towards Andromalius. He explained to them that this way they would not be helping the demon. He called the attention of all the Baskerville hunting hounds, extended his hand to one side, and while staring fiercely at Andromalius, he gave them the order not to get hurt. Upon hearing this, all the hounds became furious, gained momentum, and with a deadly look, started advancing quickly towards Andromalius. At the same time, at the top of the cliff where Hugo and the others were, while Boston Terrier was looking at Vikir, he put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and told his brothers that Vikir had instantly lifted the spirits of the hounds. While Great Dane was looking at Vikir, he put his hands behind his back and with a smile explained to his brothers that he didn't know that his beloved nephew was so good at commanding. While they were talking, Hugo simply placed his hands behind his back and remained silent. Then, while staring intently at Andromalius, he explained to them that he hadn't been able to realize that his own son had become a demon. He asked his brothers if this was the current reality of Baskerville. At the same time, While Andromalius had the swords of the Baskerville Hound stuck in his body, he cursed them all. Then, he extended his hands to the sides, causing his fingers to transform into snakes. Gradually, the snakes began to move towards the hounds and started attacking them. For his bad luck, due to the fact that the bloodhounds outnumbered him, in the blink of an eye, they began cutting off the heads of the snakes. Then, they gained momentum and attacked Andromalius again, thrusting their swords into his body once more, causing him to writhe in pain as the snakeheads were gradually falling to the ground. Andromalius thought that everyone was facing him without backing down, even knowing how dangerous the abilities of a high-ranking demon like him were. He didn't take long to realize that these were the Baskerville hunting dogs, and he thought that their ability went beyond his own imagination. He quickly started turning his head to one side, thinking that even though he used healing abilities, he would only be wasting his own magical power. Therefore, he quickly decided to find a way out of this situation. As Andromalius's eyes slowly closed, he stared intently at Osiris, who had a hand resting on the sword. He thought that Osiris was the key. He asked Vikir and Hugo to make a deal. Upon hearing this, he started staring into his eyes and began wondering what the demon had planned. Now, the Baskerville hounds put Andromalius on his knees, grabbed him by the arms, and placed two swords near his neck. He stared directly into Vikir's eyes and explained that if he spared his life, then he would leave Set's body right away. He also asked if he planned on abandoning the second son of the family so easily. At first, Vikir began to stare at the ground and asked him what he was talking about. Then, with a murderous look in his eyes, he stared back at him and asked if he really believed that Baskerville would accept the negotiation. Upon hearing this, Andromalius's expression changed drastically. He clenched his teeth tightly, and while staring directly into Vikir's eyes, he thought that he was right because he himself knew that this proposal would not succeed with them. However, he knew that in this place there was only one person capable of accepting the proposal. While the Baskerville's hounds pointed their swords at his neck, he gazed fixedly towards the top of the mountain and called for Osiris. He asked him if he was going to let his younger brother who had followed him all this time die. Osiris simply placed his hand on the sword and remained silent. Listening, Andromalius thought that if his prediction was correct, Osiris was the kindest person in Baskerville. He thought that if he could penetrate his mind well enough, there was still a chance of being saved. He stared into Osiris's eyes, and with a smile, he told him that this was going to be the last chance to retrieve Set. Upon hearing this, he began to think, and several seconds later, gaining momentum, he descended towards the ground right behind Vikir. Slowly, he started walking towards Andromalius, creating tension in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, while Vikir was staring intently into Andromalius's eyes, he advised Osiris not to be deceived as the demon was lying. He simply kept walking, and after taking several steps, he stopped near the demon. While the Baskerville hounds had Andromalius held by his arms, Osiris began to stare into his eyes. The demon simply lowered his head, and Osiris explained to him that if the soul of his beloved brother Set still remained in his body, then as the older brother, it was his responsibility to save him. He asked the demon if there was still anything he could do for his younger brother. Upon hearing this, Andromalius's expression slowly began to change. While looking down at the ground, he started to smile as he couldn't believe that his plan was working. At that moment, he transformed his face into Set's. He lifted his head, placed a hand on his chest, and while looking into Osiris' eyes with a sad gaze, he addressed him as his older brother and explained that he was still alive and remained, alas, started to cry. He begged for forgiveness and explained that he had sold his soul to the demon. He also added that the years of being compared to his older brother and constantly evaluated by Hugo had been very difficult moments for him because he had been very weak. Hugo began to stare at Andromalius and simply remained silent, not saying a single word. He also explained to them that he truly regretted selling his soul to a demon. He also admitted that all the commotion that had been caused so far was his fault. With tears in his eyes, he asked Osiris to give him a chance to atone for his sins. Just before he could finish speaking, Osiris unsheathed his sword and in the blink of an eye cut off the demon's head with a precise strike. While staring down at the ground with a sad expression, he explained to Set that this was the only thing he could do for him, so there was no need to regret anything. Andromalius's head fell to the ground, creating tension in the atmosphere. Within seconds, a pool of blood formed around his head. With his last bit of strength, he looked to the side and began to wonder why his plan hadn't worked. Osiris closed his eyes, sheathed his sword, and as he was walking past Vikir looked into Osiris' eyes and asked him not to blame himself, since his soul had already been extinguished. He also revealed to him that what they had been hearing so far was actually the demon who had been acting upon Set's soul. With a sad and lost look, Osiris looked down at the ground and explained to Vikir that all of this had been his fault for giving the demon an excuse to approach Set. He thought that when he was young, if only he had taken better care of Set, none of this would have happened. While both were looking at the remains of the children's skeletons that had been devoured by the demon, Osiris explained that it was still too early to mourn the corruption and death of one of their brothers. He thought it was sad that the children who were going to become the future of the Baskerville territory had ended up being mere sacrifices. He told everyone that as the head of a small household, he was ashamed not to have been aware of this situation until now. Upon hearing this, Vikir began to stare at the ground and thought that his older brother was right. While both were looking towards the lake, Osiris explained to Vikir that he didn't even know he was playing into the hands of the demon. At that moment, one of the hounds looked up and caught the attention of the others. Looking up, Vikir and Osiris saw how slowly Andromalius's head began to fly away and escape. Wings like those of a bat had grown on Andromalius' head. While he was flying, he looked at Osiris and Vikir, and with a smile called them stupid hounds. Then he looked into Hugo's eyes, and with a smile revealed to everyone that the opening of the door could be delayed, so there was nothing they could do about it. He also added that the other demons who were his brothers would open the door. He also added that he would come back to kill them all as soon as he recovered. Vikir quickly turned towards the demon, clenched both fists tightly, and while watching him fly away, gritted his teeth and thought that he had no way to attack from this distance. Osiris also turned his body towards Andromalius, and while looking him in the eyes, he simply remained silent and didn't say a single word. At that moment, Hugo caught Set's attention and reminded him that he himself had taught him that swordsmen should not turn their backs. He slightly turned his head towards the demon, and while giving him a murderous look in the eyes, he addressed him as "Dear son." Upon hearing this, Andromalius turned his head towards Hugo, and upon seeing his murderous gaze, began to feel immense terror. While he was looking at Andromalius with a murderous gaze and his body was emitting intense mana, little by little he began to unsheath the sword. Seeing this, the demon Andromalius began to wonder what this feeling was. He thought that Set must have completely disappeared. He also started to wonder why Set's fear of Hugo still persisted in his mind. While Hugo was looking at him with a murderous gaze, smoke started coming out of his mouth. At that moment, Andromalius realized that this sensation was pure fear of the strong. While Hugo's body was emanating intense and powerful mana, he unsheathed his sword, causing everyone in Baskerville to feel its incredible power. Vikir and Osiris simply looked at Hugo and remained silent. Hugo assumed an offensive stance and aimed for the head of the demon Andromalius, who was flying away. At that moment, Andromalius remembered something. While the moon's rays were piercing through the clouds, he turned his head towards Hugo, and as he looked into his eyes, he smiled and explained to him that it didn't matter if he was a master swordsman, as there was no way his sword strikes could reach the sky. In the blink of an eye, Hugo unleashed a powerful strike towards the demon. These strikes were so powerful that they even cut parts of the mountain into pieces. Just before demon Andromalius could finish speaking, Hugo's attack severed his head into pieces, leaving him confused. Little by little, the pieces of his head began to fall to the ground, and as they turned into dust, he started wondering how it was possible for a mere human to be so powerful. Hugo simply started looking at the sky and remained silent, without saying a word. Vikir stared at Hugo intently and thought that this was the power of swordsmanship shown by a master swordsman. Hugo's attack had been so powerful that it even cut the clouds into pieces. In a matter of seconds, the demon's head disappeared, leaving only the light of the moon. As the fragments of dust that were part of Andromalia's head slowly fell to the ground, Vikir thought that this was the power of swordsmanship shown by a master swordsman. After that day, several days passed, and people gathered in Baskerville and began to look at an official announcement published by the Baskerville family in all the squares of the territory under their jurisdiction. In Baskerville, a thorough investigation was carried out regarding the truth about the kidnapping of orphan children and a series of incidents, while compensation procedures were initiated. This announcement contained information about the procedures for seeking truth and compensation for the missing children incident within the territory of Baskerville. The purpose of this announcement was to reveal the complete story and provide compensation for all child disappearances that occurred between 10 AC and 19 AD. Immediately upon reading this news, everyone was shocked, although it had not been revealed that the responsible party had been a high-ranking demon. The terrible acts committed by the second son of the Baskerville family were clearly and publicly revealed. After this, it didn't take long before the public trial of Set's mother took place. She was accused of releasing a venomous snake in the children's room, accused of murdering Hugo's first wife, accused of conspiring to kidnap the eldest daughter, and also including charges of complicity in the kidnapping of the children. In the end, she was sentenced to execution on a total of 1,642 charges. Although it was quite surprising, she had not been a victim of manipulation by any demon. Just before her execution, she simply shouted to be allowed to meet with Seth. Subsequently, Set's minions also received the same punishment, and Osiris was responsible for this case. It was carried out entirely under his direction and leadership, although there was one more person involved. Also, there was someone who had received part of Osiris' authority, and that person was none other than Vikir van Baskerville himself. The anecdotes of his battles with the barbarians and the rumors are that he was the person who contributed the most to resolving this incident spread throughout the territory. The public sentiment in the territory was filled with discontent, but began to change into admiration for Vikir. After that day, Osiris and Vikir took less than a week to finish their work. A high-ranking member of the Baskerville family was executed on the spot, shocking many residents of the territory. With this, the Baskerville law had become so severe that not even family members could avoid it. The perception of being strict and meticulous once again prevailed among the people. While Hugo had Pomerian sitting on his lap, he placed a hand behind her back and asked her how the grandfather had changed. Upon hearing this, she began to look at Hugo with a confused expression, and while touching her chin with her finger, she started to think. Several seconds later, she looked closely at Hugo and noticed that something had changed in him. Hugo had drastically changed his appearance as he had now shaved his beard and mustache. He turned his head towards Pomerian and, while looking into her eyes, he began to smile. While Pomeranian was pointing her finger at Hugo's face, she explained that her grandfather's mustache and beard had disappeared. He was not alone in the office as Butler Barrymore was by his side, and in front of him were Osiris and Vikir, who were standing silently observing Hugo. As Hugo had Pomerian sitting on his lap, he turned his head towards her and asked for her opinion on her grandfather's new appearance. She started laughing and replied that now her grandfather was boring. Vikir and Osiris began to silently watch Hugo and Pomerian, and upon seeing that Hugo was happy, Osiris couldn't help but smile and feel a sense of peace with him. On the other hand, Vikir thought that this was a scene he didn't expect to see immediately after such turmoil. While Vikir was staring at Hugo, he thought that the purge of people related to Set had almost come to an end. He came to the conclusion that now the remnants of the demon had disappeared from Baskerville territory. Vikir was so sure about this because he had also requested information about other demons from Cindy Windy, and it was only a matter of time before the results appeared. A few days ago, when Vikir asked Cindy Windy for information about the demons, she clenched her fist tightly and while staring aggressively at Vikir, she asked him if he wanted her to track down the location of a demon of the same level as Andromalius. She also asked Vikir how many necks he thought she had. While Vikir was lost in his thoughts, Osiris caught his attention, slightly turned his head towards Vikir, and while looking into his eyes, addressed him as a younger brother and explained that all of this had been very tough. Upon hearing Osiris' voice, Vikir snapped out of his trance. He slightly turned his head towards Osiris and, while looking into his eyes, thanked him for his hard work. After this, both of them started to look at Hugo. Several seconds later, Osiris once again turned his head slightly towards Vikir and with one eye fixed on him, explained that if he took care of all the related matters, he would be late for admission to the academy. After saying this, he advised Vikir to go get ready. While Vikir was looking at Hugo, he explained to Osiris that he felt the family was still in crisis. Upon hearing this, Osiris asked him not to worry about the family, as this was also Hugo's decision. Vikir turned his head towards Hugo and, while staring at him intently with a serious look, he began to wonder why they were sending him to the academy in the current circumstances. He thought to himself that from Hugo's perspective, it would be more efficient to handle things with him since he had a good public opinion. He started staring at Hugo and wondering what kind of plan this was. Osiris turned his head slightly towards Vikir, and upon seeing his expression, he began to wonder what he was thinking. He started staring at the ground intently, and with a smile, he caught everyone's attention. He loudly stated that their father was worried that Vikir would get trapped in the consequences of the power struggle and get hurt. Upon hearing this, Vikir turned his head slightly towards Osiris, and while looking into his eyes, he became somewhat surprised and started wondering what he was talking about. Osiris lifted his head, and while looking at Hugo, he told everyone that he felt as if he had recently started to understand their father. While Barrymore had his hands behind his back, he began to look at Osiris and couldn't help but smile. While Hugo had Pomerian sitting on his lap, he simply turned his head towards her, closed his eyes, and with a smile, remained silently listening. Osiris also added that Vikir was very clumsy with expressions, so their father was worried about him. After saying this, Osiris closed his eyes slightly, bowed his head, and explained to everyone that he was the one who was evaluated as most similar to their father. After saying this, he asked Vikir to believe in him. Vikir simply turned his head towards him, and while looking into his eyes, he remained silent. While Osiris was speaking, Vikir heard a noise, so he quickly turned his head forward. In front of him was Hugo, who sat Pomerian on his lap and began to fix her hair with both hands. Upon seeing this, Barrymore approached him, slightly bent over, and while looking at Pomerian, addressed Hugo as the patriarch and explained that he had to comb the strand of hair in the opposite direction. This task was very difficult for Hugo. While he was fixing Pomerian's hair, he explained to Barrymore that this was very complicated. Several minutes later, thanks to Barrymore's advice, Hugo was able to make 2 braids on Pomerian. While she was holding the 2 braids with both hands, she started staring at them intently and smiling. While Hugo was playing with Pomerian, Vikir, and Osiris simply stood there silently watching. At that moment, several thoughts came to Vikir's mind. He was looking at everything again through the eyes of the past life, before regression was a life on a leash. He had simply been a hound who only followed the leash. In the past, he had simply followed Hugo while taking care of his back. He had always hated him because he didn't know the fact that Hugo also wore a leash. The things Vikir knew were changing experience destiny in the end. Pomerian thanked Hugo, closed his eyes, and with a smile, hugged him. Upon seeing this, Hugo was somewhat surprised and slowly began to move his hand towards her back. Barrymore was also surprised. While Hugo was stroking Pomerian's head, he closed his eyes and couldn't help but cry tears of happiness. Vikir was watching Hugo. He thought that he was looking at Hugo who wasn't following a leash. The past self of Vikir turned his back on him and began to distance himself from him because now he knew for sure that the Hugo he could seek revenge on was no longer there. Now Vikir's past self didn't have a leash and was free. While Hugo was hugging Pomerian, he closed his eyes and started crying. She opened her eyes and was somewhat surprised to see Hugo crying. Barrymore couldn't help but cry. He took off his glasses, closed his eyes, and began wiping away the tears with his hand. Seeing Hugo crying because he had found the happiness he had once lost, Osiris couldn't help but smile and feel happy. At that moment, Vikir's past self moved away from him and simply began to disappear. While Vikir had his eyes closed, he started to smile and feel inner peace. With a smile, he explained to Osiris that he was going to go to the academy. On hearing this, Osiris closed his eyes and replied that it was indeed a good idea. Behind Vikir, there was a chain. He turned his body towards the chain, crouched down, and grabbed it with his hand, creating tension in the atmosphere. Then he began to wrap the chain around his hand and thought to himself that he couldn't break free from this cycle yet. At that moment, he lifted his head and an evil energy started approaching him. Demon's hands grabbed the chain that Vikir was holding. He stood up, raised his fist, and while looking at the demonic hands with a murderous gaze, he decided that he couldn't break free from this cycle yet because true revenge was about to begin. Several days later, on a night like any other, someone broke the giant clock of the clock tower. The culprit was a human who had made a contract with a demon. This demon was fighting against a masked man. Both flew out of the tower and started falling towards the ground. Several seconds later, they descended to the ground, and using his hand, the masked man stopped his body in motion. The demon, against whom the masked man was fighting, was a demon who had a giant arm. While the body of the demon emitted an evil energy, he clenched his fist tightly and while staring at the masked man, gritted his teeth and asked him who he was. The man stood up, and as he adjusted his jacket, the demon asked him how he knew that he had made a contract with the demon. The demon gathered momentum, clenched his fists tightly, and began to advance quickly towards the man. Instead of trying to dodge the attack, the man simply started walking towards the demon. This man was none other than Vikir van Baskerville. He extended his hand to one side and activated the Beelzebub sword in the blink of an eye. Just before the demon could attack, Vikir cut off his arm into pieces using the Beelzebub sword. The demon began to feel intense pain, and while he was spitting blood from his mouth, he started wondering what was happening. Gaining momentum, Vikir took a big leap, and as he was advancing towards the demon, he began to stare at him with a murderous look. The demon tried to defend himself but was unable to. Vikir forcefully stepped on the demon's head, causing it to hit the ground. The demon's hand started trembling, and within seconds, he lost his life. While the lifeless body of the demon lay on the ground, Vikir turned his back and slowly began to walk away. As the moonlight was hitting Vikir's body, he slightly turned his head backward and rested his hand on the mask. Slowly, he started removing the mask and stared intensely at the demon with a murderous gaze. He told him that he was the Hound, the avenger who would seek revenge on demons like him.